"Young master, we should be able to reach your territory, Greenwater territory, by daybreak," said a white-bearded steward dressed in somewhat refined clothes, poking his head into the carriage. Charles nodded. "I understand, Morgan. Then please rest well, young Master Charles. I will remind you when we arrive." Name Charles Dandelion, age 19, height 180 centimeters, appearance as handsome as the reader. It had been a month since he transmigrated to this world. In his past life, Charles was a 28-year-old with no house, no car, no savings, working hard labor day in and day out, often overtime, until he finally dropped dead at his workstation. After arriving in this world, Charles was initially indignant, but after 2 days of aristocratic life, he accepted reality. Well, to be honest, he enjoyed it. At home, he had nothing to do. Clothes were handed to him, meals were brought to his mouth, servants attended to him. A truly immortal-like life. But his happiness didn't last long. His chief father passed away, leaving behind an inherited viscount title and the Greenwater territory fief. As his only descendant, Charles automatically inherited the title and territory. Speaking of which, Charles' family had only been around for 3 generations. The family name was Dandelion. According to the memories Charles received, his grandfather founded the family hoping that future descendants would spread across the continent. Unfortunately, he died young. And Charles' father, who did not inherit his grandfather's ambition, only had Charles as his sole heir before giving up. Now his chief father had followed his mother to the afterlife, leaving the Dandelion family with only him. After selling off the family estate in the capital, Charles set off for his territory. He was quite looking forward to the upcoming territory. After all, once there, he could become a local emperor. Greenwater territory, Greenwater territory. According to the original owner's memories, the territory was named after a freshwater lake 20 miles wide with greenish water and a sweet taste. Greenwater territory had 1 town and 4 villages. The population was about 5,000. The main products were timber, seafood, and sea salt. Ding 100. System loading complete. A cold mechanical female voice echoed in Charles' mind. "My cheat is finally available," Charles said happily. Like most transmigrators, the essential golden finger system had been discovered by Charles upon arrival. However, it had been stuck loading until just now, when it reached 100 and activated successfully. After activating the system, it had already instilled the usage method into Charles. A truly thoughtful system. The system was called the All Heavens Travel System, whose main function was to travel through various worlds, possibly entering movies, anime, or unknown realms. The system would also issue a main quest, completing which would earn a lottery ticket. It also equipped Charles with a system space the size of a football field. Then Charles focused his mind, and a transparent panel appeared before him, visible only to him. The panel had buttons for travel, lottery, space, etc. Much like the game screens he played before transmigrating. Ding, detecting first-time activation of the All Heavens Travel System. A lottery ticket is awarded to the user. Then a lottery ticket appeared in Charles' space. A red envelope-like slip with the word prize on it, looking quite festive. Since the system gave a lottery ticket, of course, he had to draw first. Tapping the lottery button, the panel transformed, revealing 3 buttons: hidden card, equipment, and skill. According to known system info, the lottery could yield all sorts of miraculous things. Even Superman's powers wouldn't surprise him. "System, which one do you think I should draw?" Charles asked. The system was silent. "System, give me a hint." Still silence. Charles asked many more questions, but received no answers. Well, it seemed this system wasn't very smart, Charles thought to himself. Looking at the buttons on the panel, Charles finally decided to choose the hidden card first. After all, he needed to secure his life. What he lacked most now was a sense of safety. Although he was a viscount, his territory bordered the wilderness to the west, and further out was the great magical beast forest. If a hireable beast accidentally ran out, he'd be doomed. The world Charles was in was called the Continent of Gods, a western fantasy world where many races coexisted: elves, dwarves, orcs, dragons, and so on. And the continent of gods was also ruled by power. The strong dominated. There were two types of power one could cultivate, one called Do Qi, and the other magic. The cultivation levels of Do Qi from low to high were Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Senior Warrior, Bronze Warrior, Silver Warrior, Gold Warrior, Earth Warrior, Sky Warrior, Saint Domain Warrior. The magic cultivation levels were roughly the same: Junior Mage, Intermediate Mage, Senior Mage, Bronze Mage, Silver Mage, Gold Mage, Earth Mage, Sky Mage, Saint Domain Mage. The original body had not awakened mental power, so he couldn't cultivate magic. To become a mage one needed to awaken mental power, and then accumulate mana through meditation. As for warriors, one needed to condense a Do Qi seed in the heart. The seed could absorb energy from heaven and earth to convert into one's own Do Qi. If one obtained a secret potion, the probability of condensing the seed could be increased. Of course, secret potions were rare, generally held only by the royal family, or great nobles. They were exorbitantly expensive on the black market, and ordinary people might never obtain one. Fortunately, Charles was a nobleman. His cheap father had already spent a fortune to buy him a secret potion, and he had condensed a Do Qi seed, enabling him to cultivate Do Qi. However, the original body was a pleasure-seeking wastrel, currently only at intermediate warrior level. But if it came to a fight, he could still take on 20 or 30 ordinary people. Clicking the hidden card button, the panel burst with dazzling white light. Ding! Congratulations, user! You have drawn an invoked deity talisman. It has been stored in your space. Charles closed the lottery page and mentally inspected his space. An ancient yellowed talisman with a large character God written on it. As soon as Charles picked up the talisman, a description popped up. Invoke deity talisman, consumable, usable 3 times. Usage method: hold the talisman and call the name of a deity, borrowing that deity's power. The duration depends on the user's strength. No matter where you are, as long as you call me, it'll definitely help out. If I use this invoke deity talisman, could I even invite the Tathagata Buddha? Sigh, terrifying. Charles gasped with cold air. Although it had only 3 uses, Charles was already quite satisfied. In the following time, he fiddled with the system a bit more. Young Master Charles, we've arrived at Greenwater territory. We should reach Wangyang Town by afternoon. Wangyang Town was the largest town in his territory. The others were just small villages. Order the guards to take a rest here. Give me something to eat, Morgan. Yes, young master. Charles hastily ate breakfast, just a white bread smeared with red jam. This made him think of the rich meals from a few days ago. In the afternoon, the sun was about to set, dyeing the white clouds in the sky a crimson red. One peculiar thing about the divine continent was that there was only one sun, yet 3 moons of equal size. After finally crossing a hill, he saw Wangyang Town. The southern side of the town bordered the endless sea. At this moment, the town was quiet and peaceful. As evening approached, faint lights began to flicker, blending with the setting sun, like a painting full of artistic conception. Since it was a small town, no city wall had been built, only a few watchtowers not far from the town. At that moment, Charlemagne's convoy passed a watchtower near the town gate. 2 men holding long spears blocked the convoy's path. Halt! Who are you? One of them, a tall, thin man, asked. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be town guards. You bastard! This is the Lord's carriage. Can't you see the dandelion flag? Are you tired of living stopping the Lord's carriage with your weapon? Morgan pointed at the tall guard indignantly. I'm sorry, my lord. I thought it was a merchant caravan. I was just conducting a routine check. I didn't notice it was your carriage. The terrifying consequences of offending the Lord made the guard stammer. He quickly knelt down, head lowered, to explain. The shorter, stocky soldier knelt as well. Offending the Lord could easily give 100 reasons to kill a mere guard like me. What bad luck. I thought it was a rich merchant caravan and intended to extort them to improve my family's meals, but I didn't pay attention to the flag on the convoy. Now all he could do was pray that the Lord would show mercy, or that the god of light would save him. "All right, get up. Be more careful next time." Charlemagne's calm voice came from inside the carriage. This was just a minor episode. But the guard thought it was the blessing of the god of light, for the authority of nobility was not to be violated. Most nobles were not so easygoing with commoners. After this incident, the tall guard decided to be more cautious in the future. The convoy continued its slow journey into the town. "Is this my town?" Charlemagne said in disbelief through the carriage window. From afar, the town had looked quiet and peaceful. But once inside, a stench filled the air. The roads were full of potholes, excrement was everywhere, the townspeople looked malnourished with sallow faces, and the houses were dilapidated. The original owner had grown up in the royal capital, and had no idea his own territory was so dirty and chaotic. Charlemagne had assumed all cities were as clean as the capital. So the Western world, I knew in my past life, wasn't fake after all, Charlemagne thought. "Who is that? He looks just like the old lord, but much younger and more handsome. I see, that must be the new lord, the old lord's son. I hope the new lord is as kind as the old one." "Let's hope so. I heard the lord of the neighboring crushed stone territory has raised taxes a lot. People there can't survive, and many have fled to the wilderness or to our territory. By the god of light, I hope he is a good lord." Watching Charlemagne's convoy, the townspeople in the distance whispered among themselves. The Dandelion family manor, located on the east side of the town, was the most magnificent building there. But to Charlemagne, who had seen skyscrapers in his past life, it didn't impress him much. The manor contained a tall stone building made entirely of massive rocks, 4 stories high with a basement. It had over 40 rooms of various sizes. In front of the entrance was a lawn as large as a football field, decorated with many ornamental trees, meticulously trimmed by the gardener. Upon entering the manor, the first thing that caught the eye was the huge portraits of Charlemagne's grandfather and his nominal father. In the divine continent, noble families loved to hang portraits of themselves and their ancestors in the hall to showcase their lineage. His grandfather and father both had long black hair and firm, solemn faces, handsome older men. But Charlemagne was even more handsome. Charlemagne instructed Morgan to replace the old furniture in the house with the pieces he had brought from the royal capital. These were items he kept on Morgan's advice after selling his estate in the capital. Urged by Morgan, the accompanying servants began working busily. "Young master, this is your room left for you by the old master." An elderly woman with silver hair, dressed in dignified black, spoke. She was the steward who had served Charlemagne's father for over 30 years now, in her twilight years. She had also handled the arrangements for his father's funeral. "Thank you, Madam Mary." Charlemagne glanced casually around the room. "You're welcome, young master Charlemagne. It's my duty," Mary replied respectfully. "And I'm hungry. Prepare dinner for me. Go tell Morgan that tonight we'll have the magical beast meat I brought from the capital." "Yes, young master Charlemagne." In Charlemagne's room, he lay on his soft bed. Although he had never slept in it before, the servants cleaned it daily and had sprayed perfume. But the perfume smelled strange to Charlemagne, pungent. Yet in this world, perfume was a ridiculously expensive luxury. After lying down for a while, Charlemagne got up and took a book titled Andrew's Travels from the bookshelf. It recounted the adventures of an explorer named Andrew across the divine continent, describing various landscapes, customs, and cultures. Charlemagne read with great interest, as the original owner had only known how to eat, drink, and have fun, lacking knowledge in such areas. On the dining table were magical beast roast meat, golden and crispy with glistening oil, as well as white bread with jam, vegetable salad, caviar, oysters with shrimp, thick soup with pigeon, and more. Charlemagne ate heartily. The food looked appetizing, but the taste was rather plain. No spices had been added. Spice resources on the divine continent were scarce, growing only in specific regions. As a result, they were more expensive than gold of the same weight. Even Charlemagne, who was free spending, couldn't afford them regularly. Only wealthy nobles with vast estates could use them. "Madam Mary, what property did my father leave me?" Charlemagne said while tasting the caviar. "Young master, as per your instructions in the letter, I have dismissed the servants in the manor. The wealth your father left you amounts to 27847 gold coins." Mary replied from the side. Not bad. For an ordinary noble, it was enough if used frugally. But for Charlemagne, who already had plans to develop his territory, it was far too little. After selling his estate in the capital, he earned 24697 gold coins. In total, Charlemagne had over 50000 gold coins. The common currency of the divine continent was gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin for 100 copper coins. An ordinary person could earn 30 silver coins a month, enough to support a family with frugality. But finding a job paying 30 silver coins was not easy. Such positions were snapped up quickly. With 50000 gold coins, Charlemagne was equivalent to a billionaire in his previous world. After dinner, Charlemagne went to bed early and slept soundly. In the 5th month of the year 12023 on the divine continent calendar, early in the morning, Charlemagne rose from his plush bed, had his breakfast, and then instructed the servants not to disturb him as he made his way to the study. He took out paper and a pen. The paper was parchment, and the pen was a quill. This world had no paper. Everything was made from sheepskin, which made knowledge a precious commodity. Charlemagne pondered and wrote down his development plan for the territory, as well as profitable inventions from his previous life. As a member of the vast army of transmigrators, this was a piece of cake. He wrote dozens of pages with flourish, and did not put away his notes until noon. The notes were all written in the script of his previous life, so Charlemagne had no fear of others seeing them. Although his original self was desolate, he still understood the main industries of the family. The territory's annual tax revenue was about 500 gold coins, and the taverns in the town, the port, and the lumber mill in Redwood Village together brought in another 1,000 gold coins. So every year he had 1,500 gold coins just by lying back. Exiting the study, Charlemagne found Molly, and asked her to take him to see the barracks. After all, it was the important force protecting his territory, so he naturally needed to understand it as soon as possible. The barracks were on the north side of the town. Charlemagne, accompanied by Molly and guards, walked for over half an hour to reach there. "Where is Hugh Wade? Call him out quickly. The Lord has come to inspect," Molly said to the guard on duty. The guard looked at the woman before him. He recognized her. She was the steward beside the old lord. The guard immediately lowered his head and said respectfully, "Lady Molly, Captain Hugh Wade did not come today." "Didn't come? The Lord arrived yesterday. How could he not know? Where is he now? Call him here quickly," Molly said somewhat angrily. "The captain. He drank late at the tavern yesterday. He should be sleeping now," the guard replied uncertainly. "Go wake him up quickly. He is the town's guard captain, yet he is absent from his post. What if there's an emergency?" Molly was truly angry, and her tone became harsh. "Yes." With that, the guard hurried away. Charlemagne entered the barracks. Another guard stationed at the gate had already gone inside to report to the vice-captain. The vice-captain was a burly man 2 meters tall, in his 30s. Though he came from a commoner background, his talent was decent. He had awakened his Badlaki seed early on. However, without sufficient resources, he was only at the advanced warrior level. "Lord, my name is Tuobi. How may I serve you?" Tuobi bowed, placing one hand over his chest respectfully. Tell me about the military organization." "Lord, the barracks have a total of 233 guards, including 3 junior warriors, 1 intermediate warrior, and 2 advanced warriors," Tuobi replied. "Over 200 men to guard a town of only 3,000 people was about right." Next, under Tuobi's guidance, Charlemagne toured the training grounds and inspected the weapons and equipment. Charlemagne felt deeply worried. The guard's quality was generally poor, and the weapons were quite old, clearly not often maintained. At that moment, the guard who had been sent to call Captain Hugh came limping back. "Lord, the captain refused to come. When I tried to persuade him, he beat me up." "Huh? Hugh dares to defy orders. I'll go bring him here immediately," Toby shouted. "Hugh is utterly disgraceful. He won't get a single copper from me this month." Lady Molly also said angrily before Chaliman. Calaman's face darkened. This Hugh simply did not put him in his eyes. He had no regard for his face at all. The local guard captain was extremely rude, Chaliman thought to himself. "No need, Toby. From now on you are my guard captain. Lady Molly, give Hugh 2 months extra salary, and have him get out," Chaliman said calmly. "But no more words. I've decided. Let's go back." Back at the castle, Chaliman instructed Mogan to go to the town and recruit literate people, offering a wage of 40 silver coins per month. Chaliman was ready to make a big move. He also wrote a procurement list and asked Molly to purchase supplies, mainly pearls, sea salt, and various food and drinks. Originally, Chaliman planned to go to nearby Busi City to purchase some serfs and slaves. However, the shortest route to Busi City was unsafe. It passed close to the Mozo Great Forest, where demon beast attacks were frequent. It was said that level 5 demon beasts had attacked passing caravans, resulting in total losses of both people and goods. Taking a detour would add another week. The Mozo Great Forest was the largest forest on the Divine Continent, dozens of times larger than the second largest, the Inwe Forest. The Mozo Great Forest was boundless, bordering many countries. It was filled with all kinds of fierce and brutal demon beasts, and occasionally beast tides would erupt, assaulting human cities. It was said that someone had once seen a 9th-level beast king deep in the forest. Just hearing the beast king's roar caused his teammates to bleed from 7 orifices and die instantly. Only he, relying on a magical artifact, barely managed to escape with his life. Demon beasts were classified into 9 levels corresponding to warrior ranks. A 9th-level beast was equivalent to a Saint Domain powerhouse. However, this did not dampen the adventurers' enthusiasm for the Mozo Great Forest. It was filled with danger, but also with opportunities and wealth. Chaliman intended to take the shortcut, but he feared encountering high-level demon beasts. Although he had a trump card, he still felt it was not safe, so he decided to first enter a dungeon to improve his strength. The system's transmigration function could be used at any time, and he already knew that the first world he would transmigrate to was the Wuxia world. Speaking of Wuxia worlds, they were certainly ancient times, so Chaliman asked Molly to procure more pearls. You see, pearls were worth a fortune in ancient times. Luckily, they were not valuable on the Divine Continent. Many were used to make whitening powder, and they were rarely used as decorations. Only commoner women usually bought them. The wealthy wore all kinds of precious gems, as the Divine Continent had abundant mineral resources and a wide variety of gems. While Molly had not yet returned, Chaliman went to his family's underground chamber to search for the family's cultivation techniques. The basement was considered a forbidden area of the manor. Servants were not allowed in without the Lord's permission. It stored precious techniques, gold coins, and valuable collections. The family had only 2 techniques. One was the blazing soul art, and the other was the divine deer nourishment technique, both of Xian grade. This world classified techniques into 6 categories: divine, saint, heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. According to the description, when one mastered the blazing soul art, one's battle chi would become fairy attributed, and one could also condense the battle chi into a fire attributed avatar that possessed half the combat power of the original. As for the divine deer nourishment technique, upon mastery, it would turn one's battle chi into wood attributed, increasing one's speed and recovery abilities. Compared to the blazing soul art, it was slightly inferior in combat power, but it was excellent for survival. Chaliman did not cultivate either of these. Instead, he studied the golden lion art at the academy in the royal capital. It was a metal-attributed Earth-grade technique that could enhance physical fitness and body strength even before reaching mastery. It was said that upon mastery one's body would rival that of a demon beast of the same rank. This was a secret technique of the royal family. The original owner had only cultivated the first volume placed by the royal family in the school. To cultivate the complete version, one would have to find another way, possibly paying a sufficient price to obtain it from the royal family. Charlemagne felt that although the Golden Lion art was only the first volume, it was quite good, and he did not intend to switch to the two techniques he only took them for study. "Young master, the supplies you requested are all here." Before the stone warehouse, Molly folded her fingers and spoke. Though she had no idea what the young master intended, it was her duty to simply execute his orders. She was nearing retirement, and hoped to send her granddaughter to serve the lord at the estate. "And then you may go about your business." Charlemagne entered the warehouse, not forgetting to address Miss Molly. Tap! 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 The sound of her footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Charlemagne certainly did not wish to store the items into his space inventory while anyone else was present. Though space rings existed in this world, they were all held by powerful experts. If he revealed that he possessed a spatial item, with only the strength of an intermediate martial artist, he would inevitably attract a heap of trouble. Even if Ms. Molly sensed something, he believed she would not dare to question it. Time to begin. The warehouse contained several large sacks of pearls, and half a storehouse of sea salt. Recalling that ancient television dramas from his past life often depicted salt as quite valuable, Charlemagne had procured it along with enough food to sustain him for 2 months. With a thought, he stored everything into the system space, occupying a small corner of the space that was the size of a football field. From the system space, he retrieved a close-fitting soft armor, which he had found in the secret chamber. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, and the materials included adamantine. An ordinary blade striking it would not leave even a mark, making it comparable to a yellow-grade piece of equipment. The equipment grades were divided into 6 levels: divine, saint, heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. Charlemagne put it on. Aside from the soft armor, he had also found a pitch-black giant blade as tall as a man, and a moonlight-colored, exquisitely crafted elven longsword. These were top-tier among ordinary equipment, but still fell short of yellow grade. He summoned the system panel, and tapped the transmigration button. A CG scene of faint flashing blades and bloody shadows appeared before him. Charlemagne clicked on the image. Ding! Does the user wish to transmigrate to another world? A cold mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Yes. Charlemagne felt only a dizzying spin. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dense forest. Ding! Transmigrated to a martial world. Random main quest released. Main quest activated. In the martial world, all great heroes possess a resounding alias. Please user earn a famous alias in this world. Quest reward: 1 lottery ticket. Quest failure: no penalty, but the system will force shutdown. World strength detected: low grade world. The user may stay in this world for 10 years. After 10 years you will be forcibly returned to the original world. The difficulty of the quest was not great, but Charlemagne felt the system was somewhat quirky. Charlemagne wandered around the forest. The system had been a nuisance, teleporting him deep into the mountains with no village or shop in sight. Fortunately, in his past life, he had watched survival shows like Man vs. Wild. He first found a small river, then followed its course for half a day, until he finally spotted a small village. From afar, Charlemagne could see a few elderly people chatting at the village entrance. Elder, may I ask where this place is? I'm a traveler who got lost in the mountains. How do I reach the nearest city? Charlemagne stepped forward and asked in a calm tone. Young man, this is Lautuan village. For the nearest city, just keep walking east for about an hour and you'll see it. One of the aged and frail elders replied. Thank you, elder. Please take this money and buy yourself some wine. With that, Charlemagne pulled 3 silver coins from his pocket and crushed them together into a lump, a feat easily accomplished with his intermediate warrior grip strength. The old men beamed with joy, accepting the gift and thanking him profusely. Charlemagne did not enter the village, but headed straight toward the city. "Old John," the young man said, "the silver is for all of us. Don't worry, you all know me. Would I ever be greedy?" Following the elder's directions, he walked for nearly an hour, and finally saw a town. The city wall was ancient, and imposing from a distance. He could make out the 2 large characters linen. Many people were queued at the city gate waiting to be inspected. Charlemagne joined the line. When his turn came, the guards found his attire rather strange, but judging by his complexion, he seemed well off, a fat sheep ready for shearing. So they began questioning him seriously. To avoid trouble, Charlemagne slipped them some silver, and they let him through. Upon entering the city, a wide street stretched before him, lined with shops. The people there, men and women, old and young, were mostly dressed in antique garments, some even in silk and satin, exuding a strong ancient atmosphere. The streets buzzed with the sounds of peddlers shouting and hawking, a lively scene. Charlemagne strolled casually and bought a few sets of clothes at a clothing store. He had no choice. His current attire combined with his handsome looks drew too many glances. At the Inn, "Manager, ID like a quiet, superior room, and send a few of your best dishes to my room. Right away, honored guest. This way, please, I'll show you." The shrewd-looking manager smiled broadly, asking no questions about the price and choosing a superior room. Such a guest was definitely not short on money. That made him a living moneybag. Charlemagne's room was on the 3rd floor, far inside. The soundproofing was excellent. Despite the noise downstairs, the room was exceptionally quiet. Before long his meal was served: dompa pork knuckle, steamed chicken, and wine chicken, and soft-shelled turtle soup, tofu soup, stir-fried vegetables, and papaya soup. Having walked all day, Charlemagne was ravenous. He ate heartily, and quickly satisfied his hunger. "Honored guest, your orders." The waiter, who had come to Charlemagne's room, bowed and scraped. Earlier downstairs, I heard you call yourself the Jianghu informant. Tell me about it. This is all yours." Charlemagne pulled out a handful of silver from his pocket. "Honored guest, ask away. I'll tell you everything I know." The waiter's eyes sparkled as he stared at the silver in Charlemagne's hand and spoke rapidly. In the following time, through indirect questioning of the waiter, Charlemagne learned the information about this world. In this world, martial arts flourished and sects were countless. To safeguard a sect's legacy, it had to have at least a first-rate master. The martial arts levels of this world were divided into third-rate master, second-rate master, first-rate master, top expert, grandmaster, and great grandmaster. Famous sects included Wudong sect with Zhang Sanfeng Shaolin, with Master Eating the Beggar sect with Xiaofeng Huashan, with Feng Qingyang the Sun Moon sect with Dongfang Bubi, and the Jingmen family with Ding Tian. There were even more masterless heroes roaming the land, such as the Divine Condor, Hero Yang Guxiang, Yang City Lord Guijing, and many others. The current imperial dynasty was not any dynasty Charlemagne knew from his past life, but rather the Tian dynasty. While this is a grand collection of martial arts worlds, how intriguing! So many heroes and grand masters living in the same era. Charlemagne contemplated should he go to Wudong to learn Taiji, or to Shaolin at Songhan to study the I Ching scripture, or to Huashan to seek Feng Qingyang and learn the Duga 9 swords. But it's just wishful thinking. Even if they were willing to teach, he might not necessarily be able to learn. He was no genius after all. Evidently, he had to rely on fortuitous encounters. For instance, find the white ape that Zhang Wuji rescued and befriend it, or locate the grave of Dugu Qiubai and befriend the divine eagle. However, he had no idea whether these opportunities still existed, nor did he know exactly where they were. Money makes the world go round. He should sell the pearls first to get funds and establish his own intelligence network. Having made up his mind, Charlemagne decided to act the next day. A year later, a merchant guild named Dandelion rapidly rose in the Celestial Empire. The goods it sold were beloved by both commoners and nobles. Soap, perfume, luxurious clothing, delicious snacks, and desserts, practical coal stoves for winter, and so on. Yes, this was Calaman's enterprise. A year ago, after exchanging some pearls for money, he stopped further exchanges and opened a shop in Linen City. At first, he sold coal stoves, purchasing some unwanted coal mines. Then he expanded, opening shops in major cities across the land, and later introduced new products. Throughout the year, only 2 words occupied Calaman's mind: make money. Of course, he didn't neglect searching for martial arts opportunities. Calaman donated 1,000 gold taels to the Shaolin Temple, and obtained permission to browse the Sutra library. In the Lingga Sutra, he found the complete version of the 9 Yang divine art written in Sanskrit. The Shaolin Temple was unaware of this secret. Calaman only knew because he recalled a movie he had seen in his past life. Worth mentioning, in the Sutra library, Calaman encountered an old monk sweeping the floor who looked ordinary. He wasn't sure whether this was the famed sweeping monk of martial arts lore, but he didn't dwell on it and left the temple. He found someone who understood Sanskrit to reproduce the 9 Yang divine art. The 9 Yang divine art consisted of 4 volumes. It took Calaman 3 months to master the first volume, but upon completion it transformed him into a martial prodigy. The first volume granted a crucial effect: comprehensive understanding, enabling him to grasp any martial art with ease. Essentially, it made learning any martial technique incredibly fast. In the 9th month since arriving in this world, Calaman's intelligence network discovered the location of Wuliang Mountain. Calaman went to Wuliang Mountain in person, and found a precious sword left by Wuyazi and Li Qiushui, as well as the peerless manuals, the Northern Dark Art, and the Lingbo Weibu. With the enhancement of the 9 Yang divine art, Calaman reached great mastery in just a few months. However, he felt a bit embarrassed for stealing Duanye's fortuitous encounter. Unfortunately, he had a thin skin. Jinling City. This was the capital of the Celestial Empire. Calaman purchased a spacious and luxurious mansion in the city, staffed with many maidservants. Following his instructions, an outdoor swimming pool, flower garden, and pavilion were built. In May, the scorching sun hung overhead. Calaman lay face down on a lounge chair made of Wangwali wood. On either side, a maidservant applied sunscreen oil to his broad back. The maids were dressed scantily, wearing only undergarments and thin gauze skirts, their figures lithe and graceful. Their faces, while not stunningly beautiful, were still of high quality. These were top-quality maidservants that Calaman had purchased from a slave trader. He had 7 more like them in his mansion. Now Calaman had withdrawn from the front line of business. He found a chief steward, laid out the business strategy, and only needed to give advice from his mansion. Every month he earned incalculable wealth. The gold and silver in his system space now occupied more than half of its capacity. As for the large pearls in the space, Calaman distributed them to various shops for auction, instructing them to auction some every other month to create a scarcity marketing effect. The sea salt in the space was also sold by Calaman through a black market dealer. Initially he thought it would be very valuable, but after selling it all he found it wasn't even worth a few pearls. Now Calaman spent every day in his mansion, eating, drinking, and enjoying himself, practicing martial arts, raising dogs, playing with birds, inviting storytellers to perform, and bringing opera troupes to sing. The tips he gave were ridiculously high, and all of Jinling knew that Master Qin was extremely generous. Calaman's name in his past life was Qin Feng, so he used the name Qin Feng in this world. Calaman stood up from the lounge chair and stretched by the pool. His chiseled muscles were like those of an ancient Greek sculpture with short black tousled hair. The maids silently withdrew to the side, their faces flushing as they gazed at his robust physique. This was all the result of Calaman's diligent practice and proper nutrition. With a graceful flip, he dove into the pool, swam for a while, and then climbed out. "You're Qin Feng, aren't you? Someone paid to have you killed," a sinister voice sounded from not far away. Qin Feng's martial arts had reached great mastery. He had already sensed a stranger approaching, so he was not alarmed by the voice. As Qin Feng's business grew bigger, he offended many people, often attracting assassins. However, Chaliman had also spent heavily to recruit many capable individuals and martial artists to protect him. When he found out the masterminds, he would retaliate. Recently it had been quiet for a long time. To evade my several first-rate expert subordinates in broad daylight, you're no ordinary man, Chaliman said calmly, looking at the short-masked man before him. I could snap your men's necks any time. But to avoid trouble, it'll just kill you directly, hee, the short man sneered. Snap my men's necks. Saying that means you've reached the level of a peak expert. But to kill me, you're not qualified yet. Oh! Seeing Chaliman's calm composure, and the distant maids not screaming, the short man sensed something was wrong. Could there be another expert in the mansion? But the organization's intel only mentioned 3 first-rate experts. Whatever, even if there's an expert with my ghost shadow art, if I can't beat them, I can still escape. It'll take him down first, the man thought to himself. He immediately activated the ghost shadow art, moving at incredible speed with afterimages trailing behind. Forming a claw with one hand, he aimed straight for Chaliman's throat. Slap, a crisp sound. Chaliman grabbed the man's wrist with a speed invisible to the naked eye. Your speed is impressive, but unfortunately you've met me, Chaliman said unhurriedly. Impossible. The short man was horrified. He hadn't even seen how Chaliman moved, yet his hand was already caught. Then the man struggled to break free, but Chaliman's hand gripped his like a steel vice. With no other choice, he channeled internal energy into his left hand and struck towards Chaliman. But Chaliman moved first, quickly seizing the man's other hand and activating the northern dark art to absorb his internal energy. He spun him around rapidly like a carousel. After a short while, he threw the man aside like a dead dog lying motionless. Clapping his hands, Chaliman looked at the drained man. Tell me your employer, and I might spare your life. Had death either way. Even if you spare me, the organization won't let me live if I reveal the employer. I've truly fallen this time. I never expected you to be so hidden. Is this the star-sucking technique? I never thought my 20-odd years of internal energy would be drained in one go, the man said weakly. Something like that. After receiving the answer, the man bit the poison capsule hidden in his mouth and committed suicide. Quite professional ethics. Tao Hua calls someone to clean this up and notify the authorities, Chaliman said unhurriedly. Yes, master. The maidservant in pink quickly replied. These 2 were his personal maids, specially trained, and they were aware of some of his secrets. Master, are you all right? Your subordinate failed to protect you adequately. Please punish me, said the leader of 3 burly men who rushed over with a group of guards, quickly begging forgiveness. The 3 were the martial arts experts recruited by Chaliman, 3 brothers born of the same mother, named Shurda, Shur-Air, and Shur-San. All possessed the skill of first-rate masters, making them the strongest under Chaliman's command. The one who had just spoken was their eldest brother, Shurda. It's fine, I have another expert to help me, Chaliman said calmly. The 3 Shur brothers had never seen Chaliman fight, so they thought their master had another hidden master nearby, and they looked around to see who it might be. Chaliman guessed their thoughts from their expressions, but did not say much. Allowing someone to reach you, master, is our dereliction of duty. Please punish us, Shurda continued. Chaliman knew they would feel guilty if he didn't punish them, so he said, All right, deduct this month's wages as punishment. Thank you for your mercy, master, Shurda said quickly. Although their wages were deducted, they didn't lose this well-paying job, and they also blamed themselves for failing to protect their boss. If their boss died, where would they find such a good employer? Alas, deducting wages again. I'm so heartless, thought Chaliman. Life returned to calm. Chaliman continued his usual routine of eating, drinking, and practicing martial arts. Half a year passed like this. One day Shurda informed Chaliman that according to reports from scouts, Zhou Batong had returned to Zhongnan Mountain. During these 6 months, Chaliman primarily developed an intelligence department, naming it the Shao Organization. He specially created a list, and had the Shao organization investigate the people on it, and Zhou Batong was among them. It was time to go out and stretch his muscles. Although Chaliman was quite reluctant, the system's tasks were not yet complete. This was his golden finger, and the sooner he finished the safer it would be. Chaliman acted swiftly, instructing his personal maids Mei Hua and Lan Hua to pack some travel items, and set off for Zhongnan Mountain with Shi Er and Shi San. Why not bring Shi De? Shi De was reliable, so he was left to guard Chaliman's home in Jinling. On the way to Zhongnan Mountain, a small incident occurred. Chaliman's group was camping in the wilderness when they encountered the lecherous bandit Tian Buiguang, who was carrying a woman past them, muttering about how he would treat her once they reached his territory. How could Chaliman tolerate that? He immediately ordered Shi Er and Shi San to capture him. Hearing their boss order, the Shi brothers struck first. Tian Buiguang saw the two big men attacking and knew he had met his match. Although he had top-notch lightness skills while carrying the woman, he was slightly slower than the Shi brothers. Not daring to be overconfident, he threw the woman aside, drew his treasured blade, and engaged them in a fierce battle. The Shi brothers also used blades. Their martial art manual was called the Black Tiger blade art, passed down from their ancestors, who were disciples of the Black Tiger sect, though that sect had long disappeared. Tian Buiguang was also a well-known first-rate master in the Jianhu. Relying on his supreme lightness skills and blade techniques, he held his own against two opponents without being at a disadvantage. After exchanging hundreds of moves, neither side could defeat the other. Tian Buiguang's internal energy was running low. He threw out a few harsh words and prepared to flee. Chaliman was not about to let him get away. He executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, his figure moving like a ghost, and easily captured the exhausted Tian Buiguang. This scoundrel Tian Buiguang, relying on his martial arts, had ruined the chastity of many girls, so it was best to give him a quick death. He drained his internal energy, then, with a twist of his hands, broke his neck. The legendary flower thief thus perished in the desolate mountains. Chaliman's cultivation had now reached the Grandmaster level. Even if facing a fully powered Tian Buiguang, he was confident he could subdue him in just a few exchanges. Only then did the Shi brothers realize that their master didn't need their protection at all. Chaliman had no intention of hiding his martial skills, as he would often act in the future anyway. The rescued woman thanked Chaliman profusely, hinting at offering herself to him. Although she was good-looking, she was not Chaliman's type. At dawn, he sent her back to her home in the city. Her father was a local magnate, and insisted on giving Chaliman a pile of gold and jewels to repay him for saving his daughter. Chaliman reluctantly accepted. Who would ever loathe having too much money? When he left, the woman personally saw him off, tearfully asking if they could meet again. Chaliman could only reply, perhaps, if fate allows. After a few more days of travel, Chaliman and his group finally arrived at Zhongnan Mountain. He instructed his maids and subordinates to wait for him in the town at the foot of the mountain, as he planned to go up alone. Because he wanted to first go to the ancient tomb sect and study the portion of the 9 manual carved on the stone wall. The ancient tomb sect was located at the back of Zhongnan Mountain. Chaliman used the map and executed Lingbo Weibu, searching the mountains for a long time before he found the water pool. According to descriptions from movies in his past life, there was an entrance at the bottom of the pool that led directly to the secret chamber within the ancient tomb sect where the 9 manual was carved. Soon Chaliman entered the secret chamber, and indeed saw the 9 manual on the wall. The ancient tomb seemed to have been uninhabited for a long time. He wondered where Yang Hua and Xiao Longnu had gone. For the next few days, Chaliman stayed in the secret chamber. When hungry, he would take food from his space. He hadn't yet reached the stage of fasting. However, after just a few days of practice, Chaliman had already gained some insights into the 9 manual, and his martial power had deepened considerably. Currently, the techniques Chaliman had trained included the 9 Yang Divine Art, the Northern Dark Art, Lingbo Weibu, the 9 manual, and some mediocre blade and sword techniques. But relying on these divine arts, Charlemagne was confident he could take on 10 ordinary grandmasters. However, against a grandmaster with similar divine arts, like the divine condor, Hero Yonghua, he believed it would be a 50-50 match. It was time to find Zhou Batong. Once he obtained the 9-yin manual from him, he would have the complete version.
"Who are you? What business do you have at our Chuanjin sect?"
asked the gatekeeper disciple rudely.
I am Qin Feng, here to visit Senior Zhou at the Chuanjin sect,"
Charlemagne said politely.
"What Qin Feng? Never heard of him. Our grandmaster is busy and has no time to see you,"
the gatekeeper disciple said, seeing that Qin Feng was young and unknown in the Jianghu, so he didn't take him seriously, and just wanted to send him away quickly.
"I have a very important trade to discuss with Senior Zhou. Please trouble you to announce me,"
Charlemagne said patiently.
"I said no, now get lost."
The gatekeeper disciple waved his hand at Charlemagne, as if shooing a fly. Charlemagne wiped the smile from his face, furrowed his brows, and darkened his expression.
"What? With that look you want to hit me? Go ahead, hit me if you dare. Let's see if you can leave this Shonan mountain alive,"
the gatekeeper disciple said, adding his own drama upon seeing Charlemagne's dark expression. Charlemagne had never seen such an arrogant person in his life until today. Unable to tolerate it any longer, he unleashed a smooth combo of punches at the disciple. Of course, Charlemagne only used a bit of internal energy. He didn't go all out, otherwise one punch would have killed him. Finally, Charlemagne ended his beating of the gatekeeping disciple with a slap to the face. The disciple spun twice on the spot and collapsed unconscious. Disciples from afar noticed the commotion and hurried over. Seeing Charlemagne had struck down their fellow sect member, they angrily rebuked.
"Why do you attack our Chuanjin disciple without cause, and with such cruelty?"
The gatekeeping disciple lay on the ground, his face bruised, and swollen blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a pitiful sight.
"Quick check on junior brother Deshengfa's condition,"
the others said, as they stepped forward to assess his injuries.
Junior brother Deshengfa is only unconscious, no life-threatening injuries."
So his name is Deshengfa. No wonder he was so arrogant. Watching the disciple being carried away, Charlemagne silently mocked.
"You wounded our Chuanjin disciple. Surrender now, and kneel to confess your crime. Perhaps you'll spare yourself further suffering,"
the leading disciple shouted sternly.
"Are all you Kalos Taoists so arrogant? Without asking the reason you want to capture me and make me kneel? Very well, ha ha ha. It seems you refuse to surrender. I'll subdue you and hand you over to Elder for punishment."
Charlemagne laughed in fury. Without further words, the leading disciple drew his sword and attacked. Seeing the sword thrust toward his chest, Charlemagne channeled his inner energy into 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade. Then, with a reverse palm strike across the air, he sent the leading disciple flying like a broken kite. After a heavy fall, the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood.
"Ah! Senior brother, let us aid you,"
the other disciples exclaimed. These Taoists were third-rate masters in the martial world, with only a few reaching second-rate level. Yet they couldn't last 2 exchanges in Charlemagne's hands before falling.
"Quick, call the senior brothers."
Soon another group of Taoists arrived, direct disciples of the 7 masters of Chuanjin, all possessing first-rate martial skills. Seeing Charlemagne had defeated so many junior brothers, they flew into a rage and immediately engaged him in battle. After a few more rounds, they too collapsed.
"Quick report to the master."
"Well, beat the small ones, and the big ones come beat the big ones, and the old ones are called. Once the old ones are beaten, the ancestral master will likely emerge. It seems they'll have a fight with Zhou Batong soon." Soon the 7 masters of Chuanjin emerged from the palace.
"Who are you? Why have you injured our Chuanjin disciples?"
They were relatively reasonable and intended to clarify the matter.
"Words are useless now. Let's settle it with our skills,"
Charlemagne replied, wanting no more talk, only to challenge the entire Chuanjin sect. He immediately executed the Lingbo Weibu footwork. His figure became ghostly layered with multiple afterimages as he lunged at the 7 masters. The 7 masters were seasoned. The strongest Xiao Chuji reacted first and engaged him. The other 6 soon joined, realizing that despite his youth the young man's lightness skill was formidable. They dared not be careless, quickly supporting Xiao Chuji in a tangled skirmish with Charlemagne. Activating the 9 Yang divine art even with ordinary punches and kicks, Charlemagne unleashed tremendous power. Moreover, his 9 Yang inner energy was inexhaustible. Each strike against the 7 masters left them inwardly bitter, but silent, since their disciples were watching. When they struck Charlemagne, he showed no reaction. Though it was 7 against 1, he dominated the fight. Xiao Chuji suddenly spoke.
Senior brother, he is a grandmaster. We must not hold back.
The other 6 realized this, and immediately drew their swords.
Form the Big Dipper 7 stars formation.
Instantly the 7 masters positioned themselves like the stars of the Big Dipper, each assuming an attack stance.
I've long heard of the Chuanjin Big Dipper formation's fame. Today let me witness it.
Charlemagne laughed heartily and charged again. As always, Charlemagne used only fists and feet, not drawing a weapon. Truth be told, he had little combat experience and sought to hone his skills. The Big Dipper 7 stars formation lived up to its reputation, allowing the 7 top-tier masters to contend with Charlemagne for over 100 exchanges. By using Lingbo Weibu, he evaded many sword strikes that could have wounded him. For fists and palms he chose to take them hidden, as his formidable inner energy rendered their attacks harmless, and even rebounded upon them. The experienced 7 masters noticed this, and abandoned fists and palms, relying only on sharp swords. In the martial world, the one with greater inner energy withstands more punishment. Before long, the seasoned 7 masters were also defeated one by one. Gazing at the fallen 7 masters, Charlemagne suddenly called out to a direction.
Senior Zhou, if you don't show yourself, your junior disciples will suffer physical pain. Let them suffer. They didn't invite me to such a fun fight. They deserve a beating. Humph. But your technique is peculiar. When others strike you, your inner energy rebounds onto them. Teach me, won't you?
An old man with silvery white hair and beard ran over, grasping Charlemagne's hand expectantly. The old imp, true to his nature, cared only about fights and martial arts despite his junior nephew's defeat.
Uncle Master, he injured our Chuanjin disciples. You must uphold justice for us,
said Sun Buer, the only woman among the 7 masters.
Senior, you misunderstand. I simply wished to visit you, but...
Charlemagne proceeded to recount the cause of the incident. He explained not out of fear, but to save face for the Chuanjin sect. If he truly defeated the entire sect, how could they hold their heads up among fellow martial artists in the future?
That man deserves a beating,
Zhou Batong said indignantly.
Young Master Qin, this is only your side of the story. When that De Shengfa wakes, I will question him. If what you say is true, I will expel him from the sect,
the female Taoist said with lingering displeasure.
As you wish. That's how it happened.
Inside the Chuanjin sect,
he, senior, wishes to learn my 9 Yang divine art. Coincidentally, I wish to learn your 9 Yin true scripture,
Charlemagne said, taking a sip of tea from the table. To be honest, Charlemagne couldn't appreciate the tea, perhaps due to lack of experience. Was it the same principle as disliking bitter melon as a child, but finding it delicious when grown up?
But I promise my senior brother not to pass on the 9 Yin true scripture.
Not honest. How did Guojing get it then? Charlemagne cursed inwardly.
Oh! The great hero Guo of Xiangyang, did he not learn from you? How do you know? Most people know. So, senior, my 9 Yang divine art is no worse than your 9 Yin scripture.
Zhou Batong paced back and forth, deeply troubled. Charlemagne continued his temptation.
You already taught with the 9 Yin. If you trade with me, you'll gain the 9 Yang divine art. Splendid. Don't you want to experience the feeling of others hurting their own hands when hitting you? Fine, fine. I'll trade with you.
Zhou Batong then wrote down the 9 true scripture for Charlemagne.
Senior, this is only the first volume. Don't fool me. I haven't read much. I only know the first volume. I never saw the second. How about I also teach you my self-created left-right interception technique?
Charlemagne had known all along that Zhou Batong only possessed the first volume. He deliberately set it to acquire more martial arts, never expecting Zhou to be so cooperative. Combined with the second volume, he had learned in the ancient tomb sect Charlemagne now possessed the complete 9 true scripture. Zhou Batong then taught Charlemagne the left-right interception technique. Aided by the 9 yang divine art, Charlemagne quickly grasped the trick and learned it, though he was not yet proficient.
You're a freak. How did you learn such a difficult skill so fast? You flatter me, senior. Once you master the 9 yang divine art, you will be just as capable. That powerful. Then I'll go study it now.
Zhou Batong started to leave with the manual Charlemagne had just given him.
Senior, don't rush. Don't you want to learn this manual?
Charlemagne pulled out the Lingbo Weibu footwork manual. Zhou Batong then exchanged the Kongming fist manual for it. At the foot of Mount Zhongnan. After bidding farewell to Zhou Batong, Charlemagne arrived at the town below the mountain. Master, you have returned at last. Sister Mei Hua has been beside herself, with worried lost in distraction day and night. The maidservant Lan Hua, clad in a white silk gown, spoke playfully. Nonsense. The master's divine skills are unmatched. What is there to fear? Mei Hua retorted with a faint blush. I was detained by some matters. Master, recent rumors in the martial world say that the Jade chess game is about to commence. Our scouts have confirmed it is no mere hearsay. Sher spoke with reverence. The Jade chess game opening now. I recall it was a supreme stroke of fortune in my past life. Solving the game would grant one the leadership of the Carefree sect, the 70 years of Northern Dark True Chi internal power from Wu Yazi, and the Northern Dark divine art. Let's go see it. If I solve it, excellent, if not, no great loss. I already possess the Northern Dark divine art, and 70 years of internal power can be easily absorbed from a few martial arts masters. No need to covet it too much. Come, let us go have a look. At Sanshan Valley of the Deaf and Mute, Charlemagne's party arrived at the site of the Jade chess game, where many martial artists had already gathered, eagerly awaiting. On a distant cliff face was a go-game position, the rock wall serving as the board with stone black and white pieces each the size of a human head. Beneath the cliff sat an old man, with graying hair and beard, presumably Wu Yazi's disciple Su Xinghe. It was said the Jade chess game had remained unsolved for over 30 years. Yet from my past life's memory, I recall the solution involved a step of retreat to advance. Though I know nothing of Go, forgive my ignorance. At that moment a clamor arose in the distance. Venerable Star Elder, your martial might is supreme. Venerable Star Elder, unrivaled under heaven. A procession like a wedding party approached with gongs and drums, and a sedan chair bearing an elderly man of immortal bearing. This could only be Ding Chuanqiu. Ding Chuanqiu, Wu Yazi's expelled disciple, had once conspired with his own uncle to harm Wu Yazi, and was a fellow disciple of Su Xinghe. He walked over to Su Xinghe and spoke, but Su Xinghe, long deaf, ignored him. Before long many more martial artists arrived, and the Jade chess game officially began. The first to step forward was a handsome man in a moon-white robe. I am Duan Yu, Prince of Dali's Jinan Prince. So that's Duan Yu. In truth, Charlemagne had stolen the adventure meant for him. Duan Yu took white and began playing with Su Xinghe. Deep in concentration, he saw the white piece transform into a humanoid battling a black humanoid. But after a few exchanges, the black piece beheaded the white one. Onlookers saw Duan Yu in a daze. Only after Su Xinghe made a killing move did he snap back. I lost. The fame of the Jade chess game is well deserved. Duan Yu cupped his hands politely to Su Xinghe. Many other martial artists took their turns afterward, but none lasted as many moves as Duan Yu. Ding Chuanqiu approached the board, studied it, and began placing a stone. Within moments, he was ensnared by the game's illusion and withdrew. This humble monk Jumozi would also like to partake in this amusement, said a Western region's lama. He did not play but merely gazed at the board. He seemed to see black and white pieces transform into human figures charging at him. Startled, he dared look no longer, and abandoned the game. I too shall break this so-called jade chess game, announced a stunningly handsome man, as he flew in from afar. Charlemagne recognized him as Murong Fu, whose intelligence portrait he possessed. But Murong Fu's Go's skill was lacking. After a few moves, he too fell into illusion. Seeing so many martial artists challenge, Mei Hua could not help but say to Charlemagne, "Master, why won't you play? If you wait any longer, the opportunity may be snatched away." "Mei Hua, your master knows nothing of Go. I'm just here to watch the fun." Charlemagne rubbed his nose. "Master, sister Mei Hua knows how to play," said the playful Lan Hua beside him. "Oh!" After a moment's thought, Charlemagne formed a plan. "Alas! My Murong clan is finished." "Finished?" Murong Fu snapped from his illusion, lost in chi deviation, drew his sword and slashed at anyone in sight. His retainers rushed to restrain him. "Young master, wake up. Cousin, wake up, cousin." Murong Fu shoved the crowd away and tried to fall on his sword. Duan Yu, unable to bear seeing his beloved in distress, used the 6 Meridian's divine sword to knock the blade from Murong Fu's hand. Murong Fu snapped out of it, regaining his reason. "Ha ha ha. Who used the 6 Meridian's divine sword just now? Was it Duan Zhengchun?" A terrifying laugh echoed in everyone's ears, the product of profound internal force. "Our leader is the true lineage of Dali, all others are impostors. It's the 4 evils." Exclamations of alarm spread. A crippled man on crutches, a middle-aged woman carrying a baby, a man resembling an oversized potato, and a tall thin man, like a bamboo pole, appeared. The thin bamboo pole swept his gaze around, landing on Wang Yuyan's face with lecherous intent. But seeing Murong Fu at her side, he suppressed his desire. Wang Yuyan was pure and sweet with an orchid-like grace. Even Charlemagne stole a few glances. The thin man continued scanning until his eyes fell on Mei Hua and Lan Hua. Noticing only 3 unremarkable men beside them, his stare grew increasingly fervent. "Master, that man's gaze is so disgusting," Lan Hua whispered. "Young man, who are these 2 ladies to you?" Yun Zhanhe approached Charlemagne and said, "That is none of your concern. If you wish to live, leave at once." Charlemagne replied bluntly. "Young man, do you know who I am?" "I am—" Before Yun Zhanhe could finish, Charlemagne cut him off. "I care not who you are. If you do not vanish from my sight, you will be dead." "Such arrogance! Since you seek death, I shall oblige you." With that he attacked Charlemagne with his iron claw steel staff. "How dare you harm our master?" The Sher brothers immediately shielded Charlemagne and engaged Yun Zhanhe in battle. Nearby martial artists retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At first the Sher brothers fought evenly with Yun Zhanhe. But when Yun Zhanhe deployed his supreme lightness skill, they were toyed with, and soon injured. Charlemagne had assumed Yun Zhanhe was merely a first-class fighter. He turned out to be a top-tier expert. Clearly his Akatsuki organization's intelligence gathering was woefully inadequate. "I must pass down some martial arts techniques to them when I return, otherwise I will have to handle everything personally." "Sure San withdraw. You cannot defeat him," Charlemagne ordered. The Sher brothers forced Yun Zhanhe back and returned to Charlemagne's side. "Master, when we return, I shall teach you a few moves." Charlemagne understood their frustration at their own weakness. "Young men, be wise, and hand over your 2 little ladies," Yun Zhanhe said, having discerned that Charlemagne was the leader of the group. Bang! Yun Zhanhe only glimpsed a blur charging at him, instinctively raising his weapon. He was driven back over 10 meters, his staff bent into a shape like from the single punch. Had that fist landed on his person, he would have been dead or gravely wounded. The shrewd Yun Zhanhe instantly realized his peril. His boss was still solving the chess game. He could only turn to his second and third brothers for help. Second brother. Third brother. Save me.
I'm always causing trouble. This time you've kicked an iron plate.
Yu Laosan said angrily.
Exactly, we should castrate him now lest he eventually bring death upon us.
Yi Ernyang agreed, though she said that she was very loyal and immediately stepped forward to aid Yun Zhanghe joining the battle. Sher San saw reinforcements arriving and wanted to help as well, but Mei Hua stopped him saying,
"Don't you know the master's prowess? Acting like this will only displease him." Mei Hua is right. Third brother, let's just watch. With the master's martial arts there's no danger,
Cher said, patting Sher San's shoulder. Sher San, hearing their words, had to give up.
Who is that young man? His martial arts are so high that he can hold the upper hand against the three villains. Not sure. Haven't heard of such a person in the martial world. He must be a direct disciple of some reputable orthodox sect.
The gathered martial artists murmured amongst themselves from a distance.
Cousin, that gentleman is using the long-lost Nine-Yang divine art and Lingbo Weibu, and his techniques seem to be from the Nine-Yin manual.
Wang Yuyan, true to her reputation as a walking encyclopedia of martial arts, recognized that Cha Li Man had executed heart-crushing palm, bone-crushing claw, and great demon-subduing fist. Murong Fu's face darkened. He prided himself as the youngest master in the world, yet unexpectedly this young man of no lesser appearance possessed so many divine arts. On the surface Murong Fu showed no envy, but in truth he was deeply jealous. In the battle of the three villains were not faring well, all bearing wounds. The young man's moves were sharp, and his internal energy was formidable. In fact, Cha Li Man had not exerted his full strength, he was merely testing his skills. Suddenly an ugly monk rushed out and stopped between both sides, saying,
"Dear benefactor, stop, please stop. Do not fight any longer. Let harmony prevail."
Cha Li Man looked at the monk before him and guessed he was Su Zhu, ugly in appearance but possessing a kind heart. The three villains, seeing someone intervene, also stopped. They were eager for someone to hold back this young master, buying time until their leader arrived to help, for only their leader could deal with him. Cha Li Man frowned. Su Zhu stood in the middle. Though he had no need to care about Su Zhu, he did not want to kill a good person indiscriminately. Besides, he would later need to seize Su Zhu's opportunity. After a moment's thought, he said to Yi Ernyang opposite him,
"Yi Ernyang, do you want to know about your son? You know news of my son. My son is still alive."
Yi Ernyang asked urgently, as if losing her mind.
"How I can tell you, but you must promise to leave the four villains, reform yourself, do good deeds for the rest of your life to atone for your sins, and become a kind person. I promise you will promise anything. Tell me quickly where my son is. Right before your eyes." "You? Impossible. You don't look like me or his father at all."
Cha Li Man was speechless.
"It's this little monk. Him."
Yi Ernyang examined Su Zhu.
"You should know where your son's birthmark is. Just check and see for yourself."
Cha Li Man continued. Yi Ernyang hurriedly pulled off Su Zhu's clothes, and indeed, there was a birthmark on his back. She immediately burst into tears and hugged Su Zhu.
My son, my son! Woo-woo! Go aside and stay out of my way,"
Cha Li Man said, watching the mother and son reunited. Yi Ernyang immediately pulled Su Zhu to a distance and looked her precious son up and down. Su Zhu's mind was in turmoil. From the conversation, he realized that this woman was his mother. Dazed and confused, he forgot to continue mediating.
"Second brother. Second sister."
The remaining villains, the third and fourth, seeing that the second had abandoned them, shouted in unison. But Yi Ernyang only had eyes for her son, indifferent and deaf to the outside world. He spared Yi Ernyang purely for Su Zhu's sake. After all, in his past life, when playing a tower defense game, he always liked using Su Zhu. Otherwise, Cha Li Man would not have shown mercy. With no one to stop him, Cha Li Man advanced and struck at the two with a vicious, heart-crushing palm. After only a few exchanges, he was about to kill Yun Zhanghe with a single palm. Bang! An iron crutch blocked Charlie Man's power. Appearing before him was a disfigured, crippled old man. Duan Yanqing had intervened.
Ha ha ha. If you want to kill someone from the Western Xia's first-grade hall, you'll have to get past me first.
Duan Yanqing said, his lips unmoving, his voice emanating from his belly. Although Duan Yanqing had been engrossed in solving the intricate chess game, he was also watching this place. His intervention was within Charlie Man's expectations, so he showed no reaction. Duan Yanqing's crutch moved, like a sharp sword, swift and nimble, each move adhering to proper form in both offense and defense, his sword style expansive and forceful. His other hand could strike with fingers in a slow or fast manner, slow and graceful, fast as lightning, but each point hit with absolute precision.
It's the Duan family sword and one yang finger.
Wang Yuyan at a distance explained to those beside her. Charlie Man found himself evenly matched with Duan Yanqing. He realized that Duan Yanqing was also a top-tier grandmaster. His own 9 yang internal energy had little effect on him, while the one yang finger could directly break through his defense and strike his acupoints, requiring Charlie Man to use his energy to neutralize them. Fortunately, the internal energy of the 9 yang divine art was endless, and had low consumption, giving him greater advantage as the battle dragged on. Duan Yanqing also realized he could not take down this lad anytime soon. He then addressed the Tibetan national teacher Jiumoji.
Jiumoji, help me capture this lad, and I will lend you the 6 meridian divine sword for your perusal. You mean it? Then this little monk will lend you a hand,
Jiumoji said with his palms pressed together. Tibet and Western Xia were already allies, and moreover, he could study the 6 meridian divine sword. Being a martial arts fanatic, he agreed without a second thought. Jiumoji activated the little non-form skill to execute the 72 supreme Shaolin techniques and joined the battle.
Ha ha ha. The old immortal would also like to see the 6 meridian divine sword. This lad's internal energy is quite good. Count me in.
From afar, Ding Chunqiu also joined the fray.
Fine, count you in,
Duan Yanqing agreed. Everyone in the martial world knew the terror of Ding Chunqiu's energy-dissolving skill. His palms could dissolve an opponent's hard-earned internal energy, and even reduce flesh to blood. Now facing 3 top-tier grandmasters, Charlie Man dared not be careless. He exerted full strength, unleashing heart-crushing palm, bone-crushing claw, great demon subduing fist, empty bright fist, and subduing dragon palm, all techniques from the 9 manual and 9 yang divine art.
Cousin, these people are so shameless, ganging up on one,
Wang Yuyan said indignantly. In truth, she hoped her cousin would help Charlie Man, because earlier Yin Zhongyi had leered at her with lustful eyes, making her very uncomfortable. Murong Fu actually also wanted to study the 6 meridian divine sword and join the fight, and even more, so he wished to kill Charlie Man, hateful that there was someone younger and more talented than him. But there was no choice. He had to maintain his reputation in the martial world. The 4 grandmasters' attacks were extraordinary in power, even the leaking internal energy was unbearable. Those with weaker internal energy dared not approach too closely, fearing that one careless move could cost them their lives. Duan Yanqing, Jiumoji, and Ding Chunqiu surrounded Charlie Man, unleashing various techniques at him. Fortunately, Charlie Man executed the double-hand mutual combat technique, using each hand to perform different moves, making him seem like 2 people. He held his own against the 3 grandmasters without falling behind. Jiumoji, Duan Yanqing, and Ding Chunqiu grew increasingly alarmed as they exchanged hundreds of blows. Both sides sustained injuries, yet Charlie Man remained undaunted. Shielded by the 9 yang divine art, he was still full of vigor and vitality. In contrast, the other 3 were disheveled and overtaxed. Their inner energy could not replenish itself like Charlie Man's. However, the feud had already been forged, leaving them no choice but to continue the battle. After dozens more moves, Charlie Man exploited an opening created while clashing with Duan Yanqing and Jiumoji. Seizing the moment, Ding Chunqiu grabbed Charlie Man's wrist.
Ha ha ha, I've got you, boy. You're finished. Dissolving skill.
Ding Chunqiu cried out in triumph as he activated his technique.
Is that so? It remains to be seen who will truly meet their end.
Charlie Man smiled wryly, then activated the North Sea Divine Art. The forces of the North Sea and dissolving skills intertwined and neutralized within their hands.
Ah, North Sea True Chi. How do you know the North Sea Divine Art? What is your relationship with Wuxia?
Ding Chuanqiu recognized the North Sea Divine Art, for he had studied portions of it himself, and his self-created dissolving skill was derived from its principles. The greatest power of the North Sea Divine Art lay in neutralization rather than absorption. Su Zhu and Duan Yu, lacking thorough training, could only absorb others' inner energy. But Charlie Man, grounded in the Nine Yang Divine Art, had grasped its essence. Its neutralizing aspect resembled the Murong family's reversal of stars technique. Ding Chuanqiu continuously infused his dissolving inner energy into Charlie Man's body, while Charlie Man ceaselessly neutralized the invading force. Seizing this opportunity, Jiumaji unleashed his signature move, the Flame Blade. He pressed his palms together, then parted them to condense inner energy into a blade the size of an arm, slashing toward Charlie Man.
Icy Palm.
This technique from the North Sea Divine Art, driven by North Sea True Chi, was extremely frigid and perfectly countered flame. Charlie Man executed it with his other hand. The incoming flame blade halted in Charlie Man's hand, colliding with North Sea True Chi and dissolving until it vanished. Duan Yanqing also shot a one yang finger toward Charlie Man's vital point, but he deflected it with the void fist. Ding Chuanqiu felt bitterness in his heart as his inner energy clashed with Charlie Man's. In such a contest, one could not withdraw without severe injury unless overpowering the opponent. Ding Chuanqiu's inner energy was far inferior to Charlie Man's. Before long he was drained, and Charlie Man struck him in the chest with the heart-crushing palm. Ding flew back like a broken kite, but in midair, he threw his unique poison 3 smiling dissipation powder toward Charlie Man. Charlie Man inhaled a small amount of the powder inadvertently, but thanks to the Nine Yang Divine Art and North Sea Divine Art both granting immunity to all poisons, he remained unharmed. Still being ambushed left Charlie Man's face dark with anger. He had been careless, though protected by divine arts. The incident greatly displeased him. Ding Chuanqiu tumbled far away, and upon hitting the ground vomited copious blood. He struggled to rise, and seemed about to speak, but in the next instant, he collapsed breathless and lifeless.
Hey, old people do get sleepy easily. They lie down comfortably and fall right asleep,
Charlie Man remarked to Jiumoji and Duan Yanqing, gazing at the deceased Ding Chuanqiu. Terror gripped the two men upon hearing this. Cold sweat soaked their backs. All 3 of them had failed to defeat this youth, and now only 2 remained, while he was still vigorous without a trace of fatigue. There was no point in fighting further. They both thought only of escape. Charlie Man attacked Duan Yanqing first. Seizing the chance, Jiumoji fled without hesitation.
Your martial prowess is supreme and unmatched in this age. Little monk concedes defeat. Until we meet again.
Duan Yanqing was subdued within a few exchanges. Charlie Man activated the North Sea Divine Art, absorbing his years of inner energy, then twisted his neck. Afterward he pursued Jiumoji. Jiumoji had never been adept at lightness skills, and it wasn't long before Charlie Man caught up, using the light as a feather step. With his inner energy already depleted, Jiumoji was overpowered after dozens of moves. Charlie Man drained his many years of inner energy, and with an ordinary palm strike sent him flying far away. Jiumoji collapsed like a dead dog, motionless. Charlie Man stepped forward to confirm the death, then performed his specialty, looting corpses. He was remarkably adept at it for reasons unknown. Perhaps that was just how time travelers were. Before long, Charlie Man returned to Deaf and Mute Valley. The Shi brothers were still stalling Yu Laosan and Yun Zhangyi. Both had been wounded by Charlie Man, and had little inner energy left. The Shi brothers managed to hold them off adequately. Once Charlie Man joined the fray, their fates were sealed. All their inner energy was absorbed. Yun Zhangyi became a still warm corpse, while Yu Lao San was spared only a Duan Yes earnest plea. Charlie Man spared Yu Lao San out of consideration for having taken away Duan Yes' opportunity, but he warned that if he ever heard of him committing evil again, there would be no mercy. Then came the cleanup. He instructed the Sher brothers to loot the bodies, obtaining a few manuals. As for Ding Chunkia's inner energy, Charlie Man did not absorb it. The dissolving inner energy was peculiar, requiring specific acupoints to be unlocked for storage, else it would dissolve one's own inner energy. Thus the great battle came to an end. Today's events would surely spread throughout the martial world. 2 of the 4 evildoers had fallen. Ding Chuanqiu of the Star Sect lay dead on the scene, and Jiumaji had vanished, likely not faring much better.
Ho ho, young master, your divine skills are truly extraordinary. I am Murong Fu, pleased to make your acquaintance. May I ask your esteemed name, and who your master is?
Murong Fu, accompanied by Wang Yuyin and his servants, stepped forward to befriend Charlie Man.
So it's young master Murong. I am Qin Feng without a sect or school. I've heard that you and Qiao Feng of the Beggars Clan are the youngest master-level experts in the Jianghu, known as Southern Murong, Northern Qiao Feng. I've long wished to make your acquaintance.
Charlie Man returned the compliment.
Oh, not at all. It's merely the exaggerated praise of the martial world. Compared to young Master Qin, it amounts to nothing.
Murong Fu appeared modest, but inwardly he was quite flattered. The 2 chatted for a long while. The Jade Lattice chess game had not been interrupted by the previous battle, and continued to proceed.
Master, using the method you gave me, I now know how to play. I'm going,
Mei Hua said cheerfully to Charlie Man.
Sure, go ahead.
Mei Hua approached Su Xinghe, bowed respectfully, and then began the game with him. After a dozen moves, she broke the 30-year-old unbeaten Jade Lattice chess game with a self-sacrificing maneuver.
What a brilliant move, retreat to advance. This young lattice chess skill is truly remarkable.
Duan Yu, standing beside Wang Yuyin, was the first to comment.
This move is sublime, absolutely sublime. Exquisite.
Those who understood chess murmured among themselves. Su Xinghe then led Mei Hua into the secret cave in the mountain, presumably to meet Wuyazi and receive his inheritance. Charlie Man waited only a short while before Mei Hua emerged.
Master, please come quickly. Senior Wuyazi wishes to see you,
she said eagerly.
See me.
Charlie Man looked at Mei Hua, already guessing what she had done. He followed her into the cave behind the Jade Lattice chess game to meet Wuyazi. After traversing a winding passage, Charlemagne soon met Wuyazi. Seeing Wuyazi, Charlemagne instinctively sensed that the other was very strong. A grandmaster, Charlemagne thought to himself. Wuyazi sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. His beard, 3 feet long, was streaked with gray. His face was as fair as jade, without a single wrinkle. Though aged, he was still spirited and elegant, undoubtedly a handsome man in his youth.
This young lady tells me that my treacherous disciple Ding Chuanqiu was killed by you, and that you possess the Northern Dark Divine Art, and that you taught her how to solve the Jade Puzzle. Come, release your internal energy, and let me see.
Wuyazi spoke. Wuyazi's leg disability was caused by Ding Chunkia's treachery. Now that the vendetta was avenged, he was very satisfied with this new heir, who was not only as graceful as his younger self, but also a martial arts master. Wuyazi was thoroughly pleased. Charlemagne extended his hand, and as requested released the Northern Dark True Qi.
Indeed, Northern Dark True Qi. From whom did you learn it? I obtained it by chance at Mount Wuliang. I didn't expect you to find that place. Truly heaven's will. The one who solved the Jade Puzzle was this young lady. According to reason, she should inherit the position of sect leader of the Carefree sect. However, she wishes to give the position to you, and you have also greatly satisfied me. I have decided to break my vow and pass the sect leader position to you.
Wuyazi stroked his beard and said. As he had guessed, Mei Hua wanted to cede the sect leader position to him. Although he had shown her kindness, she had not taken the great opportunity for herself. He would have to compensate her well in the future. Then Wuxia transmitted his lifetime of martial arts power to Charlemagne, and produced many carefree sect martial arts manuals: the Northern Dark Divine Art, the Lesser Non-Phase Art, the Tianshan Plum Breaking Hand, the Life and Death Talisman, the Lingbo Weibu, the Tianshan 6 Solar Palms, the 8 Desolates, and 6 Uniqueness Supreme Art, the Voice Searching Spirit Capturing Method, the White Rainbow Palm, and the Carefree Sect's Supreme Martial Art, the Carefree Windwriting, which only the sect leader could learn. Wuxia said he had comprehended only 10 or 20% of it in his lifetime, and it was with this art that he had reached the Grandmaster level. Finally, he gave Charlemagne the carefree ring symbolizing the sect leader's identity, and then passed away.
Maywa, do you not regret this? Do you know what you have given up? Of course I know. But being able to solve the puzzle was thanks to your guidance, my lord. Everything I have comes from you. I cannot repay such great kindness.
Upon hearing this, Charlemagne said nothing more. After the jade puzzle was solved, the martial artists dispersed. Charlemagne buried Wuxia, and returned to his luxurious mansion in Jinling. Soon after, the returning martial artists spread the news of what had happened in Deaf and Dumb Valley. The righteous factions were overjoyed, for the ones eliminated were heinous experts, who had harmed countless people, and whom no one could stop. It was said that although a woman solved the puzzle, the one who ultimately received the opportunity was a young man named Qin Feng, because those who remained saw him enter the cave afterward. Consequently, Charlemagne earned a chivalrous nickname, Yin Yang Young Master, for his mastery of both the 9 Yin and 9 Yang arts, and his company of a beautiful maiden. Upon hearing this nickname back in Jinling, Charlemagne nearly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Ding. Detected that user has earned a chivalrous alias. Mission complete. Reward 1 lottery ticket. Bonus system space of equal size. Can return to original world at any time.
A cold system voice sounded in his mind. Charlemagne rubbed his hands together, and summoned the transparent system panel, opening the lottery button.
What will I draw this time?
Looking at the 3 buttons, secret card, equipment, and skill, Charlemagne fell into thought. He hadn't used the secret card yet, so he didn't need to draw one. He would just pick between equipment and skill. Then Charlemagne pressed the skill button. A flash of white light.
Ding. Congratulations, user has drawn eyes. It has been stored in your space.
His mind entered the space, and he saw a pair of golden pupilled eyes. Eyes passive skill from a supreme being of the ultimate world. The eyes possess a portion of that being's might. Effect 1 illusion immunity cannot be affected by illusions. Effect 2 evolution can absorb the power of other eyes with abilities and merge with them. That being is unseen, unspeakable, unheard.
Looks like a grow type passive skill. Not bad, not bad. It can resist illusions. But from the eye's information, could there be a higher world?
Even the system's description calls it being. One can imagine how terrifying it is.
Charlemagne muttered.
Ding. Use the eyes.
Yes. His eyes felt so refreshing, they couldn't open. Gradually a cool sensation washed over them.
Charlemagne walked before a large full-length mirror. This mirror was made using modern techniques he knew, and was extremely expensive in this world. He examined his eyes carefully. His pupils had turned a faint golden yellow, and tiny mysterious runes could faintly be seen. Seasons passed, time flew by. Before they knew it, another 3 years had gone. In those 3 years, Charlemagne cultivated at home every day, though most of the time he spent eating, drinking, and having fun. Notably, he demanded that the maids in his mansion all wear black Japanese-style made dresses sewn from expensive silk. Charlemagne invented a sewing machine low-end version in this world. The creation of the maid dresses greatly satisfied Charlemagne's eccentric taste. Every day he lost himself in the maid's constant greetings of,
"Good day, master."
As Charlemagne's business grew larger, his wealth rivaled that of a kingdom. Even the emperor began to target him, discreetly sending officials to levy heavy commercial taxes. But Charlemagne didn't care. His system space was already stacked with gold and silver enough to fill a football field. Now that a large amount of gold and silver had disappeared from the empire's market, the emperor's first suspect was Charlemagne's Dandelion Commercial Association, and he secretly sent the Western Depot to investigate. The gold and silver in his space, converted to the currency of the Jushan continent, amounted to about 200 million gold coins, comparable to a kingdom's revenue over several years. Charlemagne stopped loading more, and used the remaining space for other items. Because his business was large-scale, the goods being transported were occasionally robbed, resulting in casualties. He had to compensate heavily to ensure the families of those who worked for him could live comfortably. Charlemagne then recruited many martial arts experts and established a security department. Its duty was to ensure the safety of the goods and to investigate the organizations that looted his shipments. The security department uniformly wore black suits, ties, and black gloves. They were known in the martial world as the Black-Clad Party. In 3 years, Charlemagne's appearance remained unchanged because he practiced the 8 desolates and 6 uniqueness supreme art. This divine art could not only prolong life, but also preserve youth. Though if cultivation failed, one would revert to childhood every few decades, like the Tong Lao of Tian Shan. Of the martial arts he obtained from Wuxia, except for the carefree windriding, Charlemagne had mastered all to their peak. It was said that the founder Xia Yozi created the carefree sect precisely because of this art. The carefree windriding not only contained extremely profound techniques, but at its highest level allowed one to ride the wind and even shatter the void. Charlemagne suspected that this art was not of this world. It was essentially a cultivation method for immortality. Even with his 9 yang divine art, after 3 years, he had only comprehended 10 or 20%. Could this world truly allow one to shatter the void and ascend in broad daylight? During afternoon meal at the mansion,
Master, the latest martial world gazette, the 8 great sects allied with the imperial court have nearly reached the headquarters of the Sun Moon sect.
Mei Hua, dressed in a maid outfit, said. Originally Charlemagne wanted to promote her to housekeeper, but she declined, preferring to be his personal maid.
I didn't expect them to reach the headquarters so quickly. The Sun Moon sect has allied with the enemy nation, and has many experts they won't be easy to deal with. Come, let's go out and take a stroll.
The Sun Moon sect acted covertly. Rumors in the martial world said they had secretly defected to the Jin kingdom. Therefore the 8 major martial sects led by Shaolin deployed all their experts and allied with the imperial court to eradicate the Sun Moon sect. Meanwhile, Charlemagne's men discovered that the biggest organization looting his goods was the Sun Moon sect. How dare they set their sights on me? Then he'll have to make the Sun Moon sect disappear. At the headquarters of the Sun Moon sect, a disciple wearing robes embroidered with sun and moon motifs knelt before a figure draped in crimson, who sat upon a high platform. Your Majesty, the 8 great sects have reached the mountain base. The moon followers cannot hold out much longer. The crimson-robed figure possessed a strikingly beautiful countenance, calmly adding stitches to an embroidery depicting 100 flowers, unmoved by the report. The Sun Moon sect had 2 divisions, the moon followers composed of common soldiers, and the sun followers all elite masters. If they can't hold, let them retreat into the mountains. This sect leader has a way to repel the enemy. The voice of the crimson figure was androgynous, impossible to discern as male or female. He was none other than the invincible of the sun and moon, Dongfang Bubi, one of the few known grandmasters in the world. I will see to it immediately. The subordinate retreated after speaking. The sun rises in the east, and only I remain undefeated. This time, I shall become the supreme martial ruler of the world, and make all martial artists bow before me. Ha ha ha. To become the martial world sovereign, he had not hesitated to collude with the kingdoms of Xixia, Tubo, and Jin. At the foot of the Sun Moon Mountain, the 8 great sects had gathered, with Shaolin's master leading the main assault against Dongfang Bubi. The 7 heroes of Wudong, the 7 masters of Chuanzhen, the twin elders of Kongtong Huashan Jibuchuaname's Abbas Miji Kunlun's Bujuzi, and the 4 peak sword sects Swilingchan provided support. Every elite force had been mobilized. Master, the Sun Moon sect has abandoned the base, and is now holed up in the mountain headquarters. Song Yuanqiao of Wudong spoke. Amitabha. Once we breach the headquarters, I will handle Dongfang Bubi. The rest are for you to deal with. Master Eating said, palms pressed together. Rest assured, Master. With all our experts here, we shall slaughter every demon cult member. It was Abbess Miju who spoke, having long harbored animosity toward the Sun-Moon sect. In no time, the 8 sects reached the very front of the Sun-Moon sect's headquarters. Kill! The battle cries rang incessantly, the ground littered with corpses wrapped in blood. Even those feigning death had no chance to escape a finishing blow. Within half a day, the elite experts of the 8 sects broke into the headquarters. Inside, Dongfang Bubi, clad in his red robe, sat calmly on a high platform, still engrossed in his embroidery. Dongfang Bubi, you have colluded with foreign states in a vain attempt to unify the Central Plains martial world. Today the 8 great sects will rid the world of your evil. Song Yuanqiao stepped forward and declared. Ha 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 ha. You think you can eliminate me, Dongfang Bubi? He laughed without restraint, as if hearing something utterly ridiculous. With 2 booming thuds, a colossal stone door descended from above, trapping the leaders and elite disciples of the 8 sects inside the massive stone chamber. Seeing the exit sealed by the giant door, with those outside unable to enter, and those inside unable to leave, the righteous sects realized a grave misfortune had befallen them. Ah! My head is spinning. Disciples began to cry out in dizziness. One by one the disciples of the 8 sects collapsed, and even the Sun-Moon sect's own members were no exception. Damn it! These candles are poisoned. Stay away from the smoke, and use your internal energy to expel the toxins. Many experienced martial artists were already instructing their comrades. Ha ha ha. You have all been struck by my 10 fragrance tendon softening powder. None of you will leave this place alive today. From the 2 doors flanking Dongfang Bubi emerged several figures, and those who recognized them went pale with shock. Finally made it here. It wasn't easy. I hope I'm not too late. It was Charlemagne who spoke, having journeyed for days to reach the Sun-Moon Mountain. This time Charlemagne had brought only Plum Blossom and Orchid. Master, let me wipe your sweat. Plum Blossom produced a pristine white handkerchief and dabbed at Charlemagne's face, though there was no sweat to be seen. After a short rest, Charlemagne said, let's go. He was not tired, but was simply accommodating his 2 handmaidens. Upon arriving outside the headquarters, he saw countless enemy soldiers besieging the disciples of the 8 sects. The scene was one of brutal carnage. It seems the front lines have fallen. The imperial court failed to hold back the allied forces of the 3 kingdoms, Charlemagne thought. The 8 sects' disciples fought desperately, but with 9 out of 10 of their experts trapped inside the headquarters, the enemy outnumbered them several times over. Charlemagne casually rescued a Shaolin disciple and learned the full story. He immediately resolved to break into the headquarters and free the trapped masters. As for the enemy outside, it would take him forever to kill them all. Better to rescue the experts. Charlemagne did not want this world to descend into the chaos of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms era from his past life. Before the enormous stone door, many people were trying to open it, but the door was far too heavy and massive for them to budge. Stand aside. Let me handle this. Charlemagne approached the stone door and addressed the disciples, studying how to break it. And who are you? Could it be the Yin Yang Young Master himself? Indeed, it is the Yin Yang Young Master. I saw him that day at the Deaf-Mute Valley. Those gathered before the door began discussing Charlemagne. At the mention of Yin Yang Young Master, Charlemagne's face darkened. He truly detested that title. It sounded like that of a eunuch. Charlemagne focused his mind, channeled his internal energy, and unleashed his most powerful technique, the 6 Suns Palm of Tian Shan, against the giant door. With a deafening boom, the stone door shattered under his strike. Many who had been fighting inside the headquarters stopped and turned to look. A young man with short black hair, strikingly handsome, strode in, as if taking a leisurely walk, followed by numerous disciples of the 8 sects. Xin Feng. The 7 masters of Chuanjin recognized Charlemagne and greeted him. Charlemagne nodded in acknowledgement. So this is the Yinyang young master Qin Feng, just as young as the rumors say. The elite disciples murmured about Charlemagne. Meanwhile, many of the 8 sects experts were seated on the ground circulating their energy to heal their injuries. They had been poisoned by the 10 fragrance tendon softening powder, their limbs weak, and their internal energy draining away. Those who still had strength were locked in battle with the Sun-Moon sects experts, but the situation seemed unfavorable. Master Eating with his profound internal energy was less affected by the poison, and was currently engaged in combat with Dongfang Bubi. Charlemagne extended one hand, and channeled his internal energy, sending out a powerful wave, like a tempestuous wind that washed over every disciple of the 8 sects in the hall, purging the 10 fragrance poison from their bodies. Before long, everyone felt their weakness vanish, and their internal energy stopped draining. They all bowed to Charlemagne in thanks. His feat of remote detoxification had stunned the entire assembly. His pure 9 yang internal energy could repel all poisons, and also cure them. Charlemagne walked past them, and stopped not far from where Master Eating and Dongfang Bubi were locked in combat. Charlemagne suddenly struck behind him with a white rainbow palm, forcing his attacker to retreat. Turning, he saw a man from the western regions, someone he recognized as Ouyang Feng, known to the martial world as the Poison King. Ouyang Feng's face was dark with rage. He had attempted a sneak attack using the toad style, only to have it easily deflected. Seeing the young man use profound internal energy to neutralize the poison and save the 8 sects, Ouyang Feng had contemplated how to kill him. But even his ultimate technique, the toad style, had been effortlessly nullified. A grandmaster. This brat has definitely reached the grandmaster level, Ouyang Feng realized in shock. He knew he was no match and decided to flee while he still could. A mere master himself, Ouyang Feng only picked on weaklings and dared not fight a grandmaster. Abandoning all pretense of loyalty, he fled for his life. Trying to run, Charlemagne activated his lightness skill, moving several times faster than before, and caught up to Ouyang Feng in no time. Realizing he could not outrun him, Ouyang Feng pleaded for mercy in a roundabout way. But seeing that Charlemagne had no intention of letting him go, he was forced to fight. In this world, Ouyang Feng had also practiced the 9 manual in reverse. However, with Charlemagne's current cultivation, dealing with Ouyang Feng was a simple matter of draining his internal energy, snapping his neck, and looting his body, all in one smooth motion. Charlemagne returned to where he had been ambushed and prepared to strike at Dongfang Bubi. Just then a voice brimming with powerful internal energy rang out from afar. "It seems I have no choice but to intervene after all. Dongfang Bubi, I'll hold off this brat for you. Double the payment, and you should finish off that old bald monk quickly." The newcomer was a Western Lama. Another Lama. I already killed one Jamozi, Charlemagne thought to himself. Heh. I am Jinluan. Just a few days ago, I cultivated the Dragon Elephant Prajna art to the 11th level. I humbly request your guidance, benefactor, the Lama said politely. As he spoke, Jinluan struck at Charlemagne with the Dragon Elephant Prajna palm, a palm wind fierce and domineering, faintly echoing with the sounds of dragons and elephants. Unwilling to be outdone, Charlemagne met him with a palm of his own, his internal energy unmatched in the world, showing not a trace of fear. Boom! Their palms collided, and the violent clash of internal energy resounded throughout the grand hall of the Sun-Moon Holy Cult. The shockwave from the explosive force knocked over those standing too close. Jinluan was startled inwardly. His Dragon Elephant Prajna art had reached the 11th layer, granting him the strength of 11 dragons and elephants, yet to his surprise the Qin Feng opposite him had merely retreated 2 steps. Charlemagne was also taken aback. He had cultivated countless peerless martial arts, and the Golden Lion art from the Zushan continent to strengthen his physique, yet he found himself inferior to Jinluan in raw power. The surprise lasted only an instant, then the two clashed once more. The more Jinluan fought, the more alarmed he became.
His opponent Qin Feng surpassed him in martial insight techniques, internal energy, and lightness skill. Jinluan only held a slight advantage in strength, and even that was minimal. Thus Jinluan and Chaliman continued their duel. Faced with Chaliman, who had perfected numerous divine arts, Jinluan was relentlessly suppressed. Meanwhile, the battle between Master Eating and Donfang Bubi unfolded. Master Eating was proficient in all Shaolin's ultimate techniques, and his mastery of the One Yang finger far surpassed that of Duan Yanqing. Additionally, he possessed the innate art bestowed by Wang Chongyang, making him one of the top 10 martial artists of the era. However, against Donfang Bubi, he found himself at a disadvantage. Among the Grandmasters, Master Yiting's movement was not exceptionally agile, while the Sunflower Manual was renowned for its speed. After prolonged combat, he had been struck by countless silver needles, each carrying a keen and gentle internal energy that caused him great discomfort. Donfang Bubi had cultivated the complete Sunflower Manual, a art that encompassed lightness, skill, internal energy, combat techniques, and even the ability to control objects with inner energy. Choosing the silver needle as his weapon, his speed was so immense that even Grandmasters could only see a blur. Donfang Bubi simultaneously engaged Master Eating, while firing silver needles at his vulnerable spots. Though each strike seemed negligible, the cumulative wounds gradually worsened Master Yiting's condition. Burst! Donfang Bubi uttered a soft shout. The areas where Master Eating had been struck by the silver needles erupted with explosive sounds, momentarily paralyzing his body. Seizing the opportunity, Donfang Bubi struck Master Yiting's chest with a palm. Master Eating spat out a torrent of blood and flew backward, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded and unconscious, unable to continue the fight. Seeing that Master Eating no longer posed a threat, Donfang Bubi ignored him and planned to join Jinluan in capturing Chaliman.
Don't even think about it.
Seeing Donfang Bubi about to attack Chaliman, the recovered experts of the 8 great sects stepped in to block.
Clang!
Abbess Mija struck first, wielding the Heaven Governance sword with precise and ruthless moves aimed at vital points. Her attacks revealed her cultivation as a Grandmaster. Then Zhuolingchan of the 4 sacred sword sects, Yubuchuan of Huashan, and the 2 elders of Kantong joined the fray, all Grandmasters like Abbess Miju. Meanwhile, the 7 heroes of Wudong, the 7 disciples of Chuanjin, and Bujuzi of Kunlun held off the experts of the Sun Moon Holy Cult. Bujuzi faced when wishing the 7 heroes confronted the 2 old Xuanming, and the 7 disciples led elite disciples in besieging Li Qiushui. Donfang Bubi fought against 5 Grandmasters alone without falling behind. The Sunflower Manual proved to be an exceptional mass combat art. However, with the 5 Grandmasters united, even Donfang Bubi could not immediately secure victory.
Murong Bo, aren't you going to act? Do you no longer wish to restore Great Yin?
Donfang Bubi shouted toward a corner.
Hee, don't worry, Sister Donfang, Murong is here to help.
2 figures emerged from a distant corner, the Murong father and son. The aggressive sister struck a chord with Donfang Bubi, who delighted in being regarded as a woman. Ah, there's yet another master. Could the 8 great sects be doomed this time? The disciples present grew pessimistic. Donfang Bubi pointed at Chaliman and said,
You and your son help Jinluan take down that boy first. He'll handle things here. Easy enough.
With those words, Murong Bo immediately attacked. Chaliman had been suppressing Jinluan when the Murong father and son joined the fray. However, thanks to his cultivation of carefree wind, which granted his moves profound subtlety, and the left-right interplay technique, he fared well against 3 opponents with ease.
Brother Qin, since our parting at the Death and Mute Valley today, we find ourselves locked in a life-or-death struggle due to differing stances. Why not join us? When I become emperor, I will grant you a high office, one below only the sovereign, above all others.
As Murong Fu fought Chaliman, he never ceased his attempts at persuasion.
Brother Murong jests. I am a Han Chinese, how could I betray my country for glory? Words are useless. Capture me, and you shall have everything.
Chaliman replied with a smile.
Murong Fu wanted to continue his persuasion, but was stopped by Murong Bo. The four combatants put on the most spectacular show in the Great Hall. Every powerful technique Charlemagne unleashed was deflected by the Murong father and son, using their family's ultimate art shift to stars. However, Charlemagne countered the deflected attacks with his northern dark divine art. His internal energy was abundant and inexhaustible, allowing him to employ all manner of peerless techniques without restraint. Lacking a single lethal blow, he relied on attrition, aiming to wear down his opponents. The martial arts of the Xiaoliao sect emphasized ethereal grace and profound power. Fighting three opponents, Charlemagne moved with effortless elegance, so much so that a modern observer might mistake his skills for mere showmanship. Murong Fu was the first to be injured. As a newly ascended grandmaster, he could only occasionally step in to use Shift of Stars to block attacks aimed at Jinluan. The Murong father and son grew increasingly alarmed. They had not expected that even with the addition of a grandmaster and a great grandmaster, they would still be overwhelmed. Their opponents' techniques were infinitely more profound than their own. In the central military camp of the Tian dynasty, reporting to the marshal, a group has arrived at the camp claiming to be the beggar sect led by their chief Jiaofeng, offering assistance. A soldier clad in the uniform of the Tian dynasty reported. Reporting, a merchant group calling themselves the Dandelion Merchant Guild has arrived at the camp, bringing a large quantity of military supplies. Another soldier stepped forward to report. Excellent, splendid. With these reinforcements and supplies we can hold out and perhaps even turn the tide. Every citizen shares the responsibility for the nation's fate. I never expected so many patriots to come to our aid. The speaker was Gui Jing, with his thick brows and large eyes appointed by the court as the Grand Marshal to command the three armies. Wonderful, Brother Jing. The beggar sect is the foremost sect in the world. With their help we will soon overcome the alliance of the three kingdoms. The speaker was a beautiful woman, Gui Jing's wife Huang Rong, now serving as his strategist. In this world, Huang Rong had not become the chief of the beggar sect, instead Xiaofeng held that position. An eagle's screech echoed from the high sky. Gui Jing and Huang Rong hurried out to investigate. They saw an ugly giant bird carrying a pair of celestial lovers, who landed before them. It was Yang Guo and Xialong. In this world, Yang Guo's right hand was intact and Xialong had not been defiled. Guo Longer, why are you here? Huang Rong joyfully took Xialong's jade hand. Uncle, and I read the Jianghu Daily and learned about the war, so I came to contribute my strength. I believe many like-minded heroes from across the land will arrive soon. The Jianghu Daily was originally founded by Charlemagne. Through his efforts, the people of the Tian dynasty became more informed about the affairs of the realm. Now that Western Xiatubo and Jin had amassed their armies at the gates, many patriots were surely already on their way. Marshal, a group calling themselves the Security Department has arrived outside the camp. A soldier stepped forward to report. The great battle erupted. With the newly joined beggar sect disciples and numerous martial heroes, along with weapons and provisions provided by the Dandelion Merchant Guild, Gui Jing and his wife marshaled their forces and dealt a heavy blow to the allied forces of the three kingdoms, leaving them unable to recover for at least a decade or two. Gui Jing was in high spirits. That night, he hosted a victory banquet in the city, toasting with all who had come to help. Gazing into the distance, he murmured softly, I wonder if the 8 great sect siege of the Sun Moon Holy Cult is going smoothly. The battle had stretched from afternoon into evening, yet Charlemagne remained spirited and vigorous. Murong Fu had long been gravely wounded and was observing from the sidelines. Jinluan was utterly disheveled, his inner energy nearly depleted after the prolonged fight, and Murong Bo, beside him, was not faring much better. On the other battlefield, Zuolingchan, what are you doing? Why did you kill Abbess Miju? Gentleman swordsman Yubuchuan demanded angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It was an accident, Zuolingchan replied with a sarcastic tone. Everyone knew he had long defected to the Sun Moon Holy Cult.
Disciples of the four sacred sword sects heed my command. Aid the holy cult in slaughtering the disciples of the seven sects.
Zuolinchen dropped all pretense and began issuing orders.
We are all from reputable orthodox schools, why must you do this?
Yu Buchuan said with deep anguish, his eyes bloodshot, as he stared at Zuolinchen.
Once I annihilate your seven sects, I will take Mount Hua under my control, and become the master of the 5 mountains.
Zuolinchen said coldly. His ambition was to establish the 5 mountain sword sects. With Zuolinchen's betrayal, the loss of 2 grandmasters to restrain the enemy, the battle against Dongfang Bubi turned into a one-sided slaughter. Yu Buchuan and the 2 elders of the Kongtong sect were severely wounded by Dongfang Bubi. Now the only remaining high-end force of the 7 sects on the battlefield was Charlemagne. The defection of the 4 sacred sword sects only made matters worse. The righteous were deeply pessimistic, yet they still fought with a resolve to face death. A silver needle shot toward Charlemagne, but he dodged it with agile footwork. Then Zuolinchen thrust his sword from behind, but Charlemagne evaded it with a bizarre twist. With Zuolinchen and Dongfang Bubi joining the fray, it was now a battle of 3 grandmasters. Dongfang Bubi's silver needles were incredibly fast, and Charlemagne lost his earlier composure. This was not a good situation. Among these 3, one had immense strength, another could rebound attacks, and the third was extremely swift. Together they compensated for each other's weaknesses, and a single misstep could lead to his downfall.
Benefactor Qin, don't strain yourself. Leave us behind and flee for your life, Amitba,
said Venerable Yiding, who had just awoken from a daze.
Yes, Young Lord, better to keep the Green Mountain than to have no firewood. Please tell our sects of this affair. We have not disgraced our masters. Sun, Moon, Holy Cult, go to hell.
Everyone spoke at once, some urging Charlemagne to run, others cursing the cult.
Looks like I have to use that technique. I thought I wouldn't need it in this world.
Charlemagne murmured softly.
Say your goodbyes to your sects yourselves. Am quite busy.
Charlemagne said seriously. He was busy being lazy, busy enjoying life. He pointed at the Etienne sword lying on the ground in the distance, waved his wrist lightly, and uttered softly,
Sword come.
The Etienne sword, like an obedient dog, immediately flew to Charlemagne and landed in his hand. Throughout the battle, Charlemagne had never used a weapon. This was the first time everyone saw him wield a sword.
Go!
The Etienne sword shot toward Dongfang Bubi like a nimble serpent. Charlemagne's technique was the sword control art from the Carefree Soaring Wind manual. This was no longer a martial art, it was an immortal art. Once this art was employed, it continuously drained the user's inner energy as fuel. The consumption was absurdly high, even a typical grandmaster could only sustain it for a few minutes. Charlemagne's reserves could last about 20 minutes. Charlemagne fought against Jinluan and Murong Bo with his body, while his spiritual energy controlled the Etienne sword to attack Dongfang Bubi. Why was Carefree Soaring Wind considered a cultivation method? Because it recorded the technique for training spiritual energy. In this martial world, there was no such thing as training spiritual energy. Most strong warriors, even if they awakened it, were unaware of it. With Charlemagne's immense inner energy fueling it, the Etienne sword alternated between scorching heat and freezing cold, a special enhancement from the 9 yang and Biming inner arts.
What kind of art is this? How can it be so bizarre? It fights on its own like a person without the user controlling it with inner energy.
The crowd discussed in bewilderment. While everyone could levitate objects from a distance, even controlling them with inner energy required hand gestures. How could Charlemagne merely say, "Go," to the sword and have it obediently engage the enemy? Not long after, Dongfang Bubi was severely wounded by the Etienne sword. Blood gushed out, making his crimson robe appear even more mesmerizing.
No! I cannot die! I must become the martial world supreme!
Dongfang Bubi roared unwillingly. The sword was too agile. Its speed far exceeded his silver needles, and even his legendary lightness skill could not resist it. Dongfang Bubi struck the sword away with a palm. He prided himself on being unrivaled in lightness skill, so he fled toward the sect's inner sanctum, where a secret passage led out of the mountain. But he had not run far before the Tian sword caught up with bullet-like speed and pinned him to the wall. Thus fell a titan of the era. Seeing Donfang Bubi's brutal death, from afar Jinluan and Murong Bo were deeply shaken, their backs soaked with cold sweat.
Brother Jin, hold on. This art must be extremely draining. Look at his complexion.
Murong Bo, cunning as ever, noticed Charlemagne's condition. However, Charlemagne had only used the sword control art for a few minutes to kill Donfang Bubi, and his inner energy could still last another 10 minutes or so. Jinlin's inner energy was nearly exhausted. He had suffered considerable injuries throughout the battle, surviving only thanks to the toughness and recovery granted by the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra. Charlemagne recalled the Tian sword and struck at Jinluan. In a few exchanges, he cleaved off Jinlin's head, leaving a headless corpse.
Alas, this old man is willing to lay down his arms. Please, young friend, spare my son Murong Fu.
Murong Bo, seeing the tide had turned, could only beg Charlemagne to spare his son.
I agree. Lord Murong and I have crossed paths after all. From now on he will live as an ordinary man.
Charlemagne said calmly, his face pale but composed. Murong Bo then channeled his inner energy to sever his own heart meridians. Murong Fu had his inner energy drained and his collarbone pierced, rendering him unable to practice martial arts ever again. The remaining Zuolingchan, seeing the situation hopeless, surrendered without a fight. The Xianming elders Li Qiushui and Ren Wishing were also captured. The disciples of the four sacred sword sects, seeing their sect leaders surrender, followed suit. They resented their leaders deeply. They should have been the victors. Subsequently, the strong experts of the seven sects counterattacked the enemy army that the Sun Moon Holy Cult had summoned to besiege them. The presence of high and martial power soon shattered the siege, causing the enemy to flee in droves. After this battle, the martial world was shaken. 3 grandmasters had died. The Sun Moon Holy Cult was annihilated. The 7 sects suffered heavy losses. The Amei sect was no longer a major power, and the 4 sacred sword sects were disbanded. The pivotal figure of the battle, Charlemagne, became the idol of martial artists across the land. After the Great War, his title evolved from Yin Yan Lord to Peerless Sword Immortal. Back in Jinling City, Charlemagne resumed his leisurely life. Charlemagne had absorbed the inner energy of the high-ranking prisoners, including the 3 grandmasters. His inner energy had reached a terrifying level, approximately 3,000 years of cultivation. He considered secretly capturing more powerful warriors to absorb their energy. He had been in this world for about 5 years, with half his time remaining. If he spent it all on this, his inner energy might be even more fearsome when he returned.
Forget it. Such actions are inhumane. Ill let nature take its course.
Charlemagne sighed. But he could still target evildoers.
Don't let power blind you, Qin Feng,
Charlemagne warned himself. Then he assigned the Akatsuki organization the task of capturing villainous martial artists, gradually improving the moral climate of the martial world. 3 years later, at the foot of Mount Hua.
Roasted seeds, fragrant roasted seeds. Popcorn, freshly squeezed popcorn. Candied hawthorn, sweet and sour candied hawthorns.
Street vendors kept hawking their wares, attracting many out-of-town visitors. With the Onsenadicade Mount Hua Sword Tournament just around the corner, the city had become unusually lively.
Master, tomorrow is the Mount Hua Sword Tournament. With your divine skills, you'll surely take first place,
said Orchid, clad in a moon-white hanfu.
First or second, who cares? I'm hungry. Is there an inn around here? Let's grab some food,
Charlemagne said, patting his stomach.
There is, master. Let's ask someone for directions,
said Plum Blossom, holding the heaven-departing sword and wearing a pink hanfu. Charlemagne hadn't returned the sword to the Amei sect yet, but had offered them a condition. After all, even if he gave it back, they couldn't protect it. With Abba's extinction, Dead Amei was no longer a prestigious sect. Returning the sword would only invite covetousness. Charlemagne kept their sword, and they were happy about it, A grandmaster's favor was worth no less than the heaven-departing sword itself. Plum Blossom had done her research for the master's trip. Indeed, Charlemagne owned a shop here. They asked a local, and were directed to an inn run by the Dandelion Merchant Guild. Entering the inn, Orchid revealed their identity. The innkeeper, realizing the big boss had arrived, hurriedly bowed and scraped along with his staff. Charlemagne waved them up and requested 3 top-tier rooms. Though the inn was fully booked, the innkeeper bought back rooms at a high price just to ensure the boss was satisfied. In Charlemagne's room, a waiter soon served dumpa pork, Mount Hoa vinegar, fish, mapo tofu, Buddha jumps over the wall, shark fin, and bird's nest, dongan chicken, and more. He didn't dine in the main hall because his fame was too great. His portrait had spread across the martial world. Downstairs, many had excitedly conversed with him, some even begged to become his disciple, their fervor rivaling that of fanatical fans in his past life. Perhaps because he cultivated the dragon elephant prajna art, he ate a lot and grew hungry quickly. Charlemagne had obtained the dragon elephant prajna art from looting Golden Wheel's corpse. In 3 years, he had reached the 10th layer. This technique increased strength as well as physical resilience and recovery. From looting Invincible East's corpse, he acquired the Sunflower Manual. But since it required castration, he decided not to practice it, though he could study it for reference. As for the Star-Shifting Manual, it was not to be found, but Charlemagne didn't insist. After eating, he considered going out for a stroll, but thought better of it given the fanatical fans outside. He took out the Cultivation scripts from the Jushan continent to study. In this world, he couldn't practice the Golden Lion art because there was no such energy as fighting spirit. The next day, Plum Blossom woke Charlemagne early. After dressing properly, he went up Mount Hoa with his 2 maids. Receiving him was Wuxia, the sect leader of Mount Hoa, who personally led the way. Behind Yu followed his senior disciple Ling Huchong. Ling Huchong had been present during the orthodox siege of the Sun Moon sect, and had witnessed Charlemagne's display of power firsthand. He treated Charlemagne with great respect. In this world, Wuxia was a true gentleman of the sword, humble, refined, and upright. Since taking over as sect leader, he had expanded Mount Hoa significantly, now boasting 3,000 disciples. By noon, martial arts masters from all over had arrived at Mount Hoa. Charlemagne spotted an acquaintance, Duan Yu, accompanied by several women, one of whom was Wang Yuyan. Seeing Charlemagne, Duan Yu immediately approached. "Sword Immortal Qin, we meet again. These are my sisters, and this Lady Wang, you've already met," Duan Yu said with a bow, introducing them to Charlemagne. "Oh, just sisters?" Charlemagne asked with a knowing smile. "Of course they are merely my sisters," Duan Yu replied somewhat guiltily. Could it be that he knew about his ambiguous relationship with his sisters? Impossible, Duan Yu thought secretly. Let me tell you a secret. You are not your father's biological son. For the details you can ask your mother. Charlemagne whispered to Duan Yu with a smile. As for whether Duan Yu would continue his ambiguous relationship with his sisters, after learning the truth, Charlemagne had no interest. Duan Yu's biological father was Duan Yanqing, but Charlemagne wasn't about to tell him that he was the murderer of his father. "Master Qin, please stop joking," Duan Yu said, refusing to believe Charlemagne's words. After chatting a while longer with Duan Yu, the Mount Hoa sword tournament officially began. The tournament was a grand martial arts gathering meant for sparring and exchanging insights on martial arts. First to take the stage was an unremarkable thin man. "I am Lu Ren, practicing my family's unique art, the tiger crane dual form. Who will come to teach me?" A plain-looking man stepped forward. "I am Karami. Let my heaven-crippled foot test your skill," said the man, leaning on a crutch. His left foot was noticeably shorter than his right. Both were first-rate masters in the martial world, their skills ranked among the top of the first-rate. But Charlemagne found the match rather boring. After dozens of exchanges, Karami gained the upper hand, and Lu Ren conceded. Then one first-rate master after another took the stage, but Karami held the arena. Next, the 7 masters of Chuanjin stepped up, elevating the level to peak masters. The 7 heroes of Wudong naturally followed suit. In the end, the Wudong heroes had a slight edge, but not by much. Then a Grandmaster Ding Dian of the Jingmen family took the stage. His Divine Illumination Sutra and Lianqing sword technique defeated several Grandmasters without exhausting his energy. The Divine Illumination Sutra's effects were nearly on par with the 9 Yang manual. Ding Dian was eventually defeated by Qiao Feng of the Beggar's Sect with a single 18 dragon subduing palm strike. Qiao Feng became the arena champion, defeating 3 Grandmasters before his internal energy ran out, forcing him to step down. Then one by one Grandmasters, like Huang Yusher, Yanghua, Little Dragon Girl, Duan Yu, and Hu Fei took turns holding the arena.
So lively! I want to be the arena champion too,
said Zhou Buotong, clad in a Chuanjin Daoist robe.
Greetings, Uncle Master.
X7. Zhou Buotong stepped onto the platform and used his unique anti-Ming fist. In just a few exchanges, he defeated the arena holder. The effortless ease of his movements clearly indicated he had the level of a Grandmaster.
Amit Ba Benefactor Zhou, please enlighten me,
said Master Eating, unable to resist any longer, as he leaped onto the platform, seeing that a Grandmaster had already taken the stage. 3 years ago, he had been severely injured and spent 2 years recuperating at Shaolin before fully recovering. The clash of Grandmasters was an eye-opener for those who had never witnessed it. Charlemagne perked up. Zhou Buotong launched different techniques with each hand moving as if he were 2 people. But Eating, being no ordinary Grandmaster, fought back with calm composure. They exchanged hundreds of moves, but in the end Zhou Buotong emerged victorious.
This old man hasn't stretched his limbs in a while. Watch my sword.
A resounding voice rang out from afar.
Zheng!
A crisp sword chime sounded as phantom sword lights streaked in from the distance.
Well met.
Zhou Buotong saw the exquisite sword technique, and channeling his 9 Yang internal energy joined in a chaotic clash with the newcomer.
It's Granduncle Master.
Ling Huchong explained excitedly to Yu Buchuan. Ling Huchong's Granduncle Master was Feng Qingyang, a famed Grandmaster of Mount Hua, renowned throughout the world, though he lived in seclusion on the mountain. Feng Qingyang's lone 9 swords was profoundly exquisite. Charlemagne watched with rapt attention. With his martial arts insight, he could grasp the general principles of any technique from this world after just one viewing. This was the benefit of having studied countless techniques. Yet though Feng Qingyang's swordsmanship was superb, Zhou Buotong possessed the 9 Yang and 9 Yin manuals plus the wave running step for lightness. He wore Feng Qingyang down until he conceded.
This old beggar will join in too,
said a tattered old beggar. After Feng Qingyang stepped down, the beggar's sect's former leader Hong Qigong took the stage to fight, but was also defeated by Zhou Buotong.
Senior Zhou, let me have a try.
No one knew when Charlemagne had taken the stage. It seemed as if he had always been there. Zhou Buotong was startled, then looked Charlemagne up and down.
It's you, boy. Thanks for saving my fellow disciples, but I won't go easy on you,
Zhou Buotong said with a childlike spirit and a fierce competitive drive.
It's Sword Immortal Qin Feng. I didn't know he was here. What a feast for the eyes this time. Father, the Sword Immortal is even more handsome in person than in the portrait. How about calling him Qin Shaoxian?
The crowd below was astonished. Some women were already imagining what they would name Charlemagne's child. Zhou Buotong executed the double hands fighting technique, while Charlemagne responded with effortless ease. After 3 years of accumulation, Charlemagne's subordinates had captured many experts who committed evil deeds in the martial world, allowing him to absorb their internal energy. Now his internal energy and martial arts had surpassed the level of a great Grandmaster. He named this realm the Realm of Transcendence. Any martial art under his command was mastered to perfection, and he could evolve techniques to maximize their effect. After only a few dozen exchanges with Zhou Buotong, he defeated him with a single hand.
Kid, how can you be so strong? Impossible, it makes no sense. You're so young, how can you be this strong?
Zhou Batong scratched his head in bewilderment after his defeat.
Senior, you are merely a great grandmaster, but I am no longer at that level. I have reached the transcendent realm. Then how does one enter the transcendent realm?
Zhou Batong grabbed Chaliman and asked urgently.
Master all methods strengthen internal energy. Be able to unleash any technique at will without needing to store internal breath or memorize moves.
Chaliman shared his understanding. Both Zhou Batong and Master Eating, like the crowd below, were carefully pondering Chaliman's words.
Forgive my audacity, but all of you come at once. Don't worry about hurting me. I will use only my fists and feet. Under my hands grasp the essence of martial arts.
Hearing this, the whole audience erupted. Then all the first-rate and above experts surrounded Chaliman together. There was no suspense. They could not defeat him, but they did gain many martial insights from his hands. Chaliman was undoubtedly the strongest, most arrogant, and most handsome person since the start of the Huashan sword tournament. Without a doubt, he was the number one in the martial world, even stronger than Zhang Sanfeng, the greatest grandmaster. After the Huashan sword tournament, Chaliman asked the 7 heroes of Wudong why Zhang Zhenren had not come. The reply was that he was advanced in years, and not fit for a long journey. In the following days, Chaliman also borrowed and read the scriptures of the Huashan sect before finally departing. At Mount Wudong, Chaliman intended to visit this universally recognized greatest grandmaster. He did not travel with the 7 heroes, but leisurely made his way to Mount Wudong. Gazing at the majestic mountain, he sighed with emotion. When he first arrived in this world, he had thought about becoming a disciple of Wudong, but unexpectedly, he had taken a completely different path. Ascending Mount Wudong, he revealed his identity to the Wudong disciples, and requested to visit Zhang Zhenren. When the disciples heard Chaliman announce the name Qin Feng, they were startled and immediately entered the Zhenwu Hall to report to the 7 heroes. The 7 heroes immediately came out to welcome him. Then Chaliman was led into the Zhenwu Hall, where he met Zhang Sanfeng. Dressed in a black and white Taoist robe with an immortal air and white hair, but a jade-like complexion, he appeared full of vitality and spirit.
Greetings, Zhang Zhenren, said Chaliman respectfully. A guest from afar is welcome. I thank you, young friend, for saving my sect's disciples in the great battle. May I ask what business you have with me?
Zhang Sanfeng smiled.
Zhang Zhenren is the pillar of the martial world. I have long admired you, senior. This time I especially came to visit you, and I also have an unworthy request. Tell me what it is. I wish to browse the collection of the Wudong sect.
Zhang Sanfeng agreed without hesitation. It must be because of his contributions to the martial world, Chaliman thought. Then Chaliman discussed martial insights with Zhang Sanfeng and exchanged a few moves. Finally, led by a disciple, he entered the scripture library to read the classics. Zhang Sanfeng truly lived up to his reputation as the greatest grandmaster. His self-created Taiji boxing and Taiji sword techniques greatly benefited Chaliman. In Chaliman's view, Zhang Sanfeng had 1 foot already in the transcendent realm. Zhang Sanfeng indeed allowed Chaliman into his scripture library only because of his kindness to the righteous factions of the martial world. If it were anyone else, just watch. They'd get their head knocked off. After bidding farewell to Wudong, Chaliman successively visited Amei, Kongtong, Kunlun, and Chuanzhen. Since Chaliman had saved their lives, and was the best in the world, no sect refused his request. The reason he did not go to the 4 mountain sword sects was that they had already been occupied by other minor sects under the banner of punishing evil and promoting justice, with their resources divided equally. Finally, Chaliman chose Shaolin. The Shaolin sect also agreed to his request. Shaolin truly lived up to its reputation. As a 1,000-year sect, its martial arts collection was so vast that Chaliman would need a long time to go through it. The last time he came to the scripture library was to find the 9 Yan divine art, and he had only stayed on the 1st floor. But Shaolin's scripture library had 7 floors.
Swish, swish, swish.
An old monk was diligently sweeping the wooden floor of the pavilion passing by Chaliman. Just as the old monk was about to walk away, Chaliman struck like lightning, delivering a palm attack of devastating power that seemed intended to kill. The sweeping old monk seemed to sense something. Chaliman's sharp palm wind struck an invisible chi barrier. Indeed, this old monk was the sweeping monk. Chaliman had deliberately attacked to test him, and it turned out to be true. The chi barrier could not stop Chaliman. As he activated his technique, the barrier shrank rapidly toward the sweeping monk like a deflating balloon. The old monk had no choice but to withdraw the chi barrier and exchanged blows with Chaliman. Their combat was extremely fast and cautious, avoiding the bookshelves, but the powerful internal energy caused the surrounding scriptures to flip open incessantly. However, Chaliman had completely surpassed the great grandmaster level, while the sweeping monk, like Zhang Sanfeng, had only 1 foot in the transcendent realm. After over 100 exchanges, Chaliman withdrew.
Amitabha, I never expected that your martial arts have reached such a level. I remember 8 years ago, you were an ordinary person with no internal energy. Now, although you appear like a common man, your internal energy is like an ocean, unfathomable when you strike.
The old monk clasped his hands together.
He indeed, master, still remembers me.
Chaliman laughed.
You took the 9 yang divine art written in Sanskrit from the Lankavatara Sutra. Naturally, I remember. Then why did you not stop me? All matters are due to causes and conditions. Why should I stop you? I just never imagined that in a few short years your martial arts attainment would reach such a level.
The old monk said with emotion. He was unaware that Chaliman's fame had spread throughout the world. He had been sweeping at Shaolin since childhood, always unknown. Even Master Eating and others did not know that this old monk was a peerless expert. Even after learning supreme martial arts, he never sought fame, but continued to quietly do his own work, his mind as calm as still water. Then Chaliman discussed some martial arts and Buddhist teachings with the sweeping monk, which greatly benefited him.
Master's Buddhist teachings are profound. I have benefited greatly. Thank you, Master.
Chaliman explained sincerely. If Zhang Sanfeng reached the half-step transcendent realm by talent, then the sweeping monk did so through mindset. As for himself, Chaliman, he could only rely on bugs. Chaliman stayed in the scripture library for over 10 days to finish reading the scriptures. However, he merely read the many techniques, and Buddhist sutras needed careful comprehension after returning. Whether due to his techniques or the system, Chaliman's memory was extremely powerful. Anything he had seen could be clearly recalled in his mind. On the way out of Shaolin Temple,
Master, are we going back?
Asked Plum Blossom. For some reason, she always wanted to call him Young Master or
Young Lord.
But Chaliman had instructed them to address him as Master from now on, even though he was not old. This was Chaliman's hobby. He liked girls calling him
Master. Master Chaliman, Master Qin Feng.
How pleasant it sounded.
No hurry. I still need to find someone,
said Chaliman.
The person that Master holds in his heart must be a woman of breathtaking beauty,
teased Orchid. Master Chaliman had no airs, so Orchid often liked to joke. However, the others dared not make jokes about Chaliman.
Ha, not a woman, a man. Ah. Master, you even have a thing for men. I think you're itching for a beating. Plum Blossom, discipline her for me.
At that, Plum Blossom tapped Orchid's acupoint, immobilizing her.
Slap, slap. I won't dare any more, Master. Orchid will never tease you again. Boo-hoo.
Bear Ear Mountain.
Master, are you sure the person you're looking for is in this deep forest? I haven't even seen a single animal,
Lanhua said while pushing aside branches and pouting.
According to the scout's investigation, he is indeed here,
Charlemagne said while cutting through the obstructing grass and tree branches with his Ikian sword.
Then why don't I know? Of course you don't know. I burned the documents as soon as I saw them.
After searching the mountains for a long time, the three finally found a small wooden cabin.
No one.
Charlemagne said, looking at the silent wooden cabin. The cabin was unlocked, but seeing the clean and dust-free wooden table, the owner must have just stepped out.
Meiwa Lanhua, it's almost meal time. Go check the kitchen for meat and vegetables, and prepare some food while we wait for the owner to return.
Soon wisps of cooking smoke rose from the cabin, and the room quickly filled with the aroma of food.
Who are you? Why are you cooking in my house?
A man's voice sounded from outside the door, and then a naive young man stepped in.
Forgive me, brother. Actually, we came specially to visit. Seeing that the owner was not home, and it was meal time, we thought we would prepare the food first. Lanhua quickly gives some money to compensate this brother.
Charlemagne laughed awkwardly. Lanhua understood, took out a 50 silver ingot from her pocket, and handed it to the man.
I don't want your money. If you're hungry, just eat. It's fine. I just saw black smoke and thought the house was on fire, so I rushed back.
The man didn't take the silver, but explained naively.
May I ask if you are Brother Sherpatian? How do you know my name? I came here specially to visit Brother Sher,
Charlemagne said with a smile.
Big Zongzi brother, who are they?
The speaker was a delicate and beautiful woman holding a baby. Charlemagne thought to himself, this must be Sherpotian's wife, Miss Axiu.
I don't know, but they know my name,
Sherpatian explained.
Let's eat first, the food will get cold. We'll talk at the table,
Charlemagne said with a smile. Then at the dining table, Charlemagne explained the purpose of his visit. During the meal, Axia didn't eat a bite, showing subtle caution, while Sherpatian ate and drank without any restraint.
So you want to see the Tai Xian Jing that I learned?
Sherpatian said.
Exactly. In exchange, I can show you the Xiaoyao Yufeng, which is no less than the Tai Xian Jing,
Charlemagne said.
Unfortunately, I don't remember the content of the Tai Xian Jing. The island of Xiaka where it was recorded was swallowed by a volcano. Didn't Brother Sher study the Tai Xian Jing? I did, but I forgot.
Charlemagne, well, it seemed Sherpatian really forgot, and can only use it instinctively. Charlemagne guessed silently.
How about this, Brother Sher? It's getting late. Let's rest today, and tomorrow we can spar. You don't need to hold back. That's not good. What if I hurt you? My family has no silver to compensate you. What nonsense are you talking? My master is the #1 expert in the world,
Lanhua said indignantly.
It's fine, Brother Sher. Don't hold back.
The honest Sherpatian could only reply timidly. Axiu was not worried, as she knew how powerful her husband was. At night, because the cabin had only 2 rooms, Sherpotian's family of 3 slept in one, while Charlemagne had to share a room with Lanhua and Meiwa. Fortunately, the bed was big enough. Charlemagne slept on the outside, and the 2 women slept on the inside. A faint fragrance filled Charlemagne's nostrils, making him pull back from the brink and use strong willpower to hypnotize himself to sleep. Speaking of which, Charlemagne had been in this world for 8 years, and had not yet lost his virginity. On one hand, it was due to the requirements of martial arts training. On the other hand, it was his sense of responsibility. In the middle of the night, the sleeping Charlemagne felt a hand on him. Logically, it should be Lanhua's, because she slept in the middle, but Charlemagne thought it might be Meiwa's hand, and he wasn't sure if it was intentional. Charlemagne didn't open his eyes, and fell back asleep. The next day,
Incoming, Brother Sher, be careful,
Charlemagne said with his hands behind his back, smiling.
All right, come on.
Sherpotian's face turned serious. Charlemagne instantly disappeared from his spot, and reappeared behind Sherpotian, striking out with a palm that seemed slow to others, but was actually as fast as lightning. Sherpatian sensed it and advanced, sidestep to dodge, and then punched toward Charlemagne's abdomen. Charlemagne used his other hand to block it. Both of their fists and feet were imbued with profound internal energy. Their collisions were powerful and heavy like an avalanche, and their speed was absurdly fast. They fought in the trees, on the stone walls, and on the ground their strong internal energy scattering the flowers and grass everywhere. Watching her beloved unable to overcome his opponent, Axia secretly worried, and Mei Hua and Lan Hua felt the same. The two fought farther and farther away. Their attacks carried internal energy, and if not blocked, the vegetation would suffer. Boom! Charlemagne's palm missed, and the small rocky hill behind Charpatian exploded, like a volcano, debris flying everywhere. Charpatian also struck out a palm which was dodged, leaving a giant handprint several zhang wide on the ground. As they fought, Charlemagne saw Charpatian's spiritual energy form, a miniature version of himself, that punched toward Charlemagne's mind. Charlemagne quickly mobilized his spiritual energy to defend, and his own spiritual energy also formed a miniature that fought against the invading Charpatian miniature. In the end, Charlemagne shattered Charpatian's miniature, leaving Charpatian pale, clearly affected by its destruction.
Let's stop here, brother Shur. The Tai Xin Jing is truly profound and marvelous,
Charlemagne remarked. The Tai Xin Jing was indeed profound, containing not only methods for cultivating spiritual energy, but also techniques for its application, while his Xiaoyao Yufeng only had cultivation methods. However, other aspects could compensate, and overall Charlemagne felt they were evenly matched.
You are really strong. I can't defeat you.
Charpatian knew that his martial arts were superb, but he still couldn't defeat the man opposite him, so he said sincerely,
I didn't beat you either, brother Shur.
Although the result seemed to be a slight victory for Charlemagne, if they truly fought to the death, Charlemagne would not be able to win without using the invocation talisman. Rely on attrition. After all, the other's internal energy was also continuously regenerating. Fighting by attrition for a month would likely leave him still vigorous.
Big Zongzi brother, are you all right?
Looking at Charpatian's pale face, Axia asked worriedly.
It's nothing. It'll be fine after a good sleep.
Charpatian immediately replied, while looking at his wife and child.
By the way, brother Shur, I have some gifts for you.
Charlemagne turned and went into the woods, soon returning with several large bundles. These were taken from Charlemagne's system space. He didn't want to retrieve them in front of everyone lest they mistake it for some immortal art. Let them guess how they came about.
Brother Shur, these are some clothes for the child, and you along with some silver and supplies. Knowing that it's inconvenient for you to leave the mountains, please don't refuse.
Charlemagne said sincerely. Before coming, Charlemagne knew that Charpatian had a child, so he specially packed some children's clothes in his space. Charpatian did not refuse. Charlemagne stayed for lunch at Charpatian's place before taking his leave.
Big Zongzi brother, do I look good?
Axia, dressed in white hanfu, twirled in front of Charpatian and said,
Beautiful, beautiful. Axia is the most beautiful.
My lord, please tell me, where did you get all those things to give to that foolish boy? On the way back, Lan Hua persistently pressed for an answer. I had them hidden long ago, Charlesman casually fabricated an excuse. Impossible, even if it were you, my lord, how could you find them so quickly? Lan Hua clearly did not believe him. Then keep thinking, he said, amused by her troubled expression. My lord, we will soon be back in Jinling. Mei Hua spoke. Though curious, she did not press further. Yes, it's been so long away from home, I miss my little animals. Charlesman thought of his little pets, regretting he could not put them into his space. 2 years later, on a desolate mountain outside Jinling. It's time to go back, Charlesman murmured, gazing at Jinling City in the distance. Before returning, he told only his close maids Lan Hua and Mei Hua that he was about to shatter the void and ascend, keeping it from others. He passed the ring of the Xiaoyao sect and the Xiaoyao Yufeng to Mei Hua and revealed to them the location where he had stored his martial arts manuals. As for the vast business of the Dandelion Merchant Guild, he entrusted it all to their management, giving his identity token to Lan Hua. He believed they could handle everything even in his absence, a reward for their years of service. Before I leave, let me test this method of voice-shattering ascension, Charlesman said softly. Having diligently studied the martial insights gained from various masters over the past 2 years, his progress in Xiaoyao Yufeng had been swift, and he had now achieved great mastery. Charles Mann assumed a horse stance, gathered power in his right hand, and channeled the void-shattering technique recorded in Xiaoyao Yufeng, the very move said in the manual to be capable of tearing the void. His inner energy continuously compressed and condensed into his right fist. Before long it seemed to reach a certain limit beyond which compression was impossible. Hiya! Charles Mann roared as if channeling a transformation. He threw the punch forward. The space before him shattered like a mirror, forming a dark pitch-black hole half the size of a person. The void within was an abyss of black, revealing no destination. The fissure began to slowly repair and shrink. Forget it, there was no need to take such a risk. Faced with the unknown, Charles Mann chose to keep his distance. Who knew if it truly led to a higher realm, or if it was just a deception like in some novels? After resting a while to recover the spent inner energy, the hole from void shattering had vanished. Farewell, martial world. Farewell, Meihua and Lanhua. I wonder if I will ever return. Having lived there for nearly 10 years, Charles Mann felt a pang of reluctance. He summoned the system panel, switched to the travel interface, and saw a large return button. He pressed it. If anyone had been watching, they would have seen Charles Mann enveloped in white light, and then flicker away, as if the whole scene had been a figment of their imagination. The desolate mountain returned to stillness save for the breeze rustling the withered leaves. At the Qin residence, Lanhua wept. Meihua, is my lord gone forever? Will he never come back? Meihua was grief-stricken too, but she comforted Lanhua. My lord passed the divine art to me. I will teach it to you, and we will cultivate together. Perhaps one day we will meet him again. Really? But that art is for the Xiaoyao sect leader alone, wouldn't it be improper? Lanhua stopped sobbing. I am now the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, and I say it's fine, Meihua declared firmly. Having served Charles Mann together for so long, they were as close as sisters. My lord. Meihua murmured, her gaze fixed on the direction where Charles Mann had disappeared, her eyes filled with resolve. The world spun, and when he opened his eyes again, Charles Mann was back in his manor. Though he had spent so long in the martial world, here only a fleeting moment had passed. Ding, the system has detected that the user's stored energy is too low to function normally in this world. Would you like to convert it to the energy of this world? Charles Mann realized that his inner energy could not be used here. From what he understood through the system, the martial world was a low-level realm, while the divine continent he now inhabited was a high-level one. Convert it. Charles Mann felt all his inner energy drained away by the system in his mind, leaving him feeling hollow. Then the system returned to him pure Do Qi. Charles Mann channeled the Golden Lion art, rapidly elevating his cultivation from intermediate warrior through advanced warrior, bronze warrior, silver warrior, all the way to gold warrior, a leap across 4 realms. Something's not right, system. I've absorbed nearly 10,000 years of inner energy. How am I only a gold warrior? You didn't skim off my energy, did you? Charles Mann was dissatisfied. The system remained silent. Fine, gold warrior it is, Charles Mann muttered to himself. Although he had reached gold warrior, he felt somehow weaker. Moving was not as effortless as in the martial world, probably because this was a higher realm, he mused. His body brimmed with explosive power, and Charles Mann felt he would soon step into the realm of Earth Warrior. Reaching Earth Warrior would truly make him a power in the kingdom. Stepping into the Earth realm not only greatly enhanced physical attributes, but also allowed a continuous absorption of the Earth's energy, granting far greater endurance. In this world, warriors from junior to advanced were still within ordinary human boundaries, while bronze to gold warriors were already superhumans. Yet compared to those above the Earth realm, even gold warriors seemed ordinary. The next day a large crowd gathered around the town's bulletin board. Moss uncle, what does it say? Is the new lord raising taxes? A plainly dressed woman asked worriedly. If taxes go up again, our family of 5 will have an even harder time this year. Exactly, jobs in Wangyang town are scarce. The best ordinary work is loading at the port. Only 15 silver coins a month, and plenty of people are fighting for it. May the radiant God bless us. I hope it's not bad news. Many in the crowd voiced anxious thoughts, all the things they dreaded. It's not a tax increase. The notice says that our new lord, having just inherited the territory from the old lord, understands the people's hardship. This year every adult is to pay only 1 silver coin as a token, and children are exempt. The middle-aged man named Moss announced happily to those around he was one of the few literate men in town. Charlemagne's territory levied a head tax requiring every person to pay. Radiant God above. This year we can save more grain for winter. I must bring this good news to our village. Upon hearing that taxes were not raised, but reduced, the crowd rejoiced, dancing and rushing to spread the word. There's more. His lordship has also posted a recruitment notice. He's hiring literate people at 40 silver coins a month and workers at 30 silver coins a month. There are various other jobs, but the pay will depend on skill verification. Ma summarized the rest for the crowd. My heavens! Thank the radiant God. Thank you, my lord. I have to sign up quickly before others take all the spots. The crowd cheered again, many hurrying to the town hall to register. At the Manor Stone building, Morgan frowned, expressing his confusion. Young master, I've carried out your orders, but hiring so many people, and not collecting taxes, your funds won't last long. In Morgan's view, collecting a single silver coin per person was essentially nothing, and the young master might soon drive himself into trouble. Morgan, don't worry about the money. I have my ways, Charlesman said lightly, drinking warm milk and holding a roast leg of lamb. He had given much thought to the territory's future plans during his idle years in the martial world, and had brought back some items that could generate economic benefits for the town. Although Charlesman had a vast amount of gold and silver in his space, he couldn't simply bring it all out at once. Even with his gold warrior strength, he was wary of the consequences if discovered. In the martial world, Charlesman had secretly crafted a set of furnaces and molds for minting gold coins, and had already produced over 10 million coins, and that was only a small operation for fear of imperial investigation. Looking at the system panel, and seeing the half-year cooldown on the travel button, Charlesman sighed. He hoped the next world would be more exciting. These 6 months would require hard work. Far better to have stayed in the martial world idling and practicing. It was June of the year 12023 on the Divine Continent calendar. Charlemagne had returned to the Divine Continent half a month ago. During this time, he recruited 56 literate individuals in his territory, including some who had worked in administrative institutions, a revelation that astonished him. With over 5,000 registered residents in his domain, only 56 qualified. This convinced Charlemagne that he must establish schools in the future to eradicate illiteracy. He assigned half of these 56 people to work in the town's administrative building, and formed the other half into his dandelion caravan. His territory lacked any caravan before. His inept father had no understanding of commerce, and never conceived of such an idea, relying instead on foreign caravans that came to trade and purchase goods. He planned to acquire a large quantity of supplies in Boise City, making a caravan an absolute necessity. Charlemagne appointed a middle-aged man named Jean Gong as the caravan leader. A local Jean Gong claimed to have once worked as a small peddler in Boise City in his early years, but later offended a notorious adventuring group and had to pay off his troubles. His business failed, and dispirited, he returned to Wanyang town. Charlemagne had no better alternative, so he had to make do. The number of recruited workers reached 1586, many arriving from the territory's other 4 villages. Considering a population of 5,000 excluding about 2,000 elderly and children, nearly half of the able-bodied young adults were now assembled here. Charlemagne had to pay them roughly 500 gold coins per month, though this did not include food or lodging. He would have liked to provide those, but his territory lacked sufficient grain. 500 gold coins meant little to Charlemagne, but housekeeper Lady Mary was deeply distressed. She managed the gold coins left by the old lord, and had been the one dispersing them. Charlemagne did not allow the recruited workers to remain idle. He established an engineering department and put Morgan in temporary charge. He instructed the workers to first build warehouses for storing supplies. As for the needed timber, he ordered that the wood from Redwood Village cease sales to outsiders. The territory's lumber mill belonged to him, the territory was his, and the village head had no choice but to obey. Why not use concrete? Although Charlemagne had already developed concrete formulas in the martial world, his territory lacked sufficient clay and spare labor for mining. Thus he had to settle for wooden warehouses first to be converted to concrete later. Despite the limited clay, Charlemagne decided to build a single concrete granary. He handed the design to a craftsman earning 1 gold coin per month. The craftsman, named Bruce, was the town's renowned builder. Anyone building a new house or renovating an old one would think of him. However, the town was small with few projects year-round. Now joining Charlemagne's engineering brigade at 1 gold coin per month, with additional bonuses for good work, he was overjoyed. Charlemagne demanded the granary be capable of storing 2,000 tons of grain, enough to feed 10,000 people for an entire year, even if they did nothing. Construction of the granary began the day after recruitment started. Half a month later, it was only half finished, yet it was already the largest project in the town. Charlemagne promised that once the granary was completed, he would begin providing free meals. Under his enticing vision, the workers were galvanized with immense motivation. His territory had far too few talents, leaving him to handle everything himself. He resolved to recruit capable people once he reached Boise City. All warehouses were built south of town for convenient harbor freight. For this reason, he allocated a small workforce to expand the port. The granary, however, was situated east of town, where the terrain was higher to prevent moisture. Do you understand your mission, Martin? I hope you won't disappoint me. Charlemagne handed a bag containing 5,000 gold coins to a man named Martin. Yes, my lord. I will surely complete the task you have entrusted to me, and bring back enough grain, cattle, and sheep. I will not fail your expectations, and I shall forever remember your benevolence. Martin accepted the heavy bag respectfully. In this world, grain was not cheap, with prices varying by region. A ton of grain cost between 1 and 3 gold coins, a cow cost 2, and a sheep cost 1. Charlemagne's territory had very few cattle and sheep, so he planned to acquire some for domestication. They could both break new land for farming and provide wool for clothing. He had stored a number of low-end sewing machines in his spatial storage. Charlemagne's mission for Martin was to purchase grain, cattle, and sheep along the coast, and bring them back. 5,000 gold coins were sufficient, and Charlemagne dared not give more for fear that Martin might abscond. Even though his wife and children were in the town, greed could still tempt one. Martin's expression was agitated, partly because so much gold was alluring, partly because he had gained the Lord's favor. You may go. Yes. Martin was also a member of the Dandelion caravan. Charlemagne had him take half the caravan's members, leaving him with only 14 merchants. The next day, after instructing Mary and Morgan, Charlemagne set out with his guards and merchants for the nearest major city, Boise City. The kingdom Charlemagne belonged to was called Kabus Kingdom, a medium-sized realm on the continent. Together with 33 neighboring kingdoms, it formed the Confederation of Nations to resist the most powerful never-setting empire. Additionally, the continent housed the Holy Papal State of Light and the Vishanti Magic Kingdom, neutral yet formidable powers. The former was a religious nation, the latter a kingdom of magic, along with many other neutral states. Such was the division of human power on the divine continent. For now, the continent was relatively peaceful with no major wars. Boise City, which Charlemagne intended to visit, was the main city of the southern border Ducadia. The city's population was rumored to be around 15 million year-round. Charlemagne planned to take the shortcut bordering the raging beast forest, saving several days. The journey was uneventful except for a few first- and second-tier beasts encountered on the stretch adjacent to the forest. The guard captain Toby was an advanced martial artist and easily dispatched these low-level beasts. It took 5 days to reach Boise City. Taking the detour would have added another week. Boise City could only be described as magnificent and grand. Its walls stood 50 meters high, exuding a weathered time-worn aura that stretched endlessly. If a beast tide erupted from the great raging beast forest, Boise City would serve as the front line of defense for Caboose Kingdom. Historically, beast tides had reached the city walls only twice. The accompanying Jin Gong paid the entrance fee of 1 silver coin per person, and Charlemagne and his group entered the city. In the city center they found a decent-looking inn and booked rooms. Staying in the center was safer, as most of the city's security forces were concentrated there. Charlemagne instructed Jin Gong to purchase supplies and contact caravans willing to deliver goods to his territory. He himself hired a young naive-looking boy as a guide at a cheap rate of 1 silver coin per day. "Master Charlemagne, this is the Confederation Bank. It'll wait outside for you," the young guide said shyly. "Haha, very good. This is for you." Dressed entirely in black, his face hidden, Charlemagne cheerfully tossed 2 silver coins to the boy. Because he needed to store gold and exchange a large amount of coins, he had to dress this way to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Confederation Bank was jointly established by the Confederation Council of Nations, with each nation holding shares. It was the largest bank on the Divine Continent. Upon entering the bank, Charlemagne was met with opulent decoration, no less than resplendent. Immediately a beautiful receptionist greeted him and inquired about the services he required. The bank's professionalism was commendable, rivaling that of his previous life. When she heard that Charlemagne wished to make a large deposit, the receptionist ushered him into a quiet room. "I need to deposit 500 tons of gold. Can you handle that?" came Charlemagne's unhurried voice from within his black robe. "Thighs. I'll call the manager immediately. Please wait a moment, sir." The receptionist rushed out excitedly. 500 tons of gold could be minted into 10 million gold coins. No wonder she stammered. Soon she returned with a pot-bellied balding man followed by 2 men in guard attire. Charlemagne could sense that at least one of the guards was a silver-level martial artist. For a branch bank to employ silver martial artists as guards was impressive, given that even a kingdom would not have many such experts. "Sir, are you certain you want to deposit 500 tons of gold into the Confederation Bank?" the balding man asked eagerly. This was a colossal achievement he had never encountered before. "Yes, 500 tons. Then withdraw 1 million gold coins in cash for me." Charlemagne extracted 500 tons of gold from his spatial storage and deposited it into the bank's vault. In the eyes of the manager, he had retrieved it from a spatial ring. Possessing such an abundance of gold, the manager found the existence of a spatial ring unremarkable. The gold had been smelted into ingots by Charlemagne during his time in the martial world. Now, as he placed it in the vault, it piled up into a small mountain. The bald manager beamed with delight and introduced himself as Londing, saying that Charlemagne could seek him out for any future matters. At Charlemagne's request, the manager handed him a bank magic card containing 7 million gold coins. The card was entirely pitch black, inscribed with the words Zhuguo Lianhong in large characters. Its functions were nearly identical to those of a bank card from his previous life, and it was a masterpiece of the Vishati magic kingdom. Charlemagne's 500 tons of gold could be exchanged for 10 million gold coins, but the bank charged a 3 handling fee. Additionally, he requested 1 million in cash, leaving a balance of 7 million in his account. After collecting the 1 million gold coins from Londing, Charlemagne attempted to leave, but the bald man stopped him again. "Mr. Norman, this is an invitation. Tomorrow the Zhuguo Lianhong will hold an auction in Buzz City. As a valued client, I believe you will find it of great interest." Landing handed over a parchment invitation. Norman was the alias Charlemagne used to open the account. He gave it a cursory glance, then stored it in his spatial ring and left the bank. At noon, accompanied by Toby, a guard of intermediate martial artist strength, and guided by a young local boy, Charlemagne arrived at the city's largest recruitment guild. He spent a few gold coins to post notices, and rented a room as a recruitment office. Seeing the exceptionally high salary on Charlemagne's recruitment advertisement, a large crowd of applicants gathered. Charlemagne questioned the applicants in the manner of an interviewer from his past life, asking about name, hobby, strength, and profession. The city lived up to its reputation as a metropolis. Charlemagne swiftly screened candidates, continuously hiring various professionals and martial artists. By late afternoon, he had recruited 21 carpenters, 39 blacksmiths, 112 martial artists, and 5 physicians. Of course, Charlemagne selected those with amiable dispositions. He offered 3 times the market rate for his territory was remote and barren, and only high salaries could retain talent. He instructed Tuobi to observe and learn as he would be handling recruitment in the coming days. Are you hiring guards? The speaker was a woman entirely cloaked in black robes. The black robes were tightly wrapped, concealing her figure, but her face revealed a young woman of delicate features. Yes, that's correct. May I have your name? Charlemagne said. Zaina. Strength. I possess the strength of a silver-level warrior. She practiced a technique that concealed her battle chi. Although Charlemagne vaguely sensed she was no weakling, he hadn't expected a silver-level warrior. Ah, what a treasure. His territory urgently needed high-end combat power. Charlemagne decided to take her on as his personal guard, but he would first evaluate her temperament. Your profession? I suppose. A warrior, Zaina replied uncertainly. On the Jushan continent, combat professions were numerous, including warriors, knights, rangers, assassins, berserkers, swordsmen, and so forth. Mages also had many occupations such as elementalists, necromancers, and healers. Do you have any hobbies? My hobby is eating. At this the woman seemed especially animated. Charlemagne vaguely thought he could see stars in her eyes, though he wasn't sure if it was an illusion. Subsequently, Charlemagne assessed her character and found it acceptable, so he hired her. The woman claimed she was so poor she had no place to stay. Left with no choice, Charlemagne brought her along. He truly couldn't fathom how a silver-level warrior could be too destitute to afford lodging. Charlemagne arranged for all new recruits to assemble 3 days later, as he intended to hire more. During the evening meal, Charlemagne finally understood why the silver-level warrior had no money for accommodation. Almost the entire table of food was devoured by her alone. Fortunately, he had already eaten his fill before she finished the leftovers. Even after cleaning the dishes, Zaina stared at him with embarrassment, clearly still hungry. Well, he had hired a glutton. Yet her belly didn't seem swollen. Could she be practicing some advanced technique that required massive food intake? Charlemagne speculated silently. But could Master Charlemagne, with his immense wealth, be impoverished by her appetite? He instructed the innkeeper to continue serving food to Zaina, then returned to his room. Normally, hiring an intermediate martial artist costs 15 gold coins per month, an advanced 160, a bronze level 600, and a silver level 3000. Charlemagne offered Zaina a high salary of 4000 gold coins per month. It was a staggering sum for commoners, but far too little for martial artists seeking to elevate their cultivation. Fortunately, the martial world Charlemagne had visited was rich in gold reserves, enriching him greatly. The next day, at noon, Charlemagne set out for the auction with Zaina. Like her, he was bundled up tightly and wore a mask. After handing over the invitation from London, a maidservant led them to a private room. The room offered a direct view of the main auction hall, and was equipped with a magic voice transmitter for bidding. Charlemagne had arrived just in time. The seats below were already filled with many attendees, also heavily cloaked and masked. Maidservants served various snacks and drinks. Soon the auction began, though Zaina showed little interest, and focused solely on devouring the pastries. Thank you all for attending the auction of the Zhuge Lianhong. Without further ado, let us present the treasures. The host on stage was a gray-haired old man. The curtain drew back, revealing a display stand holding a crimson great sword. Ladies and gentlemen, the first treasure is a mystic-grade weapon, the Crimson Thunder Blade. 1 meter and 2 in length, entirely crimson, forged from thunder tribulation wood and several magical materials. When infused with battle chi, it unleashes lightning affinities and attacks. It is the work of Senior Libin's distinguished disciple. Starting bid 1,000,000 gold coins. Each increment must be no less than 1,000,000. The old man extolled the blade's virtues. Charlemagne felt a stir of interest, but the sword was large, and he thought wielding it would look rather clumsy. Still, he could purchase it for one of his subordinates. 1,1,000. 1,20,000. The crowd below kept raising the bid. A mystic-grade weapon could greatly enhance one's strength, even enabling a warrior to fight above their level. A martial artist's power depended not only on their realm, but also on equipment and techniques. The price eventually reached 2,000,000, the peak for a mystic-grade weapon. 2,1,000. Charlemagne's voice rang out in the hall. 2,1,000. Is there any higher bid? The old man shouted energetically. In a seat below, boss, let's give up. Our mercenary group doesn't have that many gold coins. A man spoke to the masked figure beside him. Sigh, if I could get that blade, I'm confident I could complete that mission, and our adventurer team would advance to silver rank. What a pity. The masked man called boss sighed. Adventurers on the Jushan continent could form adventurer teams through the Adventurer Guild. By completing missions of corresponding difficulty, they raised their adventurer rank, enhanced their reputation, and attracted more commission requests. Mission ranks were divided into S, A, B, C, and D. Adventurer ranks were refined steel, diamond, gold, silver, and bronze. These did not represent combat strength, but rather the guild's assessment of the adventurer. 2,20,000. A voice came from room 26. 2,30,000. Charlemagne continued. 2,30,000 was already a significant premium, and the bidder in room 26 gave up. Congratulations to the guest in room 33 for winning this treasure. Charlemagne secured the blade, but payment was due at the auction's end. Alternatively, one could settle within a week. Naturally, defaulting was forbidden. Deceiving the Zhuge Lianhong would not end well. Next up is a mystic-grade armor, the Earth Tiger armor. When infused with a small amount of battle chi, it conjures a layer of earth element battle chi to protect the wearer, capable of withstanding a fatal blow from a gold-level warrior. Forged from adamantite, and starting bid 2,000,000 gold coins. Minimum increment 1,000,000. As the old man spoke, the display stand revealed a heavy earth yellow suit of armor. Defensive equipment was priced much higher than weapons. 4,000,000. The entire hall fell silent. A jump of 2,000,000 gold coins left everyone hesitant. It was already overpriced, and the bidder seemed determined, so no one raised the bid. Congratulations to guest 33 for winning yet another treasure. Subsequently, several other valuable items were auctioned, but they held little use for Charlemagne. Unwilling to draw too much attention, he refrained from further bidding. Next up for auction are 7 mountain dwarves. They are exceptional miners and metallurgists skilled in extracting and processing various rare metals and gemstones. The 7 dwarves are sold together for 7,000 gold coins, with each bid increment no less than 1,000 gold coins. The trading of mountain dwarves as slaves was permitted, but the dwarf royalty known as Highland dwarves were forbidden, as it would provoke retaliation from the dwarven race. These mountain dwarves were precisely the talent he needed most. He had to acquire them. Charlemagne made up his mind and spoke. 5,000 gold coins. Number 33 again. I'll just give up. Oh, why does this number 33 always bid so excessively? Are they that wealthy? Is number 33 some nouveau riche? Damn it. Many below the auction stage, who intended to buy the dwarves, muttered curses under their breath. Charlemagne, however, found it quite a bargain. After all, hiring a high-level martial artist for a century would cost 7,000 gold coins. Buying 7 mountain dwarves for 5,000 gold coins would serve him for centuries, as ordinary dwarves lived around 300 years. With no one else bidding, Charlemagne secured the dwarves.
Next up is a light elf maiden. I'm sure I need not elaborate on the elven race. This elven maiden possesses the strength of a bronze warrior and holds the rare profession of a chef, though of course only if you dare eat her cooking. This light elf was captured not long ago in the Great Magic Forest and remains chaste. The starting bid is 2,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000.
When the curtain on stage was lifted, once more revealed was a tall iron cage imprisoning a slender elven maiden barely a meter tall with delicate features, long ears, and fair skin. Her feet and neck were bound in chains. One could not deny that the elven race were darlings of the world, possessing not only features that appealed to the aesthetic sensibilities of most races, but also enjoyably long lifespans. Yet a mere ordinary light elf could fetch an exorbitant price of 2,000 gold coins. If it were a silver moon elf, the royalty among elves, the price would be unthinkable, though trading silver moon elves would also invite retribution, but there were always those who could not resist temptation.
An elf. It's actually an elf. I must buy her. My first time seeing an elf indeed, they are all breathtakingly beautiful. Slur.
Many in the audience marveled at the elf's beauty. Of course, the primary reason this elf commanded such a high price was her bronze warrior strength, a servant that could be used for 1,000 years and passed down to descendants.
210,000. 250,000. Gentlemen, do me the honor of Viscount Barra. 270,000. Who isn't a noble? If you're broke, step aside. 300,000.
Some began flaunting their titles, hoping to gain an advantage, but with everyone of similar status, nobody was about to grant favors. It all came down to money. The price soared to 5,000, with most dropping out, leaving only a few deep-pocketed bidders.
6,000.
Charlemagne finally made his move. Of course, he was eyeing the light elf's culinary skills. You must believe me.
610,000.
Another wealthy bidder refused to give up.
7,000,000.
Charlemagne raised it by another 1,000,000. With such a steep increase, the faux tycoon withdrew.
Congratulations to guest number 33.
Subsequently, various magical materials, high-level magical beast cores, magic potions, and cultivation manuals were auctioned. Charlemagne spent 4,500 on a profound-grade magic manual.
The final grand prize is a fragmentary heaven-grade manual, the 9 Revolutions Elemental Art. This manual was recovered from an ancient ruin. According to expert research, the manual comprises 9 levels requiring the absorption of magical cores for cultivation. Each completed level grants mastery over one element. The starting bid is 2,000 gold coins, with each increment no less than 1,000.
The elder carefully displayed the manual on the auction stage. It was made from magical beast hide, and it was evident that several pages at the end were missing.
A heaven-grade manual. My goodness. 2,000,000. That's way too expensive. With that kind of money, I could buy an earth warrior. And mastering this manual seems to require a fortune.
Many in the audience marveled at the appearance of a heaven-grade manual, while others gasped at the staggering sum. In any case, for a long while no one bid. Ultimately, those with real purchasing power were from the front row private rooms.
210,000. 250,000. 3,000,000.
A man's voice emanated from room No. 5, saturated with determination.
310,000. 350,000. 4,000,000.
That was the limit for the man in room No. 5. If anyone else raised the bid, he would have to concede.
5,000,000.
Charlemagne's calm voice once again erupted the venue into a storm of exclamations. With 1,000,000 added in one go, no one else dared to bid. Charlemagne smoothly secured the 9 revolutions elemental art.
Damn that number 33. Don't let me find out who you are.
Inside room No. 5, the man clenched his fists, veins bulging. A long scar on his face writhed like a centipede as he spoke. He was the leader of the Gale, one of the few gold-grade adventure groups in Buzz City possessing the strength of a gold warrior himself. The auction concluded, and the organizers brought Charlemagne's purchased items and slaves to his room. Charlemagne produced the newly opened magic card and handed it over. The transaction was completed swiftly. He stored the purchased weapons, armor, cultivation manuals, and slave contracts into his spatial storage. Slave contracts were used only for valuable slaves derived from ancient magic refinements. Possessing a slave contract meant one could control the slave's life at will. For cheaper slaves, red-hot branding irons were used to imprint the owner's family crest onto their skin. Charlemagne had the auction house prepare a carriage. After settling the elf and dwarves inside, he drove away from the auction. The auction had lasted about 10 hours. By the time they emerged, it was already dark.
I never imagined you, Charlemagne, would be so wealthy. Aren't you just a viscount?
Sienna explained in astonishment. From what she knew, Charlemagne was merely a viscount with a small fief. But which viscount could possess such a vast amount of gold coins?
What of it? This is but a fraction of Lord Charlemagne's true power. In time you'll understand what real strength means. Stick with me.
Charlemagne boasted slightly. Boasting of his abilities could foster greater loyalty among his employees. Subsequently, in the carriage, Charlemagne delivered a rousing speech to his newly acquired slaves. He assured them that as long as they performed well, they would lack nothing in food, drink, and clothing. Even freedom could be negotiated. Upon returning to the inn, Charlemagne ordered 2 large tables of food. He wanted to talk with his newly purchased slaves. The dwarves feasted heartily at the table, downing strong spirits, as if they had obtained the entire world, answering all of Charlemagne's inquiries without hesitation. The light elf maiden, however, nibbled delicately on fresh fruits, saying nothing. Sienna ate separately at another table, her movements elegant yet astonishingly swift, as she demolished the food, leaving Charlemagne speechless. Through the dinner conversation, Charlemagne learned the names of the dwarves and the light elf. The dwarves favored naming themselves after their physical traits or equipment. The leader of the dwarves Charlemagne bought was named Greybeard, and the rest had similar names. The light elf was called Bianna. After the meal, Charlemagne told them to rest well, for he too needed his rest. In her room, the light elf named Bianna muttered bitterly,
"Despicable human, thinking you can deceive Bianna with fine food and promises of freedom. Mother said humans are the most cunning and greedy creatures in the world. I will not believe your words. If I ever get the chance, I will kill you, this filthy human lord."
Though her master's death would also mean her own demise, her eyes betrayed her resolve. To her, Charlemagne was simply coveting her body. With a tumult of emotions, Bianna slowly drifted into slumber. The slums. Muddy roads reeked of filth, chaos, and decay, with a pervasive stench hanging in the air. The residents nearby bore gaunt, sorrowful faces, their complexions pallid from malnutrition. The purpose of Charlemagne's trip with Shii-Na was to purchase slaves, and the largest slave market in Buzi City was located here. Today, Charlemagne was dressed in noble attire, while Shii-Na remained in her usual black robe.
"Take a look, my lord. I have high-quality, robust slaves with gentle temperaments."
A shrewd-looking middle-aged man proactively pitched to Charlemagne, noticing his noble attire and apparent wealth. Nearby the shrewd man were slaves bound in chains, youths, able-bodied adults, the elderly, women and children alike. They wore only a thin linen tunic with no trousers, though the garments were long enough to cover their bodies.
"Very well, I'll take all these young and healthy slaves along with their families.
Charlie Man said indifferently. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and promptly began counting the slaves.
556 able-bodied adults, and 454 family members, my lord. A sturdy adult slave costs 10 gold coins, while the elderly women and children are of little use at 3 gold each. That totals 6,922 gold. Let's round it down to 6,900.
The shrewd man said. Charlie Man pulled out a pouch containing 1,000 gold coins and handed it to the slave trader.
Hey, raise 1,000 as a deposit. I won't take the slaves yet. I'll pay the remaining 6,000 the day after tomorrow. The extra 78 can cover their meals for these 2 days. Make sure my slaves are well fed. Yes, my lord, I'll be sure to feed your slaves well.
The slave trader replied cheerfully. The slave trader was delighted. Ordinary buyers purchased only 1 or 2 slaves at a time, and unsold slaves required him to cover their food expenses, a significant cost. Today this big client had bought over half of his stock. How could he not be pleased? After a moment's thought, Charlie Man added,
By the way, if you come across strong slaves in the future, you can send them to Wanyang town in the south. I'll pay extra gold for each one.
The shrewd man agreed, promising to bring good slaves if he found any, though whether he meant it Charlie Man couldn't tell. He then proceeded to purchase roughly 4,000 more slaves from other traders, spending nearly 30,000 gold coins in total. Considering his territory couldn't support more people, Charlie Man stopped. During this time, he also saw slaves of other races, minotaurs, dogmen, goatmen, and various demi-humans. Minotaurs were known for their great strength, making them excellent for hauling goods, though their voracious appetite was a drawback. Dogmen were adept at mining, and bred quickly, producing 3 litters a year. Their only flaw was their weakness. Goatmen excelled at herding and identifying herbs with gentle temperaments and vegetarian habits. They had no apparent flaws. He purchased all the minotaurs he saw, 36 for 3,600 gold, 56 goatmen for 2,800 gold, and a rare cat girl, and a rabbit girl costing 3,600 gold together. He didn't buy any dogmen, as no mines had been discovered in his territory yet, otherwise he would have acquired many. The dwarves he most desired were nowhere to be seen. Dwarves could forge weapons and armor at reasonable prices, making them highly sought after. 1 dwarf alone could generate passive income. The cat girl and rabbit girl had no special abilities, but their beautiful appearance was prized by nobles, explaining their high price. Having been an anime fan in his past life, Charlie Man had to acquire them. The cat girl he bought had long golden hair, black cat ears, and tail, a slender figure, and fair skin. She was a half-beast. Due to her value, she wore a white outer garment, better than the usual slave attire. The rabbit girl had pink hair cascading to her chest, with long pink ears drooping from her head to either side of her forehead. Her eyes were as blue as the ocean, her figure curvaceous yet delicate, and her skin exceptionally pale. She also wore a white long coat, and was likewise a half-beast. According to the merchant, these 2 had been ordered by a count captured from the distant Huangqiao plain and delivered immediately. However, the count had recently died suddenly, so they could only be sold here. Both were still virgins. It made them more valuable. This trip cost nearly 50,000 gold coins for all these slaves. Thinking back to when he first arrived in this world, his entire wealth was only about 50,000. Yet these slaves were nothing compared to the cost of the secret manuals and equipment he had purchased. Fortunately, he had been reincarnated, and with his cunning, he could spend so lavishly without restraint. Back at the inn from the slum, Shi-Na seemed downcast. Charlie Man had noticed it earlier. She had been frowning throughout the slave market.
What's wrong? Can't stand those merchants.
Charlie Man asked calmly.
No, it's just that those slaves look so pitiful, not even wearing trousers,
Shi-Na replied. Charlie Man. He had thought something serious was bothering her, but her focus was on that. Shi-Na said. Charlie Man. He had thought something serious was bothering her, but her focus was on that. Through these 2 days together, Charlie Man realized that although she now looked mature, her personality remained childlike. Night fell.
My lord, a mage came today wishing to join our territory, but his conditions were demanding. He wants his own magic laboratory and a monthly research fund of 50,000 gold coins. I didn't dare decide, so I asked him to come back tomorrow.
The tall Tuokbai reported to Charlie Man, who was reading in his room. The tall Tuokbai reported to Charlie Man, who was reading in his room. Though the Lord had instructed him to recruit talent, the mage's demand for gold was exorbitant. Tuokbai was uncertain whether the Lord would agree, so he sent the mage away and reported the matter to his own lord.
A mage? What level?
Charlie Man put down the monster compendium and asked.
He said he's a senior mage,
Tuokbai replied. Tuokbai said, hiring a senior warrior costs 60 gold coins per month, while mages, rarer, cost several times more than a warrior of the same rank. However, a senior mage demanding 50,000 gold coins a month was absurd. Charlie Man decided to meet this mage tomorrow. After Tuokbai took his leave, Charlie Man retrieved the magic manual soul-devouring and mind-confusing art acquired at the auction, and began to cultivate. Having examined it yesterday, Charlie Man knew that practicing this technique allowed one to devour pure souls, to strengthen one's mental power, and also to channel magic to cast illusions. Following the manual's instructions, he began meditating to refine magic power. After awakening his mental power, Charlie Man was already considered a junior mage. Having cultivated the carefree wind for years, in the martial world his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. Back in this world his meditation and absorption of magic power were remarkably fast. He believed he would soon advance to an intermediate mage. As for the Heaven Grade Technique 9 Cycles elemental art, it required large quantities of magical beast cores to cultivate, an extremely costly endeavor. An ordinary person couldn't even train the first layer, which by his estimation would cost at least 3 million gold coins. Rarer cores would cost even more. However, the benefit was that each layer practice granted the corresponding elemental attributes and resistance. Morning. Chaliman had breakfast, listened to Jean Gong's report, read books all morning, and it was almost noon before he set off to the recruitment guild. Jean Gong had been very busy lately, returning to the hotel with people late at night, and reporting to Chaliman in the morning. Yet he felt fulfilled as Lord Chaliman gave him plenty of gold coins, and buying things kept him endlessly entertained.
Moshi, you are the mage who wants to apply. You want 5,000 per month for research funds. Tell me about your research.
Chaliman looked at the white-haired old man before him, who wore round spectacles polished with gems, a gray robe, and had a slender frame, and asked indifferently.
Yes, my lord. My research is on magic weapons.
The old man named Moshi unceasingly explained his research to Chaliman. Overall, his research greatly intrigued Chaliman. Moshi wanted to create guns that used magic as bullets, but materials capable of bearing magic power were too expensive. He aimed to synthesize a cheap yet magic-conducting material for making firearms. It had to be said that his idea was brilliant. This world didn't have guns. Long-range attacks relied on bows, magic, and catapults. This old man was definitely a talent, and he cherished talents the most.
I accept your membership. Your research funding will be increased to 1,000 per month, paid every half month. You are a high-rank mage, so your monthly salary will be 200 gold coins. Really, my lord? Your greatness rivals the light god. I will do my utmost for you.
Mox's hands trembled with excitement. He had originally planned to try his luck. Although he had joined other territories, before he never produced research results. Which wealthy person would want to be a fool for that? Thus the territories he joined had all kicked him out. Today's lord not only doubled his funding, but also increased his salary. He would not let this trust down. He told Moshi to assemble at the city gate tomorrow, then handed the recruitment matters to Tuobi. Chaliman took Zaina out for a stroll. The city center was extremely bustling with wide streets, flanked by 4- and 5-story stone buildings. The ground floors were all shops selling goods. The streets were filled with horse-drawn carriages and pedestrians were not allowed. Clearly the Lord here Duke Aokadia was a capable man. Chaliman walked and stopped along the way, spotting many shops run by dwarves. They were dark iron dwarves protected by the laws of the Confederation of Nations with legal status. Chaliman casually entered a shop to look around. The dwarven shops mostly sold weapons and equipment. Although few reached the yellow rank, they were considered fine among ordinary gear. Chaliman had thought of getting a good set of equipment for himself, but the improvement these items could bring him was negligible, so he gave up. When he reached the outskirts of the city center, he saw a conspicuous building, the Adventurers Guild. The guild was exceptionally magnificent, covering an area the size of 2 football fields and rising 7 stories. On either side of the entrance stood 2 statues of Saint Domain powerhouses, a man and a woman, who were also the greatest adamantid rank adventurers. Chaliman had read about them in textbooks. The man was named Yace, the woman Wynea, but that was already 6,000 years ago. Legend said they achieved the greatest feats for adventurers, slaying a dragon, obtaining several relic treasures, and killing an incarnation of an abyss demon lord who descended to the mortal realm. They were also lovers. The textbooks also recorded many secret details about them, making Chaliman wonder if they were written from an omniscient perspective. He felt it was clearly a myth fabricated by the Adventurers Guild to attract more members. At the Adventurers Guild entrance, many adventurers came and went. Chaliman and Zaina passed through the crowd and entered the hall. The hall was very spacious, with quest notices covering the walls. Adventurers were looking for tasks they could take. Quests were usually submitted by clients to the guild, then guild experts rated them, and finally the quests were posted in the hall. Of course, to post a quest, one had to pay a deposit to the guild. After a quest was completed, the Adventurers Guild charged based on the quest's rank. Because there were too many adventurers, the guild did not provide personal service. There were only a few staff and many order keepers. Watching this, Chaliman felt a sudden impulse and wanted to establish an adventuring party. He asked the clerk for a mercenary group creation form. However, he struggled with filling in the party name at the beginning. He was terrible at naming things. In the end, he named it the Heaven's Punishment Adventuring Party. After paying 100 gold coins, he received a parchment certificate. Chaliman was now the leader of the Heaven's Punishment mercenary group. He then recruited Zaina into the party, and she did not object. Then Chaliman scanned the quest notices around him. Find Lady Weir's beloved dog. Difficulty D, reward 10 gold coins. Explore the Wailing Canyon of the Great Demon Beast Forest. Difficulty A, reward 5,000 gold coins. Bring back the corpse of a 4-tier demon beast shadow panther that died no more than half a month ago. Difficulty C, reward 1,000 gold coins. There were many quests, most of them D and crank. He had no intention of taking any. He left the Adventurers Guild with Zaina, strolled for a while, and then returned to the hotel. The next day, outside Busi City, Chaliman's team formed a long line. His carriage was at the front. The middle carriages carried supplies purchased by Jean Gong, mostly food. The rear was filled with slaves bought by Chaliman, and on both sides were the guards he had recruited. On this trip, Chaliman recruited 400 guards, 100 blacksmiths, 50 carpenters, and 10 doctors. The levels of the recruited guards varied, with the highest at bronze rank, and the lowest only a beginner rank. Looking at the long line, with all the expected people present, Chaliman waved his hand grandly and said, "Move out!" This time, they returned by the same route. They encountered a pack of howling wind wolves, second-tier magical beasts numbering 70 to 80. The wolves even knew how to ambush, attacking the slave convoy in the dead of night. Fortunately, Chaliman had placed most of the highable guards at the rear, so there were no major casualties. The pack also had a 4-tier howling wind wolf king. However, Zaina killed it with her bare hands. Others might not have seen it, but Chaliman's eyes could see in the dark. He saw Zaina dodge several magic attacks from the Wolf King close in on it, then directly straddle the lion's-eyed Wolf King and beat it to death, resembling a female version of Wusong beating a tiger. It was clear that her physical strength was extremely high. This time 20 people died, 6 of whom were martial artists. There were also many injured, mostly with minor wounds. Those who died were bitten to death in the instant the wolf pack began their ambush, and Chaliman couldn't react in time. It angered him that they had killed his men right under his nose, but the wolf pack was wiped out. Chaliman had Jin Gong verify the identities of the deceased. He would give triple compensation to their families after returning to his territory. Traveling this road was really unsafe for the caravan, but it saved time to reach Busi City. He considered whether to hire a large number of people to clear this area, but then thought better of it. The area was too large. For now, he could only use guards to protect his caravan's safety. The slaves were frightened and terrified. Fortunately, although a few more magical beasts appeared along the way, they were easily dealt with. Encountering the Howling Wind Wolf Pack was definitely the unluckiest thing for Chaliman this year. After traveling for several more days, the team entered Lushui territory. 1 month later. In the manor's gazebo, Chaliman reclined comfortably on a lounge chair reading a book, while across from him sat a distraught Zaina, a chessboard set between them.
"Ill move here,"
Zaina said, trembling as she placed her piece. Chaliman set down his book, glanced casually, and captured her bishop with his cannon.
"Check." "Oh, I don't want to play that move, that one doesn't count."
Zaina retrieved her piece.
"Fine, this is the last time."
Chaliman sighed in resignation. 2 minutes later, watching her general besieged by Calaman's pieces from all angles, Zaina had no choice but to surrender. Ever since Chaliman introduced chess and taught her, she had frequently delved into the game with him. However, she was far too inexperienced. Chaliman only needed to exert a minimal effort to reach the limits of her ability.
"Your fruit juice, my lord. And Lady Zaina's as well."
Dressed in a Japanese-style black and white maid uniform with flowing golden hair and a slender figure, her hands encased in fluffy cat-paw gloves, she was the cat-girl Chaliman had purchased, now serving as a maid in his manor.
"Thank you, Cecilia."
Chaliman took the fruit juice the cat-girl offered and drank half. Cecilia was the cat-girl's name, while the rabbit girl Beifu also served as his maid.
"How many times have I told you, Cecilia, do not call me lady?"
Zaina said with a grimace, downing her juice in one gulp.
"He got it, Zaina."
The cat-girl smiled, holding the tray behind her back. She was thoroughly content with her current life. Each day she only had to clean the castle and attend to Master Chaliman. Not only was there good food, but she also felt safe, unlike in her tribe, where they often had to relocate in search of food. On the Huangqiao Great Plain, winters meant bloody struggles over resources. Her mother had died that way. Without her mother's protection, she had been cast out by her tribe and captured by human slavers. Fortunately, the Lord seemed kind so far, and she only needed to behave.
"Master, it's almost time for dinner. Sister Bayana has nearly finished preparing the food. I must go help."
Cecilia held the tray to her chest.
Go ahead, go ahead."
Chaliman waved his hand, book in hand. After a month together, Cecilia had come to understand her master. Even towards slaves he showed respect. She then skipped away. After returning, Chaliman had the purchased slaves settle outside the town, first in tents, then began building them proper dwellings. Since autumn had arrived without adequate warmth, people might freeze to death come winter. Though his territory was in the south, winters here were equally harsh. He allocated a large plot west of the town for construction, entrusting the project to Bulusi. With over 3,000 strong laborers, including minotaurs, a month was enough to erect numerous houses for the slaves. The slaves simply followed orders each day, doing whatever the Lord commanded. They received bread, meat, stew, and comfortable wooden homes. Chaliman also held a grand assembly, promising that those who performed well would be granted commoner status. Each month, he would select the 100 best slaves to be promoted to commoners. Becoming a commoner meant not only freedom, but also wages for labor, a chance to change one's destiny. Thus the slaves were driven with great enthusiasm. To improve the town's squalor, Chaliman had Bulusi construct public restrooms throughout the town, and posted notices forbidding public urination and defecation with a fine of 50 silver coins. To reinforce compliance, he also instituted a reporting system. After a month, the town's air gradually improved. With ample labor, some workers were assigned to build roads within the town. To give the roads a more refined look, Chaliman specifically ordered concrete cobblestone paths, as such stones were abundant along the coast. Now construction was underway everywhere in Wanyang town. Anyone with strength could find work. Chaliman even hired child laborers, as there were no schools in the territory. Collecting cobblestones from the beach could supplement their family's income. Building a school was a major project not urgent for now. The recruited guards were divided into two groups. One protected Jin Gong during his trips to Buzi City for supplies, and the other safeguarded the maritime transport fleet. Over a month, the granary had stored over 1,000 tons of grain. However, Chaliman ordered Bulusi to build another granary of the same size north of the town. His territory had little farmland, and most fields were in the other 4 villages. Wanyang town, being coastal, relied mainly on seafood, with grains purchased from other cities outside the territory. Chaliman thought that once enough hands were available, he would reclaim the wasteland around the freshwater lake in the middle of the territory. That central land was a prime location. Currently the territory was running entirely at a loss, funded solely by Chaliman's wealth. Fortunately, he had more than enough. The goathead men were assigned to a pasture far from the town, tasked with raising cattle and sheep for Chaliman. Though the scale was modest, it provided meat for the town, about 1,000 of each brought back by mating, shipping with more to come. The dwarves were tasked with prospecting for mineral deposits in his territory. The good news: within a week of their purchase, they discovered a coal mine and a small iron mine. However, the town needed labor everywhere, so only a small amount was mined to produce tools for the blacksmiths. Wanyang Town Tavern.
Uncle Mosi, what can I get you?
Asked the young female bartender cheerfully to the middle-aged man who had just entered.
2 beers, please.
The man named Mosi found a seat and sat down. Soon people trickled in after work. Every evening the tavern grew lively. Though beer was a bit pricey, the townsfolk still spent a few coins to have a drink and chat. Chaliman had no surplus grain to brew beer. It was all imported from other cities.
Mosi, I hear you're making 50 silver a month now. That's fantastic, working for Lord Morgan.
The man sitting at the same table praised him.
Lucky. Lord Morgan saw I worked diligently and made me his assistant.
Mosi raised his murky beer.
The town changes every day. Lord is truly a good lord. Have you seen those minotaurs on the construction sites? Their arms are half as tall as you, and they carry hundreds of pounds like it's nothing. And there are many goathead men living in the pasture outside town. Lord has them raise cattle and sheep for us. I heard those people living west of the town are slaves the Lord bought. Lord must be incredibly wealthy. A strong adult slave costs 10 gold coins. How much money did he spend?
Mosi listened quietly to the man's exclamations. Though he already knew all this, he still found it fascinating. A loud crash. Mosi turned around. A man in the tavern was causing a drunken ruckus, overturning a table. Seeing this, the tavern owner rushed out. Moments later, several uniformed security officers in black arrested the troublemaker.
That fellow is in trouble. Lord has enacted laws promoting civility and new customs. He dared to cause a drunken scene. He'll definitely be shoveling manure. I heard that's what happened to the last troublemaker.
The man beside Mosi clicked his tongue. Before long, the tavern returned to its lively atmosphere. Wanyang town now had 4 security stations. The security personnel wore matching black uniforms, ties, and black gloves, a job envied by many young townspeople. These clothes came from Chaliman's spatial storage, from the security department of a martial arts world. He had over 1,000 sets stored. Mosey finished his 2 beers.
"I'm off, Bob. There's a mountain of documents to handle tomorrow."
Stepping out of the tavern, the town had just entered night. Only a few houses had lights. Wanyang town had no streetlights, so it was pitch black. During the day, the town was filled with construction noise. At night, few people roamed about. Everyone was exhausted from a day's work and had no energy for mischief. They just went home and collapsed into bed. Mosey walked for a while, until he reached the Dandelion supermarket in the town center. The supermarket was brightly lit, but the goods on offer were sparse. Many people were browsing. Chaliman had opened the supermarket for the convenience of the townsfolk. Currently it sold only a few daily necessities sourced from Busi City. The prices were fair, and he didn't even take a markup. Mosey bought the fruits and cooking spices his wife had requested, paid the cashier, and headed home. Watching the tremendous changes in the town, he felt hopeful about the future. At the dining table, Chaliman was savoring a grilled steak, while Shiena across from him was likewise devouring her meal with gusto. It must be said the dishes crafted by the chef were truly delectable, and coupled with the precious spices Chaliman had brought from the martial world, they were simply irresistible. However, he had only brought back a limited supply currently reserved for his own consumption. Yet he possessed seeds awaiting only the coming spring to sow them, which would then supply the domain. Still few would likely afford them, so he would have to sell them externally. The cat girl Cecilila and the rabbit girl Beth were continuously bringing dishes from the kitchen: pickled fish, chicken with chili, roast duck, spicy lobster, sweet and sour pork, melon soup, white bread with jam, and more. Beth was also dressed in a black Japanese-style maid outfit, her pink hair cascading to her shoulders, with a pair of pink long ears drooping on either side of her forehead. Her eyes were like sapphires, and her fair skin appeared even whiter against the black fabric. Her legs were straight, long, and shapely. Unlike Cecilila, she possessed a more generous bust. Chaliman insisted on 20 different dishes each meal without repetition, and both he and Shiena ate heartily.
"Hugh, I'm exhausted. So how is it? Bayana's cooking is delicious, isn't it, human?"
The diminutive light elf puffed out her chest with pride, hands on her hips. She wore a tall chef's hat revealing long pointed ears. Her delicate features were exquisite and adorable like a doll, and she also wore a maid outfit, though with a pristine white apron over it. On the very day he returned to the castle, Chaliman had unlocked the chains binding her and the dwarf. However, he had not expected that very night this light elf would attempt to assassinate him. Fortunately, Chaliman was far stronger, and he subdued her in no time. He held Bayana's slave contract. If he died, Bayana would die as well, yet she still tried to kill him. Though Chaliman was furious, he eventually forgave her, considering the hefty price he had paid. Afterward, Chaliman promised to grant her freedom after 3 years of service, and swore an oath to the god of light, which restored the light to her eyes dimmed by the failed assassination. Divine oaths were not lightly made, and many had indeed come to pass. Now she worked in the stone tower preparing meals for Chaliman. To this end, Chaliman had taught her the various cooking methods he had purchased at great expense from the martial world, which recorded techniques of pan-frying, deep-frying, sautéing, and stir-frying, far superior to the roasting and boiling of this other world. The new knowledge opened a whole new world for Bayana, and she immersed herself daily in the joy of cooking for Chaliman.
"Truly excellent, Bayana. This is the finest food I have ever tasted. You deserve a reward. Here, this pair of jade earrings is for you."
With that, Chaliman produced a pair of earrings made of jade from his spatial storage. Though jade existed in this world, it was exceedingly rare. This pair was from his collection in the martial world. Over the past month, Chaliman had discovered that Bayana was somewhat Sundra, delighting most in praise. Shiena watched as Chaliman gifted Bayana such beautiful earrings, her silver-white teeth grinding fiercely into the steak. Taking the earrings, Bayana knew they must be valuable.
"You're not bad, human. Bayana accepts them. As a return gift, it'll make you even more delicious food next time."
She said, her cheeks slightly flushed.
Let me also give small gifts to Cece, and Beth. Cleaning such a large estate every day must be quite tiring.
Chaliman smiled and produced delicate ruby pendants for the two. The estate currently had only these two maids, who worked day after day, with only meals provided, and no wages. Giving them little trinkets to brighten their spirits was worthwhile.
Thank you, master.
X2 Cece and Beth were enchanted by the ruby pendants, having been envious when they saw Bayana receive earrings just moments ago. Now they too had received their master's reward.
Calaman, that's unfair. I want one too.
Shiena stood up and said to him.
Shiena, you already have a salary. Still. All right.
He relented under her expectant gaze. He had no choice but to take out a dragon pattern pendant card from Hotan Jade and give it to her.
Calaman, you're wonderful.
Shiena eagerly put the pendant around her neck. Though she lacked Beth's impressive figure, she was still shapely. Watching the delighted group, Chaliman did not disturb them, and continued to enjoy the delicious food. Behind the estate was a hill, though calling it a hill was generous, as it was merely a small mound. Chaliman was sparring with Shiena. He only displayed the power of a bronze warrior, but thanks to the subtlety of his techniques, he could hold his own against the silver-ranked Shiena. Ever since losing his inner energy, all the special effects of the martial arts he had learned vanished, such as immunity to poisons. Still, there was no regret; those abilities would have been greatly weakened in this world. Now only the martial techniques themselves remained usable. It was by relying on these superior techniques that Chaliman could fight for a long time without losing ground against the physically robust Shiena, who was at the silver rank.
Calaman, you're a monster. You're only at bronze level, yet you can use skill to fight me for so long,
said Shiena, breathlessly wiping the crystal sweat from her brow.
Want to learn? I'll teach you,
Chaliman said with a smile. After sparring for so long, he remained as calm as the breeze without a drop of sweat.
Sure. That's a deal.
She agreed immediately upon hearing he would teach. An hour later.
Calaman, I give up. I guess I'm not cut out for technique. It's too hard. I'm drenched in sweat. I'm going to take a bath.
Shiena felt dizzy. The martial techniques he had explained left her head spinning. Watching Shiena slink back to the stone tower, Chaliman could only shrug. He could see she wasn't meant for martial arts. Her instinct was to rely on brute force. Gazing at the 3 blue moons high in the sky, Chaliman sighed, looking up at them.
When will I be able to fly up there for a look?
It was said that a saint-level powerhouse once tried to reach a moon, but flew until his battle chi was exhausted without ever arriving. The art of soaring with the wind allowed one to fly using battle chi. He had once attempted to fly toward one of the moons, but after ascending several tens of thousands of feet, he encountered the windless stratosphere, and could go no higher. In this world, warriors needed to reach the Sky Warrior realm to fly through the air, while mages could do so at the bronze rank. A mage's flight duration was determined by their mana. Chaliman had reached the intermediate mage level a few days ago. His powerful spiritual energy allowed him to meditate mana with exceptional speed, and his mana pool was far larger than that of mages of the same rank. Such were the benefits of strong spiritual energy.
I want patrol the town tonight. I'll stay in my room and meditate, striving to become a bronze mage as soon as possible. That way I can hide the fact that I can fly,
he murmured to himself. Occasionally at night, he would use the art of soaring with the wind to fly high above, and secretly observe the town as well as to experience the joy of flight. The next noon.
My lord, some slave traders have come to the outskirts of the town. They brought numerous slaves and claimed it was your request. I dared not confirm, so I came to inquire with you. The elegantly dressed Morgan asked respectfully. Charlemagne was enjoying the roasted beast meat prepared by Bayana. The development of the territory requires a large population, so I contacted the slave owners. There will be a continuous supply of slaves in the future, and you will be responsible for arranging them. You can take the necessary gold from the castle treasury. By the way, I also promised the slave owners to add a bit more gold to each slave. Morgan, give them a little extra, don't be stingy. I am counting on them to increase the population of my territory, so don't mess it up. After speaking, Charlemagne picked up a piece of roasted windhowl wolf meat and began to eat again. This was from the last time he hunted a pack of windhowl wolves. The beast meat was firm, and after Bayana's roasting sprinkled with cumin brought back from the martial arts world, it was so delicious it made one want to eat their own tongue. Yes, my lord, I will do my utmost to handle this matter. He then walked towards the treasury. Charlemagne had already placed 5,000,000 gold coins in the castle treasury, which Morgan was aware of, but he thought it was just the old lord's legacy left for Charlemagne. After Morgan left for a while, Lady Mary arrived with a charming young girl to meet Charlemagne. Lady Mary was still in her black robe, while the girl was dressed quite appropriately with long golden hair, shallow dimples on her cheeks, wearing a sheer white dress, and small deerskin boots. Her appearance resembled that of Lady Mary. Lord Charlemagne, the craftsmen have already selected a site, and can start working at any time, Mary said with a bow. Just right, a batch of slaves just arrived, take them to that site. You can find Morgan. He should be negotiating with the slave owners outside the town right now. Charlemagne said with a smile. I will go right away, but there is one more thing. This girl is my granddaughter Grace. She is 14 years old this year, and I hope you can keep her here. Mary introduced the girl while holding her hand. All right, let her stay in the stone tower. She will be the maid of the estate from now on. Cecilia, you take her to the storeroom to choose suitable maid outfits. Charlemagne agreed without much thought. After all, Lady Mary had served the family for many years, and her granddaughter was charming and pleasant to look at, so there was no reason to refuse. My name is Cecilia. I am also the Lord's maid. Come with me, Grace. You should look adorable in these clothes. Cecilia smiled at Grace. Grace was astonished to see that the beautiful sister before her had black cat ears and a long tail swaying back and forth. It was her first time seeing a half-beast, and she foolishly followed Cecilia. Soon after Lady Mary left, the conversation they had was about the new village. Charlemagne planned to build a village by the green water lake in the center of the territory, where fresh water was abundant, ideal for cultivating farmland. He wanted the territory to be self-sufficient and not rely solely on external purchases. Grace changed into a Japanese tile-made outfit, and it must be said that it looked quite cute. Charlemagne was quite satisfied and instructed Cecilia and Beth to teach her well before leaving the stone tower. Charlemagne did not take the guard's Ina with him, as the girl was engrossed in a chess game with Bayana. Several guards were patrolling back and forth in the estate, safeguarding it. Prepare the carriage. I am going to the blacksmith shop, Charlemagne said to the guards. The blacksmith shop was newly built in the town located to the south, and most of the blacksmiths recruited by the city of Bus were here. Upon entering the shop, the hot air filled the room, but Charlemagne was already able to regulate his body temperature and felt no discomfort. My lord, you are looking for me. What can I do for you? The stout man with a gray beard was hammering red-hot metal, and upon seeing Charlemagne arrive, he immediately put down his hammer. This man was Greybeard, the leader of the 7 mountain dwarves that Charlemagne had purchased. Currently, Greybeard was managing the blacksmith shop. Although everyone knew that Greybeard was merely the lord's slave, the other blacksmiths recruited also respected him. Greybeard, I have 2 tasks for you, Charlemagne said, as he handed 2 sets of blueprints to Greybeard. Greybeard examined the blueprints closely. What are these 2 things for my lord? He had never seen the items in the blueprints before. Charlemagne was giving him the designs for a coal furnace and a plow. It was normal for Greybeard not to know, as these items did not exist in this world. Charlemagne carefully explained the items on the blueprints to Greybeard, who was very intrigued. Forget about the coal furnace. The plow's blueprint amazed Greybeard, who exclaimed, I never expected this thing to be so useful. With this, the efficiency of land reclamation will be multiplied several times. First make the coal furnaces. At least 4,000 sets are needed for use in winter. The plow can be made later in spring. Charlemagne pointed at the blueprints.
Yes, my lord, I will work quickly to produce the coal furnaces.
Greybeard patted his chest and promised.
Charlemagne then inspected the blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths were diligently pounding metal. Charlemagne asked some questions about the blacksmiths' lives, intending to evaluate their character. He wanted to take the furnace and molds from his space to produce gold coins, but he had to carefully select the personnel, as privately making coins was no trivial matter. He did not have the right to mint coins, and needed to choose some trustworthy staff. Not far from the blacksmith shop was Moxus Research Institute. Ever since the institute was built, he had been living there, determined to create magical weapons. Charlemagne had already invested 1,000,000 gold coins, but there had been no results yet. As Charlemagne approached the entrance of the research institute, a loud crashing sound immediately echoed. Then came a desperate shout.
No, my materials! My money! Another failure!
The voice was heart-wrenching, as if one had lost their dearest loved ones. Anyone who didn't know might think someone had died. Well, there's no need to look. It must be that Mox's experiment failed again, with materials destroyed by magic. This was already the 6th time he had been informed of the previous failures by his subordinates. Charlemagne turned to get into the carriage, and instructed the coachman to return to the estate.
Look, it's the Lord's carriage. Today is really lucky to see the Lord out. The Lord is definitely the most benevolent Lord in this world. Brother, I bet you. Come on, Chuck, you haven't even left the town. How would you know?
Charlemagne did not pull open the carriage curtain, but with his exceptional hearing he listened to the townspeople's discussions all the way back to the estate.
Charlemagne, where have you been? Why didn't you call me? Xena complained about Charlemagne not calling her. After all, she was his personal guard, the strongest warrior in the territory, or so she thought. I just went to the blacksmith shop. It wasn't far, so I didn't call you. Charlemagne smiled, his smile bright and warm like the summer sun, dazzling the new-made Grace, who could only think how handsome the Lord was. Let's let this one go. Next time you must take me with you. Let's play chess. I have a new strategy in mind, and I will definitely win against you this time, Xena said confidently. Soon the chessboard was set up, and Charlemagne easily countered Xena's new strategy, ending the game with a checkmate. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Winter had descended upon the Jushan continent, and a light snow began to fall over the Shui territory, accompanied by a chilly breeze. To the north of the territory lay Milu village, once teeming with elk in the surrounding areas, though years of hunting had greatly diminished their numbers. Now atop every wooden roof in the small hamlet, iron chimneys belched plumes of black smoke. Inside one of the houses a family of 3 sat around a fire. Though the rest of the room remained chilly, it was exceptionally warm near the hearth. An iron pot hung over the flames, simmering a savory meat and vegetable stew, while a young child beside it swallowed greedily. Bless the Lord's benevolence. Not only did he give us coal stoves for free, but the coal itself costs nothing. This winter, he even distributed 100 caddies of beef. Today on Thanksgiving we can finally have a proper feast, said the woman, stirring the pot with heartfelt gratitude. Wife, this month we received another 30 silver coins. We've nearly saved 2 gold coins now. Ha ha ha. After today's holiday, I'll head back to the construction site tomorrow. Who would have thought there'd be work even in winter? Said the ordinary-looking middle-aged man cheerfully. I'll go to the weaving mill too. There are still plenty of clothes to make. I heard that come spring the Lord's garrison plans to expand the army, and the pay is quite good. I'd like to give it a try. Oh, stop it, dear. You're already past your prime. How could you outcompete those strapping young lads? It's a pity little Mark is still so young. When he grows up he'll surely be a fine young man. Little Mark, when you join the army you must serve the Lord faithfully, the woman said with hopeful eyes, but the boy remained fixated on the meat in the pot, unable to look away. Over these 3 months Charlie's territory had registered a population of 21345, including 10569 slaves, 1127 guards, and 9649 free citizens.
For easier identification, a public notice was issued for everyone to obtain ID cards at the town center. The card material discovered by Mashi made counterfeiting difficult. To ensure everyone survived the winter without casualties, the newly crafted coal stoves were distributed free of charge to every household. Charlie also purchased 500 kobolds from a slave trader to mine coal. They could dig over 1 million caddies of coal a day. Even with each household receiving 400 caddies monthly, and the blacksmith shop consuming vast amounts, a large surplus of coal remained. Before Thanksgiving, each household was given over 100 caddies of beef. For this, Charlie slaughtered 500 head of cattle, each weighing around 3,000 caddies from the ranch. Now the sheephead herders had raised nearly 10,000 cattle and sheep. True to their nature, the sheephead folk were excellent shepherds, keeping the livestock plump and healthy. Charlie bought large quantities of carrots, their favorite food, to reward them. With more sheep came more wool. The sheep grew fleece year-round, providing work for women who couldn't handle heavy labor. Charlie established small textile mills in the town and 4 other villages to produce woolen clothing. Output was modest, sufficient only for local supply. The dwarves brought back good news. A small silver mine was discovered north of the territory, and another team found a medium-sized mithril mine just inside the Great Beast Forest to the west. Mithril, a magical metal worth dozens of times more than gold, lay in the peerless forest beyond Charlie's domain. He ordered the dwarves to keep it secret for now, as he had no intention of mining in such a dangerous area. In these 3 months, Wanyang town had undergone tremendous change. All roads were paved with cobblestone concrete, giving a pleasing appearance. Streetlights powered by phosphorescent stones, an expensive purchase akin to solar lamps, lined the roads. Now, instead of pitch darkness, the town was brightly lit every night. On the western side of town, work was bustling with activity. The towering minotaurs could each do the work of a dozen men, though they ate proportionally more. Charlie didn't stint, he fed them to their fill. The minotaurs were thoroughly satisfied with their current life, unlike on the wild grass plains, where the beastman royalty always drafted them as frontline soldiers in wars, causing countless casualties. Such a peaceful, happy existence was what they had yearned for. Charlie planned to build concrete residential buildings on the western edge of town, relocate all residents there, and then convert the old town into a commercial center to boost the territory's economy. Since the old town adjoined the port, a commercial hub would allow visiting merchants to purchase needed supplies immediately. However, this would have to wait until the housing project was completed. Inside the manor, the heat from the massive fireplace radiated through the entire room. Charlie, Bayana, and Zaina were playing landlord, while Beifu massaged Charlie's shoulders. Cecilia and Grace were engaged in a game of chess. It was Thanksgiving, and Charlie had allowed the maids to rest. Bomb. Hee, Charlie, I win again. You just can't beat me at landlord, Zaina taunted happily. Charlie shrugged helplessly. Zaina's luck at the card game was simply extraordinary. She kept drawing bombs every round. He even suspected she was cheating, but she wasn't. It was pure good fortune. Morgan pushed open the door and announced, Master, a messenger from Hungmu village reports that a hunter has discovered traces of a large-scale monster incursion into the territory. Should we send someone to deal with it? Large-scale. I'd better go check it out myself. If left unattended, people could die. Come on, Zaina, you're coming with me. You girls stay home, obediently Charlie instructed. I'll protect your little mates, Charlie, Bayana said, brandishing her tiny fist. Her long ears were adorned with emerald jade earrings. Though Bayana was petite, she was far stronger than most in the territory, possessing bronze-level combat power. Leaving the manor, Charlie mounted his warhorse and rode toward the garrison, which lay north of town. After renovations, the garrison now had high walls topped with 1/2 meter of barbed wire. Lord, what are your orders? The 2-meter-tall Toby knelt on one knee respectfully. Toby had already stepped into the bronze rank. Charlie had gifted him the Crimson Thunder Blade and Earth Tiger armor bought at auction, and also taught him the Flame Soul art. With these enhancements, Toby, aside from those in the manor, was now the strongest in the territory. His loyalty to Charlie was absolute. He would go through fire and water without a second thought. Rise, Toby. Gather the men and follow me to Hungmu village to clear out the monsters Charlie ordered. Toby immediately assembled the troops. There were only 350 men in the garrison at present. The rest were assigned to escort caravans and maintain public order. Soon, the force was ready, standing in crisp formation. Unlike the black uniforms of the Security Bureau, they wore camouflage military attire. By now all members of Charlie's guard and garrison possessed martial prowess. Those who had not yet awakened their fighting spirit seeds could, provided they persevered through Charlie's training regimen, receive a secret elixir to increase their chances of awakening. Only a small fraction succeeded through training. Most were dismissed. The elixirs were purchased at great expense from black markets in other cities. Charlie planned to accept only martial artists into his guard and garrison in the future. Hundreds of riders bypassed Wangyang town and headed west. Curious townsfolk watched the large procession. That leader seems to be the Lord himself. I wonder what big event requires so many people. By the light, God bless our Shui territory. You two get back to work. The Lord is powerful enough. What could possibly go wrong? Redwood Village lay to the west of the territory, beyond which stretched untamed wilderness. A few more days' journey through the wild would lead to the periphery of the magical beast Great Forest. The road had been paved with concrete, allowing them to cover the distance on horseback in just half a day. Along the way they occasionally saw horse-drawn carriages hauling timber into the town, and it was evident that most of the lumber used in the town came from Redwood Village. By the time they reached Redwood Village, dusk had already fallen. They had no choice but to stay overnight in the village, planning to investigate the traces of magical beasts the following day. The periphery of the magical beast forest.
Captain, according to the magical energy fluctuations, that blazing lion has already fled out of the forest,
said a mage with a grim countenance, descending from the sky and addressing a man whose face bore a long scar.
Excellent. This time the battle between two 7th-rank magical beasts works perfectly to our advantage. It would be best to capture that blazing lion alive, but even dead its value is immense. Order the squad to pursue immediately.
The speaker was none other than Dwight, the leader of the Gale Adventurer team, who had competed with Charlemagne for the 9 Revolutions elemental art. He was a golden-ranked warrior. He had led the Gale Adventurer team into the periphery of the magical beast forest for a mission when they witnessed a battle between a 7th-rank Shadow Panther and a 7th-rank Blazing Lion. Under normal circumstances, the Shadow Panther was no match for the Blazing Lion, but winter had weakened the lion's strength. Though the Blazing Lion ultimately emerged victorious, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Gravely wounded, it was driven by the Gale team to flee toward the forest's edge.
My lord, according to the scouts' reports, a large number of magical beast tracks have indeed been discovered west of the village. However, they do not belong to a single clan. It is likely that a powerful beast drove them out of the magical beast Great Forest, and they came here because they could not find food in the wilderness ahead. They are all low-rank beasts.
In a camp outside the village, Toby reported to Charlemagne.
Very well. Divide the squad into 7 groups, each led by a bronze or advanced warrior, and clear out as many magical beasts as possible from the wilderness bordering our territory and the vicinity of Redwood Village. Tell them to fire signal flares if they encounter any trouble. Additionally, hire villagers to carry away the carcasses.
Charlemagne instructed. The plan for hunting magical beasts was soon set in motion. The squad split into 7 groups, with Charlemagne leading one of them. Each day they hunted during daylight and returned to the village at night with the carcasses. They managed to collect anywhere from dozens to over 100 magical beast corpses daily. However, it would take at least a week to clear such a vast area. On the 4th day of the clearing operation, Toba's group encountered the severely wounded Blazing Lion. The lion, upon seeing humans blocking its path, instantly unleashed its ferocious bestial nature, startling Toby. He had no idea the lion was so formidable, as he had never encountered a blazing lion before. Only when the beast erupted with overwhelming power did he realize the gravity of the situation.
York, fire the signal flare for reinforcements. The rest of you hold it off with me.
Toby shouted decisively to one of his men. York immediately pulled a signal flare from his pack and ignited it. The flare shot high into the sky.
Boom!
The lion was ferocious beyond measure. Toby struck at its head with his crimson thunder blade, but the beast dodged. With a massive paw swipe, the lion sent Toby flying like a cannonball, and blood surged from his throat. The lion's recent wounds reopened from evading the attack, and it emitted a pained low growl through gritted teeth.
Damn it, this beast must be at the 7th rank. You all run, and lead it away.
Toby struggled to his feet. He had infused his Earth Tiger armor with battle chi just moments ago, yet the lion's single blow still made him spit blood. This lion was undoubtedly a 7th rank magical beast, and his armor could withstand a full force strike from a golden warrior, which corresponded to a 6th rank beast. Upon hearing the words,
7th rank magical beast,
terror gripped the group. They were all warriors, and knew full well what that rank signified. The team members immediately distanced themselves from the lion, and many worried about their captain. Toby urged him to be careful. Toby led the blazing lion away. He dared not head toward the village for fear of bringing disaster home, so he turned toward the magical beast's great forest. Fortunately, the lion's wounds had reopened when it dodged his earlier attack, slowing its pace somewhat. Whenever the lion was about to catch up, Toby would engage it only to be sent flying again before fleeing once more. Thus he stumbled all the way toward the magical beast forest in a pathetic retreat. In the wilderness,
Captain, that blazing lion is heading our way. It seems to be chasing someone,
said the mage, soaring high above to Dwight, the Gale team leader, on the ground.
Boom!
Toby was swatted away by the lion once more. He coughed up blood, his Earth Tiger armor now dented in many places. With desperation, he continued running toward a small patch of forest at the edge of the wilderness, but exhaustion soon overtook him. He stumbled and collapsed, turning his head to see the blazing lion radiating danger slowly approaching. Just as the lion was about to reach Toby, a dazzling magic array materialized on the ground, and the blazing lion was instantly crushed down as if burdened by a mountain.
Captain, strike now. We can't hold it for long.
6 black-robed mages suddenly appeared in the trees around Toby, pouring their magical power into the array to suppress the blazing lion.
Gale Dawn Slash.
A loud shout came from behind Toby. A white stream of air condensed into a massive blade some 20 meters long, arcing toward the lion's neck. Sensing the threat, the blazing lion immediately enveloped itself in raging flames and let out a deafening roar that shook the heavens. The 6 mages instantly spat out gouts of blood and fell into a brief state of dizziness. Toby, being the closest, was rendered unconscious by the sonic assault. With the magical power cut off, the magic array's strength waned dramatically. The blazing lion writhed free and tried to dodge Dwight's Gale Dawn Slash, but the attack still struck its back, carving a deep wound from which blood flowed like molten lava. The pain only enraged the blazing lion further. It wanted to kill the human who had wounded it, and its burning hatred dulled much of the agony.
Roar!
The blazing lion lunged at Dwight in a pounce. Knowing that close combat against a 7th rank beast was suicide, Dwight immediately rolled aside to evade.
Archers! Hit its wounds with mithril armor-piercing arrows!
Dwight bellowed. From the dense woods dozens of arrows flew out. These arrows were infused with the magical metal mithril, an anti-magic stone, granting them armor and magic-piercing properties. Most arrows that struck the blazing lion's hide left only shallow white marks. One arrow lodged into the wound on its back, another into a wound on its thigh, a gash left by the shadow panther. Yet the lion seemed oblivious, lunging again at Dwight. Its massive frame, like a small hill, caused the ground to tremble. Dwight dodged once more, and swung his blade at the beast's mane.
Clang!
Sparks flew, but the blade failed to cut through. The lion lashed out with a lightning-fast paw, striking Dwight's body and sending him flying like a sack of grain.
"Captain, are you all right?"
the grim-faced mage shouted. Dwight sat up on the ground, touching the armor he was wearing. His expression darkened. He was glad he had spent the money on a profound rank armor, but under the blazing lion's blow it was now ruined. He had underestimated a 7th rank beast, even a wounded one.
"I'm fine, but it looks like you'll need a new set,"
Dwight said ruefully.
"Warriors, come out and assist me. Drag this out a little longer, it shouldn't have much blood left."
Dwight called out to the dense woods. Soon more than 20 warriors emerged, armed with swords or blades and shields in their left hands. The Gale Adventurer team numbered 51, in total 27 warriors, 18 archers, and 6 mages. Their high-end combat strength included 1 golden rank, 3 silver rank, and 8 bronze rank, with the rest being advanced and intermediate. The blazing lion was surrounded by the Gale team, but its hatred was focused entirely on Dwight. Dwight dodged the lion's attacks with great difficulty, while the others struck at it opportunely, though with little effect. They circled it like wolves targeting their prey. In the distance, archers added more arrows to its wounds, and mages in the air cast spells of various elements. However, the beast's magical resistance was formidable, and the magic had only a negligible impact. Despair crept into the blazing lion's heart. It was utterly exhausted, and the blood streaming from its wounds was as hot as molten rock melting the snow beneath it. Dwight moved like a nimble monkey thanks to his wind element cultivation art that enhanced his speed. The warriors occasionally used their shields to block attacks for him, but those who did so ended up with shattered shields and injuries. The blazing lion let out another roar that shook the heavens. The warriors nearby were instantly dazed. Dwight, being closest, was also affected. The lion gathered all its remaining strength, forming a crimson fireball in its mouth and launching it at Dwight. The scorching heat instantly vaporized the snow on the ground.
"Arcane ice wall!"
2 bronze rank mages in the air shouted simultaneously, and 2 half-meter thick ice walls materialized before Dwight. However, against the 7th rank lion's fireball, the first wall shattered instantly, and the second did not last much longer. Fortunately, Dwight, a peak gold rank, recovered from the roar's effect relatively quickly and fled to the right, but the fireball's intense heat still singed his hair. The lion, unable to kill its target and succumbing to blood loss and resentment, immediately expired. The lion's massive corpse lay still on the ground, its fiery fur gradually dimming. Then the Gale team erupted into cheers of joy.
"Ha ha ha! We've struck it rich! We now have 2 7th rank magical beast corpses. Check the wounded quickly and gather the loot. Be prepared for any unexpected trouble,"
Dwight said happily to his team members. The team immediately set about dismembering the lion. A 7th rank magical beast was a treasure trove in every part, each piece requiring careful preservation. The magical beast core in particular was the most valuable part, the very source of its power.
"Captain, this man is still alive. What should we do?"
said a team member, removing his hand from Toba's nose.
This armor looks familiar. I've seen it somewhere before,"
Dwight mused. Dwight grew increasingly familiar with the sight. Wasn't this the armor and weapons purchased by No. 33 at the auction? Could this guy be No. 33?
"Who are you? Why did you injure Viscount Calaman's men?"
Zaina led a team tracking the traces, and saw Toby lying unconscious, but hearing them talk he seemed still alive. She wanted to first test the waters by invoking the noble title.
"Ah, so it's Viscount's people. This is all a misunderstanding."
Dwight, hearing that the man wearing the Earth Tiger armor was just a subordinate, speculated that this Viscount Chalaman might be the real No. 33. Without understanding his strength, it was better to befriend him first, especially since he was a kingdom noble. Dwight then recounted the incident and returned Toby to Zaina.
"Thank you for saving Toby, Captain Dwight. I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. It's all right as long as the misunderstanding is resolved.
Zaina apologized.
Haha, no problem. It's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up,
DeWaite said, but his eyes casually swept over the people Zaina had brought. The leading woman wore black while the others were all in matching camouflage attire. Apart from sensing some strength in the leader, he found the rest unimpressive.
Zaina, what happened?
Calaman, fearing a major incident, had left the group and flown over using carefree wind riding. Seeing Zaina conversing with these strangers from afar, he landed in a secluded spot before approaching.
Lord, why did you come alone? Weren't the guards with you?
Zaina asked, addressing him as Lord in front of outsiders.
I was worried about you, so I rushed over. The guards are still behind,
Chaliman explained. Zaina then told Chaliman how the Gale group had saved Tuobi. Chaliman hadn't expected Tuobi to survive a 7th-rank magical beast's pursuit.
Thank you, Captain DeWaite. I would like to invite you to my territory and properly entertain you,
Chaliman said, filled with gratitude. Looking at the handsome young man with black hair before him, DeWaite couldn't believe this was no. 33, though the voice was similar. Chaliman hadn't made any effort to hide it.
Hey, it's an honor to receive an invitation from the Viscount. But may I ask a question? The armor your heavily wounded subordinate was wearing, did you provide it, my lord?
DeWaite inquired. Why ask about the Earth Tiger armor? In an instant many thoughts flashed through Calaman's mind. Could he be fond of that armor? Was he also at the auction? Numerous speculations surfaced in Calaman's mind. Seeing Calaman's prolonged silence and furrowed brow, DeWaite seemed to guess the answer. His tone turned cold.
So you are no 33, aren't you, Viscount? So what if I am?
Chaliman didn't deny it, knowing it couldn't stay hidden forever.
Then the 9 transformations elemental art is with you.
DeWaite's excitement was unmistakable. Calaman's expression turned odd.
So you're the one who competed with me for the 9 transformations art?
Both sides could sense the shift in atmosphere, which began to reek of gunpowder.
Captain, he's a Viscount. If we kill him, we won't be able to stay in the kingdom,
the somber mage transmitted mentally. The somber mage used mental telepathy to communicate.
Viscount Calaman, hand over the technique, and he'll let you live today. Otherwise I'll take it myself. With your people you stand no chance against my Gale group. Don't throw your life away for nothing,
DeWaite said with a dangerous expression. Seeing the captain's words, the Gale group understood his stance. Both sides drew their weapons.
You dare to kill a territorial noble? The kingdom of Caboose will not rest until justice is served,
Chaliman said coldly.
Kill all witnesses, and who will know? Even if they find out, we can always flee to another kingdom,
DeWaite replied flatly. Fearing delays, DeWaite hefted his broadsword and charged at Calaman, not forgetting to order his team.
Kill them all. Protect the Lord.
The guard squad also drew their weapons and charged at the Gale group members. Seeing the incoming sword, Zaina stepped in front of Chaliman and blocked the attack with a punch.
As long as I'm here, you won't harm Chaliman,
Zaina declared.
You have some strength, but not enough to stop my blade.
DeWaite sneered, though he felt the immense force from her punch. Zaina knew it too. She sensed his strength was at the peak of gold rank. Could she only revert to her true form? That would bring trouble to Calaman, but never mind. She had to save his life first. A dazzling white light burst from Zaina's body, and in a flash there stood a woman with silvery white hair and dragon horns, as big as a calf's atop her head. Her small nose was elegantly shaped, her sensual lips curved into a crescent moon, and her delicate jade-like chin radiated a pure glow. She was ethereal, breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. Calaman's eyes widened. Is this Zaina? She's so beautiful, and with dragon horns. Could she be a dragon maiden? DeWaite was also stunned by the girl's peerless beauty, but seeing the dragon horns, his shock quickly turned into excitement.
A newly transformed female dragon. Alba Yabo Albert. Forget those others, help me capture her, and our future will be secure,
DeWaite shouted excitedly. The three he called were the only silver rank experts in his group: Alva, the somber mage, Yabo the archer, and Albert the warrior. They too noticed the situation and rushed over excitedly to join their captain in attacking Zaina. After reverting to her true form, Zaina's strength returned to gold rank, but she was merely a young dragon not yet mature, and still quite weak. The battle between the five was like a hurricane, shattering many giant trees around them, with constant booming explosions echoing nearby. The Gale Group's 4 members worked in perfect coordination. Deweight acted as the main tank, and Contraint the warrior protected the team, the archer sought openings, and the mage launched magical attacks to disrupt. They seemed like a professional party raiding a dungeon boss. Zaina's delicate fist sent Deweight flying back over 10 meters, carving a deep trench. The warrior seized the chance to slash at her pale skin, but left not even a scratch. After all, dragon scales were immensely tough. The mage hurled a massive fireball, which she shattered with a punch. Scattered flames ignited the trees, instantly turning into a blaze. Taking advantage of Zaina's obstructed vision, Deweight used Gale Dawn Slash. A gigantic blade transformed into a blur, speeding toward her. When her vision cleared, the blade was so close that she immediately cast a dragon language magic, conjuring a colorful shield before her. Dragons could also use dragon language magic. Zaina thrust her hands forward, channeling mana into the shield to block the blade, unable to free her hands as the immense blast lifted her silvery hair.
Yabo, use that arrow now!
Deweight roared at the distant archer.
Meteor shot!
A streak of light like a meteor hurtled toward Zaina at tremendous speed. This was the Mystic Raid Comet arrow that Deweight had purchased at great cost for Yabo, who launched it with his martial skill, imbuing it with enough power to grievously wound her. Zaina's silvery pupils widened in shock, but there was no time to dodge. At that moment, a tall figure appeared beside her, moving like lightning to catch the meteor. He spun gracefully twice on the spot, and when he stopped, the comet arrow was firmly in his grasp.
If you want to hurt my people, you'll have to go through me first.
His calm tone sent a chill down the spines of the 4 Gale Group members. The one who struck was none other than Charlemagne, who had been observing the battle's movements all along. Whenever his subordinates were in danger, he would inject Do Chi into flying needle projectiles to aid them. Just now, seeing Sienna in peril, he instantly reached out to catch the arrow, spinning on the spot to neutralize its force, using the principle of Tai Chi. What is happening? I clearly sensed that he was just an ordinary person with no Do Chi fluctuations. Dwight's mind was in turmoil. Such a powerful strike was effortlessly neutralized by the opponent, clearly indicating their strength. His back was already soaked with cold sweat. Sienna was also taken aback.
Charlemagne, how did you do that?
She still thought Charlemagne was a bronze, and hadn't realized. Curious about how he managed it, she couldn't help but look adorably dazed. Among the carefree soaring wind, there is a technique called isolated tortoise breath art, which allows one to regulate their acupoints, conceal their energy fluctuations, and even feign death. After Sienna transformed back to her true form, her voice changed as well, flowing like a clear spring, melodious and pleasant.
Sienna, never mind that. Leave this Dwight to me, and you handle the other 3 silvers. Can you manage? Charlemagne said.
But this man is very strong,
Sienna replied, pointing a slender fair finger at Dwight. It doesn't matter because I am stronger than him.
As Charlemagne's words fell, he had already vanished. With a rapid shift of his silhouette, in the blink of an eye, he was already beside Dwight. He punched at Dwight's chest. Dwight hurriedly raised his large blade to block. With a sharp crack, the blade snapped in two, and the fist struck Dwight's chest. Dwight flew like a broken kite, collapsing in the distance, and coughing blood, clearly severely injured. Through heavy spending, Charlemagne had already cultivated the 9 revolutions elemental art to the 6th revolution. Magic cores. He had spent over 30 million gold coins absorbing magic cores of wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder attributes. Now his body was nourished by these Do Chi, enhancing his physical strength to that of an Earth Realm warrior.
I didn't expect the Viscount to keep such a low profile without any hint beforehand. I've lost this time.
Dwight spoke while coughing blood that punch had already cracked his internal organs.
Alva, this is my fault. Take the others and flee. I'm done for. I'll try to hold him off if I can.
Dwight slowly rose.
No, Captain, we won't leave. We must fight together. Isn't that our Stormwind Squad's oath?
A member of the Stormwind Squad shouted loudly, causing others, who were about to flee, to hesitate again.
Captain Dwight, none of you will escape today. Don't struggle in vain,
Charlemagne said coldly. Seeing their emotional farewells, he silently quipped one would think him the villain.
All I can do is try to hold him off. The rest is up to you.
With that, Dwight picked up the broken blade, walked toward Charlemagne, and unleashed the powerful Do Chi of the gold rank, temporarily suppressing his fatal injuries. Charlemagne also erupted with Do Chi, which manifested as a multicolored glow due to the enhancement of several attributes. The battle was without suspense. Against the severely wounded Dwight, he killed him in just a few moves. Then he helped the guards eliminate the rest. The 3 silvers were heavily wounded by Sienna, but Charlemagne ordered them killed as well. It was necessary to keep Sienna's identity concealed. With Charlemagne's covert intervention, the guards only sustained minor injuries, and no one died. The guards were excited, fervent, and adoring that their lord was so powerful. Afterward, Charlemagne ordered the battlefield to be cleared. The Stormwind adventurer team had considerable assets, netting him a tidy profit: 2 7-rank magical beast corpses, several Shen-grade equipment, over 10,000 gold coins, and Dwight's bank magic card.
Charlemagne, you've been lying to me all along. You were already a gold rank warrior.
Sienna gritted her silver teeth and said fiercely. She had returned to her true form to protect his life, but the bastard never told her he didn't need protection at all.
Sienna, you were hiding yourself too, so we're even.
Charlemagne shrugged. Sienna thought for a moment. She had indeed hidden her identity, and Charlemagne had hidden his level.
Your true form should be a silver dragon, right?
Charlemagne said, stroking his chin. Sienna twirled the hair on her chest around her fingertips.
You're right, I am indeed a silver dragon. But Charlemagne, I have to leave. Otherwise my identity will bring danger to you. Don't worry about bringing trouble to me, Sienna. I have the ability to handle it. Besides, I've already ordered tonight's matter to be kept secret. Your identity won't be exposed. You don't want to make Bayanna and the others sad, do you? Stay by my side,
Charlemagne said urgently. This was a dragon. He had to keep her.
But?
Sienna hesitated.
Don't worry about the guards leaking the secret. When we return, I'll have them sign a magic contract forbidding them from speaking of tonight's events. What do you say, Sienna?
Charlemagne continued.
All right, since you're so confident, I agree to stay in the territory.
Sienna smiled, her eyes narrowing like crescent moons. Life here was wonderful. She truly hated to leave. Soon more guard squads arrived searching for them. Sienna transformed back to her usual appearance. Charlemagne ordered the arriving guards to help carry the spoils back. Some curious guards asked the involved guards what had happened, but they were all brushed off with made-up stories, not a word about Sienna being a dragon girl. The Lord was watching closely. They wouldn't dare tell the truth even with 10 times the courage. After returning, Charlemagne crafted a magic contract and made them swear an oath. This type of contract magic was simple, and Charlemagne could make it himself. He also gave them a generous hush money. Over the next few days, Charlemagne continued to clear magical beasts with his guards. Toby was sent back to the Wave Town Hospital for treatment, a hospital he had ordered built, though it was small, with only over 20 doctors. After sweeping away all the magical beasts in the area, he led the team back to Wave Town. The trip was quite fruitful. The hunted magical beasts could supplement the guards' meals, and magical beast meat slightly enhanced cultivation. 2 more months passed in the blink of an eye, and spring had arrived. Charlemagne welcomed his first Holy Light Festival in this world, the otherworldly version of the new year. The territory was filled with singing and dancing, bustling and lively. People laughed joyfully, praising Charlemagne's benevolence. This holy light festival they had spare money to celebrate properly. Charlemagne held a grand New Year event organizing many people to put on skits, songs and dance performances in the newly built square at the town center for the residents to enjoy. Many villagers from other villages came to watch. With roads connecting every village newly repaired, it only took a few hours to reach Wave Town. The humorous skits delighted everyone with their novelty. Songs and dances were performed by young beautiful women on stage. Baena also signed up as the finale, wearing a hat to cover her long ears and a beautiful long dress. On stage, she performed elven songs and graceful dances, becoming the biggest highlight of the event. At night, Charlemagne held a grand bonfire party. Besides strong intoxicating liquor, there was a feast of magical beast meat. By now Charlemagne had built 4 large granaries in the territory, with grain reserves reaching 8,000 tons. At the party everyone drank until their faces were flushed, exclaiming how potent the liquor was. With sufficient grain, Charlemagne had already set up a distillery using distillation techniques. The current yield was small this year. It would be supplied to the territory, and next year with larger production, it could be sold externally. He had already thought of a name. Because a blue grass called blowhart found by the goatman was added, giving the liquor a bluish tint, it was called Soul of the Sea. At the end of the party, Charlemagne elevated 200 slaves to free citizens, bringing them to tears of joy. He also outlined the territory's future development direction. Basically, work hard and you'll be rewarded. These words stirred the people's blood, making them feel a bright future beckoning. They praised the Lord's mercy and greatness endlessly. After finishing his speech, Charlemagne let them continue the bonfire party and returned to his castle with Sienna. Baena had already prepared dinner for him. Cecilia, Beth, and Grace kept bringing dishes to the table, a lavish spread covering the huge dining table. Charlemagne estimated there were over 60 dishes. He enjoyed this grand meal with Sienna, Baena, the maids, and Morgan. Charlemagne had long regarded Morgan as family, for he had served the original owner for many years, and now, in his old age, had no relatives. At the table the girls chatted and laughed, making Charlemagne feel like a ghost. Fortunately, Morgan would talk to Charlemagne about recent territory affairs. As the executor of Charlemagne's orders, he knew a great deal about all matters big and small in the territory. They ate until very late. Most of the grand meal ended up in Sienna's stomach. Finally, Charlemagne gave everyone small gifts, concluding the Holy Light Festival. The territory welcomed spring, and Charlemagne opened the system panel to prepare for a dungeon run. In fact, the teleportation function had already cooled down a few days earlier, but he had wanted to wait until after the festival before using it. He summoned the system panel and clicked the teleport button. A blurry CG image filled with various zombies and ghosts appeared before his eyes. Charlemagne had known for days that it was a world of ghosts and monsters, so he had prepared some items effective against specters and undead creatures, which he believed would also be useful in this world. He clicked the image. "Ding, do you wish to teleport?" An indifferent mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. "Yes." Charlemagne felt dizzy and disoriented. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pitch-black dense forest. So he was in a forest again. It was already so late, he might encounter a ghost. However, after sensing his powerful doji ready to be unleashed at any moment, Charlemagne felt much more at ease. "Ding, you have teleported to the zombie world. A random main quest has been issued. The main quest has been activated. The zombie world is plagued by evil spirits and monsters. Please use the power system of this world to kill 1 zombie, 1 ghost, and 1 demon. Task success rewards 1 lottery ticket. Task failure has no penalty, but the system will shut down forcefully. World intensity detected low. Users may remain in this world for 10 years, after which they will be forcibly returned to their original world. Oh, I wonder how difficult this quest is. I can't use my own power. Can only use this world's methods. I wonder if it's Taoist arts or something." Charlemagne muttered to himself. The immediate priority was to find a place to stay, he decided. The surrounding forest was pitch black, but fortunately Calaman's vision allowed him to see at night as clearly as day. This time, to avoid attracting attention, he took out clothes he had prepared in advance and changed into them. Chalaman did not use when controlling flight. His doji could not be recovered in this world, so he needed to conserve it for emergencies. He groped his way forward alone through the dense forest. Before long, Calaman's spiritual sense detected a soul-like creature ahead. He was surprised. The chance of encountering a ghost in the wild at night in this world was indeed high. However, even if it was a ghost, he had no need to fear, so he walked over. He was still an intermediate mage, but his spiritual power could already probe about 50 meters around him, slightly surpassing that of a senior mage. Soon he saw a slender, graceful back bending over to eat something in its arms, making loud tearing sounds, like a wild beast.
It seems to be a female ghost. I wonder if I can communicate,
Chalaman tentatively asked.
Miss, do you know how to get to the nearest city?
The female ghost seemed to hear Calaman's words. She turned her head directly without moving, her body rotating at 180 degrees. This eerie sight would have frightened an ordinary person out of their wits. When Chalaman saw the woman's face, it was a rotting, accusing visage. One glance would make anyone want to eat 10 bowls of rice. She was still chewing something with bright red blood streaming from her mouth.
Damn, that scared the hell out of me,
Chalaman cursed inwardly, though his outward expression remained calm. After all, it was his first time seeing a ghost, and a creepy one at that. The female ghost laughed eerily, stood up, and threw away the object in her hands. Chalaman looked closely, and saw that it was a dead infant, apparently recently deceased. After discarding the infant, the female ghost extended her hands toward Chalaman. Her fingernails were black, long and sharp. She ran toward him in a bizarre posture. As she ran, she let out a sinister giggle.
Hee.
The creepy laughter gave Chalaman goosebumps. Seeing the female ghost about to grab him, he immediately activated his doji and threw a punch, like a dragon, striking the ghost.
Ah!
The ghost's piercing scream echoed through the forest as it turned to ashes in an instant.
So weak. You almost tricked me,
Chalaman sighed. Under his spiritual sense, the ghost left behind a pure soul essence, slowly dissipating. He tried to use the soul-devouring, mind-bewildering art to devour it. As the technique activated, his spiritual power took on the form of Calaman floating above his body. Opening its mouth, it inhaled that soul essence. Chalaman felt his spiritual power grow slightly, though very faint.
Not bad, not bad. This world should allow me to greatly enhance my spiritual power,
Chalaman said delightedly. A stronger spiritual power meant he could meditate and generate mana faster to advance his magical realm.
Unfortunately, this world has no mana. I can only increase my spiritual power, but cannot meditate.
Chalaman shook his head. He continued on his way. Before long, his spiritual sense detected something, this time a human, not a ghost.
Xiangxi corpse driving. Living persons keep away. Xiangxi corpse driving. Living persons keep away.
A man dressed as a Taoist priest chanted while shaking a bell. Behind him followed dozens of zombies in Qing dynasty official robes, hopping along in rhythm with his bell sounds.
I wonder why zombies all wear official robes. Is it for dignity?
Chalaman muttered.
Esteemed Taoist, may I ask how to get to the nearest city? I am a stranger who got lost in the mountains.
Chalaman stepped out from the nearby woods and blocked the Taoist's path. The Taoist was startled by Calaman's sudden appearance. Any normal person would react that way when someone emerged from the dark forest in the dead of night. The Taoist wore a gray robe, carried a bamboo-woven backpack, wore round glasses, and sported 2 curled mustaches, giving him a somewhat sleazy appearance. After recovering from the scare, he pushed his glasses up to his brow and carefully examined Chalaman. Before him stood a young man with a tall, straight posture and a handsome, sunny face. After confirming that Chalaman was not a ghost or monster, he grinned sleazily and said,
Hey, there's no city nearby, but I live close by. If you can pay for lodging, I don't mind letting you stay. I can see it. This guy is a money grubber. But being greedy is good. Master Chaliman has plenty of money.
Without a word, Chaliman took out a gold bar from his pocket and tossed it to the Taoist. The Taoist with decent reflexes caught it steadily. He examined it carefully, then bit it hard to confirm it was real gold, not a fake.
Master! My dear master, I'll take you to my home right away. Stay as long as you like, and don't be polite.
The Taoist's expression had completely changed, now filled with sycophantic flattery. Meanwhile, he secretly speculated about Chaliman's identity, thinking this young man might be a grave robber. Only such a person would dare wander the forest at night. But since he already had the money, he didn't ask further. Along the way, Chaliman chatted with the Taoist and learned his identity, the Four-Eyes Taoist. Chaliman still clearly remembered from his past life the hilarious scene of watching him summon the ancestors to fight zombies, only to step on a nail and leak air. He followed him until the sky began to lighten, and then saw Four-Eyes' residence, a small mountain cabin with a bamboo hut beside it, presumably where the old monk lived.
Don't go near that bamboo hut. There's an old monk living there, and he's not a good person,
Four-Eyes said, as he led the zombies into the mortuary, noticing Chaliman examining the bamboo hut. Chaliman understood that the Taoist had a feud with the monk, so he said nothing and followed Four-Eyes into the wooden cabin. Inside were many magical instruments for exorcising demons, and the walls were plastered with yellow talismans, creating an unsettling atmosphere.
Master, you're back. Who is this young man? Could he be the new junior apprentice?
A robust young man in a short jacket walked out.
This new junior brother is so dashing and spirited. You brat, he's not a junior apprentice. He's an honored guest. Go prepare something delicious to treat him.
Four-Eyes scolded loudly. Chaliman smiled and said nothing. This must be Four-Eyes' disciple Jala, a simple and honest man. Jala trudged off to the kitchen to make food, leaving Chaliman and Four-Eyes alone.
Elder Taoist, your magical power is formidable. Could you teach me a few tricks? So I'll have some means of self-defense against ghosts and monsters in the future.
Chaliman asked in a low voice.
No, you are not a disciple of Mao Shan, and I cannot impart Taoist arts to one of questionable character. I Simu as a member of Mao Shan.
Clatter. Before Simu could finish, Charlemagne dropped a gold bar on the table.
What kind of person do you take me for? Am I one to covet wealth?
Clatter. Another gold bar landed on the table.
Young man, am truly not the person you imagine. I Simu.
Clatter. Yet another gold bar.
Why won't you listen? Am not what you think. Clatter, clatter.
This time 2 gold bars.
Ha ha, you have a sharp eye.
Simu quickly pocketed the gold bars with an awkward chuckle. Before long, Jala brought out the meal, 2 simple vegetable dishes, and a pot of fish soup. Charlemagne ate without hesitation. At the dining table, Simu freely imparted knowledge about the various demons and monsters that roamed this world to Charlemagne. After the meal, Simu, who had been driving corpses all night, grew drowsy. He handed Charlemagne a book titled A Compendium of Jianshi and retired to sleep. Having only arrived in this world half a day ago, Charlemagne was full of energy. Moreover, with his formidable mental strength, he could go without sleep for long periods.
Brother Jala, where are you off to? Need any help?
Charlemagne asked, seeing Jala carrying a bucket.
No need, Brother Chin. I'm just going to fetch water from the river. I'll be back soon.
The honest Jala declined. Then he left to fetch water, while Charlemagne sat outside, pulled out a compendium of Jianshi, and began reading intently. Jianshi, born of the world's resentment, and miasma, ageless, undying, and indestructible, are cast out by the realms of heaven, earth, and man beyond the cycle of reincarnation. They wander aimlessly, feeding on resentment and blood, using mortal vitality to vent their eternal solitude. According to the book, Jianshi are graded into levels: purple Jianshi, white Jianshi, green Jianshi, black Jianshi, fur Jianshi, flying Jianshi, wandering Jianshi, prostrate Jianshi, imperishable bone Jianshi, and the Jianshi ancestor. He also came across a description of the Jianshi ancestor. Charlemagne frowned slightly. It said that long ago, an ancestor named Han Ba had merely passed through a region leaving a terrifying trail of scorched earth stretching 1,000 miles. He drew a sharp breath. Though he felt it might be exaggerated, he inwardly thanked the system for not making him face a Jianshi ancestor. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to use the invocation talisman.
Who are you? Why are you here? And where's Giala?
A crisp female voice came from the bamboo hut nearby. Charlemagne already knew. It was the girl next door, Qingqing, whom his spiritual sense had detected earlier.
I am Qin Feng, a guest of Master Simu. May I ask your name, miss?
Charlemagne asked, politely feigning ignorance. Qingqing had 2 ponytails, a delicate and pretty face, and wore a floral checkered blouse. She stood graceful and slender. Qingqing stared dumbfounded at the handsome, sunny young man before her, unable to speak for a long moment. Then, as if snapping back to reality, her face flushed crimson as she murmured,
"My name is Qingqing."
Then, like a startled fawn, she fled back into the bamboo hut. Charlemagne paid her no mind and continued reading. Time flew, and before he knew it, half a month had passed since he took up residence at Master Simu's home. Master Simu taught Charlemagne many Taoist arts and how to draw talismans. Charlemagne learned remarkably fast, often grasping a technique after a single demonstration. It vexed Simu, who jealously called him a monster, recalling that even he, once hailed as Mao Shan's most gifted disciple, had needed considerable time to master such skills.
Well, you've already mastered everything I can teach. The remaining Taoist arts cannot be transmitted unless you become my personal disciple. Would you like to formally apprentice under me?
Master Simu said with a beaming smile. In truth, he desperately wished Charlemagne would become his disciple. Such a prodigy would give him enormous bragging rights among his fellow Mao Shan brothers.
If you want to teach, then so be it. No need for formal apprenticeship,
Charlemagne said with a hint of regret. He had no desire to take a master. He didn't want someone constantly ordering him about. Now that he had learned the Taoist art supplemented by his internal energy, it should be sufficient for his needs. Charlemagne discovered that while he could not cultivate battle qi in this world, he could practice internal energy. After half a month of training, he had already accumulated a modest amount of internal energy. One day, under a clear, boundless sky, a corpse transporting party came to the master's residence to borrow glutinous rice.
Senior brother, I fear this journey may not end safely. The prince in the coffin is already turning into a Jianshi.
A middle-aged Taoist spoke with worry. Charlemagne recognized him. This was the peerless Master Qinhe. Tonight would be his ultimate challenge, but also the night of his demise.
If he's already turning, why not just burn him? I don't understand what you're thinking,
Master Simu said angrily.
No, he is a prince. He must be buried in the earth,
Qinhe insisted firmly.
Go ahead and court death if you wish.
Master Simu stormed off in a huff.
Had your senior brother is only worried for your safety. Don't take it to heart.
The old monk living next door comforted Qinhe. Then he added,
I sense thick corpse aura from the coffin. There's a high risk of a corpse transformation. Since the sun is bright today, you might remove this canopy and let the coffin bask in the sunlight to dispel some of the aura.
The old monk offered well-intentioned advice, unaware that his kindness would seal Qian's fate.
The master speaks wisely. Men, remove the canopy.
Qinhe gestured to his disciples. Charlemagne observed from beneath the eaves from afar, choosing not to intervene. Even if he warned them, they likely wouldn't listen. Exactly tonight, he'll see just how powerful this Jianshi is, Charlemagne resolved silently. Shortly after the corpse-transporting party departed, Charlemagne followed them. By evening, a torrential downpour began. The party pitched tents in the woods for the night, but the coffin containing the Jianshi was not placed inside the tent. The coffin shook violently. Clearly, the corpse inside had already turned into a Jianshi, and was on the verge of breaking the seal. Charlemagne stood on a nearby tall tree observing the situation. The rain did not touch his clothes, deflected by his internal energy. As the rain washed away the cinnabar-infused paint from the coffin, Qianhe ordered his disciples to bind it with special ropes. But no sooner had they tied it than a bolt of lightning struck the gilded coffin, electrocuting 2 disciples, who had touched it, sending them into convulsions. Could this Jianshi control the weather, or was it mere coincidence? Charlemagne was utterly baffled. The coffin lid flew off. Qianhe, unable to dodge in time, was about to be crushed when Charlemagne used his internal energy to push the lid away, sparing him. Qianhe didn't understand how the lid had changed direction, but the Jianshi had already risen from the coffin. Without time to ponder, he engaged it in battle. The Jianshi had pitch-black skin covered in fine fur, indicating it was a black Jianshi on the verge of evolving into a fur Jianshi. The black Jianshi lunged at anyone it saw, nearly biting Qian's disciples multiple times. Qianhe fought desperately to hold it back. After dozens of exchanges due to the heavy rain, Qianhe could only use half of his abilities. Just as the indestructible, immensely strong black Jianshi was about to sink its fangs into his neck, Charlemagne stepped in. His figure vanished from the tree and reappeared beside Qianhe, who was struggling to push the Jianshi away. A brilliant crimson sword slash severed both arms that the black Jianshi had locked onto Qian's shoulders. Deprived of its grip, the Jianshi was easily shoved back. Qianhe looked closely and saw that his rescuer was a young man wielding an exquisite red long sword. He found the young man familiar. He had seen him earlier at his senior brother's residence, but hadn't spoken. This long sword was crafted by Charlemagne from a magical material called flamewood, native to the Pantheon continent. It was a costly substance that had a suppressive effect on undead beings. Charlemagne had secretly tested it on Master Simu's Jianshi and found it effective. He had also drawn cinnabar talisman scripts on the blade, further enhancing its power against supernatural entities. The black Jianshi, seemingly possessed of some intelligence, saw that Charlemagne had severed its hands with a single strike and immediately fled into the dense forest. Charlemagne would not let it escape. He pursued and lopped off its head with one blow. Yet even without a head, the body still moved, searching for its missing cranium. The severed head, lying not far away, stared wide-eyed and shrieked continuously.
"It seems a bit weak,"
Charlemagne murmured to himself. Qianhe said gratefully,
"Many thanks for saving my life, fellow cultivator. I never expected your Dao techniques to be so profound. You subdued this black Jianshi in just 2 exchanges."
He chuckled.
"During the day I already sensed that the thing in the coffin had likely turned into a zombie. Then at night, when the weather suddenly changed, I grew worried and came to check. Luckily I made it in time."
Charlemagne smiled and fabricated a reason casually.
"Doubtless this black Jianshi has only temporarily lost its mobility. It would be better to cremate it early to eliminate future troubles."
Charlemagne kindly reminded him.
"Alas, do I not know that. But my superiors have ordered a burial. Do not worry, fellow Taoist, it can no longer cause trouble now. At daybreak I will seal it with Dao techniques."
Taoist Qianhe said. Charlemagne did not press further, as it had nothing to do with him anyway. He had originally intended to ask Qianhe for some Dao technique formulas, but upon reflection, since Qianhe was Fourth Eye's junior disciple and came from the same sect, his knowledge would be similar. The master's secret arts would certainly not be passed on. Moreover, the man was busy with the zombie burial now. So he took his leave and turned back.
"Quickly move the black Jiangshi's corpse into the tent and wrap it with talismans."
Qian's brows were tightly knitted as he instructed his disciples. Soon Charlemagne returned to Fourth Eye's hut. Pushing open the door, he saw Jiala being scolded relentlessly by Fourth Eye for being stupid.
"You brat! I've told you over and over, when drawing talismans your brush strokes must be smooth. You must think it through first, and then complete it in one stroke. Why are you so stupid?"
Fourth Eye said with a tone of exasperation. Seeing Charlemagne return, Fourth Eye's attention shifted, and Jiala immediately scampered over and asked,
"Brother Qin, where did you go?" We couldn't find you when we called you for dinner.
Fourth eye also stared at Charlemagne apparently with the same question.
Oh, I went to the woods to practice and accidentally got lost.
Charlemagne lied casually. He didn't want to recount what had just happened, or he would have to explain endlessly.
I'll heat up the food for you. Wait here.
Giala glanced at his master and quickly scurried away.
Taoist, I've been staying here quite a while. I'll be leaving tomorrow just to let you know.
Charlemagne touched his nose.
Go, go. Good riddance, one less mouth to feed.
Taoist fourth eye was unconcerned and walked toward his room. Charlemagne gave a wry smile. Soon after, Giala brought the food. While eating, Charlemagne asked Giala if he was interested in going out into the world with him. Giala's spirits lifted at the news. He had lived here since childhood and never traveled far. But then, as if remembering something, he grew conflicted. With a moment's thought, Charlemagne knew what he was hesitating about. He was definitely thinking about Qingqing next door.
Forget it, my master still needs me to take care of him,
Giala said.
I don't need your care. Get out as soon as possible, the farther the better. I'm sick of the sight of you.
Taoist's fourth eye's rebuke came from the next room. In truth, fourth eye also wanted Giala to see the world. Besides, Charlemagne was a wealthy man, and from his observations over the past half-month, he had found Charlemagne to be of good character. His disciple would not suffer by staying with him.
Since the Taoist doesn't object, Giala, come with me. It would be good for you to see the outside world,
Charlemagne said with a smile. After hesitating for some time, as if having made some kind of decision, Giala agreed to go with Charlemagne. In truth, what Giala was thinking was that making a fortune outside would give him the face to come back and marry Qingqing. The next day, Giala packed some dry provisions and clothes, and together with Charlemagne, they bid farewell to Taoist's fourth eye master Bitter Bamboo and Qingqing. Based on the information fourth eye had given, they headed east. But before they had gone far, they heard a female voice from behind.
Qin Feng, Giala, wait for me.
It was Qingqing, who spoke with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, clearly having run too fast.
Qin Feng, Giala, why don't you take me along too?
Qingqing looked at Charlemagne expectantly.
Qingqing, you ran out. Did Master Bitter Bamboo agree?
Giala was the first to ask.
Sitting in meditation and chanting sutras all day, how can a girl like me bear it? I begged for a long time and my master agreed to let me go out with you,
Qingqing explained. Charlemagne sized up Qingqing. Like Giala, she carried a small bundle, but hers was larger.
All right,
Charlemagne agreed. Although he didn't know why Master Bitter Bamboo was so at ease in trusting his female disciple to the two of them, one more or less made no difference. In the evening, they prepared to spend the night in the woods. At Giala and Qingqing's pace, it would take at least 2 days to get out of this forest. Charlemagne, as if by magic, took out 3 tents from his spatial storage. The tents were made of magical beast hide, sturdy and durable.
Qin Feng, are you a god? Where did you pull those tents out from?
Qingqing circled Charlemagne, inspecting him for clues.
Right. Could Brother Qin really be a god? How can you conjure things out of thin air?
Giala also asked in surprise.
It's just a little trick. If I were a god, I would have flown you over long ago.
Charlemagne smiled.
That's true. And don't think about learning it, it's my family's secret skill. I want to teach it.
Charlemagne added later. Giala and Qingqing could only sigh regretfully. Then, they set up the tents and lit a bonfire, ready to eat the dry provisions from their packs. Charlemagne looked at the dry rations in his hand, just plain dry mantu. Accustomed to comfort, he couldn't bring himself to eat it. From his spatial storage, he took out an exquisite small table, then successively produced steak, leg of lamb, various platefuls of stir-fried dishes, and fruit juice drinks covering the table completely. Giala was dumbfounded, and so was Qingqing.
Still saying you're not a god?
2.
Believe me, I really am not. It's just a trick.
Then, urged by Charlemagne, the two began to eat dinner skeptically. The succulent juicy meat and the incredibly delicious stir-fried dishes made them unable to stop. They ate, while exclaiming in wonder. These were all made by Baena. How could they not be delicious? They had just been cooked when Charlemagne put them into his spatial storage, and now they were still hot when taken out. Things put into the spatial storage came out just as they were. He had stored enough food to last him half a year. This made Baena miserable. She cursed him as a rotten human and exploiter of slaves. In the end, he gave her a few days off to calm her down. Late at night the three were in their respective tents. Charlemagne was cultivating internal energy, as it could be converted into battle-chi cultivation in his original world. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Every bit counts. Suddenly his spiritual sense detected something approaching. After carefully probing, he pretended nothing had happened and continued his practice. Before long that thing stopped near the tents, making a ing sound. In Charlemagne's perception, Giala got up, left his tent, and walked toward it. From Giala's perspective, he heard Qingqing calling him from outside. After coming out, he saw Qingqing wearing only a thin garment beckoning him. He followed her into the woods, and then Qingqing pulled him and began to kiss him. Who could resist that? Giala naturally responded, and they started kissing. While Giala was kissing passionately, he didn't realize that the small hand resting on his back had turned into a furry white large paw.
Giala, wake up!
Charlemagne shouted. This voice contained Charlemagne's spiritual power, and Giala immediately snapped awake. Seeing that he was actually holding a creature with a human torso, a fox's head, and fur all over, he was terrified and pushed it away.
Giala, how does a fox spirit taste, haha?
Charlemagne teased. Giala's face turned red with embarrassment. He hadn't expected to be seduced by a fox spirit, thinking it was Qingqing. Seeing that it had been discovered, the human-shaped fox immediately transformed into a small white fox, and fled into the woods without looking back.
Trying to run.
Charlemagne took out a yellow talisman, shot it with his internal energy, and stuck it onto the white fox. It was a restraining talisman.
Wachin phone, why didn't my master teach me this move?
Giala exclaimed in wonder. He could only paste talismans at close range, nothing like Charlemagne, who could throw talismans from a distance that automatically track monsters.
I invented it myself. I can teach you if you want. Now go catch that fox spirit first,
Charlemagne said.
Giala Qing phone, what happened?
Qingqing asked from outside the tent, looking at Giala, who was holding a white fox in his hand. Then Charlemagne told Qingqing what had just happened. Qingqing looked at Giala with disdain. Feeling humiliated, Giala glared fiercely at the fox spirit and shouted,
You demon, how dare you seduce me? Watch me teach you a lesson.
Giala had followed Dao's fourth eye for years, and had killed monsters before.
Mercy, mercy.
The white fox suddenly spoke in human tongue. Although knowing that a demon capable of transformation could speak, Charlemagne still marveled at seeing one for the first time.
Why did you lure me? Are you trying to eat people?
Giala asked sternly.
No, I have never harmed anyone, it's just...
The white fox chattered on and on. Charlemagne understood spring had arrived, everything revived, the season of mating was upon them. This fox spirit couldn't find a partner, so she had set her sights on them. Giala, with low spiritual power, had been enchanted.
All right, you are spared from death, but not from punishment. You will work as our assistant for a year, and then we'll let you go,
Charlemagne said, staring at the fox. Just now, he had used the Malchon observation art to examine her. This fox had indeed never harmed anyone. Normally a harmful demon would show blood-red light on its soul when viewed through the observation art, but this fox spirit only had pure light. Given the situation, the white fox had no choice but to comply. Charlemagne took away the immobilization talisman, and the white fox did not flee. After dawn, they had breakfast, provided by Charlemagne of course, and continued on their journey. This time, they were accompanied by a cat-sized white fox, as Charlemagne had requested. This fox could enlarge and shrink. When enlarged, it was as big as a human. When shrunk, it was like a cat. They traveled safely and arrived at the nearest city to Daoist Simu's residence, which was a county town. The streets were filled with hawking and shouting. People passing by wore long gowned Zhongshan suits, cheongsam, and other attire. The timeline of this world was equivalent to the Republican period of his past life. He found an inn for the two people, and the fox to stay temporarily.
Qin Feng, where are we going next?
Jiala asked.
Next I plan to visit your senior uncle Daoist One Brow. I heard from your master that your senior uncle is highly skilled in Daoist art, specializing in Maoshan ghost-catching techniques.
Charlemagne felt it was necessary to learn ghost-catching techniques. In this world, his only way to greatly increase his strength was to absorb souls to strengthen his spiritual power.
Senior uncle. I've only seen him twice. He's quite stern,
Jiala said softly. Next, Charlemagne took the two on a day's tour of the county town, buying some specialty products. He bought several cheongsam for Qingqing, and also stored some away to give to his maids back in his territory, all with side slits. He bought several expensive Zhongshan suits for Jiala, and a few for himself. Back at the inn they changed into the new clothes. It must be said that Charlemagne's physique and appearance made the Zhongshan suit look even more handsome, creating a stark contrast with Jiala beside him. Even the white fox circled around him, and Qingqing's eyes widened. By the way, this white fox was called by Ling. It was said that the name was given by a person who saved her before she took human form. She was a little demon spirit who had cultivated for 200 years. The next day they headed to Rinjia town, where Daoist One Brow resided. At the charity mortuary in Rinjia town.
I am Qin Feng. Is Daoist One Brow at home?
He asked the young man in blue, who was sweeping the floor.
Senior brother Wakai. Jiala. Is senior uncle at home?
Jiala also asked. The young man in blue examined Jiala for a moment.
Ah. It's junior brother Jiala. Master just went out with Qiusheng. They might be back in a few days. Come in and sit for a while.
The young man in blue was named Wuxia, the second disciple of Daoist One Brow. Entering the mortuary, Wuxia chatted cheerfully with Jiala. Charlemagne looked around. Aside from a few living quarters, most rooms were filled with coffins. The coffins in the mortuary all contained corpses, mostly those who had not yet found a proper burial site, or who had died far from home and were waiting to be transported back by family, or those too poor to afford a funeral, and thus temporarily stored in the mortuary.
Jiala, Qingqing, you stay here in the mortuary for now. I'm going to rent a house in town,
Charlemagne said. The mortuary had few rooms, definitely not enough for them. Charlemagne did not want to sleep in the same room as corpses.
Qin Feng will go with you,
Qingqing said.
No need. You're tired from the journey. Rest here now, he'll be back soon.
Charlemagne shook his head. In town he asked around, and found a local real estate agent. After looking at several properties, he finally purchased a courtyard with about 10 tiled rooms, and a small garden for 240 taels of silver. It had to be said it was a bit expensive. In this era, an ordinary person could save at most 5 taels of silver a year. After obtaining the deed, the house belonged to him. Most daily necessities were still in the house, but he still needed to buy some. The house was quite close to the mortuary, which was why Charlemagne had chosen it.
Jiala, Qingqing, I've secured a house. Let's go to town and see what we need to buy,
Charlemagne said upon returning to the mortuary. Wuxia offered to help, having understood their purpose. He then led the three to town to buy daily necessities. Having lived in town for many years, Wuxia quickly helped them purchase everything they needed. Over the following days, Wuxia took them around town to play, of course, with Charlemagne covering the expenses until Daoist One Brow returned. In the early morning, Charlemagne, Jiala, and Qingqing were eating wontons at a street stall. He thought the taste was just average, but in this era of frequent famines, it was considered a delicacy in the eyes of ordinary people. Arriving at the entrance of the mortuary, they saw a middle-aged man dressed in short clothes punishing Wuxia and another young man. The man's eyebrows were connected in a single line. It seemed he was Daoist one brow. The other young man was presumably Qiusheng. At that moment Qiusheng and Wen Kai were practicing horse stance earnestly under one brow's scolding.
Master, these are the people I mentioned earlier.
Before Wen Kai could finish, one brow interrupted him.
Mind your tongue. Focus on the stance. Greetings, Daoist.
X2.
Greetings, senior uncle. Jiala, it's been a while. You look much more spirited.
One brow said, looking at Jiala in his Zhongshan suit, causing Jiala to scratch his head sheepishly.
You want to learn my ghost-catching skills? Jiala, it's out of the question. But as for you, Maoshan, Daoist arts cannot be taught lightly lest they fall into the hands of those with ill intentions.
One brow said earnestly.
Senior uncle brother Qin is a good man. I can vouch for him,
Jiala said.
Whether he's good or not is not for you to decide. How about this, you all stay here with me for a while?
One brow said with his hands behind his back.
Ing ing ing.
At that moment Bai Ling darted in from outside.
Demon.
One brow immediately took a talisman from his bosom and struck at the fox. Charlemagne reacted quickly and blocked him.
Daoist, this little demon has never harmed anyone.
Charlemagne then explained the situation of the white fox.
I see. However, having a demon by your side is not a good thing. You'd better deal with it early.
One brow said, looking at the frightened white fox. Thus Charlemagne came to the mortuary every day with Jiala and Qingqing to learn Daoist arts from one brow. At first Charlemagne was treated differently, but after a week one brow began teaching him the same things as the others. Charlemagne had promised to teach Jiala martial arts, and incidentally taught the other three as well. One brow would secretly watch them practice, but he couldn't bring himself to ask Charlemagne to teach him for the sake of his elder's dignity. However, Charlemagne knew that one brow would have his disciples demonstrate what they learned to him at night, and thus he himself learned quite a bit. To help them get started quickly, Charlemagne taught them the 9 yang divine art along with some fierce techniques and light body skill. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a month had passed in Renjia town.
Uncle Nine, I entrust the matter of my father's grave relocation to you. Please come to the Fulai Hotel in town tomorrow to discuss the details.
The town's wealthy landowner Master Ren said with a cupped hand salute to one brow. Renjia town was named after his family. His ancestors had always been the town's leading power, and they had a good reputation. Master Ren's father had been instructed by a feng shui master at the time of burial that the grave must be relocated every 20 years, otherwise it would endanger future generations. The 20-year period was approaching, so Master Ren had sought out one of the local top Taoists, one brow, to handle the matter.
Master Ren, I understand. I will be there tomorrow.
One brow nodded in agreement. At the Fulai Hotel, Master One Brow arrived with his 2 apprentices and Charlemagne. Master Ren didn't mind the extra company, assuming they were all disciples. He ordered a large table of food and discussed the grave relocation with the Taoists while they ate.
Hey, are you also a disciple of Master Nine?
Asked the girl in the blue western dress to Charlemagne. Lost in thought about his future plans, Charlemagne turned to see Rentingting, Master Ren's daughter.
Well, sort of,
Charlemagne replied casually. Throughout the meal, Rentingting kept initiating conversation, her eyes fixed on him. Charlemagne responded politely, mostly discussing foreign experiences. Meanwhile, Wen Kai and Qiusheng were practically drooling over Rentingting, captivated by her beauty, and the glimpses of fair skin revealed by her western dress. Occasionally Qingqing joined the dialogue between Rentingting and Charlemagne, while Jiala sulked, ignored by Qingqing. Seeing that Master One Brow was still deep in conversation with her father, Rentingting suggested a stroll around town. The others agreed and Charlemagne went along, but soon grew bored and wished to return to his books.
Qin Feng, don't leave. Wait.
Rentingting tugged at Charlemagne's arm anxiously. She had suggested the walk precisely to get to know the handsome Qin Feng better. He perfectly matched, even exceeded her ideal image of a future husband.
Miss Ren, isn't this a bit improper? Qin Feng said he's tired, please don't pester him,
Qingqing interjected. Rintintin glared at Qingqing in silence, realizing this woman shared her affection for Qin Feng. Truly handsome men attract girls. Such shallow people. Chaliman found it amusing, having never experienced such attention in his past life.
Cousin! What's wrong? Who bullied you? Why are your eyes so wide?
A troop in military uniforms approached, led by a bespectacled man with a lecherous face.
Cousin, away, no one bullied me,
Rintintin quickly replied. The lecherous man was Away, the town's security captain. The team was funded by the town, with Master Ren covering the lion's share. As Master Ren's nephew Away had secured the position, after all, one shouldn't let benefits flow to outsiders.
Did this punk bully you? I'll lock him up right now. You'd better behave, or my gun won't be blind.
Away drew his pistol, pointing it at Chaliman without any investigation. He realized his cousin had taken a liking to this fellow, unacceptable as she was meant for him. So he decided to intimidate the young man regardless.
Don't point that at me. I'm warning you.
Chaliman's amiable expression turned icy.
So what if I point it? I'll arrest you too.
Away sneered, but before he could finish, he cried out, and collapsed, eyes rolling back and foaming at the mouth. Chaliman had used his spiritual power to activate the soul-devouring, mind-charming art, plunging Away into an illusion. Witnessing the bizarre scene, the security team carried Away to a doctor, and Rintintin followed to check on him. Wen Kai and Qiuxing speculated whether Away had some medical condition. Only Jiala and Qingqing suspected Qin Feng's involvement given his earlier warning, though they couldn't fathom the method. The next day, Chaliman, Jiala, and Qingqing arrived at the funeral parlor. Wen Kai hurried over, saying,
Bad news! Last night Master Ren was bitten to death by a zombie. Did you hear about it in town? Master and Qiuxing went to investigate.
The three of them had come from town without hearing such news. Afterward, they practiced their skills. Chaliman focused on learning Taoist arts, having gained Master One Brow's recognition. The master taught him various techniques, and allowed him free access to the Taoist texts in the room. In the afternoon, Master One Brow and Qiuxing returned, confirming that Master Ren had indeed been killed by a zombie. Following clues, they found the zombie's lair. The zombie was none other than Master Ren's father, Elder Master Ren. Some grave robber had opened the coffin, transforming the elder into a zombie. The awakened zombie's first victims were his closest kin.
Now that Elder Master Ren has drunk his kin's blood, his power has surged tremendously. I wonder what level of zombie he has become,
Jiala said worriedly.
I suspect the zombie will emerge again tonight, targeting Rintintin. I've already sent the security team to search the mountains high and low. Who knows if they'll find it? When Sai Qiuxing prepare the exorcism tools, well, go to the Ren residence tonight,
Master One Brow declared.
Master, let us help too. Yes, Uncle, many hands make light work,
Chaliman and Jiala volunteered. After a moment's thought, Master One Brow agreed. Evening at the Ren residence. The town was eerily silent. News traveled fast in such a small place. By morning, everyone knew of the zombie, and by night every door was bolted tight. Chaliman sat cross-legged on the rooftop, using his spiritual sense to keep watch. Rintintin in mourning attire had lost all interest in pursuing Chaliman. Master One Brow set up an altar in the courtyard waiting. When Sai Qiuxing, Jiala, and Qingqing assisted, while the white fox lay nearby. Soon Chaliman's spiritual sense detected Captain Away rushing back in panic. The previous day's punishment had only been mild. After resting half a day, Away had recovered, and even led the morning search for the zombie. Bursting through the gate of the Ren residence, Away shouted,
Bad news, Master 9. The brothers I took to find the zombie were all bitten to death.
According to his account, they had discovered a deep cave. Upon entering, the zombie blocked the entrance, annihilating the team. Only Away, claiming fearless bravery, fought his way out, though in truth he hadn't entered at all, but fled upon hearing screams from within.
This is dire. That zombie has drunk so much blood its power may be even more terrifying,
Master One Brow said with deep concern. Midnight arrived.
It's here,
Chaliman announced from the rooftop. With a loud crash, the Ren residence gate shattered, followed by gusts of eerie wind and swirling mist. This zombie certainly knows how to make an entrance, Chaliman mused. The zombie bore a blue face and sharp fangs, its original features unrecognizable. Dried bloodstains marked its lips. It wore a Qing dynasty official robe, and its extended hands had jet-black nails gleaming with a metallic sheen.
Oh no! This zombie has already reached the prostrate corpse level,
Master Onebrow exclaimed in shock. Though he had never encountered a prostrate corpse, his vast knowledge told him that its key trait, jet-black skin with a faint metallic luster, matched perfectly. His mind reeled. A prostrate corpse could easily massacre an entire county. He now harbored deep suspicions about the feng shui master who had chosen the Ren family's burial site. Normally, without special influences, a zombie would at most reach white zombie or green zombie level. This one, upon emerging, might already have been flying zombie or wandering corpse level. After drinking so much blood, it had become a prostrate corpse. Clearly someone had deliberately nurtured it. He had never subdued a prostrate corpse in his entire life and felt uncertain. But for the safety of the townsfolk, he had to fight with all his might. According to texts, prostrate corpses possess bodies as hard as divine weapons, impervious to even the sharpest blades. They have immense strength, can fly, and possess a degree of intelligence. Ha! The zombie let out an echoing cry. From the mist behind it surged dozens of figures. Closer inspection revealed they were the town's security team members, alive just yesterday, but now stiff-faced and zombified. Fortunately, they were at low levels. Mostly white zombies, with a few green ones mixed in. The zombies hopped toward the house. Winsai Qiuxing Jiala and Qingqing engaged them, their Taoist training allowing them to easily handle these low-tier undead. Soon they immobilized the zombies with talismans. The prostrate corpse, having apparently tested them, now entered the Ren residence, not hopping but walking like a human.
Qin Feng, keep an eye on Tingting,
Master Onebrow instructed Chaliman on the rooftop. Though uncertain of the young man's exact Taoist prowess, he knew it far surpassed that of his mediocre disciples. As the lurching corpse approached, everyone felt the oppressive aura it exuded. Charlemagne sensed it too, though only a trace. The servants and guards of the Ren mansion had already fled in terror toward the back door, leaving only Ren Tingting trembling in fear before her grandfather's portrait. She knew the corpse had come for her, but with Imai's protection and his earlier counsel, she chose not to run. Imai picked up a peachwood sword from the altar, bit his index finger, and smeared blood onto the blade. The sword emitted a crimson glow. Forged using Maoshan's secret methods, and enhanced by the blood of a virgin, its power was immense, capable of slaying ordinary zombies with a single stroke. The peachwood sword struck the lurching corpse with a harsh metallic screech, sparks flying, yet it caused no damage. The lurching corpse roared, grasping the sword with one hand. Imai struggled to pull it free, but the blade remained motionless as it fused with the zombie's palm. The corpse's other hand lunged for Imai, who quickly released the sword and retreated to the altar. Failing to grab him, the corpse snapped the peachwood sword in two with ease. Imai retrieved a handful of talismans from the altar and engaged the corpse. His movements were agile, weaving around the zombie and attacking with talismans, but the corpse after all was a zombie, stiff and slow. Fire talismans, thunder talismans, and others struck the corpse with crackling sounds, yet they inflicted no harm. Restraining talismans and corpse-sealing talismans ignited moments after being applied, vexing Imai deeply. Wen Kai and Qiuxing guarded Ren Tingting, while Jia Le and Qingqing watched anxiously from the side. Imai had instructed them to wait for the right moment, as this lurching corpse was not something the juniors could handle. One misstep meant death. Charlemagne descended from the rooftop and stood beside Wen Kai and Qiuxing, ready to intervene at any sign of danger to Imai. Imai pasted a flurry of talismans onto the corpse, then retreated to the altar to begin his ritual.
"Winsai Qiuxing, come here,"
he commanded. In Charlemagne's perception, two streams of special energy flowed into Wen Kai and Qiuxing. Instantly their expressions turned cold and stern as if possessed by a spirit. Charlemagne realized that Ime had invoked divine spirits for his disciples, though he could not tell which deities they were. Ime had summoned heavenly soldiers for his disciples. Though lacking special powers, the possession lasted long enough to buy him time to prepare a formidable Taoist art. He recognized that ordinary techniques were useless against this lurching corpse, and needed a powerful spell.
Go!
Ime pointed at the corpse. When Kai and Qiusheng receiving the command charged at the lurching corpse. Now strengthened by the heavenly soldiers, they engaged it in a back-and-forth battle. Though they could not harm the zombie, they bought Ime precious time. Charlemagne noticed thick clouds gathering in the sky and frowned, asking Ime,
Master, are you planning to use the Five Thunder True Art? That technique will shorten your lifespan. Indeed, the Five Thunder True Art. For the safety of the entire town, I would sacrifice my life without hesitation.
Ime replied, his hands never pausing in the incantation. Charlemagne said,
Master, let me handle it. I'll try first. If I fail, you can use your art.
He did not wish to see such a righteous man harmed, and hoped Ime would live a long life.
You? Well, give it a try then. Sigh.
Ime held little hope for Charlemagne, but agreed, ready to assist at any moment. By then, the divine possession of Wen Kai and Qiusheng had worn off. Seeing the lurching corpse reaching for them, they yelped and ran back.
Demon, behold my sword.
Charlemagne drew his blade made of firewood wood and intercepted the corpse as it lunged for his friends. Upon engaging, Charlemagne understood the terrifying strength of the lurching corpse. It matched his own in normal state. As a golden-level warrior with internal energy, his strength could lift a small hill. Wen Kai and Qiusheng backed beside Rintinting grimaced, and complained of body aches, seeking comfort. Her reply was a dismissive, useless. Her eyes were now fixed only on her gallant swordsman. The divine possession had strengthened their bodies, but the corpse's attacks were no joke. They were lucky not to be in agony after the effect faded. Of course, with Charlemagne watching, they would not suffer fatal injuries. Charlemagne was exasperated, flirting in such danger. Could they be serious? Charlemagne moved like a specter, leaving a trail of wounds on the corpse, shredding its official robe to reveal a pitch-black body. Enraged, the corpse, now possessing rudimentary intelligence, roared and lunged to tear him apart. After forcing Charlemagne back, the corpse opened its mouth, revealing four sharp fangs, and a powerful suction emanated from it.
No good, it's going to drain our blood and flesh from afar,
Ime warned urgently. Everyone present felt their vital energy and blood being drawn toward the corpse's maw. Charlemagne, being a golden-level warrior with a far stronger body, was unaffected. But he needed to stop the spell quickly, or the others would soon become withered skeletons.
Sword controlling art.
Charlemagne hurled the firewood sword like lightning, piercing into the corpse's mouth, the tip emerging from the back of its head, pinning it to the stone wall of the Ren mansion. The sword then withdrew from the corpse's mouth and transformed into a streak of blade shadows, slashing at the corpse repeatedly. The zombie howled in fury, but was helpless. As the wounds grew severe, the corpse decided to flee. It straightened its legs and soared into the sky. The fact that a lurching corpse could fly would make sky warriors of the divine continent weep.
It seems I have no choice but to use my combat aura to keep you here,
Charlemagne muttered. He could also use void shattering, but that required charging. Charlemagne summoned the firewood sword back and infused it with combat aura. The blade emanated a violet glow, his lightning attribute aura devastating in destructive power.
Go!
The sword shot forth like a radiant thunderbolt from Charlemagne's hand, its speed multiplied by the aura enhancement. In an instant it caught up with the corpse and pierced through it from behind, injecting lightning aura into its body.
Bang!
Like an exploding watermelon, the corpse's body shattered into powder, scattering over the silent town.
It should be reincarnated now,
Charlemagne said calmly, watching the vanishing remains. He recalled the firewood sword and turned around. Jiaolu and the others stood with mouths agape, staring at him, Even the ever-serious Ime was no exception. Giala spoke first.
You said you weren't an immortal, but we just saw you command that sword to fly around and kill zombies with such ease.
They crowded around asking questions eagerly. Rintinting stood still, her beautiful eyes fixed on Charlemagne, lost in thought. Ime seized the 5 thunder true art he had been preparing. This kid is truly terrifying, he mused inwardly. In a deep pit shrouded in thick fog within a cave, at the bottom a figure clad in black and white Taoist robes, and an evil ghost mask opened his eyes.
Who killed the lurching corpse I raised? Once I emerge from seclusion, I will tear you limb from limb,
he roared in fury. His anguished cries echoed through the cave, answered by the howls of various monsters and ghosts within. The next day the town of Wuxia issued a notice declaring the zombie eradicated. Ime came forward to explain. Although he was too righteous to seek credit, Charlemagne persuaded him to accept the accolades, arguing that a young man's reputation would not command respect. As the bodies were carried out of the Ren mansion, some sighed, some grieved, and some applauded. Those who sighed were grateful it wasn't them. Those who grieved had lost loved ones. Those who applauded bore grudges against the security force. Later that day, the town mayor led a procession with drums and gongs to present a plaque to Ime. The plaque, 1 meter long and half a meter wide, bore 4 gilded characters: Great Demon Exorcist. Charlemagne stayed in Wuxia town for another month, during which he taught Giala and others martial arts and the study of Taoism. Although he was not a disciple of Maoshan, he gained the recognition of the one-eyed Taoist, and was exceptionally taught some Tao techniques reserved for direct disciples. After all, having one more person to subdue demons and vanquish evil would save countless innocent lives. Rintinting occasionally visited the ancestral hall, but mainly for Charlemagne. Now, as the head of the Ren family, she was busy managing the family business, which made her reminisce about her father, who had long been cremated.
That's enough, no need to see me off. Goodbye.
Charlemagne waved at the one-eyed Taoist Wensai and Xioshan. He had promised Giala and Qingqing to venture out, and could not stay here forever. Moreover, he wanted to eliminate more malevolent spirits to strengthen his spiritual power. In the blink of an eye they traveled across the country for 2 years, during which they subdued numerous zombies, malevolent spirits, and fairies, leaving Charlemagne in awe of the multitude of supernatural beings in this world. They even captured malevolent spirits and monsters on par with the level of a corpse sovereign, while also meeting many fellow practitioners of ghost hunting. During this time, the Huiyan sword was also broken by a corpse sovereign level malevolent spirit. Although he could forge another, it was uncertain whether it would withstand damage next time. Additionally, Charlemagne could now break the Xian level weapons in his spatial storage, clearly unable to withstand attacks from corpse sovereign level foes. Just when Charlemagne completed his system task, he prepared to see if he could draw a good weapon. To Charlemagne's anticipation, he was fortunate enough to draw a sword approximately 1.2 meters long, entirely green, with exquisite patterns all over its blade, incredibly mysterious. Daoqi weapon made from Yuanshu meteorite iron, it has endured countless tribulations and destruction. Special effect 1 summon can summon the projection of the god demon, extinguishing sword summon requirement not fulfilled. Special effect 2 permanence cannot be destroyed. This is merely a key to locate it.
Bai Ling, thank goodness, you transformed into a beauty, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to lure out that tiger demon. You truly played an indispensable role this time, Giala said to Bai Ling, who had transformed into a fox.
Just a moment ago, they had eliminated a tiger demon that had lived for about 500 years, which was on par with the level of a corpse sovereign. This tiger demon loved to eat beautiful women, and had been hiding in the deep mountains, making it impossible for Charlemagne to find it. It was only by relying on Bai Ling's transformation that they managed to lure it out and kill it.
It's such a pity, it was indeed a strong monster,
Bai Ling said in a delicate voice. In fact, Bai Ling could have left long ago, but following Charlemagne and his companions to subdue demons and vanquish evil was far more interesting than staying in the forest. After Charlemagne set her free, she still did not leave, spending her days persuading Qingqing on how to attract men. Qingqing was a good girl who outwardly shook her head in refusal, but secretly tried to use Bai Ling's methods to entice Charlemagne. Until one day Charlemagne couldn't take it anymore, and said he only regarded her as a sister and partner without any romantic feelings, which extinguished her thoughts.
Qin Feng, where are we going next?
Jiala asked. After 2 years of wandering, he had matured significantly. Years had left him with some stubble. However, Charlemagne remained, as he was 2 years ago, as the lifespan of a golden warrior allowed for several decades more, and with martial arts enhancing him, aging was still far from him.
Let's rest for a few days in a nearby city. We have been out for so long,
Charlemagne suggested. He still had plenty of energy, but the other three did not. Although they had rested in the city a few days ago, that was 2 months prior. Charlemagne and his companions entered the nearby large city Wuxia. It was their first time in a provincial city, and they observed many small Western-style buildings with numerous Western trinkets sold along the streets. Charlemagne took 2 people and a fox to buy many items such as a Western clock, a pocket watch, soda, and a phonograph. Opening a bottle of soda, Charlemagne gulped it down.
Refreshing,
Charlemagne said comfortably after finishing half the bottle. Although it did not taste as good as the happy water from his previous life, it was still acceptable. This made him determined to obtain the recipe for happy water in the United States, so that he could continue enjoying it back in his territory. In the days leading up to entering the city, aside from shopping, they enjoyed Wuxia's specialty cuisine and toured the city. As the three and the fox rejoiced, a paper crane flew down from the sky, circling above Charlemagne's head.
Qin Feng, come quickly, it seems my master and Wuxia have been captured.
The paper crane transmitted an urgent voice. After delivering its message, the paper crane spontaneously combusted, turning to pitch black ash that fell to the ground, proving that its message was not false.
Oh, it's Kaisheng's voice,
Qingqing immediately recognized.
It seems that the one-eyed Taoist and Wuxia are in danger. Charlemagne frowned.
To facilitate communication in emergencies, Charlemagne had exchanged blood with a one-eyed Taoist, allowing them to contact each other through the Maoshan technique sound transmission paper crane. By dropping blood on the paper crane, it would carry messages to the blood owner.
You all stay in the city and wait for me. I'll go to Renjia town alone for speed,
Charlemagne said. The other two and the fox exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. After parting ways with Jiala and the others, Charlemagne found a secluded spot and used his fighting energy to fly, as it was an urgent matter, and he could not be stingy with his energy. Charlemagne determined the direction and continuously asked for directions. Within half a day, he found Renjia town, which was not far from Wuxia, just over 1,000 kilometers away. Charlemagne landed in the woods near the ancestral hall and then entered. He saw that items in the ancestral hall were scattered everywhere, the doors had collapsed on the ground, and there were large patches of blood indicating that a battle had taken place here. Not long after Charlemagne entered, Kaisheng's voice came from outside.
Qin Feng, I just sent the message, and you're here in less than half a day. Yeah, I happened to be nearby and came quickly. Tell me what you know,
Charlemagne hurriedly said. Then Qiusheng began to explain. It turned out that he had married a woman from the town and had become a father. He no longer stayed in the ancestral hall with Wuxia and the one-eyed Taoist, having bought a small house in town. With Rintingting's help, he had opened a shop selling funeral supplies, and would take time each day to learn skills from his master. However, upon coming over today, he found the ancestral hall in this state. Even his master could not handle it, so he had no alternative but to think of Qin Feng. Fortunately, he knew that his master had left his blood there, which prompted him to send the sound transmission paper crane. Fearing that those who captured his master would return, he had been hiding in the woods observing the ancestral hall. Seeing Qin Feng enter, he came over.
Qin Feng, I know your Dao skills are exceptional, but you must find Master Wuxia.
Qiusheng grasped Charlemagne's hand anxiously. His master had been very kind to him, he regarded his master as a father, yet he felt powerless, and could only seek help from Charlemagne.
I will find the Taoist. Please let go of my hand,
Charlemagne said. Although Qiusheng was pushed away, his face still showed signs of anxiety.
Don't worry, I can find the Taoist immediately.
Charlemagne took out a small vial containing the one-eyed Taoist's blood. He dripped the blood onto a yellow talisman paper, quickly folded it into a paper crane, recited the incantation, and tossed it into the sky. The paper crane flew southwest.
You stay in the town. If I don't return, you should move away,
Charlemagne said to Qiusheng. Of course, the possibility of not returning was minimal. He still had the trump card spirit summoning talisman left, which had not been used 3 times. Even a corpse ancestor would not be able to defeat the summoned deity. This being was capable of defeating the one-eyed Taoist, and did not allow him to use the 5 Thunder Righteous method, indicating that the enemy had reached a level even stronger than a corpse sovereign. Following the paper crane, Charlemagne headed southwest, but the crane's speed was too slow. Charlemagne added some techniques to make it fly faster. Before long he arrived at a large pit deep in the mountains, hundreds of meters deep, and the size of several football fields. It was shrouded in mist, and Charlemagne could not see the situation clearly. The paper crane flew down into the pit, but became erratic due to some influence. Fortunately, it continued to fly with the aid of the techniques. This must be the place, but Charlemagne wondered if the one-eyed Taoist and Wen Kai were still alive. Charlemagne did not descend immediately. Instead, he cautiously used the carefree wind technique to summon a strong wind that dispersed the thick mist in the pit. As the mist gradually dissipated, the appearance of the pit was revealed, littered with the corpses of both humans and animals, as well as numerous desiccated bodies, with only bits of flesh remaining, seemingly numbering in the thousands. Charlemagne stood at the edge of the pit, frowning. As he could already smell the stench of decaying bodies, he immediately used his internal energy to isolate the foul odor. It seems that the monsters here have been entrenched for a long time, causing great harm to so many. What a calamity, Charlemagne thought. Charlemagne flew down into the pit, stepping on a corpse, which cracked with a crunch as the bone shattered easily. These monsters not only consume flesh and blood, but also absorb the essence of bones. It appears they are not the kind of corpses that dissolve, Charlemagne speculated. Looking at the numerous caves around him, Charlemagne sensed something, and flew into the cave, where the paper crane had vanished. The cave was dark and deep, leading to an unknown destination. Along the way, a number of zombies and vengeful spirits attacked Charlemagne, but he easily dispatched them. After dealing with a flying zombie that let out a terrible scream, Charlemagne arrived in front of a tall stone door and pushed it open. What greeted his eyes was a sculpture of a Qinglong 3 meters high and 2 meters long, with a white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird in the other 3 directions. This cave turned out to be a vast plaza. In the center stood a high platform where a small figure clad in a black and white Taoist robe and wearing a demon mask was sitting cross-legged on a mat. He opened his eyes as Charlemagne entered. "You are the one who captured my friends, aren't you?" Charlemagne said slowly. His spiritual sense had already detected a Taoist, and Wen Kai in a stone chamber behind the figure. Their auras significantly weakened, but they were still alive. "Kid, do you seek death at such a young age?" The small figure's voice was male-sounding, as if it came not from his mouth, but rather from within his body, reminiscent of Duan Yanqing. "You, this demon, have harmed so many beings. You are already on the path to death." After speaking, Charlemagne drew the Dao Qi sword, its blade shimmering with a faint azure light. He had already tested it, and this sword was indeed indestructible, just as described. "You brat, killing you is as easy as crushing an ant. However, seeing that you seem to possess some Taoist skills, you can be transformed into a Tao corpse along with that old man. This should compensate for my losses." The Taoist robe-wearing man said nonchalantly, as if he was certain of victory. "You are indeed a Tao corpse. I just wonder if you are from Longhu Mountain or Maoshan?" Charlemagne asked. A Tao corpse is a zombie created from a person who practiced Taoism after transformation they can still use the spells they knew in life, and Tao corpses with intelligence are even more terrifying. The old Taoist is the 36th heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. Shangqing Taoist, the man proclaimed arrogantly. You were originally a righteous Taoist meant to subdue demons and exorcise evil. Why have you become this ghoul feeding on flesh and blood? Charlemagne questioned in a flat tone. What of being a ghoul? What of feeding on flesh and blood? As long as I can attain eternal life, all of this is worth it. Today I shall send you to meet the heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain, Charlemagne declared, as he swung his sword toward Shangqing Taoist's neck. Seeing Charlemagne's incredible speed, Shangqing Taoist remained calm and raised his hand to block the descending sword. But his right hand, which had blocked the sword, was severed and fell to the ground. How can this be? Shangqing Taoist's eyes widened in disbelief. It was absurd. The Dao Qi's sword infused with battle aura was even stronger than an Xiantier weapon. Last time the corpses in the Ren residence were probably cut down as easily as slicing through watermelon. I didn't expect this sword to be a divine weapon. Very good, Shangqing said, gazing greedily at the sword in Charlemagne's hand. A weapon that can injure a non-dissolving corpse is rare in this world. Charlemagne saw Shangqing Taoist's severed right hand quickly regrow bones, and then flesh and blood followed suit. Indeed, this guy had reached the level of a non-dissolving corpse, Charlemagne thought. Kid, this time, I won't be careless, Shangqing Taoist said, as he rose and lunged at Charlemagne. Charlemagne immediately braced his sword to defend, while Shangqing, aware of the Dao Qi's sword's power, did not dare to clash. Hedon skillfully dodging and launching another attack at Charlemagne. Although a non-dissolving corpse is still a zombie, its agility is on par with a human. Charlemagne, skilled in movement, dodged left and right under Shangqing's assault, then seized the opportunity to occasionally strike Shangqing with his sword. In no time, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. After pushing Charlemagne back, Shangqing glanced at his recovering body, and the Taoist robe pierced by the sword, his anger surging. Good brat, I truly underestimated you. It seems I must get serious now. Shangqing shed his tattered Taoist robe, revealing a small, emaciated body, somewhat pale, but Charlemagne could tell that it was still living flesh, not dead flesh, like a zombie. Kill order. Suddenly Shangqing Taoist shot a light sword from his fingertip towards Charlemagne. Charlemagne also gathered his internal energy at his fingertip, unleashing sword energy akin to the Sixth Meridian Divine Sword. The two beams of sword light collided in midair, producing a violent explosion, and the immense shockwave shook the spacious cave, causing many loose rocks to fall. Seeing that he could not subdue Charlemagne, Shangqing extended his other hand. Fire signal. Two hands erupted with raging flames that surged toward Charlemagne, causing the temperature in the cave to rise sharply. Charlemagne activated his water attribute battle aura to shield himself. As the flames rushed past, they collided with the water aura surrounding him, evaporating into a thick mist, yet they never managed to harm him. Kill God order. Before the mist dissipated, Shangqing struck again, condensing three golden light swords that shot toward Charlemagne. He had realized that this kid was a tough character and could not be underestimated. Charlemagne sensed the light swords approaching and hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom! The light sword struck the mountain wall behind Charlemagne, causing a large area of the cave to collapse. Soul chasing order. With a loud shout, Shangqing Taoist condensed two tall and sturdy golden light figures beside him, estimated to be 3 meters tall. Kill him, Shangqing ordered the golden figures beside him. The two golden giants immediately walked toward Charlemagne, causing the cave to shake slightly with each step. Charlemagne took out two Xiantier weapons from his space, employing sword control to entangle them with the golden giants, while he stepped forward to engage Shangqing in battle once more. After exchanging over 100 rounds, the light figures summoned by Shangqing had already been scattered. He was pierced by Charlemagne's sword again and again. Although he was immortal, he was still greatly enraged. You have forced my hand. You shall be buried here along with your friends. Earth Fiend order. After saying this, Shangqing Taoist slapped the ground with his palm. Bang! 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 The cave erupted with violent explosions shaking the ground, as if an earthquake had struck. The mountain began to collapse, and numerous boulders fell from above. The many demons that Shangqing had raised in the cave screamed in terror. After all facing such heavenly power, they instinctively felt fear. He is willing to blow up his own lair, Charlemagne cursed inwardly. Shangqing Daoist had already fled rapidly out of the cave. Although Charlemagne could also leave immediately, he did not dare to waste time since the Daoist and Wen Kai were still in the stone chamber. He unleashed all his internal energy and battle aura, applying a speed symbol, and rushed toward the stone chamber like lightning, not daring to check on the status of the Daoist and Wen Kai. He violently tore apart the ropes, binding them, clutching one in each hand, and fleeing towards the exit. Bang! 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 A multitude of boulders fell onto the path Charlemagne traversed, which he easily dodged. Soon he surpassed the fleeing Shangqing Daoist ahead. As Shangqing was running, he sensed a gust of black wind rush past him. Huh? Was that just the wind? Shangqing Daoist felt puzzled but continued to flee towards the exit. Charlemagne flew out of the cave with the two men. The rock walls around the great pit were collapsing, echoing with rumbling sounds. Like a rocket, Charlemagne shot straight out of the deep crater. He flew to a clearing far from the pit, then checked on Ime and Wen Kai. Both were unconscious with fang marks on their necks. Ime had already shown signs of zombification, while Wen Kai was worse. His fangs had grown and his nails had lengthened. Charlemagne immediately used his battle chi to expel the corpse poison from their bodies. Since battle chi was a higher level power than that of this world, the poison soon abated, with wisps of corpse poison evaporating from their pores as corpse energy. A figure flew out of the deep pit as well. It was Shangqing Daoist. Although his lair was destroyed, killing such a powerful enemy brought mixed feelings of joy and sorrow.
Villain, what took you so long? I've been waiting.
Behind Shangqing, Charlemagne thrust his sword through his body, and the violent lightning battle chi blasted his flesh everywhere. The moment Shangqing emerged, Charlemagne immediately attacked with his sword. Although Ime and Wen Kai's corpse poison wasn't fully expelled, it was suppressed. The most important thing now was to eliminate this demon.
Ah, how is this? You're not dead. How can you fly?
At this moment, Shangqing Daoist's flesh was blasted off, leaving only a skeleton trying to flee. His mind was full of questions. Charlemagne wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip. He slashed again and again, chopping the skeleton into pieces, falling from the sky, leaving only a skull dodging his attacks. After dodging a devastating lightning attribute sword aura from Charlemagne, Shangqing immediately summoned the scattered bones. The bones on the ground, as if attracted by a magnet, flew rapidly toward Shangqing's skull. Soon he became a skeleton again, with flesh quickly growing on the bones. Charlemagne wouldn't stand idly by. He launched another fierce attack on Shangqing Daoist.
You're just wasting your strength. I am an unrotting corpse. I am immortal.
His body was shattered again by Charlemagne, and he could only rage helplessly. Charlemagne didn't believe it. Although he didn't know how to kill an unrotting corpse, he suspected that its ability to regenerate was due to devouring a large amount of flesh and storing vast life essence. He just needed to destroy it again and again until its life essence was exhausted. Charlemagne shattered Shangqing's body over and over, yet Shangqing kept regenerating, making Charlemagne wonder if he was truly immortal.
Ha, boy, you can't kill me. Once I recover my body, I will make your life worse than death.
Shangqing, now reduced to half a skull, still taunted. His cheeks had regained some flesh, but he looked like a mummified old man.
So talkative. Look at you. You want to make my life worse than death. Am beating you like a child.
Charlemagne mocked.
You? I may not be able to defeat you, but I can kill your family, your lover, your friends. Ha ha.
Shangqing, as if imagining Charlemagne's regret, laughed wildly. Charlemagne's face turned as cold as ice. He hated it when others threatened those close to him. While increasing his efforts to wear down Shangqing, he also thought of countermeasures. Try void smash, Charlemagne thought to himself. Although he wasn't sure if it would work, he had already tried many methods to kill Shangqing, all to no avail. After smashing Shangqing Daoist to pieces, with his sword Charlemagne activated Void Smash, gathering all his inner energy into his right fist. Shangqing's body gathered together again. Just as he was about to taunt, he saw Charlemagne standing a few meters away and throwing a punch at him. Void Smash. A terrifying pressure acted on the space around Shangqing. Then the space began to shatter like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black void.
What is this? No!
Although Shangqing didn't understand what was happening, he instinctively felt great danger. But under Charlemagne's punch, he was reduced to powder, and sucked into the black hole formed by the spatial shattering. This time the black hole created by the inner energy was still only half a meter wide. As space gradually repaired itself, the black hole disappeared, and Shangqing never emerged. Charlemagne finally breathed a sigh of relief, then took Yimei and Wenkai back to the funeral home. When Qiusheng saw that his master and Wenkai were alive, he wept with joy. Charlemagne gave him a rough account of what happened, but he didn't mention the battle details, or how he killed the unrotting corpse. He didn't even know if the corpse was dead now, but it should never return from the black hole. In the following days, Charlemagne worked to dispel the corpse poison from Yimei and Wenkai. After all the turmoil, his battle chi was depleted by 2/3. After Yimei woke up, he was shocked that Charlemagne had saved him from the unrotting corpse, and then filled with gratitude. Once the corpse poison was completely removed, Charlemagne bid them farewell. After lifting the emergency mode, he relaxed. Charlemagne took a carriage for several days, and returned to Wuxia. After Charlemagne left, Jiala and Qingqing had been diligently cultivating Taoist arts and martial arts in the inn where they lived, thinking that with stronger skills they could help him. Back at the inn, Charlemagne gave them a general account of what happened, which shocked the two. In the following days, Charlemagne continued to take the two to exterminate demons and monsters everywhere. He also formed a mages alliance. Because he was handsome, powerful, and magic generous, and cheerful, his peers gave him the Taoist title, Jade-Faced Taoist. Thus another year passed. Thanks to the intelligence network of mages he had built, whenever someone encountered an unbeatable demon, they would think of him. Charlemagne was always on the move, strengthening his spiritual power. The demons also became less rampant because of the intelligence network, which slowed down Charlemagne's progress in enhancing his spiritual power. Jiala and Qingqing had been away for over 3 years. Although they didn't say it, Charlemagne knew they were homesick, so he took them back to the residences of Daoist Simu and Master Kuzu. However, when passing by a village, they heard that it was plagued by zombies. Charlemagne decided to deal with it. But when he saw the zombie, Charlemagne was shocked. This zombie was the one he had helped Daoist Qianhe subdue. Not only was it still alive, it had evolved to the wandering corpse level. Charlemagne also saw Daoist Qianhe, who had also become a wandering corpse controlled by this zombie along with his own zombie disciple. It was obvious Daoist Qianhe had been unwilling to cremate the zombie, giving it another chance. Then Charlemagne used Daoist arts to send Qianhe and his disciples to their release, and the wandering corpse as well. Although he cremated their remains with Daoist arts, he still found a plot of land to bury them.
Daoist Qianhe, why did you have such bad luck?
Charlemagne murmured, looking at Qian's tombstone.
Uncle Master, may you rest in peace.
Jiala respectfully held 3 incense sticks and knelt to bow before Qian's grave. After the worship, they continued on their journey, and finally saw the familiar wooden hut. Jiala could not wait to push the door open and enter. Qingqing had also gone to the bamboo house, while Bai Ling, that little fox, had already returned to her own den.
Master, I'm back,
Jiala said happily to Simu, who was reading a book.
You brat finally deigned to come see me.
Simu put down the book, and though his face was stern, he could hardly conceal his joy.
Taoist Master, long time no see,
Charlemagne greeted.
You've become quite impressive now. Even when I go corpse driving, I hear the great name of Jade-Faced Taoist,
Simu said with a stern expression.
Ah, it's just the praise of my fellow Taoists, nothing to speak of. Look, this is a gift for you,
Chaliman said with a smile. Then he took out a pair of Western sunglasses and gave them to Taoist Master Simu. Master Kuzhu and Qingqing came from next door. Chaliman greeted Master Kuzhu and also gave him an exquisite silver pocket watch. Jiala told his master about their experiences over the years, and also mentioned Calaman's trick of producing things out of thin air. Helplessly Calaman under the astonished gaze of the two produced food and drink, allowing everyone to eat and chat. When speaking of meeting Taoist Master Qian, he who had turned into a zombie Simu sighed and said,
I once advised him, but he wouldn't listen.
After speaking he fell into a melancholy daze.
I never expected your experiences over these past few years to be more exciting than my entire lifetime,
Master Kuzhu sighed.
If it weren't for Qin Feng, these two little ones would have died long ago.
Taoist Master Simu said bluntly to Jiala. Jiala and Qingqing also felt this way. Listening to Simu's scolding, they remained silent. Chaliman brought up other matters to change the subject, and everyone spent the day with delicious food and strong wine. Chaliman stayed at Simu's home for about 10 days before leaving. This time, he did not bring Jiala and Qingqing, instructing them to stay and learn more ultimate techniques from their master to enhance their strength. The two readily agreed, for they had encountered powerful demons. They could only cheer from the sidelines, feeling extremely frustrated. Chaliman began a solitary life of subduing demons and vanquishing monsters. 6 months later, the Cherry Blossom Nation invaded the Dragon Nation. Another half-year passed. Chaliman had already controlled the southern territory along the line of Southern City. His army had reached 2 million. However, Chaliman no longer needed to worry about military expenses and provisions, as many wealthy people would voluntarily donate money and grain to support his troops, and he even recovered his initial investments. Without equipment, he would make it himself. To recruit talented individuals, Chaliman offered high prices to gather talents from various countries, and many patriotic overseas Chinese also actively contributed. After half a year of reorganization, the South was now bustling with construction everywhere, with employment opportunities everywhere, and many factories sprang up. Under the circumstances that Chaliman used his powerful army to maintain order, the South developed rapidly. Finally, based on intelligence from spies, he obtained the blueprints for nuclear bombs from a scientist named Lil Robert. However, Chaliman did not understand this stuff, so he could only wait to conduct secret research later. Another half-year passed. It was the 6th year since Chaliman had arrived in this world. His army now numbered 3.5 million. Although it was only equipped with a small amount of equipment, the firearms produced by his own factories could now fully equip the army.
Marshal, the army is fully equipped with weapons and has finished assembly outside the city,
reported a middle-aged man in military uniform.
Call Generals Zhao Qian, Sun, and Li, and order a full frontal attack,
Chaliman said to the messenger beside him.
Yes.
The messenger ran out the door quickly with his order. Gazing into the distance to the north, Chaliman stood with hands behind his back and said,
This time we must take it all in one go.
Most warlords had simple thoughts. They only wanted to enrich themselves, and if defeated, they would lead their troops elsewhere. They did not develop industry or improve the people's livelihood. A battlefield in the north. At night.
Have you heard? The deserters who fled back from the front say they encountered a zombie army. Do you think it's true?
A northern veteran holding half a cigarette in his mouth said to his fellow villager beside him.
Not sure, maybe it's true. Aw, this damned world.
The fellow villager also spoke.
Sigh. If only we were southern soldiers. I hear they not only have good food, but their pay is several times ours. Marshal Huang won't care about us ragtag soldiers. I hear only his personal guards can receive pay as high as the Southern Army. Look! Something seems to be coming this way.
The veteran put out his cigarette and said. Figures were rapidly hopping towards their direction.
Oh my! There really are zombies. Quickly notify the others.
Seeing so many zombies, the veteran said with his scalp tingling. The zombie army also included Jia Liqiu Sheng Wen Kai Qingqing Si Mu Ku Zhu, and many fellow Taoists that Chaliman knew. For the safety of the Dragon Nation, they all readily agreed, though a small number of fellow Taoists did not agree with him. Of course, everyone has their own pursuits, and Chaliman did not force them. Charlemagne's zombie army advanced like tireless machines at the forefront, bullets harmless against them, only direct hits from cannonballs causing damage. Thus they conquered cities and territories all the way. Occasionally mages from the northern army attempted to halt the zombie forces, but either due to their small numbers or low-level Taoist arts, there were few Taoists as formidable as the main Taoist in the world, only the old monsters from Lunghu and Maoshan surpassing him in Tao methods. Another half year passed. Charlemagne's army had advanced from South City to North City. The defeated northern warlords either surrendered or fled.
Have you heard? General Zhou has been defeated by General Qin. North City now belongs to General Qin,
said a rickshaw puller from North City.
Indeed, now there are many soldiers in North City looking quite terrifying,
said another puller.
Oh, even old one is scared. You weren't afraid when the soldiers of in-country entered North City. The soldiers of in-country are not as fearsome as those troops. Haven't you seen their appearance? All wearing green-faced fang-toothed masks, walking with jumps and leaps. Last night I nearly wet my pants. You must have seen the zombie army. I heard that General Qin commands a troop of zombies, just as you described. That might be it. Really creepy,
said the puller called Oldwin.
Old pal, time to work.
A young man sat on Oldwin's rickshaw and spoke.
Where to, sir?
Oldwin, delighted at the business, asked cheerfully.
Just wander around.
The young man speaking was none other than Charlemagne, who had sneaked out of the marshal's mansion to explore North City. Seeing a rickshaw, he hopped on. The puller took Charlemagne around various distinctive attractions. As an old hand, Oldwin knew these places like the back of his hand. Charlemagne casually asked Oldwin about the daily life in North City, and Oldwin answered with great fluency. Once the conversation started, it was hard to stop, and Charlemagne was happy to listen.
Old pal, your North City accent is spot on,
Charlemagne said with a smile.
Of course I'm a true North City native,
Oldwin replied proudly. For the last scenic spot, Oldwin took him to see the imperial palace, but now it was guarded by Charlemagne's army. Oldwin pulled him around the perimeter, considering it a visit. The puller spent the whole day driving Charlemagne around, giving him insights into many interesting tales. Generously, Charlemagne gave him $300 silver, enough to buy a new rickshaw. The next day, Oldwin bragged to his fellow puller.
Do you know who I drove yesterday?
His companion shook his head, curious. Oldwin, reveling in the chance to boast, immediately began speaking.
It was General Qin. At the marshal's mansion, the gate guards addressed him as Great General, almost scaring me to death. Thankfully, I didn't badmouth his army during the ride. Really? I recall you pulled a young man yesterday. Don't try to fool me.
Hearing his companion's disbelief, Oldwin grew anxious.
Why would I lie to you? I'll tell you in secret, but don't tell anyone the Great General gave me $300 silver.
At the end, Oldwin whispered and raised 3 fingers by his companion's ear.
Oldwin, how about treating us to a feast at Quanju tonight? A small matter. Let's go tonight,
Oldwin said pompously.
And I've had my eye on the girls at West Street for a long time. Get lost, you. Oh, there are experts. But unless they're at the corpse ancestor level, they're just throwing their lives away,
Charlemagne said with a faint smile.
Sir, you have already slaughtered many imperial family members. Why not spare him? We are willing to compensate your losses. Otherwise, if you and I fight, both sides might suffer,
said an old man who, knowing of Charlemagne's power, still believed him only slightly superior. The aircraft carrier was named Longhua by Charlemagne, and it completed its sea trials soon after. The hull is 330 meters long with a displacement of over 5,000 tons capable of carrying 90 fighter jets. The next day, Charlie Man issued a battle order codenamed Sunset Plan. In the middle of the 9th year, Charlie Man announced his resignation. Not only the common people were stunned, but the high-ranking officials as well, for he had personally conquered this realm, yet now, he said, he would just give it up. Upon hearing this news, the people nearly cried themselves to death. The entire nation wept bitterly over Charlie Man's resignation. Charlie Man was leaving, so who would take his place? Fortunately, he had arranged everything properly, implementing a new system, where a successor would be elected through a nationwide vote. After Charlie Man stepped down as marshal, he still resided in his mansion, but after only a week he vanished without a trace. His disappearance was huge news. After all, he was a national hero. The country mobilized nationwide efforts to search for him, but after months no clues were found, and the matter was eventually dropped. However, a secret investigation team was still formed. The familiar wooden cabin and bamboo house. Charlie Man wanted to take another look at this place. After all, it held precious memories. So after leaving the marshal's mansion, he came here. Simu Dowran and Kuju Dashi were still alive. After Ingwa surrendered, they retired from the mage corps and came back to seclusion. Meanwhile, Jialu and Qing Qing were still serving in the army, holding high positions. Charlie Man did not appear to catch up with them, for his appearance might bring trouble and disrupt their secluded life. After watching from afar for a while, he recalled the days when he first arrived in this world and studied Taoist arts daily with Simu. In the forest not far from the wooden cabin, Charlie Man arrived at Bai Ling's lair, which was actually a cave decorated like a human dwelling. Last time when he sent Jialu and Qing Qing back, he had visited Bai Ling's lair with them. Bai Ling recognized Charlie Man immediately. After returning that time, she had never gone out again, diligently cultivating in the forest. When Charlie Man fought against the Sakura, he never thought to call her.
Ah, Qin Feng, you finally came back to see me. Look, my shape-shifting art has reached perfection. From now on, if you take me along to vanquish demons and monsters, it will surely be easier.
As she spoke, she transformed into various beautiful women, one after another, for Charlie Man to see. Charlie Man found this fox spirit quite endearing.
Bai Ling, I didn't come to ask you to vanquish demons, but to say goodbye. If you want to vanquish demons, you can go find Jialu. Currently, he oversees the entire Longhua. Ah, Jialu has become so powerful. Qin Feng, what's wrong with you? Jialu is much more successful than you. I knew early on that he had the potential of a hidden dragon. When I come out of seclusion, I'll go join him,
Bai Ling said with a laugh. Charlie Man was speechless. This turncoat always trying to curry favor with whoever is stronger.
Since we're acquainted, it's fate. Let me give you a little trinket for self-defense.
As he spoke, Charlie Man gave Bai Ling a mystic-grade clothes-fitting soft armor that was seized from the Quanfeng mercenary corps. While she was cheerfully inspecting it, Charlie Man quietly slipped away. Bai Ling was a kind-hearted demon, and Charlie Man did not wish for her to perish easily. After bidding farewell to Bai Ling, Charlie Man proceeded to Renjia town. Above the funeral home, Charlie Man cast a glance. Ime Taoist's brows and beard had turned even more silver-white, while Wenkai was being scolded as usual. Although he had joined the army with his master, he had returned to carry on his master's legacy. Charlie Man then visited the funeral supply shop that Qiuxing had mentioned, where he saw a young woman selling burial goods with a little boy. Qiuxing was still in the army, only occasionally returning home. Next, Charlie Man went to see Rintingting, since she had often visited him when he was learning Taoist arts at the funeral home. Unexpectedly, Rintingting was still unmarried and remained single. Charlie Man sighed, but did not reveal himself. After all, her feelings for him were merely unrequited love. He had already made it clear that he did not reciprocate, hoping she would eventually come to terms and marry someone else. Charlie Man flew toward Jiang province to verify his hypothesis. The vast Gure desert stretched endlessly. Charlie Man suspected that the zombies in this world originated from the corpse ancestor who might be sealed within this desert, which was rumored to be even more scorching than other deserts. Wandering aimlessly through the desert, Chaliman was only an intermediate mage, but his mental power, having absorbed numerous souls, rivaled that of a bronze mage. A bronze mage in the Jushan continent could detect a range of 60 meters with his mental power, yet, in this lower world, he could explore a 200-meter radius. After scouring the desert for dozens of days, he finally detected a powerful aura deep beneath the desert's center. Though only a trace was exposed, Chaliman felt its terror.
I can't defeat it, absolutely can't defeat it,
Chaliman warned himself inwardly. This must be the so-called corpse ancestor Hanba. He wondered which great power had managed to seal it here. A few days later, Chaliman returned with a heinous human trafficker whom he strangled on the spot. At night, the trafficker's body quickly stiffened. By midnight, fangs and claws had grown, transforming him into a zombie of the black zombie rank. The moment it opened its eyes, it lunged at Chaliman, who incinerated it with a casual gesture. Indeed, the appearance of zombies was closely related to the corpse ancestor Hanba. Chaliman was currently incapable of dealing with a zombie of such strength. The spirit invocation talisman was for emergency survival. Besides, the corpse ancestor was sealed, and there was no reason to free it and invite trouble. With his hypothesis confirmed and his curiosity satisfied, he decided to return to his original world. Moving far away from the corpse ancestor's seal, he summoned the system panel, pressed the return button, and with a flash of white light, Chaliman vanished from the world. Beneath the corpse ancestor's seal lay a vast underground palace. In the center of the palace sat a coffin made of gold, emanating a mysterious and immense power. The camera zoomed in. Inside the coffin lay a young girl in a blue robe with picturesque features, appearing no different from an ordinary person. This, however, was the fearsome corpse ancestor. Jushan continent. Chaliman opened his eyes again, back in his own room. He counted his gains while recalling his experiences in the zombie world. His journey in the zombie world had been thrilling, learning Taoist arts, traveling everywhere to subdue demons and vanquish monsters, and finally, when the invaders from a small island nation came, he rose to prominence and turned the tide.
Ding. Detected that the user's carried energy is too low to be used normally in this world. Convert it to this world's energy. Yes.
Instantly, the inner energy and Taoist magic he had cultivated in the zombie world were transformed into battle chi. The quantity was not large, and his realm still could not break through to the earth stage. However, the most important gain was that his mental power had greatly increased. Henceforth, during meditation, he could obtain more mana, accelerating his advancement as a mage. A knock came, and Cecilia pushed the door open, saying,
"Master, it's time for dinner."
Looking at the adorable catgirl he hadn't seen for 10 years, Chaliman smiled a nostalgic smile.
"Come here, let master pet you,"
Chaliman said with a smile. Cecilia obediently walked over and lowered her head. Chaliman placed his large hand on the catgirl's small head and stroked it, enjoying the pleasure of petting a cat. Only then did he go to dinner with the catgirl, who tidied her disheveled hair.
"Chaliman, you've only been away half a day, but you seem different,"
Chiyena said indistinctly, while biting a large piece of demon beast meat. Nowadays, Chiyena used her true appearance in the manner. After all, those living in the castle were trusted people, and she had explained to them. However, when going out, she still had to disguise herself. Chaliman had indeed changed. Having spent nearly 10 years in another world, his appearance remained unchanged, but he carried an added sense of depth from the passing years. Gazing at the stunning Chiyena with her silvery white hair and adorable dragon horns, clad today in a moon-white shirt and blue jeans made of demon beast leather that perfectly showcased her graceful figure, Chaliman hadn't seen her for a decade. He stared a moment longer before snapping back when Chiyena spoke. He chuckled and said,
"Just eat your food. With so many delicacies, can they not shut your mouth?"
Spring. The year was truly warm and pleasant. Under Chaliman's policies, the newly established Daoxiang village, by the green water lake in the center of the territory, began spring plowing. The plows that Chalaman had ordered to be crafted proved extremely useful. They obtained plow oxen from the goathead man and distributed them to each household. Their task this year was to reclaim enough farmland to sustain Wanyang town. Although Daoxiang village had only over 3,000 people, it was already the most populous village, and this task was not overly difficult for them. Farmland reclamation required fertilizer. Fortunately, Chalaman had already instructed the construction of a fertilizer factory, which had a considerable stock. Now, as they reclaimed the fields, the fertilizer was distributed free of charge to the serfs of Daoxiang village.
"Does this stuff really work?"
a serf said, looking at the bag of fertilizer. Immediately his head was slapped by a companion.
"How could something invented by Lord Chalaman not work? Are you questioning the Lord?"
the companion said, demonstrating Chalaman's status among the townspeople. By now most of the residents of Wanyang town had moved into the newly built residential area, and the commercial center was under steady construction. Once the Saint Light Festival passed, the town resumed its bustling work scene. The boats used to transport goods in the territory were far too small, carrying very little each time. There were no large shipyards nearby to purchase big ships, so Chalaman instructed Bulushi to build a shipyard not far from the port of Wanyang town. Although an aircraft carrier was out of the question, at least a decent large ship should be constructed. At the goathead man's residence, he produced a recipe for soda that he had obtained from Country M. He asked them to find similar ingredients, since the goathead man knew a great variety of herbs. Before long, the goathead man found suitable materials. After countless adjustments and experiments, Chalaman finally obtained a soda that satisfied him. The next day, he had Bulushi build a soda processing factory. However, Chalaman was dissatisfied with the containers for the soda. They were using wooden barrels. So the construction of a glass factory was also entrusted to Bulushi, and the technique for refining glass was handed over to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was now a key protected facility in the territory, as it housed many technologies that Chalaman did not want to leak. Furthermore, Chalaman had placed the gold coin melting furnace and molds into the blacksmith shop and had been continuously expanding its scale. Nowadays it was more appropriate to call it a research base rather than a blacksmith shop. After the festival, the foreman Bulushi was extremely busy. The Lord treated him like a beast of burden, having him build this and construct that day after day. But who was the Lord? He was just a hired worker. If he didn't do it, there were plenty of others like Bulushi to take his place. No sooner had he finished the glass factory than the Lord called him to build a primary school in the residential area. However, this was also a good thing, since his own son was 6 years old and could attend school. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the territory's population had swelled to over 30,000 with the arrival of slave traders. Lord Agard has discovered a hidden ancient ruin on the outskirts of the demon beast forest. Toby, clad in a camouflage military uniform, reported to Chalaman. After several months of rest, Toby's injuries had healed enough for him to resume his duties. An ancient ruin, Chalaman exclaimed in surprise. Speaking of ancient ruins, one immediately thought of treasure. The gods' continent was not lacking in such sites. News of them often circulated, but he had never expected one near his own territory. "Let's go have a look." Chalaman slipped into a black overcoat. Accompanied by Zaina, Toby, and 50 guards, Chalaman traversed the wilderness beyond the territory and entered the vast demon beast forest. Zaina remained silent along the way, playing the part of a cold personal bodyguard. They arrived at the ruin, a dilapidated wreckage with crumbling structures half buried in the earth, clearly ancient beyond measure. The ruin had been discovered by one of Chalaman's guards while chasing a fleeing demon beast during a clearance operation in the wilderness. Not daring to explore it rashly, the guard returned to report to Toby, for ruins held not only treasure, but also potential danger. Chalaman ordered the squad to search the wreckage. Finding no immediate danger, they observed from the structural layout that this place had once been a thriving city a long time ago. They found numerous decayed items in the ruins, but nothing else of note. "My lord, I discovered a passage over there," a sturdy guard said with delight. Under the guard's guidance, Chaliman and his group arrived at the center of the ruins. The passage descended underground, pitch black, spacious enough for over a dozen people to enter side by side. "Let's go in and take a look," Chaliman spoke, and naturally everyone followed his lead. The dark passage wound downward. Two mages in the squad cast illumination spells, dispelling the darkness within the tunnel. Illumination was a low-level spell that consumed little mana yet proved highly useful, a must-learn for all mages. Chaliman led the group down for a long while, even beginning to wonder if they were heading toward the center of the earth. But he was mistaken. They arrived at a colossal cavern, enormous, the size of dozens of football fields, with a ceiling soaring 200 meters high. Apart from the entrance they had come through, the cavern was lined with countless passages. A quick glance revealed 100 entrances, each engraved with numbers from 1 to 100 to denote their designations. "This is a rare Mythic-era dungeon," Chaliman remarked in awe. In the era 10,000 years ago, named the Mythic Era by the gods' continent, countless deities roamed the land. Dungeons were creations of that age. Legend says they were built by the gods for trials. They teemed with countless magical beasts, also created by the gods. Within a dungeon lay innumerable small spaces, each with a different terrain. These spaces spawned magical beasts. Defeating them yielded not only gold coins, but also with luck equipment, the worst being yellow-tier gear. It was widely acknowledged that every dungeon produced a divine artifact, but obtaining one was far from simple. For dungeons were rife with traps. Even a saint-rank powerhouse, if unlucky enough to trigger a trap, could be teleported into a space inhabited by a terrifying monster and perish without a trace. Chaliman had read of such unfortunate saints in many ancient texts. Scanning the scattered items in the cavern, he speculated that this place had once been a dungeon outpost, a hub for trading various goods. After a thorough search of the cavern, they found nothing of value left. "Let's go! The dungeon is still too dangerous for us at present," Chaliman said to the group. Many of the guards understood the perils of dungeons well. One misstep could easily lead to an encounter with a high-level magical beast. On the way back, Chaliman had already formed a plan. He would publicize the discovery of the ruins to attract adventurers to explore the dungeon, thereby drawing more people to his territory. No sooner said than done. Back in the territory, Chaliman summoned Bruce and ordered him to take men to Redwood Village immediately, with the goal of turning it into a small city within a year. Poor Bruce had to personally lead the team to Redwood Village for planning. Fortunately, new slaves had arrived, or they would have been perpetually short-handed. Chaliman lamented the severe shortage of manpower. Building even a modest territory had taken this long, and he was far from satisfied. Another month passed. One day the town issued a public announcement. The waterworks constructed west of Wangyang town was now officially operational, a project that had begun last year. Previously, the town's water supply came from the Shuiling River, which flowed into the sea beyond the town. Despite its name, the water was turbid and had an astringent taste. Water had always been a headache for Chaliman, so soon after arriving in the territory last year, he ordered the construction of a long pipeline from Green Lake to divert water into Wangyang town. Today the townspeople could finally drink the sweet clear water of Green Lake. The waterworks featured 5 massive reservoirs under dedicated supervision. Not only had mages enchanted them with filtration magic, but they had also laid down several protective arrays to safeguard the facility. Water was a vital necessity, so Chaliman had spared no effort to prevent poisoning or sabotage. "So this is the water tap. Just like they said, you turn this and water flows out. I hear it's another invention of the Lord. Our Lord is truly a genius. The Lord must be an emissary of the gods to conceive such a wondrous thing." At this moment a household gathered around the tap, gossiping about the Lord's brilliance. Such taps had been installed in all the newly built residential areas, and similar rumors spread throughout the territory. After all, Lord Chaliman's inventions were so numerous that people began to suspect he he was a deity reincarnated. Chaliman had set up garment factories in Wanyang town, and 5 other villages designing many styles based on memories from his previous life. When the townsfolk first saw these strange clothes, they found them novel, but few bought them. It took Chaliman's personal promotion and his own wear of the garments to gain acceptance. Now that clothing production had increased, Chaliman opened several garment shops in Wanyang town's commercial center, offering both ordinary and high-end apparel. For the luxury line, he created the brand Azure Blue House. The territory purchased large quantities of grain, most stored in granaries, the rest used for brewing. Yet a surplus remained. Chaliman had to order more granaries built, and increase the amount used for brewing. Several new taverns rose in the town's commercial center. The soul of the sea liquor brand had become renowned not only locally, but also among merchants from afar, who came directly to these taverns to order. Housing construction never ceased, for the population was always growing. With vacant houses now available, Chaliman considered traveling to a major city to purchase large numbers of slaves, as relying on the few slave traders was too slow. Were it not for the chronic shortage of labor, he would have long wanted to build a grand castle. His manor was far too modest and utterly lacked prestige. For transportation, residents could now purchase bicycles low in version for a single gold coin from the vehicle shop Chaliman had opened. Riding them on the new concrete roads was a sight to behold. A young man pedaling such a bike would surely attract many admirers. Stagecoaches operated between towns and villages on a 3-shift schedule. Chaliman had no choice but to use horse-drawn carriages as makeshift public buses. Chaliman was fairly satisfied with the town's current clothing, food, housing, and transportation, far better than when he first arrived in the territory.
My lord, many unidentified individuals have arrived in the territory lately,
Tuabai said to Chaliman. Chaliman was wearing loose shorts, his body lines exposed, like a Greek sculpture lying on a lounge chair with sunglasses reading a book. Beside him, a bunny girl and a cat girl in black swimsuits were peeling fruit that resembled oranges. It was summer, and they were in the backyard of the manor where Chaliman had instructed craftsmen to build an open-air swimming pool. Those unidentified individuals must have discovered the business opportunities brought by my products, and want to steal the information, Chaliman thought to himself. Chaliman did not dare to create anything too advanced. If the Church of Light labeled him a heretic, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he only made small trinkets that posed no threat, and did not infringe upon the interests of certain nobles. At present, Chaliman's martial artist rank was still gold, while his magic rank had reached advanced. His combat strength was even slightly stronger than that of an average earth-rank martial artist, so he was not afraid of dealing with powerful nobles. However, the Caboose kingdom where he lived had sky-rank experts, so he tried not to reveal his strength if possible.
Instruct the blacksmith to strengthen the guards. Anyone who tries to break in will be killed on sight,
Chaliman said, raising his sunglasses slightly. Tuabai lowered his head, not daring to look at the beautiful maids. Although he did not understand why the Lord gave such orders, Tuabai did not ask further. He only needed to carry out Lord Chaliman's commands. After Tuabai left, Imogen came over. Now that Lady Mary had retired, Imogen served as the butler. Although he had become the butler, he still helped Chaliman convey various orders every day.
Master, the windmill mill by the Water Spirit River has been completed. Should we issue a notice?
Imogen said respectfully.
Although autumn is the grain harvest season, since it's already built, let's start using it.
Chaliman thought for a moment and added,
but remember to charge for milling wheat. The processing fee, half a copper coin per gene of grain will do. Master, such a noble machine, why charge so little? Raise it a bit more,
Imogen said hesitantly. Imogen was somewhat hesitant. He was very puzzled that the Lord would let the commoners use the windmill mill, which he considered as advanced as high technology, at such a low price.
Imogen, my subjects are all precious resources. The windmill mill is nothing. I originally planned to let them use it for free, but free is not good after all, so we have to charge. Go handle it, you don't need to worry about money,
Charlie Man said with a smile. In fact, Charlie Man knew that as a butler Imogen was worried because he saw the Lord spending a lot of gold coins every day but not seeing much income. After Imogen left, Charlie Man took the peeled fruit from the two maids and ate. It was sweet and refreshing with juice bursting at every bite. This was a very precious fruit, its price almost rivaling that of magical plants.
Not bad, not bad.
Charlie Man was very pleased. He stood up, patted the heads of the two maids, pinched their cat ears and bunny ears, then executed a perfect diving pose and plunged into the pool to swim. How enjoyable it was! For the past month, She-Ye-Na had been sleeping in her room. The dragon race would fall into a deep sleep each time their power increased, and Charlie Man did not know how long she would sleep. The little maid Gulacy was now learning to cook from the light elf Bayana, and she had a high aptitude, already mastering many cooking methods. Charlie Man now spent his days reading, training, enjoying fine food in the manor, or going to the town to inspect the situation and plan the commercial layout.
Wow, the flour from this windmill mill is so white and fine. The noodle steamed buns and manta I ate at the public canteen are all made from this flour, I heard. Exactly. With that spice called chili, it's amazing. Jacques, I've never tasted such delicious food in my life. We have to thank the great Lord. I heard that at least 9 windmill mills will be built along this river. My God, how rich is the Lord! Could there be a magic mine in our territory? I don't know. I've only heard of silver mines, iron mines, and coal mines. I've never heard of other mines.
A group of people lined up outside the windmill mill, chatting idly. They all brought grain to be milled, and they would curiously stare at those coming out carrying white rice flour. This day a carriage stopped in front of Charlie Man's manor. 2 figures, one tall and one small, stepped down from the carriage. They were dressed in gorgeous gowns. The older woman was stunningly beautiful, while the little girl was charming and adorable.
Mother, is this cousin Charlie Man's manor? It's so small,
the little girl said to the older woman.
And we might be living here from now on. Come, let's go see your cousin Charlie Man,
the older woman said, patting the little girl's head. Before long after the guard announced them, Charlie Man received the mother and daughter in the living room.
Charlie Man, my dear child, you've grown so big and handsome. Aunt almost couldn't recognize you,
the older woman said, hugging Charlie Man.
Aunt pays she welcome. I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow,
Charlie Man said, freeing himself from his aunt's embrace. Looking at the little girl beside her, he added,
This must be cousin Aniku. So adorable. Hello, cousin Charlie Man.
Meeting Charlie Man for the first time, the little cousin was still very shy. The older woman was Charlie Man's mother's younger sister, his aunt, and the girl was her child. Not long ago, Charlie Man had received a letter from his aunt, which implicitly contained a request for him to take in her and her daughter. Charlie Man agreed without much thought. After all, the original host had been doted on by this aunt in childhood. Now that he had taken over the original host's body, he naturally had to accept the karmic connections. He then wrote a reply, and now the mother and daughter had arrived today. Charlie Man had thought they would come later, and hadn't had time to welcome them. Then, under Charlie Man's arrangement, several maids brought up hearty dishes prepared by the elven chef. The dishes were twice as many as usual. Charlie Man chatted with his aunt while eating, and his little cousin couldn't stop eating the delicious food, especially when she tasted a dessert called ice cream. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Since it was summer, ice cream was not difficult to make. Shops in the town's commercial center all sold it, but for the townspeople, who had just saved a little money, it was a luxury only out-of-town merchants would buy it to taste. From his aunt, Charlie Man learned the details. After her husband Viscount Lichata died, the territory was inherited by the Viscount's eldest son. However, the eldest son was not his aunt's child, so she did not want to live there anymore, and returned to her maiden home, the Dow Dunn family, where Charlie Man's maternal grandfather resided. Charlie Man's maternal grandfather was named Yuli Ka. He held the title of Count in the Caboose Kingdom, and also had an official position in the royal capital. His aunt's marriage was entirely arranged by him, and Charlie Man also had a maternal uncle. On the Jushan continent, most noble daughters were used as marriage tools by their families. The original host's mother was originally meant to be, but she disobeyed her family and married the original host's father, an ordinary viscount, causing the relationship between the Dandelion family and the Dow Dunn family to remain strained. Originally, Charlie Man's grandfather planned to marry Pei Shi to another viscount, but his aunt strongly opposed it. In the end, she had no choice but to flee with Anika to Charlie Man's place, since there were not many relatives who could take them in.
Aunt Pei Shi, don't worry. From now on, this is your home,
Charlie Man said with a smile to his aunt.
Charlie Man, my dear, I didn't spoil you for nothing when you were little,
Pei Shi said, moved.
Eat quickly. The food is getting cold,
Charlie Man reminded her. Pei Shi had been too busy chatting with Charlie Man to eat just now. Now she took a bite of a dish stir-fried with magical beast meat, and couldn't stop eating because it was so delicious.
Charlie Man, your cook skill is really good. It's delicious,
his aunt said while eating. Then Charlie Man introduced the people in the manor to his aunt, including the chef Baya Na, whom she praised without end. Pei Shi was astonished that her nephew actually had such expensive slaves. How could an ordinary viscount afford so many? The price of several slaves could equip a small army. It seemed that her nephew's deceased father had left him a considerable inheritance. Pei Shi could only attribute Charlie Man's wealth to the inheritance. Then Pei Shi talked with Charlie Man about the changes in the town. After all, when she last visited, it was just a rundown little town. Now it was not only clean and tidy, but also greatly changed. Charlie Man could only give her a general overview of the town's affairs, since going into details would take days. After staying at the manor for a few days, my aunt couldn't sit still at home, and insisted that Charmant arrange some work for her. Coincidentally, the position of tax officer in the town had been vacant, and my aunt was studying finance in the royal capital. If we were to consider it, my aunt was actually Cherryman Senior. Charmant had also studied at the Royal Academy, but returned to inherit the family business before graduating. Last year's tax revenue from the territory saw Charmant only collect 1 silver coin, and this year he set the tax rate at 5%. This means that most of his townsfolk could earn 40 silver coins a month, paying only 24 silver coins annually. Those without a salary were exempt from taxes. With such practices, other lords would surely have something to say about him, as most lords relied on tax revenue for half their income. My aunt also felt it was too little, but Charmant was indifferent, and insisted on doing it this way, leaving my aunt with no choice but to comply. As a first-time tax officer, my aunt was quite excited, and took her job very seriously. After all, she hadn't worked a day since graduating from school. Marrying Viscount Richard only meant she spent her days at home gossiping or having fun with other noble friends. In the study of the stone building, Charmant was teaching his cousin Nicole how to learn magic. Charmant discovered that his adorable cousin had quite a talent for magic, so he occasionally taught her. Nicole was also very earnest, probably feeling uncomfortable living under someone else's roof, and trying hard to become stronger. After their lessons, Charmant would reward her with some sweets and small gifts, with plenty of peculiar items in the space.
Sir, the people from the Adventurers Guild have arrived.
Morgan entered the study and said to Charmant. Charmant instructed his cousin to study on her own, then turned to Morgan and said,
So soon? It seems they are taking the underground city very seriously. Have them come to the living room to see me. Lord Cherryman, I am the person in charge of this mission. Wuxia. The guild places great importance on this relic underground city. Once we confirm the news to be true, we will accept your request to build an adventurers guild in the town center and send relevant personnel over. The middle-aged man with scars on his face said, followed by 2 guards in adventurers guild uniforms, all 3 of whom were of silver rank. Haha, I will provide a piece of land for the Adventurers Guild for free in the town. I hope you can complete the guild construction soon, Charmon said with a smile. Of course, once we confirm the news is true, the branch will definitely allocate manpower and resources to establish the Adventurers Guild in Wanyang Town. Morgan, take these guests to the military camp to find Toby. He knows how to locate that relic. A few days ago, Charmon had sent someone to deliver news of the relic to the Adventurers Guild in Buzz City. The three were sent by the guild to verify whether the news of the relic was true. Once it is confirmed to be an underground city, the Adventurers Guild will establish a branch here. Charmon only needs to provide a piece of land, and a large number of adventurers will flock to his territory. Mashi took the three members of the Adventurers Guild to find Toby. Upon hearing it was the Lord's order, Toby took them to the relic after several days. After entering the relic and confirming the news was true, the three members returned to Buzz City. Soon news of the relic underground city appearing in the monster forest surrounding Greenwater territory spread throughout Buzz City and surrounding territories, and it continued to expand. The emergence of a new underground city ignited the desire for exploration among adventurers, and more people rushed to Cherryman's territory. To avoid unrest in the territory, Charmon increased the guard force and issued a list of precautionary notes to everyone entering the territory. Although this town is small, there are plenty of delicious food and fun things here. The Lord manages this place well. The streets are relatively clean, and there's even a public restroom. The clothes sold here are quite nice and look good. Let's gather information for now. We can make plans once there are more adventurers. Several adventurers were wandering around the commercial center discussing the town's news and future plans. Such activities were common in Wanyang Town. Since the news was announced, thousands of adventurers have already flooded into Cherryman's small town. Fortunately, the commercial center had built many inns enough to accommodate over 10,000 people, but Charmon did not plan to build more, as other shops also needed space. He could only create another residential area outside the town. Cherryman's plan was to build a fan-shaped residential area around the commercial center, and then encircle that residential area with a commercial street alternating between residential areas and commercial streets in a circular manner. Now that the territory was flooded with adventurers, management was good, but there were still a few troublemakers who needed to be dealt with, so they could only be sent to the territory's prison for punishment. The public security aspect was managed by the territory's security office, which had now expanded to 800 personnel. Whenever a rogue adventurer caused trouble, they would be dispatched immediately. With their numbers and strength, they could easily capture the criminals, as troublemakers were just a minority. Most adventurers, although unruly, still dared not offend a lord. Soon the news of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation in Greenwater territory spread like a hurricane across the entire Kabuster Kingdom. Beautiful clothes and shoes that were not seen anywhere else in the town. The food was overwhelming, with various delicious dishes, and a spice called chili that was simply irresistible. There were also desserts like ice cream and cakes, which many adventurers would buy in bulk to eat on the go. High-purity spirits allowed adventurers to experience a new world, with many drunks collapsing in the streets, all of whom were taken by the security office to maintain order. Those who did not pay fines would be detained for a week and forced to work on construction sites. Soda was especially popular. This blue drink had a magical charm, making one feel uncomfortable if they didn't drink it for a day. However, it was sold at high prices in the commercial center, while taverns offered it at cheaper rates, as stores used glass bottles for packaging, while taverns offered refills directly. The territory did not have mass production lines for glass bottles. Cherryman's glass factory was just a small production line. New arrivals in Wanyang Town were also amazed by their accommodations. The inn rooms not only had novel faucets, but also installed showers that provided hot water, which was of course manually heated. These innovations were based on ideas provided by Cherryman, and the local craftsmen, after several experiments, managed to create them. Newcomers were surprised by the town's transportation methods, with two-wheeled iron frames running all over the streets, surprisingly powered not by magic,
but by foot pedals along with a human-powered vehicle called a rickshaw. The rickshaw concept was a temporary idea from Cherrymen, and those pulling rickshaws were locals. They not only earned wages from Charman, but also received fares from passengers, making it a popular job in the territory. Newcomers learned from the townsfolk that all these innovations were the inventions of their Lord Cherryman, and they couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary talent. Soon many of the territory's products were bought in bulk and sold at high prices elsewhere, with many trying to investigate the technologies behind them. However, Cherryman's blacksmith shop was heavily guarded, only allowing them to learn about simple techniques such as how to make ice cream and cakes. Meanwhile, some adventurers were not enamored with the town's offerings and eagerly set off to explore the relic underground city. In just a few days, they conquered the monster guarding the entrance to the first level and entered the second level. It is said that the adventurer team obtained a mystical grade equipment, striking it rich. Since the influx of adventurers into the territory, Charman had not ventured outside. He spent his days either teaching Nicole magic or practicing his skills. His 9 turns elemental technique had now been cultivated to the 7th layer. This technique was incredibly costly, having consumed over 30 million gold coins, but fortunately Cherryman's financial prowess was strong. Now he had cultivated 7 attributes of fighting spirit: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. The light attribute was quite rare, and it took him a long time to find the magic core, costing him the most. He now had just over a month left until the next crossing.
I really look forward to the next world,
Charman murmured while lying on a comfortable big bed. The Greenwater domain had now become renowned throughout the entire kingdom of Capst, and the name of Charlemagne Dandelion was etched into many memories. Those seeking cooperation had worn down the threshold of Charlemagne's manor. Charlemagne had no energy to discuss these minor projects and delegated them all to Morgan, instructing him to cooperate without disclosing any core technologies. In a short time, Charlemagne's liquor, soda, fertilizer, glass, clothing, spices, and other goods became hotly sought-after items in the kingdom, with black market prices soaring ever higher. Soon imitations began to appear in the kingdom, though they were still vastly different from Charlemagne's genuine products. Each month Charlemagne harvested hundreds of thousands of gold coins, much to Morgan's delight. Charlemagne did not stash the gold in space, but invested it all in the development of his domain. To accelerate the domain's development, Charlemagne traded the glass formula with Duke Acadia of Bussy City for 70,000 able-bodied slaves. He had originally wanted 100,000, but the Duke did not have that many. The Duke, having obtained the glass formula, was overjoyed, clearly aware of its value. Yet the making of it was not difficult, and it would likely leak before long. Though it seemed Duke Acadia had profited, Charlemagne never suffered a loss. In the vicinity, Duke Acadia owned the largest number of slaves. Though he appeared unconnected to the slave trade, he was in fact the biggest slaver in the region. A duke's influence was indeed immense. Soon the slaves were delivered to Charlemagne's domain. 50,000 slaves were assigned by Charlemagne to 5 different villages. The remaining 20,000 all went to Wangyang town. It was no longer appropriate to call it a village. With the migration, the village had been upgraded to a town, and Wangyang town was nearly a city. The population of Charlemagne's domain reached 100,000, with 40,000 in Wangyang town alone, counting only the slaves and townsfolk, not including traders, adventurers, and so on. With so many hands, the projects he longed to build could now be realized. First, a magnificent and imposing lord's castle was to be constructed. To finish it quickly, Charlemagne not only put the 20,000 new slaves of Wangyang town to work, but also summoned the Minotaurs. The site for the castle was chosen on a small hill east of the town. Charlemagne sketched out a rough design of the Mont Saint-Michel castle from his past life and handed the drawing to Bruce. Amid Bruce's exclamations and assurances, another task was added to his list. With such a massive workforce, Charlemagne believed it could be completed in about half a year. Soon autumn arrived and Charlemagne was able to cross over once again. The world of Fengyan.
Ding. You have crossed into the Fengyan world. A random main quest has been issued. The main quest is now active. Please become a recognized martial hegemon in this world. Quest success reward 1 lottery ticket. Quest failure no penalty, but this system will be forcibly shut down. World strength detected low world. User may stay in this world for 10 years, after which you will be forcibly returned to your original world. This task shouldn't be hard. Charlemagne remembered that only a few were strong in Fengyan. He felt he could easily defeat them. I wonder if the dragon has been slain in this world. If I could obtain the dragon yuan, wouldn't that grant immortality?
Charlemagne looked forward to it.
Sent to a forest again, damn system.
Then he rode the wind and flew off to find a city and gather information about this world. Soon Charlemagne learned that the current martial world was controlled by the Almighty Society, whose leader was Xiongba. He also discovered that this world belonged to the high martial realm. That is, its martial arts were far stronger than the previous Wuxia world. Charlemagne could only sigh, though both were low worlds, they were vastly different. After cultivating his internal energy, Charlemagne set out on the path to dominate the martial world. At the Almighty Society, a gate disciple shouted,
"Who are you to barge into our society?"
It was Charlemagne who intended to seize control of the Almighty Society and let the world know his name. Without a word, he effortlessly knocked down the disciples who surrounded him. With his martial arts mastery, he believed no one could surpass him. Soon he fought his way from the foot of the mountain all the way up to the grand hall of the Almighty Society. Fought was a misnomer, it was more like a leisurely stroll, sending disciples flying with a casual wave.
"Young man, what business do you have?"
On the throne in the grand hall sat a domineering middle-aged man.
"You must be Xiongba. Let me sit in that seat,"
Charlemagne said calmly. Seeing the young man speak his name so fearlessly, Xiongba sensed something amiss.
"Let this old man test your mettle."
Xiongba stood up, and without daring to be careless, he channeled his internal energy and struck with the 3-part return chi. The condensed energy shot like a cannonball. Charlemagne stood still, and the attack vanished upon hitting him, absorbed by the beaming divine art.
"Impossible. Why are you unharmed?"
Xiongba cried in disbelief. Then Xiongba unleashed his 3 ultimate techniques: Frost Fist, Cloud Palm, and Wind God Leg. Indeed, these techniques were far stronger than those of the previous Wuxia world. Charlemagne countered them all with the exquisite moves from the Xiao Yufeng. After a brief exchange, Charlemagne found an opportunity and absorbed Xiongba's internal energy.
"Ah! What skill is this? My power, my power!"
Xiongba shrieked in cold sweat. In moments, he collapsed like a dead dog.
"What use would a cripple have for knowing? Spare you your life, now get lost,"
Charlemagne said rudely. He disliked Xiongba as a character, but if the man cultivated his inner energy and returned for revenge, it would be another harvest. Charlemagne understood Xiongba's nature, he would avenge the slightest grievance.
"Who are you? Why did you injure my master?"
A voice came from outside the hall. Charlemagne turned to see 3 men and a young woman. One man had a cold expression, a striking red cape, and an oddly shaped sword on his back. Another held a broad long sword with a long slanted fringe. These must be Xiongba 3 disciples, Qin Shuang Bujingyan Yefeng, and the maid Kong Ci. Charlemagne thought. He recalled the tangled relationships among them. The maid married Qin Shuang, who gained the title, while Bu Jingyan possessed her body, and Kong Ci loved Yefeng. The one who spoke was the eldest disciple, Qin Shuang.
"Since your master became the martial hegemon, he must accept challenges. He was outmatched, and no longer deserves to rule the Almighty Society. From today I am in charge,"
Charlemagne said, walking to Xiongba's throne and smashing it to pieces with a palm.
"Sorry, I have a cleanliness obsession. Have a new one made tomorrow," he told them. "You injured our master. Prepare to die."
Qin Shuang clenched his fists and charged at Charlemagne. Since even Xiongba was no match, Qin Shuang was foolish to attack. In just 2 moves Charlemagne sent him flying back.
Senior brother.
Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng caught the returning Qin Shuang, who was already weak. Charlemagne had punished him harshly, but not fatally. The two handed Qin Shuang to Kong Si, then Bu Jingyun drew his sword, and Ye Feng his saber, attacking Charlemagne together. Though they were far stronger than Qin Shuang, and wielded divine weapons, they lasted only a few dozen exchanges before suffering severe injuries. This was the consequence of offending him.
Remember to replace my throne tomorrow. From now on you are my underlings. Obey my commands or face a fate worse than death,
Charlemagne said calmly.
This girl will be my maid.
Then he planted control techniques, like the life and death talisman, on them. Without timely antidotes, they would suffer unbearable itching, and eventually die with severed meridians. The next day, in the main hall of Qinxiahui, the throne had been replaced with a brand new one, and Charlemagne seated himself upon it without any hesitation. Glancing at the assembled minor leaders below, he nodded in approval. Gazing at the young man on the throne, they still found it hard to accept that Xiongba had been defeated. Yet it was the truth. The entire Qinxiahui now knew that their new leader was Qin Feng, and Xiongba had been expelled from the organization.
Our leader is wise and virtuous, endowed with civil and military virtues, bearing the mandate of heaven to unite the world.
The crowd below chanted in unison. This was exactly how they had once flattered Xiongba, and now they offered the same praise to Charlemagne.
Enough. I am now the leader of Qinxiahui. From this day forth, anyone who disobeys my commands will be executed without mercy,
Charlemagne said in a leisurely tone.
We shall follow your orders, chief.
The members below bowed their heads.
I have several tasks for you. Locate the whereabouts of Tianmen Zhonghua Lu and Shenlong Island. Qin Shuang, Bu Jingyun, and Ye Feng, you three will lead the teams.
Charlemagne looked at the three as he spoke. Now under his control, they had no choice but to comply, reluctant as they were. Becoming the leader of Tianxiahui had not triggered any system completion notification. Wasn't Tianxiahui supposed to be the supreme martial force? Charlemagne analyzed carefully, and concluded that it was only superficial acknowledgement. Many still harbored dissent. He would need to create a greater stir to cement his authority. Soon news spread across the martial world that Xiongba of Tianxiahui had been defeated by a young man named Qin Feng, shaking the entire Jianghu. After all, Xiongba's 3-style return to origin was renowned throughout the land. At Wushuang City. After subduing the city, Lord Charlemagne waited several days for the arrival of the Sword Saint of Wushuang.
Sword Saint, you've finally come. I've been waiting for days.
Charlemagne sat on a sofa he had taken from his spatial storage, his tone filled with discontent. He had attacked Wushuang City precisely to defeat this legendary Sword Saint and boost his own reputation, yet the man had kept him waiting for days.
You must be Qin Feng. Your purpose here is to challenge me, is it not? Now that I am here, release my junior,
said the Sword Saint. Dressed in white robes and boots with silver-white hair flowing freely, the Sword Saint had an ethereal, immortal-like bearing.
Of course you'll release him. First, let me experience your world-famous swordsmanship.
Unable to contain himself any longer, Charlemagne struck first. He threw a powerful punch toward the Sword Saint. Though the attack seemed barehanded, the Sword Saint dared not be careless. He drew the Wushuang sword, the city's treasured blade, and slashed at Charlemagne's incoming fist.
Clang!
Charlemagne's fist did not dodge, but struck the Wushuang sword directly, snapping it in two.
Impossible!
The Sword Saint exclaimed in shock.
Nothing is impossible. Your sword is too fragile.
Indeed, the blade was merely of the yellow grade, while Charlemagne's body, fortified by various hard body techniques, and Dochi rivaled yellow grade equipment in toughness. The Sword Saint was left speechless. The Wushuang sword was a legendary divine weapon renowned across the Jianghu, yet it was called too fragile. But it was true. The young man had shattered it with a single punch. Charlemagne pressed his attack, forcing the Sword Saint to parry with the broken blade. After dozens of exchanges, realizing the young man was far too formidable, the Sword Saint decided to use his ultimate trump card for one decisive blow.
Sword 23.
The space around them was frozen by an invisible force. Even the tables and chairs, tossed into the air by the shockwaves, hung motionless. Calaman's body was also immobilized, though his mind still functioned. A phantom of the Sword Saint emerged from his body, a manifestation of his spiritual energy. Using his finger as a sword, it lunged toward Calaman. In an instant, Calaman understood the principle behind this technique. It used immense inner power to fix the space, trapping those within, then attacked with the spirit. But he had encountered a monster. When the Sword Saint's spiritual force struck Calaman, it did not achieve the desired effect. Instead, it rebounded, causing the Sword Saint to spit blood. Compared to Calaman's own spiritual strength, the Sword Saint's attack was like striking a rock with an egg. Activating the binding divine art, Calaman absorbed the inner power that had been suppressing his body, regaining his freedom of movement.
I concede. I am no match for you.
Clutching his chest, the Sword Saint sighed.
Then do you submit?
Calaman asked with a smile.
I submit. My heart is truly convinced. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
With that, Calaman left Wuxia City, leaving the bewildered Sword Saint behind. The Sword Saint had expected the young man to either kill him or demand something after defeating him. Instead, he simply asked if he submitted and left upon receiving the answer. Soon news spread through the Jianghu Qin phone of Tianxia. We had defeated the Sword Saint of Wuxia. The martial world was shaken once more, for the Sword Saint had been renowned for decades, and even Xiong Ba had never dared challenge him. People soon verified the truth by inquiring at Wuxia City. Calaman had ordered the Tianxia Hui members to spread the news, aiming to solidify his image as the supreme martial artist across the land. After defeating the Sword Saint, Calaman returned to Tianxia Hui. Soon Bu Jingyan brought news that they had located Zhonghua Lu. On a hill behind Zhonghua Lu, surrounded by verdant bamboo groves, a middle-aged man skillfully played the erhu in the bamboo forest. The rhythm alternated between fast and slow, evoking a succession of sorrowful tales. 3 claps. When the erhu melody ended, a young man walking over from a distance applauded for the middle-aged man. It was Calaman. He had not found the legendary Wu Ming at Zhonghua Lu, and had only located him here through his spiritual sense. Calaman's spiritual perception in this world could now cover a radius of about 300 meters, allowing him to find Wu Ming quickly.
You must be the martial worldsmith Wu Ming. I wish to challenge you,
Calaman said, as he continued clapping.
I don't know any Wu Ming. I am but an ordinary man.
The middle-aged man denied, putting away his erhu. How pretentious, Calaman thought.
Don't deny it. Fight me once and I will never trouble you again. Sai, I have retired from the Jianghu. Why must you insist?
Since he had admitted it, Calaman wasted no time. He engaged Wu Ming in battle, their terrifying inner power demolishing many bamboo trees. In Calaman's assessment, Wu Ming was far stronger than the Sword Saint, yet still far inferior to himself. After only a few dozen exchanges, Wu Ming was already in grave danger. He was astounded. He had believed himself unbeatable in this world, yet this young man was far more powerful. Despite his calm demeanor, his heart could not accept it.
If this is all you've got, then this is the end,
Calaman said flatly.
Heavenly sword.
Wu Ming pointed his finger like a sword at Calaman. A giant blade tens of meters long condensed in the sky, descending like the sword of Damocles, targeted directly at Calaman. He sensed that the technique was inescapable. It had locked onto him, leaving him no choice but to meet it head-on. The colossal sword brimmed with violent inner power. A single strike would surely collapse a small hill. Calaman gathered his strength swiftly and hurled a punch toward the sky.
Void shattering.
With a single blow, the massive heavenly sword shattered into fragments and then vanished entirely. Wu Ming's face turned pale. That move had been his final trump card, and he had no stronger techniques left.
Do you concede?
Calaman asked.
I concede. And do you submit? I submit, Wu Ming replied bitterly. Your final attack. Surely you weren't using your full power. Not bad. You have some discernment.
Chaliman had not used the full power of void shattering, and Wu Ming's insight proved him a true martial prodigy. Chaliman then discussed martial arts with Wu Ming, and even imparted some techniques to him, asking him to publicly confirm the news of his defeat. In return, Chaliman promised not to disturb him again. Moved by Chaliman's sincerity and the martial arts manuals, Wu Ming agreed. In his eyes, Chaliman was merely a vain man seeking fame. In the room of the Heavenly Society's leader, Chaliman was checking the system panel. It wasn't long after Wu Ming publicly admitted to being defeated by Chaliman that the system notified him of the mission's completion. It seemed many still regarded Wu Ming as the strongest in the martial world Chaliman used. After completing the mission, he received a lottery ticket. Having finished 3 missions total, his system space had expanded to the size of 8 football fields. Opening the lottery interface, 3 options emerged: hidden card, equipment, and skill.
I'll choose skill this time,
Chaliman decided. He deftly pressed the skill button.
Ding. Congratulations, user. You have drawn the skill Unrivaled Active Skill. It has been stored in your space.
Unrivaled Active Skill originates from a fantasy game. Upon activation, it grants a transcendent form for 3 minutes. Cooldown 1 month. Transcendent form. Effect 1: physical immunity, ignores all physical attacks. Effect 2: enhancement. During use, the effect of any technique is amplified.
Not bad, not bad. This skill is quite powerful even if it only lasts 3 minutes,
Chaliman said, delighted after reading the description. Unable to wait, Chaliman immediately learned the skill. He then organized his space before closing the system.
Leader. I demand to see the leader.
A young man shouted outside the hall of the Heavenly Society.
How dare you? The leader is not someone you can just demand an audience with,
the guard on duty reprimanded. Chaliman was seated on the throne in the hall, listening to reports from his subordinates, all mundane tales of martial conflicts and business earnings that failed to spark his interest. Hearing the commotion outside, he said to Kong Si beside him,
"Go see who's causing a disturbance."
Kong Si immediately went out to investigate while Chaliman continued listening to the tedious updates.
Leader, it's a minor branch leader named Duan Lang who wishes to petition for a commander position,
Kong Si reported upon returning.
Duan Lang.
Seeing Chaliman's confusion, Kong Si quickly added,
he is the son of Duan Shui, the Nanlin sword master. The former leader disliked him and relegated him to a subordinate branch.
Chaliman knew of Duan Lang. He was merely puzzled that such a man held only a minor post. But as Kong Si explained, he understood. This man had once been arrogant, earning Xiong Bai's strong displeasure. Although Duan Lang's martial arts were on par with Ye Feng's and Bu Jinjian's, he had never found an opportunity to rise within the society. Now that Chaliman led the Heavenly Society, Duan Lang had come to recommend himself. Chaliman was well aware of Duan Lang's vast ambition.
Go bring him here,
Chaliman ordered Kong Si.
Except for Bu Jingyun, all of you may withdraw.
Soon the members filed out, leaving only Chaliman and Bu Jingyun in the hall. Shortly, Kong Si returned with a young man.
Greetings, leader,
the young man said, kneeling on one knee.
Enough. I already know your request. But if you seek the commander's position, let me see if you have the strength to command respect. Bu Jingyun, test him,
Chaliman said. Xiong Bai's 3 disciples all held the rank of commander, serving as the society's second-in-command. Since taking control, Chaliman had not altered this arrangement. The 2 were restrained, exchanging only light blows inside the hall. Only after they fought their way out did they engage in full-scale combat. After over 100 exchanges, Duan Lang drew the fire Qilin sword passed down by his father, while Bu Jingyun unsheathed his own peerless blade, the best sword under heaven. In Chaliman's judgment, the best sword under heaven had reached the pinnacle of the yellow grade, while the fire Qilin sword was also yellow grade. The two fought for several more minutes without a clear victor prompting Chaliman to call a halt.
From this day forward you are the fourth commander of the Heavenly Society. Thank you, leader. I will serve with all my heart.
Duan Lang's heart surged with excitement. After enduring years of obscurity, he had finally risen. This new leader was indeed more magnanimous than Xiongba, justifying his audacious petition. Later Chaliman spoke with Duan Lang alone in the study, bestowing upon him the star-absorbing art. He assigned him the task of purging only the scum of the martial world, thereby enhancing the Heavenly Society's prestige. Chaliman knew Duan Lang's ambition would inevitably tempt him to use the star-absorbing art to drain others' power. He could not predict whether the man would rebel or remain loyal, but it mattered not. Rebellion would mean death, making him an experience package. Loyalty would allow him to stay. Less on. After handling the affairs of the Heavenly Society, Chaliman arrived here. He intended to slay the fire Qilin dwelling in the Lingyun cave, for the beast was a treasure trove in itself. The entrance to the Lingyun cave lay at the foot of a colossal Buddha statue. After a moment's admiration of the majestic Leshan giant Buddha, Chaliman stepped into the cave. The Lingyun cave was a vast cavern, its exits and branching tunnels intertwined like a labyrinth. Even with Chaliman's current spiritual sense, he could only explore a small area. Chaliman searched meticulously, encountering many skeletons. He collected any weapons and armor that had not decayed or been damaged. Soon he found the cave's signature treasure, blood bodhi, which resembled large grapes emitting a faint red glow. Blood bodhi possessed formidable medicinal properties, capable of instantly boosting the consumer's cultivation and improving their physique. However, blood bodhi also bore risks. If the user could not withstand its potent energy, they might explode and perish. The moment Chaliman plucked the blood bodhi, the vine that bore it withered swiftly. He had intended to transplant it to his original world's territory, but seeing this, he had to abandon the idea. After a day of searching, Chaliman found only 4 blood bodhi fruits. He consumed one and felt a slight enhancement in his physical strength, so subtle it required careful attention, while his cultivation surged by several decades. Upon taking a second fruit, his cultivation increased by only a few years, and he could no longer sense any physical improvement. He then ceased consumption and stored the remaining fruits in his space.
Roar!
A tremendous roar echoed from all directions within the cave, but Chaliman's spiritual sense detected something charging toward him at great speed.
I hadn't even looked for you, and yet you deliver yourself to my doorstep,
Chaliman murmured to himself. Soon a fiery red figure appeared before him, the very fire Qilin he sought. It had a massive goat head, 2 dragon horns, powerful hooves, a body resembling a deer, a dragon-like tail, and scales covering its entire form. Blazing crimson flames emanated from its body. Standing about 2 meters tall, it looked majestic and extraordinary. The fire Qilin charged at Chaliman like an out-of-control train, but he easily evaded. When it crashed into the stone wall, the ground and rock shook violently, reminding Chaliman of the old corpse Shenking's handiwork. Not daring to dodge again, Chaliman drew the Daoqi sword and engaged the fire Qilin in combat. In this world, the fire Qilin was a divine beast, terrifying in both strength and speed. Even Chaliman had to handle it with caution when relying solely on internal energy. Soon the fire Qilin was battered and bruised, its spilled blood gleaming brilliantly, precious treasures all. Though not granting immortality, the blood could enhance cultivation. Chaliman suspected the blood bodhi had originated from contact with this blood. During the battle, he still took care to collect the blood into his space. Under his relentless assault, the fire Qilin rapidly lost a great deal of blood, causing its flames to dim considerably. Sensing danger, it began to flee deeper into the cave. But in speed, it could not outrun Chaliman. It was repeatedly wounded during its escape, and finally, with a mournful cry, it collapsed and died. Chaliman felt no guilt for slaying the fire Qilin, for it was a malevolent beast that had wrought evil since ancient times. He stored the fire Qilin's corpse in his space, planning to refine it into a zombie-like puppet using Maoshan arts.
This thing will definitely be stylish to ride,
Charlemagne thought. Charlemagne continued to explore the Lingyun cave, harvesting another 12 blood bodhi fruits along with some techniques and equipment. In his meandering search, he unexpectedly discovered a hidden chamber. Inside the spacious chamber, a pristine white skeleton sat upon a grand stone throne, gripping a yellow long sword and resting it before itself, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. On the stone platform before the remains lay a spine as white and smooth as jade. Charlemagne stepped forward, picked it up, and examined it carefully. This must be the dragon vein from Funwan, said to be the spine of the Yellow Emperor, capable of suppressing demons and evil spirits, safeguarding the Shinjo continent from their invasion. Charlemagne could sense a malevolent soul sealed within it. He recalled the plot of Funwan. After the dragon vein was shattered, a demon was released, plunging Xiongba into devilry. Setting down the dragon vein, Charlemagne decided not to take it. If the legends were true, removing it would doom this world. He had no desire to bear that sin. Since the dragon vein lay here, the skeleton before him must be the ancient Yellow Emperor, guarded by the Qilin, Charlemagne thought to himself. He then studied the skeleton intently. Indeed, it was missing a spinal bone. If a single bone possessed such wonders, what of the entire body? He reached out and touched the bones. But the moment his hand made contact, the entire skeleton rapidly disintegrated, leaving only a pile of ashes and the fallen long sword. Charlemagne was startled. He hadn't expected this. He immediately apologized to the ashes, for the Yellow Emperor was an ancestor. "I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." He spoke with guilt. Then he dug a grave in the cave, placed the Yellow Emperor's ashes into a precious rot-proof wooden casket, buried them, and personally crafted a tombstone inscribed with "Tomb of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan." From his spatial storage, he took out rare fruits, wine, and water, and performed a solemn ceremony of worship. It seemed the Yellow Emperor must have infused all his divine essence into that spinal bone. Could it be that demons truly existed in ancient times? Charlemagne mused silently. Then he picked up the yellow long sword that had fallen. As he had assumed, it was the Xianyuan sword. On one side of the blade were carved the sun, moon, and stars, on the other mountains, rivers, and grasses, exactly matching the features of the Xianyuan sword in his memory. After testing it, Charlemagne concluded that this sword surely surpassed the earth-tier weapons of the Pantheon continent, though he couldn't determine its exact grade, as his knowledge of equipment was limited. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will wield the Xianyuan sword to punish evil and uphold justice, never disgracing it," Charlemagne said finally before the Yellow Emperor's tomb, for the sword was a blade of righteous kingship. Leaving the chamber, he sealed the entrance, so that it was indistinguishable from the surrounding rock walls, unwilling to let the dragon vein see the light of day. After several days, he had explored most of the Lingyun cave and gained much. Content with his harvest, Charlemagne relied on his clear memory to navigate out of the labyrinthine cave. Returning to the Heavenly Society, he ordered the maids to withdraw, then poured the blood of the fire Qilin into a half-metal wooden tub, a full tub's worth. Naked Charlemagne stepped into the tub. The effulgent blood illuminated his lean, powerful body, making him appear like a descending deity. He activated the blood scripture technique from the carefree riding the wind, a method that could refine flesh and blood, enhancing and restoring his physique. Charlemagne absorbed the potent essence of the Qilin blood. As he refined it, the blood gradually diminished, his internal energy steadily grew, and his body was purified to an increasingly crystalline state. In the end, every drop of the Qilin blood was refined by Charlemagne. His power surged to over 1,000 years, and his physical resilience greatly improved. Feeling his body grow stronger, Charlemagne clenched his fist in satisfaction. Next, before any news arrives, he'll turn the Qilin into a puppet. He pondered, I still need to gather materials for making puppets. Charlemagne didn't intend to craft the kind of puppet that required tools to command. He sought a more advanced type, controllable by spiritual force alone. This method demanded immense mental power, something he had only seen recorded in ancient texts from the zombie world. Time passed. One day a group arrived outside the Heavenly Society headquarters claiming to be from the Wuxia Palace of the Eastern Sea, demanding to take over the society and force Charlemagne to submit. They defeated many of Charlemagne's subordinates, even Bu Jingyun, who was stationed at headquarters, and fought their way to Charlemagne himself. "Kid, if you're wise, hand over the chief position and kneel in submission. Perhaps we'll spare your life," the young man beside the leader said arrogantly. "Sheener, don't be rude. This man is after all the hegemon of the Central Plains martial world," the leader said calmly. The leader wore a black leather armor exposing only his robust arms, and a red cape draped behind him. His face was resolute, appearing to be in his middle years. Seated on his throne, Charlemagne didn't even glance at the newcomers, his gaze fixed on the technique manual in his hands, one he had found in the Lingyun cave, whose many moves had deeply inspired him. Seeing that Charlemagne paid them no heed, and had stood there for ages without responding, the lead man grew irritated. "I am Zhu Wuxian of the Eastern Sea's Wuxia Palace. You'd better give up resistance," Zhu Wuxian said with heavy emphasis. "Though you defeated Xiongba and Wu Ming, I can defeat them just as easily now. Join my Wuxia Palace, and I may spare your life." 20 years ago, after being defeated by Wu Ming, Zhu Wuxian returned to the Eastern Sea and trained his indestructible diamond body to its pinnacle. Now he had come back to the Central Plains to unify the martial world. Charlemagne put down the manual and cast a casual glance at the man. "What stray dog dares to bark before me? Courting death?" Enraged that his recruitment was treated as dogs barking, Zhu Wuxian clenched his fist and shot toward Charlemagne, unleashing his signature move, the killing fist. A blood-red fist shadow hurtled at Charlemagne like a cannonball. But Charlemagne didn't rise. He merely extended a single palm, while seated, and effortlessly intercepted the attack. Zhu Wuxian was furious. Not only had the man insulted him, but he also didn't even stand up, showing utter contempt. Activating his lightness skill, Zhu Wuxian leaped before Charlemagne and attacked with his fist techniques. Still, Charlemagne didn't stand, fighting with one hand only. After a fierce bout, not only did Zhu Wuxian gain no advantage, but he was struck dozens of times by Charlemagne. Yet, relying on his indestructible diamond body, he endured them all. Seeing that the young man could match him with just one hand, Zhu Wuxian abandoned the idea of continuing. "Your martial skill is indeed formidable. No wonder you defeated Xiongba and Wu Ming. Today my Wuxia Palace has overstepped. My apologies." Having said that, Zhu Wuxian prepared to leave with his subordinates. "What? You injure my men, and when you can't defeat me you think you can just walk away? That would make me lose face." Charlemagne had already risen from his throne. "Then what do you want? We're evenly matched, and you can't break my indestructible diamond body." Zhu Wuxian turned back. "Can't break it? You overestimate yourself." In a flash, Charlemagne appeared beside Zhu Wuxian, as if teleporting, unleashing a continuous flurry of punches and kicks. Zhu Wuxian was horrified. He could no longer track the attacks, and had to fully activate his indestructible diamond body. Within half a minute, Charlemagne was back on his throne. Zhu Wuxian inspected his body, finding no damage, and laughed. "Well, sir, do you still?" Before he could finish, he vomited gushes of blood, then collapsed straight down and stopped breathing. Charlemagne had used an internal force technique that left no visible wounds on the surface, but the internal organs were shattered into pieces. "Guards, throw them all into the dungeon. I still have use for them," Charlemagne ordered his followers. Use? Naturally, they would serve as experience points. Even the dead Zhu Wuxian would not be spared. With Zhu Wuxian gone, his subordinates were quickly captured by the Heavenly Society members, including his two sons. After this incident, Charlemagne's stature rose even higher in the eyes of the Society and the martial world. Before arriving at the Heavenly Society, Zhu Wuxian had effortlessly slain many martial arts masters. That he was so easily killed by Charlemagne was almost unbelievable. Had it not been for vivid accounts and Zhu Wuxian's confirmed death, no one would have dared to believe it. In the grand hall of the World Association, Qin Shuang knelt on one knee, his head bowed.
Chieftain, I was sent to search for the Heavenly Gate, but we were ambushed by an unknown organization. Only I managed to escape. Please punish me.
His face was pale, clearly bearing severe internal injuries.
Where were you attacked?
Inquired Charlemagne.
Chieftain, at a place called the Ghost Snow Slope in the north.
Ghost Snow Slope. The Heavenly Gate must be nearby, Charlemagne thought to himself.
No need for punishment. The Heavenly Gate must be near that area, which is why you were attacked. This time you have not only no fault but merit.
Then Charlemagne healed Qin Shuang's injuries from a distance with his formidable inner energy, a feat that left the members of the World Association in awe. After Qin Shuang recovered, Charlemagne bestowed upon him part of the Biming Divine Arts mental cultivation method, allowing his inner energy to transform into Biming True Qi. Combined with his Tian Shuang fist, his power surged. Finally, he instructed Qin Shuang to go to the accounting office to compensate the families of the fallen disciples, for one must uphold loyalty in the martial world. Once everything was arranged, Qin Shuang led Charlemagne to the place where he had been ambushed.
Chieftain, this is Ghost Snow Slope.
Qin Shuang spoke respectfully. Although this new chieftain had expelled his master from the World Association, he was fair in rewards and punishments, and his strength was overwhelming. Qin Shuang no longer harbored rebellious thoughts as before. Ghost Snow Slope was an endless range of icy mountains perpetually shrouded in heavy snow and harsh weather, making it feel like a ghostly realm, hence its name. The moment Charlemagne arrived, he sensed someone watching them, but he did not strike first. He knew they would come out, so he simply stood quietly admiring the snowy landscape.
Sir, someone has trespassed into our territory again. One of them seems to be the one who escaped last time.
In a cave far from Charlemagne, decorated like an ordinary dwelling, a disciple of the Heavenly Gate reported to the local overseer.
He got away last time, and Mother God punished me for it. How dare he come back? Order more men this time. He is on par with me in strength. We must not let him escape again.
The overseer commanded. Soon over 20 people emerged from the cave and rushed toward Charlemagne's location with Lightfoot martial arts.
They're fast,
Charlemagne murmured. Qin Shuang was confused at first, but moments later he realized what Charlemagne meant, amazed that the chieftain could sense such a distance. Soon the Heavenly Gate disciples surrounded Charlemagne and Qin Shuang. Their duty was to kill anyone seeking the Heavenly Gate's location, but this time they could retire early. Charlemagne effortlessly drained these men, then used a technique to extract the Heavenly Gate's location. He instructed Qin Shuang to wait there, then flew toward the Heavenly Gate, leaving only Qin Shuang and a field of corpses. According to the information, the Heavenly Gate was hidden within a peculiarly shaped iceberg at the center of Ghost Snow Slope. Its interior was divided into 3 zones: heaven, earth, and man, packed with powerful experts. The Gate Lord resided in the heaven zone. Charlemagne soon found the strange iceberg. From afar, he could see figures moving inside. A few parts of the iceberg were transparent, allowing visibility, but ordinary eyes would miss it. The place was concealed by some sorcery. However, Charlemagne's eyes were immune to illusions, so he could see through it. The entrance to the Heavenly Gate was on a cliff. With a thunderous boom, Charlemagne shattered the thick ice door with a single punch and entered. The Heavenly Gate had remained hidden from the martial world for centuries. Its doors had opened only a handful of times in 100 years. The deafening sound drew the gate's experts to the source. No sooner had Charlemagne entered than a large crowd surrounded him. Each of these people was a formidable martial artist in the outside world. Charlemagne rubbed his nose and said,
"Those who follow me shall prosper, those who resist shall perish. Make your choice."
He felt no pity for these people whose hands were undoubtedly stained with innocent blood. Such was the way of the martial world. As long as they did not cause trouble, he would spare them, but if they were ungrateful, he had no choice. The encircling crowd knew nothing of his identity, but daring to invade the Heavenly Gate meant they must capture him, or face the Gate Lord's wrath. They knew how terrifying that person was. Not a single one chose surrender. They all attacked Charlemagne. Minutes later, only a field of corpses remained. Charlemagne pressed deeper into the heavenly gate. After smashing another ice door, he entered the Earth Zone. The area he first entered was the Man Zone, the lowest level. Now in the Earth Zone, he faced mid to high-ranking members. The scene repeated itself, but this time the fighters were top-tier masters by outside standards, many on par with Bu Jingyuan and Ye Feng, and even two equal to Wu Ming. Yet they were merely experience points for Charlemagne, leaving another floor of resentful corpses. At last Charlemagne stepped into the Heaven Zone, the residence of Emperor Shurtian. It was decorated like a celestial palace, with frigid air submerging his ankles. Using his spiritual sense, Charlemagne quickly located Emperor Shurtian's chamber. He saw a man wearing a bizarre ice mask, an ancient Taoist robe, standing before a giant alchemy furnace refining pills, while constantly adding herbs. Emperor Shurtian showed no surprise at Charlemagne's arrival. He had already learned of his disciples' deaths through sound transmission, yet he chose to continue refining rather than intervene.
"Who are you? Why kill my disciples?"
Emperor Shurtian asked coldly. The deaths of his followers seemed like the passing of ants. He felt no regret. Having lived for nearly 2 millennia, he had grown indifferent to most things, his mind twisted. He could always rebuild. After all, he had eternal life.
"I am here to take your life,"
Charlemagne replied evenly.
"Ha ha ha ha, boy, do you know who I am? Do you think I am like those worthless wretches outside?"
Emperor Shurtian laughed as if hearing the world's funniest joke.
"Lord of the Heavenly Gate, Emperor Shurtian, real name Su Fu, born during the unification of the Qin dynasty. You helped the first emperor seek the elixir of immortality, subdued the divine phoenix, and consumed its blood, gaining boundless longevity. To evade the emperor's pursuit, you concealed your identity, studied countless martial arts over the millennia, lived under many guises, and have survived to this day. Am I correct?"
Charlemagne smiled as he revealed the information he had gathered. For the first time in ages, Emperor Shurtian's expression shifted. Charlemagne could clearly see the aged face behind the ice mask. The phoenix blood granted eternal life, but could not prevent aging.
"You? How do you know this?"
Emperor Shurtian stammered in shock. He had never revealed his origin to anyone. Even his closest disciples only knew he was nearly 2,000 years old. This young man's detailed knowledge terrified him, for humans fear the unknown, and even an ancient monster like Emperor Shurtian was no exception. Charlemagne merely smiled, watching Emperor Shurtian without answering.
"No matter how you found out, once I capture you, you'll talk. I have my ways,"
Emperor Shurtian said coldly.
"I look forward to seeing you try."
The great battle was about to erupt. Shurtian struck first, for all his disciples had been effortlessly slain by the young man before him, and the youth even knew his past. He dared not be careless, unleashing a renowned martial arts supreme technique. Kalaman, employing a variety of extraordinary skills, clashed with Shurtian. Their formidable inner strength shook the icy mountain, as if an earthquake had struck it. This ice peak proved far more solid than ordinary mountains, withstanding the impact. Charlemagne did not reveal his true capabilities, relying solely on martial arts to battle Shurtian, yet he held his ground without yielding an inch. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of moves. Seizing an opportunity, Charlemagne activated the Beaming Divine Art to absorb his opponent's inner energy, but Shurtian blocked it with a strange internal force. Shurtian also employed a secret technique resembling the dissolving great art, yet it was easily neutralized. Charlemagne marveled at this old monster's endless repertoire of esoteric skills. After several minutes of combat, the solid ice chamber collapsed under their onslaught.
"Impressive, lad. I never thought there was anyone in this world who could fight me to such a standstill. It seems the world has changed much in my long absence."
Shurtian forced Charlemagne back with an unknown palm technique and spoke these words. The last time Shurtian felt such pressure in a duel was against a formidable warrior named Wu Wudi, who had wounded him so severely that he fled in disgrace. Yet that was hundreds of years ago. That man must have long since perished. After centuries of further refinement, Desertion was now far more powerful than before, yet he could still only match this young man blow for blow.
Desertion, I came here specifically to take your life, but it seems you'll need to put in a bit more effort,
Chalaman said with a frown.
I wonder why you must have my life. Hey, you have committed countless evils over a millennium, and besides you possess phoenix blood. I also yearn to taste the joy of immortality.
Chalaman stared at Desertion as if he were prey.
Arrogant brat, although your martial arts are unparalleled, you are not qualified to take my life. Let me show you the might of my self-created sacred heart technique.
Desertion spoke in fury. Disgrace, utter disgrace. He had always toyed with others. When had anyone ever looked upon him as prey? Desertion grew serious, appearing before Chalaman in an instant, and striking with the bizarre moves of the Sacred Heart technique, but Chalaman blocked them with the Wandering Wind art. The Sacred Heart technique was a supreme art created by Desertion over 1,000 years, incorporating myriad martial schools and the properties of phoenix blood. It granted its possessor immortality and the power to revive the dead, and contained several sinister attack moves and the mental method known as the 4 calamities of Sacred Heart. When Desertion activated the Sacred Heart technique, both his strength and speed multiplied several times. Although Chalaman could withstand him, he began to feel pressure. Despite possessing over a millennium of inner energy, battling such an ancient monster only allowed him to avoid defeat. To truly subdue him, he would need to employ his Do Chi. Desertion transformed into an enormous ice mask as large as a grown man. Opening its mouth wide, it sucked Chalaman inside. When Chalaman reappeared, he found himself in a space with only a bright central area surrounded by pitch darkness. This was the art known as Heavenly Palace illusion within the Sacred Heart technique, capable of dragging a person into a self-created void. In this space, everything was under Desertion's control, greatly amplifying his power. A true unknown combat masterpiece. Chalaman instantly perceived everything, sighing inwardly at Desertion's genius, able to create such a domain-like art. From the surrounding darkness, several enormous ice masks emerged, grinning eerily as they charged at Chalaman. He swiftly unleashed several powerful sword chi waves, shattering them. The fragments gathered together to form Desertion wearing his mask. His eyes shot forth burning rays at Chalaman, one of the techniques from the 4 calamities of Sacred Heart, which focused energy in the eyes to unleash laser-like attacks capable of instantly killing those caught off guard. However, this was far from enough for Chalaman, who easily dodged the incoming beams. Desertion fired several more, but all were effortlessly evaded. Seeing that he could not harm his opponent, Desertion stretched his right hand to the side, and an ice blade rapidly took shape. This was clearly another art from the Sacred Heart technique infused with inner energy, making it a weapon comparable to divine arms. Seeing his enemy using a weapon, Chalaman produced the Xianyuan sword, still warm from his grasp, from his spatial storage. He raised the blade, pointing its tip directly at Desertion. Desertion was startled when Chalaman seemingly conjured a sword out of thin air. He then examined the yellow longsword, noting that one side of the blade was engraved with sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains, rivers, and vegetation.
Is that the Xianyuan sword? I never expected it to fall into your hands. Haha, once I capture you, this divine sword will be mine as well.
Desertion, evidently recognizing the Xianyuan sword, spoke with greed. Chalaman simply uttered the word "go" and cast the sword control art. In the blink of an eye, the Xianyuan sword appeared before Desertion, attacking him. The long sword moved like a swimming dragon, clashing repeatedly with the ice blade in Desertion's hand. The ringing of metal on metal sounded like a melodic tune. Chalaman stood at a distance with his arms crossed, watching. Before long, Desertion suffered numerous sword wounds, but the powerful healing effect of the Sacred Heart technique quickly restored them. Chalaman realized that although the Xianyuan sword under the sword control art was swift. Its force was insufficient to critically wound Di Shirtian. Recalling the Xianyuan sword, Chaiman seized it and charged at Di Shirtian. This time, he was dressed in white robes, and as he executed elegant, dazzling sword moves, he resembled a transcendent sword immortal. Under Calaman's swordplay, Di Shirtian soon made a mistake, allowing Chaiman to seize the opportunity and impale him through the body with the Xianyuan sword. The severe injury would take even the Sacred Heart technique several days to heal.
Brad, I can't believe you pushed me to this point. You asked for it.
Di Shirtian shrieked. He then made his soul leave his body and attacked Chaiman. The enormous spectral figure resembled a vengeful ghost, dozens of times more formidable than the Sword 23 that Sword Saint had once performed. Soul projection is a form of spiritual attack. But when pitted against the formidable spiritual power of Calaman, Di Shirtian only humiliated himself. Although he had lived for nearly 2,000 years and possessed spiritual power, as strong as an advanced mage, Chaiman had absorbed thousands of pure souls in the zombie world and had advanced to become a high-level mage upon his return. His spiritual energy now rivaled that of a silver-ranked mage. A flickering soul sword surged from Calaman's body and dispersed the attacking spectral figure with a single strike. Di Shirtian lost part of his spiritual power. Although his ice mask concealed his expression, Chaiman could see that his aging face had grown even paler. Spiritual combat is a contest of quality only when two sides are nearly equal. Do techniques matter? Clearly, Calaman's spiritual quality was overwhelmingly superior to Di Shirtian's.
Brett, though you have beaten me this time, you still cannot capture me. Farewell.
Di Shirtian's voice was now weak and weary. He casually dispelled the void of the heavenly palace illusion, and the scene shifted back to the ice mountain. Di Shirtian activated his lightness skill and turned to flee toward the earth realm.
Thinking of escape now. Isn't it too late?
The golden tip of the Xianyuan sword protruded from Di Shirtian's heart. He turned his head to see Chaiman radiating a seven-colored mist. Di Shirtian did not die instantly. He looked at Chaiman as if to speak, but a terrifying electric force spread from his wound, destroying his nerves in an instant. Di Shirtian collapsed to the ground, his body largely carbonized by the lightning, resembling a charred corpse. Had it not been for the faint breath that could still be detected, Charlemagne would have thought him dead. He had been forced to use his battle chi, channeling the lightning attribute into the Xianyuan sword. Charlemagne studied Di Shirtian. Though the man had become like charcoal, the phoenix blood within him was still healing his body, albeit slowly. It would likely take a month to repair such extensive carbonization. Di Shirtian's nervous system was severely damaged. He could not speak, and his eyes and ears had lost their function under the lightning's assault. He could only open his mouth, but utter no words. Unable to channel that strange internal energy now, Charlemagne hesitated no longer. He absorbed the nearly 2,000 years of internal energy from Di Shirtian. Then he cut a wound on the other's wrist, using his internal energy to extract the phoenix blood. As the blood drained away, Di Shirtian's body ceased to heal, gradually turning into a true charred corpse. In the ice mountain, Charlemagne also found various pills, martial manuals, and treasure stored by Di Shirtian. After confirming with his spiritual power that nothing was left behind, he left the heavenly gate calmly. High above the sky outside the heavenly gate, Charlemagne used the void-shattering fist to strike the ice mountain. The thunderous roar echoed endlessly. The heavenly gate was thus buried under the ice, and the super sect that had been the hidden hand behind the scenes in the martial world was erased by him. The World Society. After returning from the heavenly gate, Charlemagne had been immersed in studying the stolen martial manuals. Among them was Di Shirtian's self-created Sacred Heart art, whose bizarre techniques broadened his horizons. He wondered if he could use battle chi to activate them. Unfortunately, internal energy required opening many acupoints in the human body, while battle chi was driven by a battle chi seed. They were not on the same frequency. As for the phoenix blood, Charlemagne had refined it into his body as soon as he returned to the World Society. From then on he was immortal. Feeling the vast life essence within him, he was overjoyed for days. The members of the society, seeing their leader always in a cheerful mood, thought he had lost his mind. In the blink of an eye, Charlemagne had been in this world for 5 years. His daily life consisted of studying martial arts, using the convenience of the gang to absorb experience from captured enemies, all of whom were despicable, and enjoying life. He didn't even need to plan the gang's finances. Every year a large sum of money flowed into his pocket. After all, a gang of this size received a hefty tribute plus various businesses. Now even the imperial court dared not provoke the world society, whose power was sufficient to change the dynasty at any time. However, Charlemagne had no interest in that. Apart from fighting crime, he did nothing outrageous. Yet this kept the current emperor sleepless, for no monarch wished to be deposed at any moment, but he was powerless. Apart from these, Charlemagne was also awaiting the day of the auspicious dragon. According to experts, it would happen in 3 years. He had obtained the sea chart of the divine dragon island from the heavenly gate. 3 years later he would slay the dragon and seize its dragon origin, for on that day the dragon's power would be greatly diminished. The old man de Chertion had also been preparing for the dragon slaying, leaving behind a plan and some useful items. Charlemagne summoned Niefong, who had been searching for the dragon island. Though he had not found it, his efforts were not without merit. Charlemagne taught him a peerless martial art, the ultimate heavenly art, which he had created by combining numerous techniques from 2 martial worlds. It contained hundreds of methods still incomplete, but even learning a small part could make one a grandmaster. He imparted a portion to Niefong, who was deeply grateful. Charlemagne had also liked this character in his past life.
Leader, the old leader. Xiongba has reached the main hall.
A gang member rushed and almost sang old leader, but corrected himself.
Boom, boom.
As 2 gate-guarding disciples crashed through the main hall doors, Xiongba's arrogant laughter rang out.
Aha, Qin Feng, today I will reclaim everything I lost. You didn't kill me before, but today I won't kill you either. I'll return the same treatment you gave me. You seem so confident. Have you mastered some peerless divine art?
Charlemagne asked with a smile.
That's right. I stumbled into the Lingyun cave, and by chance found a hidden scroll on the stone wall. I discovered its secret, the 10 supreme martial arts of the legendary Wu Wuti from centuries ago. Then with other opportunities my power soared. Now I have mastered the 10 supreme martial arts to perfection. I'm here to take back what belongs to me.
Charlemagne silently sighed. He hadn't obtained the dragon vein, but instead encountered the legacy of the 10 supreme warrior. Charlemagne rose from the throne and applauded.
Brilliant. Congratulations on becoming a strong man again. But this time you'll have to get past my subordinates first.
At that moment, the main hall of the World Society was filled with a large group of subordinates, reporting to Charlemagne. He listened like an emperor issuing commands. It just so happened that Xiongba attacked today.
Duan go and spar with the old leader. I know you've been secretly absorbing others' internal energy. Go on, don't disappoint me.
Duan, standing below, showed no change on the surface, but inside, he was in turmoil. Over the years, though he had ostensibly worked diligently to capture evil martial artists for Charlemagne, he had also been secretly using the star absorption art to absorb internal energy. He thought he was flawless, but the leader had known all along. It was not hard to deduce. The delivered people often showed traces of absorption. Duan thought he was clever, but Charlemagne was a great martial artist, and had even taught him the technique, so he easily figured it out. However, Duan hadn't done anything too outrageous, so Charlemagne let it slide. He rather admired someone so ambitious and hard-working.
As you command?
Duan bowed to Charlemagne, then turned to face Xiongba outside the hall. Powerful internal energy erupted from him, causing even the weaker members inside to stumble.
Xiongba, back then, you looked down on me, and refused to take me as your disciple. Today I will trample you under my feet. And had the son of the South Unicorn Sword Master. Let me see if you have real strength or just empty bluster.
Xiongba stroked his beard and laughed. Duanlang used his lightness skill to fly out of the hall, and engaged Xiongba in fierce combat on the wide training ground. Charlemagne and the others also came out to watch. The most conflicted were Xiongba's 3 disciples. They both hoped their master could reclaim the world society, and felt it was a fantasy, for they could intuitively understand the new leader's immense power and unfathomable depth. The fight between Duanlang and Xiongba shattered the stone bricks, leaving the ground pitted and increasingly damaged. Xiongba wielded a long sword, his moves ever-changing and unpredictable, hard for ordinary people to resist. Duanlang, holding the fire Lin sword, matched him blow for blow, relying on his profound internal energy. In Charlemagne's view, Duanlang's internal energy amounted to several hundred years, meaning he had devoured many of his experienced subjects.
You brat, your internal energy is so deep. It seems I must use that move to finish you. I was saving it for Qin Feng,
Xiongba said resentfully.
10 directions annihilation.
Xiongba swung his sword, unleashing a terrifying sword chi filled with destruction. This single sword chi was enough to flatten the training ground and the main hall of the world society. The sword chi moved with incredible speed. Duanlang had no choice but to meet it head-on.
Star absorption art.
Duanlang grasped the hilt of the Fire Lin sword and thrust it toward Xiongba's sword chi. The Fire Lin sword shattered inch by inch upon contact with the sword chi. Though Duanlang desperately tried to absorb the internal energy within the chi, he could not keep up with its speed. When the Fire Lin sword completely broke apart, the sword chi struck him. A terrifying explosion echoed across the entire arena. As the dust settled, Duanlang lay on the ground, his clothes shredded, and his body drenched in blood, though he appeared to still be alive. All of this unfolded as Charlemagne had anticipated. He clapped his hands and said,
"A truly splendid performance, making today far from dull. Ha ha, Qin Feng, it's your turn. And you traitors, once I seize control of the world again, I will deal with you all,"
Xiongba declared arrogantly. Having witnessed Xiongba's formidable power, many began to entertain thoughts of betraying Charlemagne. Charlemagne lightly tapped his index finger, and a surge of green inner energy flew into Duanlang's body. The wounds on Duanlang healed at a visible speed, and within moments he awoke from his unconsciousness and stood up.
"This subordinate failed to capture Xiongba and deserves punishment, chief,"
Duanlang said, kneeling on one knee.
"No need for punishment. A martial artist of Xiongba's caliber is indeed beyond your capabilities. Go find some clothes to wear first,"
Charlemagne replied calmly.
"Yes,"
Duanlang replied, feeling an inexplicable shyness before departing to find clothing.
"Boy, what kind of technique is that?"
Xiongba asked, astonished that Duanlang, whom he had nearly beaten to death, was revived through Charlemagne's mysterious methods.
"Naturally, it is a divine art of unparalleled power, but you will never have the chance to learn it,"
Charlemagne said with a smile. This technique was none other than the Holy Heart technique. With the power of phoenix blood, it could not only heal, but also bring the dead back to life.
"Playing tricks. Once I defeat you, I will force you to write down every word of it,"
Xiongba declared, though stunned. He remained convinced that Charlemagne could never match his current strength.
"Very well. Let me see how many exchanges you can endure at my hands,"
Charlemagne said with a smile. Without any twist, Xiongba only lasted 5 exchanges before having his inner energy absorbed by Charlemagne, leaving him a cripple without an ounce of internal power, possessing only the 10 supreme martial arts, but no energy to fuel them. Unable to bear the enormous shattering of his pride, Xiongba descended into madness, mumbling,
"I am the martial world's overlord. I am the greatest under heaven. Ha ha ha."
After probing with his spiritual sense, Charlemagne confirmed the man had truly lost his mind. He had originally intended to extract the 10 supreme martial arts for reference, but now he would have to search for it in the Lingyun cave instead. Charlemagne did not kill Xiongba. Instead, he ordered him to be handed over to his own daughter Yurua for care. The girl had not been expelled from the Hall of the World, and had been working in a branch. With this decree no one would dare covet the 10 supreme martial arts in Xiong Bai's possession. Seeing Charlemagne effortlessly defeat Xiong Ba, who had returned after mastering his skills, those who harbored rebellious thoughts abandoned their intentions entirely. Charlemagne paid no heed to their schemes. As long as he personally presided over the Hall of the World, no one could stir up any trouble. The Great Hall was now empty save for Charlemagne and Duan Lang.
This subordinate secretly siphoned the inner energy rightfully belonging to the chief, a crime beyond forgiveness. Please punish me,
Duan Lang said, kneeling before the throne with his head bowed. Having been pardoned for failing to defeat Xiong Ba, Duan Lang still had the crime of stealing inner energy to confess. Rather than fleeing, while changing clothes, he chose to admit his guilt.
Very well. I once held you in high regard, but since the matter has come to light, a wrong must be punished. I will strip you of your commander position, and seal your inner energy for 5 years as penance,
Charlemagne declared.
Thank you for your leniency, chief,
Duan Lang said, kowtowing his inner thoughts utterly inscrutable. Charlemagne then used a secret technique to seal Duan Lang's inner energy, which would automatically restore after 5 years. With that, Duan Lang became an ordinary member of the Hall of the World. 3 years later, over the vast ocean, Charlemagne rode atop the Fire Qilin, flying toward the Divine Dragon Island. The Fire Qilin had long been refined into a puppet and kept in his spatial ring. He now used it for travel, as it retained many of its former mystical traits. However, its ability to fly came from Charlemagne's wind control art while riding it. He told no one of his journey to Divine Dragon Island, claiming to be in seclusion, while in truth he intended to slay the dragon. After several days of flying over the sea, he finally glimpsed the island marked on his map. It was not large, about the size of a city. Charlemagne landed on the island atop the Fire Qilin and discovered a sizable population living there. According to the information he had gleaned from Emperor Shukti's plans, the island's inhabitants had guarded the divine dragon for generations. Yet Charlemagne could not fathom why anyone would protect a malevolent dragon. According to the records of this world, the 4 divine beasts were all vicious creatures that had plagued the land for centuries, each one more evil than the last. Charlemagne arrived at night. The next day would be the so-called Jingrui Day, a solar eclipse, during which the sun would be obscured and the divine dragon's power would be greatly diminished. He was not certain of the dragon's exact strength, but in the world of Fingyun, this evil dragon was likely the most formidable being. Charlemagne prudently chose to wait for this day before taking action. Charlemagne flew swiftly across the island, sensing for the dragon's location, but to no avail. It seems the dragon's lair lies beyond the range of my perception, he thought. Charlemagne mused silently. Before the eclipse, Charlemagne found a high mountain with a broad view. He stored the Fire Qilin in his space, then took out a table and chairs, laid out various delicious foods, and began reading a book from his original world titled Illustrated Guide to Demonic Beasts. He had perused many tomes on demonic beasts, but never finished any, for there were simply too many species. He read until dawn, and from the mountain's height, he witnessed a breathtaking sunrise, watching until the sun fully emerged.
Now it's time to eliminate the nuisance first,
he murmured. Once the battle began, the residents of Divine Dragon Island would surely interfere. Though they posed no real threat, they would be an annoyance. Charlemagne decided to deal with them first. Charlemagne employed the wind control art and flew toward the settlement of Divine Dragon Island's inhabitants. The island had over 500 residents, most of whom were ordinary people, while a handful could be considered martial arts experts. The chieftain's prowess rivaled that of his subordinates Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng. Charlemagne easily incapacitated everyone on the island by sealing their pressure points, ensuring they would remain immobile until nightfall. He gathered the crowd in a remote area, and for their safety conjured a protective barrier, using battle chi, fearing that innocent lives might be lost in the upcoming battle. Then he waited for the solar eclipse to arrive. At noon the sun began to be slowly obscured. It was Charlemagne's first time witnessing an eclipse. The surrounding light gradually dimmed until the sun was completely hidden. Boom! Rumble! The entire Divine Dragon Island shook violently, a tremor that persisted for a while. Then a colossal dragon over 100 meters long burst forth from a point in the island center, soaring into the sky and circling endlessly. Roar, roar, roar! The dragon's cry was powerful, majestic, and profound. The dragon's two enormous eyes were each half the size of a human. It had a pair of massive horns and sharp canine teeth. Its body was entirely blue and covered with scales. By now the eclipse had passed, and the scales glistened with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Charlemagne observed from a distance and sighed. What a powerful and majestic creature! He resolved to kill the dragon and refine it into a puppet, one that would be dozens, no scores of times more imposing than the fire Qilin. He then retrieved the Dao Qi sword and the Xian Yuan sword from his space, along with 5 Xian-rank weapons, and charged toward the divine dragon. His tiny figure stood in stark contrast to the immense beast. As Charlemagne flew toward the divine dragon, the dragon also detected this insignificant human. Throughout its long years, many had come to challenge it, seeking to slay it, yet all without exception were reduced to ashes. This minuscule human, it could sense, approached with hostile intent. The divine dragon let out a deafening roar and charged at Charlemagne with the velocity of a high-speed bullet train. Charlemagne dared not withstand such a collision and swiftly evaded. Unable to strike him, the dragon turned back, opening its massive maw to swallow him whole. Charlemagne had no choice but to dodge left and right through the air. Despite its colossal size, the divine dragon was equally swift and agile. Charlemagne found himself unable to break free from its relentless assault for the time being. Left with no alternative, he wielded the Dao Qi sword against the dragon, employing the sword control art to manipulate the other 6 weapons, seizing opportunities to strike at the dragon's vulnerabilities. According to Emperor Sakra's plan, the divine dragon possessed 7 weak points scattered across its body. Apart from the reverse scale on its neck, the others were wounds inflicted by past adversaries, terrible injuries that had never fully healed, for unlike the phoenix, its regenerative power was not formidable. The divine dragon's hide was immensely thick. When Charlemagne's sword struck it, only sparks flew, leaving not a single scratch. No wonder Emperor Sakra's scheme required 6 additional allies to execute the so-called 7-warrior dragon slaying. When Charlemagne unleashed thousands of sword auras, using his formidable inner energy to drive the dragon back, the creature bore not a single wound. Instead, it grew more ferocious, lashing out at him with a tail sweep. The strike was as swift as lightning. Before Charlemagne could react, the massive tail sent him hurtling into a distant hill, collapsing the entire peak. Shwa shwa shwa. The boulders that buried Charlemagne were sliced into powder by invisible sword energy. Trapped under the rock, he remained unharmed, his body far tougher than stone. However, the dragon's tail sweep had fractured his bones and injured his internal organs, though they had largely healed under the influence of his cultivation art and phoenix blood. It seems I must resort to battle chi. Too few techniques from this martial world can wound it, and none are fatal, Charlemagne mused. Thereupon Charlemagne ignited the battle chi within him. The manifestation of various elemental battle chis made him appear like a rainbow. Since battle chi belonged to a higher realm of energy, its enhancement to Charlemagne's body in this lower world was extraordinarily immense. The divine dragon seemed to sense that this human was different from those who had challenged it before. As a divine beast, it was naturally sensitive to danger, and this human made it uneasy. Holding nothing back, Charlemagne charged at the divine dragon with the Dao Qi sword in hand. Empowered by battle chi, Charlemagne fought the dragon blow for blow, as if transformed into a super scion. Yet his battle chi rapidly depleted in this world. He had no means to restore it. I must finish this quickly, Charlemagne admonished himself. The dragon, now smarting from the blows, grew more agitated. Opening its maw wide, it began to gather a fiery glow deep within its throat. It was now determined to annihilate this insignificant being at once. In an instant, the dragon had charged its ultimate attack and spewed scorching divine flames toward Charlemagne. An unending torrent of raging fire rushed at Charlemagne. Even from afar, he could feel its terrifying heat. His garments began to burn and turn to ash, being only ordinary material, though his body, with its formidable resilience, showed no adverse effects. Just as the divine flames closed within 10 meters of Kalaman, he swung out several water columns that collided with them. The flames continuously vaporized the water into white steam. These water columns were formed from battle chi, yet the divine flames vaporized them so effortlessly, revealing just how immense the temperature was. Not good. Chalaman dared not linger. He flew toward the sea with the dragon in hot pursuit, spewing divine flames all the way. Over the ocean, Chalaman activated the water element art, overturning sea and sky. Though a modest technique, it allowed him to manipulate water currents. In truth, he had cultivated one art for each elemental battle chi, but all were merely at a minor level of mastery. In an instant, several 100-meter-high water tornadoes surged from the sea, converging on the dragon. Before Kalaman, a vast mass of seawater clashed with the dragon's divine flames. Chalaman could clearly hear the hissing sound of seawater being evaporated by the divine flames. Fortunately, the boundless ocean was here, or he might have been forced to use the summoning talisman, he thought with lingering fear. After exhaling divine flames for a full 3 minutes, the dragon finally ceased, for its flames were not infinite. The multiple water tornadoes had completely encircled the dragon, exactly as Chalaman had intended. Under his control, the tornadoes ceased their rotation, dissolving into seawater that enveloped the dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Chalaman used his lightning element battle chi to send a massive electric current, stunning the dragon momentarily, then infused the surrounding seawater with a vast amount of beaming true chi. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of freezing followed. Soon the dragon was encased in ice, its movements temporarily restricted. Now, Chalaman rejoiced inwardly. He directed the 6 weapons, which had been merely scraping the dragon's surface, to plunge into the frozen weak points. Earlier he had refrained from attacking those weaknesses because striking a single one would not be lethal. Thus all 6 blades had been continuously scratching, never drawing the dragon's serious attention. In a flash, Chalaman teleported to the dragon's neck and thrust the Dao Ki sword into the last weak point, the skin beneath its reverse scale. The dragon's pupils contracted. The ice sculpture began to tremble violently. Soon it shattered the ice layer. Crimson blood gushed from the wounds, like a red waterfall. The divine dragon thrashed wildly in the air, knowing its doom was sealed, struggling in its death throes. Chalaman had long since retreated far away, unwilling to be caught in the dragon's desperate frenzy. Not long after, the azure dragon plunged from the sky into the sea, staining the ocean surface scarlet with its torrents of blood. What a waste! Chalaman sighed. After confirming the beast's death, he retrieved the weapons lodged in the dragon's body into his space, then stored the dragon itself as well. The colossal serpent coiled within his space, occupying an area roughly the size of a football field. Once he had tidied the scene, Chalaman rode the fire Chilan and departed Dragon Island. Evening fell. The acupoints of the Dragon Island residents had been unsealed. Quick, check if anything happened to the divine dragon, the clan chief urged urgently. Though he believed the dragon was surely unharmed, the sounds of battle had left him with a foreboding feeling. After a while, a tribesman rushed back in panic. Chieftain, the island is in ruins everywhere, but we cannot find the divine dragon, the man reported. Search, search immediately. You must find the divine dragon, the chief roared. After all, their clan had venerated the dragon for generations. Without it, what would become of them? Little did they know the dragon was dead, and would never appear again. Chalaman cared not for their plight. He only sought a quiet place to refine the dragon's dragon origin and essence blood. Upon returning to the mainland, he bypassed the world society, and instead found a desolate wilderness, where he excavated a cave to dwell in. Though he still needed to eat, the supplies in his space could sustain him for several years, so he felt no concern. In just a few days, he refined the dragon's dragon origin and essence blood. It was said that dragon blood and phoenix blood could not coexist, but that was only true for those with frail constitutions. Kalaman, who could overpower the dragon, naturally had no trouble fusing both. After refining the dragon origin, Kalaman could sense the immense vitality within his body, and his inner energy had surged by over 10,000 years. From now on he too was immortal. Though his face betrayed no emotion, Kalaman's heart was blooming with joy. In the film from his past life, Duan Lang, who had swallowed only 2 dragon origins, could regenerate severed limbs. Kalaman believed he could do the same, though perhaps not as powerfully. His body's quality far exceeded Duan Lang's, so regrowth would require a vast amount of life force. Yet having consumed 7 dragon origins, he could achieve a lesser version of limb regeneration. After dealing with the dragon origin, he turned to forging the divine dragon itself. Such a massive creature was best refined into a puppet in the wilderness, free from disturbances. The process took 3 full months, including trips to nearby cities for the necessary materials, before it was successfully completed. Upon success, he promptly mounted the majestic dragon and reveled in the sky for a long while. After all, what man doesn't love a fine ride? And this divine dragon was Kalaman's sports car. High in the sky, 10,000 meters above the ground, Charlemagne stood, with his arms crossed between the enormous horns of the divine dragon, returning to the Tianxia Society. Upon returning to the Tianxia Society and announcing his emergence from seclusion, he learned that Qin Shuang, Bu Jingyun, and Nie Feng had fought fiercely over Kong Ci. Although all 3 had received martial arts techniques from Charlemagne, Bu Jingyun had proven slightly superior in the end. He had completed his task first, so Charlemagne bestowed upon him a martial art that rapidly enhanced his power. Though Nie Feng had received the best technique, it was understandable that he could not defeat Bu Jingyun, for the Wuji heavenly art was profound and slow to master. All 3 were now severely injured, and Kong Ci spent her days weeping in a room. Charlemagne never expected that the cliché plot would unfold before him. They nearly turned against each other over a woman. He had to intervene. He summoned all 4 to the study, and sternly asked Kong Ci who she loved most. Kong Ci looked at the 3 men who had fought and bled for her, then lowered her head, and said, "I love senior brother Feng." Qin Shuang closed his eyes in silent acceptance. But Bu Jingyun roared emotionally, "Impossible. The one you love most is me, right, Kong Ci?" Kong Ci kept her head down and said nothing. Seeing Bu Jingyun so agitated, and recalling their brotherly bond, Nie Feng resolved to let senior brother Yun have her. Just as he was about to speak, Charlemagne spoke first. "Enough, Bu Jingyun. Stop being unreasonable. Kong Ci loves Nie Feng." As he spoke, Charlemagne sent a surge of energy to calm him down. After calming down, Bu Jingyun was silent for a moment before saying, "I was wrong. Since Kong Ci loves junior brother Feng, you must treat her well. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding." Though it was unclear whether Bu Jingyun truly accepted it, or feigned acceptance, the matter ended there. 3 months later, the Tianxia Society announced to the martial world that Nie Feng and Kong Ci would be wed. Countless prestigious sects and renowned independent cultivators came to celebrate. After all, it was an invitation from the martial arts legend Qin Feng himself. How could anyone refuse? Many considered receiving an invitation an honor, while those who did not would henceforth rank lower in the Jianghu. Charlemagne knew nothing of this. He had only signed the invitations, leaving the rest to the society's members. The wedding was extraordinarily lively, with banquet tables filling the entire Tianxia Society headquarters. Acquaintances and strangers alike toasted and flattered one another. Even the crown prince of the imperial family came uninvited, warmly offering blessings and lavish gifts to Nie Feng and Kong Ci. After all, the next society leader might be one of them, so building a good relationship early was beneficial. Charlemagne made a brief appearance at the wedding to receive their bows. Nie Feng had brought the now insane Xiong Ba, for a master was like a father. Even though Xiong Ba had killed his father and taken his mother, he had still raised him. Charlemagne had no idea what Nie Feng was thinking. Had it been him, he would have wished Xiong Ba dead sooner. At the wedding, people of all sorts kept toasting Charlemagne, so he found an excuse to slip away. The grand wedding lasted 3 full days before ending. Charlemagne returned to his leisurely lifestyle. Over the following year, an occasional peerless master would challenge him, but he effortlessly defeated them all. His fame and prestige reached their zenith. Many people scrambled to join the Tianxia society, hoping to learn even a fraction of his techniques. But they were destined for disappointment, for Charlemagne would not teach haphazardly. Martial arts were the root of chaos. Half a year later, Charlemagne was on the verge of being forcibly sent back to his original world, and he began to consider who should be the next society leader. After some deliberation and observation, he decided to pass the position to Qin Shuang, who was honest, steady, and mature, someone who would uphold his ideals of upholding justice. To ensure Qin Shuang's martial arts commanded respect, Charlemagne imparted a century's worth of internal power, and secretly taught him the first half of his self-created Wuxia heavenly art, instructing him to pass it only to the next society leader. Charlemagne also lifted all the controlling techniques he had used on them. In the main hall, Niefeng asked leader, "Where will you go after stepping down?" He had no objection to the leader passing the position to senior brother Qin. Niefeng's question was on everyone's mind. Without hiding anything, Charlemagne said calmly, "I will go to another world." Another world? Is it the celestial realm? A disciple asked. The celestial realm. Perhaps, Charlemagne replied softly. Then his body erupted in brilliant light, and he vanished before their eyes. Ah, the leader. The leader has become immortal. Nonsense. The leader was always an immortal. He merely descended to the mortal world to experience life. Good heavens. Has the leader truly become immortal? Or is it just a trick to fool us? The people in the hall buzzed with debate about whether the leader had truly become immortal, growing more and more excited until Qin Shuang stepped in to restore order. A few days later, news of Qin Feng's ascension to immortality swept across the land, like a hurricane, sparking a new wave of discussion. Qin Feng was a martial arts legend, but ascension was too explosive. Most remained skeptical. Yet many came to the Tianxia Society in person to inquire, even bribing for information. The answer was always the same: the leader had indeed ascended. No falsehood. In the days that followed, more and more people could not resist testing the Tianxia Society. But the new leader Qin Shuang had reached a terrifying level of strength, and unless a master like Wu Ming appeared, any challenger would be wasting their time. Besides, Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng served as protectors. Thus 3 more years passed in the Fengyan world. One day Qin Shuang was receiving reports in the main hall when a commotion broke out outside. Everyone stepped out to see Duan Lang beating down the sect's gatekeepers. Qin Shuang, if you know what's good for you, hand over the leader seat, Duan Lang said rudely, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Duan Lang, your ambition has always been clear. Just as the former leader predicted, you would eventually betray the Tianxia Society, Qin Shuang replied coolly. What? You mean Qin Feng? He knew I would rebel. Duan Lang was incredulous. Of course. The former leader was an immortal. How could you comprehend his brilliance? Said Qin Shuang flatly. Qin Shuang spoke calmly. In Duan Lang's heart, the one he feared most was Charlemagne. Since Charlemagne's disappearance 3 years ago, his seal had been lifted. He secretly used the star absorption art to drain the internal power of many martial artists, and because he kept it low profile, he only faced a small-scale pursuit. He thought his era had finally arrived, but hearing Qin Shuang mention that man again infuriated him. Humph. He's gone now. None of you can stop me, Duan Lang said disdainfully. By absorbing others' power, he now possessed a millennium's worth of internal energy. He believed that apart from that man no one could rival him. With that, Duan Lang attacked Qin Shuang. They fought 300 rounds with no clear victor. Qin Shuang had instructed Bu Jingyun and Ye Feng not to intervene. The fierce battle left the newly built training ground riddled with pits. After another 100 exchanges, Qin Shuang finally defeated Duan Lang using the divine technique passed down by Charlemagne. How can this be? My power, my millennium of power, is gone. Duan Lang howled in despair. I intended to fight you fairly, but since you used the star absorption art, don't blame me for using the bridal clothes divine skill the former leader taught me, Qin Shuang said, showing no signs of fatigue, for he had drained all of Duan Lang's internal power with the bridal clothes divine skill. The bridal clothes divine skill was not the old version. Charlemagne had casually created a new variant that could counter absorption-type techniques, turning the stolen power into a bridal gift. The bridal clothes divine skill. What a fitting name. I labored to drain others' power only to become your bridal gift. Duan Lang gave up resistance and knelt, muttering. The leader gave it to you, but only if you were worthy. You defied his will. Guards, take him to the dungeon. Without my permission, he is never to be released, Qin Shuang ordered the nearby disciples. As Duan Lang was led away, the incident passed. Qin Shuang looked up at the clear blue sky and thought to himself, leader, when will I ever become like you? Charlemagne had returned to the original world for several days, transforming the vast internal power he gained in the wind and cloud world into fighting spirit. Although the internal power acquired was significantly greater than what he had in the martial arts world, it only allowed him to break through the Golden Realm bottleneck and reach the Earth Realm without entering the Sky Warrior Realm. One day a group of uninvited guests arrived at his territory, led by a middle-aged man with a cold demeanor and an air of arrogance. He addressed the guards protecting the manor, saying, please inform the lord that Max Dalton has come to visit. I'm sorry, my lord has instructed that he is very busy and will not meet anyone. The guard replied politely. The middle-aged man's expression darkened, and after a moment, he said, I am your lord's uncle, hurry and report to him. Upon hearing this, the guard, recognizing the lord's uncle, did not dare to hesitate and turned to enter the manor. The middle-aged man was indeed Charlemagne's uncle, Max Dalton. He had learned that his sister Percy was living in his nephew's territory, and had come to take her back to fulfill a marriage arrangement, as their father had already made a promise to someone else. Breaking the promise would make the Dalton family a laughingstock. He did not expect that the name of the Dalton family held little sway in this place. He could only claim to be the lord's uncle to see his nephew, which infuriated him. This was not the guard's fault. After all, the Dalton family's territory was located far to the north of the kingdom, and was not a prominent family. Its reputation was only known in its region, and the guard had not heard of it, assuming it was just some minor noble, as many nobles came to visit their lord. Before long, the guard received orders and came out to escort Max into the manor. Was Charlemagne really busy? Of course not. He simply found the visiting guests tiresome and instructed his subordinates to say he was busy and refused to meet anyone. In the luxurious living room, the cat girl Cecilia prepared a cup of coffee for Max, stirring in a little sugar. Max glanced at the coffee, his face still cold, though a hint of curiosity flickered in his eyes. The coffee was sourced from the zombie world, and the seeds planted this year had yielded fruit, though Charlemagne had no plans to sell it yet. Uncle Max, what brings you here? Charlemagne smiled as he drank the coffee brewed by the maid. Max wasted no time and stated the purpose of his visit. In fact, the original owner had only met this uncle a few times. He was a martial arts enthusiast dedicated to training, but not particularly talented. From Charlemagne's perception, he could sense that Max was merely at the silver level and currently serving in the military. Uncle Max, and Percy cannot go back. She is now my tax officer. Humph. She carries the blood of the Dalton family, and should obey the family's arrangements. This is her destiny. Your protection will only bring you trouble. The troubles you speak of should not concern me. Arrogant. Do you wish to challenge the Dalton family? Do not think that just because your territory has gained strength you can confront the Dalton family. Then let us wait and see. The conversation between uncle and nephew ended on a sour note. Max did not even take a sip of the coffee brewed by the cat girl, and hurriedly left with over 20 knights. That night he informed his returning Aunt Percy of the incident, causing her to worry. Charlemagne reassured her that he would handle everything. having stayed in the territory for a while. Percy had also sensed that her nephew was quite capable. In Daoxiang town, thanks to Charlemagne's investments, the autumn harvest had arrived. The fields stretched endlessly golden and gleaming, and even the air was filled with the fragrance of rice. Most of the townspeople had stopped their work in the fields, their faces glowing with the joy of harvest. Although 90% of it had to be handed over to the Lord, it did not dampen their spirits. After all, they were merely serfs. According to the laws of the divine continent, serfs received no compensation, yet the Lord not only provided them with food and shelter, but generously allowed them to keep 1/10 of the grain, which made them feel satisfied and motivated. Charlemagne had originally wanted to give more, but was stopped by the steward Morgan, who explained that it was not in accordance with the rules. Slaves should live like slaves, and his behavior would draw the ire of other nobles. After all, everyone else was exploiting their slaves, only he could afford to be magnanimous. 1/10 was already enough to make him a benevolent lord. Although most of Daoxiang town's inhabitants were slaves, some had been promoted to commoners. After the harvest, they only needed to hand over half of the grain, as all the lands belonged to Lord Charlemagne, and they were responsible for cultivation. Of course, if they felt they could not consume all the grain, they could also sell it to the Lord. The newly built grain purchasing station in town was his, offering fair prices and honesty, adjusting the purchasing price according to market fluctuations. Not only grain, but the town also cultivated various vegetables brought back by Charlemagne, and now some types of vegetables were ready for harvest. The instruction to plant these vegetables was merely to enrich the territory's diet, and currently they were only available in the communal dining hall, where workers could eat after their shifts. Charlemagne had already planned to build a vegetable market in the residential area, allowing townspeople to buy what they wanted. He also brought back potatoes and sweet potatoes, but only planted a small amount, as their yield could not compare to the mainstream wheat of the divine continent, which had evolved over thousands of years to yield far more than potatoes and sweet potatoes. With the harvest of grain, many wanted to process the wheat into flour, as delicious wheat products were unforgettable. The windmill mill was experiencing a peak period, and fortunately Charlemagne had built mills in various towns, particularly in Daoxiang town. However, lines and waiting were still unavoidable. After several months of promotion, the people in the territory had learned how to make wheat products, including buns, steamed bread, noodles, dumplings, and flatbreads, and some even created oddly shaped products. Charlemagne took some time to personally inspect Daoxiang town. His luxurious carriage, crafted from precious wood and embedded with magical materials, bore several inscribed magic circles drawn by a fire qilin. It looked majestic and noble, leading those who saw it to believe that a significant figure was inside, exuding prestige. The wide carriage moved smoothly along the newly paved cement road, accompanied by his cousin Nicole and dozens of guards. The guards rode tall horses surrounding the carriage as they proceeded. Charlemagne's territory now boasted a knightly force of 300, and it continued to expand. War horses were quite expensive, but they were difficult to obtain in Charlemagne's kingdom, which was mostly hilly and mountainous, with only a few plains suitable for breeding warhorses. Most warhorses had to be imported. Although Charlemagne was wealthy, he lacked connections, and could not acquire a large number of warhorses, as they were considered strategic resources, and the kingdom only sold a limited amount. In just half a day they arrived at Daoxiang town. Seeing that the Lord had personally come to inspect, the new town mayor hurriedly came to welcome him. With Nicole in her pink dress, guided by the mayor, Charlemagne inspected the town's condition. Most of the buildings in Daoxiang town were now made of concrete, with only a few still being constructed from wood. The streets were clean and tidy, with no significant litter in sight, as hygiene issues in the territory had been strictly enforced. Everyone they encountered on the road bowed to Charlemagne, as the citizens were now familiar with their lord's true appearance. After all, every town had a statue of him erected in the central square. The size of Daoxiang town now was comparable to the vast Yangyang town when Charlemagne first arrived. After a while, they exited the town to view the wheat fields as there was not much else to see. Upon seeing the golden wheat fields, Nicole, who had been listless, became interested, and approached to examine and touch them, as it was her first time witnessing such a magnificent vista. Nicole was only 12 years old, at an age full of energy and curiosity. Meanwhile, Charlemagne listened to the mayor's report estimating that the grain harvested in Daoxiang town would be enough to supply 5,000 people for a year. Charlemagne rewarded the mayor with some money, and instructed him to increase the cultivation of farmland in the future. "Cousin Charlemagne, this wheat field is truly beautiful," Nicole exclaimed, gazing at the endless wheat fields. "Would you like to see it from the sky?" Charlemagne smiled at Nicole. "Can we really do that, cousin?" Nicole asked excitedly. Then, in front of the astonished crowd, Charlemagne took Nicole into the sky, allowing her to see the wheat fields from a different perspective. Whether it was the scenery or the flight that thrilled her, Nicole's face was filled with excitement and longing. In the end, Charlemagne even drew a portrait of Nicole in an unharvested rice field before concluding this inspection. "My lord, your letter." The young maid Grace handed Charlemagne a beautifully wrapped letter. Under the guidance of two maids, Grace has now become proficient in her duties, and cleaning the stone tower takes little time. In her spare moments, she still learns cooking from the light spirit. Charlemagne glanced at the wax seal on the letter, which bore the crest of the Doton family, the family of his original mother's kin. He recognized the emblem, a striped cross. After breaking the wax seal and opening the letter, he found a letter and an invitation inside. Charlemagne, sipping an unknown fruit drink, began to read the letter. The letter contained only a few hundred words expressing the longing of his grandfather Count Eureka for him, inviting him to a birthday banquet in a month's time, as his grandfather would be celebrating his 60th birthday. Recalling the unpleasantness with his uncle, and reading the affectionate words of his grandfather in the letter, Charlemagne found himself momentarily perplexed. After some contemplation, Charlemagne decided to pay this so-called grandfather a visit, curious about what schemes he might be concocting. With his current strength and hidden cards, he was truly unafraid of any sudden developments in his kingdom. Having made up his mind, Charlemagne did not rush to leave, as a regular journey would take about half a month to reach the Doton family's territory, and he wanted to time it just right. After securing the letter, Charlemagne picked up a newspaper, the Green Water Daily, that he had founded. Although his subordinates reported the situation in the territory to him, and he often conducted inspections, the newspaper provided him with even more news, such as updates on newly discovered dungeons. For instance, there was a report about a suspected entrance to the 5th level. After months of exploration, the dungeon had been probed up to the 4th level, yielding countless treasures, but also resulting in the sacrifices of many adventurers. After reading this piece, Charlemagne realized it was a half-finished report filled with speculations crafted by the editor to attract attention. Charlemagne continued to peruse the rest of the newspaper. The number of minotaurs in the territory has increased. Lord Mox's laboratory has exploded again. Public safety announcement for the territory. Wangyang Primary School is about to open. Charlemagne read through each piece, and he could not help but admire the editors, who under his guidance had learned to identify topics that appealed to the masses and published them. Now there are over 100,000 outsiders in his territory, mostly adventurers and merchants coming to do business, and with the exchange of information, the flow of people has been steadily increasing. This also put pressure on the town's public safety. However, Charlemagne recruited many adventurers, and before entering the stormy dungeon, he dealt with a troublemaking silver warrior, which made the news, and kept many adventurers in line, as a silver-level power was already quite formidable. After this incident, the public safety of the town returned to its previous level. That day, Charlemagne arrived at the residential area, because Wangyang Primary School was officially opening. As it was an important step for the territory, he personally came to cut the ribbon to show its significance. Under the watchful eyes of the territory's officials, Charlemagne cut the long red ribbon. Initially no one understood why their lord insisted on cutting ribbons for every newly completed building, but the lord said it was for good luck, and it eventually became a characteristic of the territory. With the ribbon-cutting successful, Charlemagne then gave a speech from the school's platform encouraging the townspeople to send their children to school, emphasizing that only with a good education could they secure better jobs and earn more money. The crowd below erupted in excitement at the mention of earning more money, discussing how their children could also become officials and make more money, eagerly wanting to enroll their children. According to staff statistics, hundreds of parents registered their children within just one morning. Charlemagne set the age requirement for students from 5 to 14 years old, and the tuition was completely free. For older children, Charlemagne needed them to help with work, and he did not mind employing child labor, as the territory was short on manpower, especially since 15 is considered adulthood in the Divine Continent. Charlemagne temporarily took on the role of acting principal for Wangyang Primary School, but management was entrusted to the vice principal. The vice principal and teachers were mostly hired from outside, many of whom were fallen nobles, as only nobles had access to education while the ratio among commoners was far too low. Although Wangyang Primary School was filled with the children of commoners and slaves, under Charlemagne's generous pay these teachers were willing to teach, as the integrity of a noble is no match for the value of gold. Charlemagne's requirements were not high, he just wanted students who could read, do arithmetic, and be sensible. He considered whether to impart knowledge from his past life, but ultimately decided against it, fearing that he might be branded a heretic by the Church of Light. The opening of the school quickly spread throughout the Greenwater territory, and with the existence of the newspaper, other towns began sending their children to Wangyang Primary School. Although they had no houses in Wangyang town, they had found out that the school had dormitories where children could stay for free and receive meals, prompting everyone to shout, "Long live the Lord!" Charlemagne was furious to hear this. They were cursing him to die young. On the opening day, each child received a beautifully crafted leather backpack, several brand new books, and a blue school uniform. The backpacks and uniforms were custom-made by the clothing factory, while the books were written by teachers and printed by the paper factory. Speaking of books, one must mention his paper factory. Charlemagne did not expect such lightweight and practical paper to have no market. Nobles preferred parchment, and while his paper was cheap, they had no shortage of money, and commoners did not need it as they were illiterate. As a result, Charlemagne had to utilize the paper within the territory and planned to improve the paper quality to produce toilet paper. "Brother, can we really take the clothes, backpacks, and books home?" A little girl with golden hair asked the older boy next to her. "Of course, Selena, this is the Lord's order, they will allow it." The boy stroked the brand new books and said, "What do you want to be when you learn knowledge?" The little girl asked curiously. "I don't know, but when I grow up, I want to be a soldier to protect the Greenwater territory and safeguard the Lord." The older child's eyes were filled with longing. It was clear he was a little fan of Charlemagne. Wangyang Primary School not only enrolled elementary school students, but also allowed adults to attend classes, adding extra teaching hours in the evenings, since that was when adults were available, as they had to work during the day. However, not all adults would attend, only those with ambition would go. At school one must not only learn knowledge, a strong physique is also essential. Since there were no wars, being a soldier could be considered the easiest job in the territory, with high wages and good food. They only needed to train every day, making it the most sought-after job among the people. Now Charlemagne had them find work to have the soldiers in the barracks give military training to the students. Charlemagne also planned to build a combat chi academy and a magic academy, but currently the territory did not have enough manpower for such a large project, so it had to be put on hold. In the living room of the stone tower, Charlemagne was meeting with a clergyman.
"Viscount Charlemagne, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mandy from the Church of Light. By the directive of the higher authorities, a church is to be constructed within your lordship's domain. I am the one in charge of this project, so I request that you allocate a plot of land for it,"
the woman said expressionlessly. The woman possessed a face as exquisite as a painting adorned in a pristine white gown resembling a nun's habit yet split open to reveal her slender thighs. Her chestnut hair cascaded from beneath the hood, while her immense bosom seemed ready to burst through the fabric, a sight that compelled Charlemagne to cast more than a few glances. Mandy noticed Charlemagne's gaze, but remained expressionless. She was fully confident in her own beauty, and had grown accustomed to such reactions from men like him. Charlemagne harbored no ill intent. He simply found her chest comparable to that of the rabbit-eared Beb, both equally impressive in stature, which drew his attention for a few extra looks.
It is my honor that the Church of Light can spread its faith within my territory. Let us designate a plot to the west of the commercial center. It lies closer to the residential area, making it more convenient for the Church's missionary work,
Charlemagne said with a smile. The current lord was so accommodating that Mandy was quite satisfied, though she revealed no hint of it on her face, deeming it only natural. After discussing further matters, Charlemagne saw off this cleric of the light. Charlemagne held no fondness for religion, yet he had no choice. The Church of Light held an exalted status across the Jushan continent. It possessed not only a light theocracy, but also a formidable light knight order, and its deity was the mighty god of light with followers spanning the entire continent. Even kings would not refuse the church permission to build a chapel on their lands. Although the church was forcibly introduced into his domain, Charlemagne could not foresee the future. However, one positive aspect was that it could foster harmony between commoners and slaves. He had noticed frequent conflicts between the commoners and slaves in his territory due to status issues. Despite his efforts to intervene, disputes still occurred. The locals' rejection of outsiders was understandable, common everywhere, and he could not effectively prohibit it. But with the arrival of the church, things might improve. In his view, the greatest benefit of the church was its ability to unite the masses under a shared faith. Soon ships of the church transported vast quantities of construction materials across the sea, and they began building the chapel on the designated plot. The land allocated by Charlemagne was roughly the same size as that given to the Adventurers' Guild, sufficient for a spacious and magnificent church. However, the fact that he could not collect land taxes from them greatly displeased him. As he understood it, by believing in the deity one could unleash a power called divine arts. Even those without magical talent could use it. He guessed that the gods shared their own power, for in this world only magic and battle chi existed, and in his eyes divine arts were merely a form of magic. Suishiling. On a dark and windy night, flames engulfed the surroundings of Swishabeo.
Kill! Kill this damn lord!
Hundreds of people wielding sickles and hoes stormed into Swishabeo, cutting down every guard who blocked their path. The luxurious castle turned into a bloody slaughterhouse, thick with the stench of blood. Those who stormed the castle were the rebels. After long-term oppression and exploitation by the Lord of Suishiling Stephen, the uprising finally erupted, involving over 1,000 participants, all commoners united only by their desire to kill this insatiable lord. Inside a room of the castle, the obese Lord Stephen, trembling with fear, ordered his 4 remaining guards to reinforce the doors and windows with tables and chairs.
Damn it! These wretched peasants! I only added a few more taxes, how dare they!
Stephen muttered.
My lord, we should jump from the window and escape through the back door before they find us,
one of the guards suggested.
No! This is the 5th floor. We'd die if we jump.
Stephen refused without a second thought, for he was but an ordinary man. A knight's long sword pierced through Stephen's belly, followed by a gush of blood.
My lord, if we stay here, we'll die anyway. Better to trade your life for ours.
A guard slowly withdrew the sword that had pierced Stephen's body. Lord Stephen turned to look at this close guard, the very last thing he expected. This guard was his brother-in-law, though his sister had been taken by force. Yet Stephen had never mistreated their family. With resentment and fury, Stephen collapsed.
Now we use his head to plead for mercy with the rebels outside. Perhaps we can still survive,
said the guard who had killed Stephen. The other 3 guards remained silent, which amounted to tacit consent. In truth, they had entertained the same thought, otherwise they would have stopped him. Who would willingly die when they could live? After severing Stephen's head, the 4 guards surrendered to the rebel forces searching the castle. But their hopes of survival were dashed. These men had long assisted the Lord in his misdeeds, and the rebels hated them deeply. Ultimately, by the rebels' unanimous decision, they were tied to the castle gates and hanged. The next day Charlemagne received the news. After all, Suishiling was his neighbor. He could only sneer.
Serves him right.
Rebellions were common across the Jushan continent, but the Caboose kingdom had not witnessed one for a long time. No doubt the royal family would be enraged upon hearing the news, as the monarchy took rebellion very seriously. The Caboose kingdom was vast. Ordinary message delivery might take days to reach the capital. However, with magical communication, the royal family learned of the rebellion in Suishiling the very next day. Though it involved only 1,000 people, the fact that the Lord had been killed made the matter exceedingly grave. After deliberation in the council, King Golden Lion 8 issued a decree for suppression, ordering the neighboring lords of Suishiling to unite their forces and quell the rebellion swiftly. Since it was a small-scale rebellion, the royal army was not required. They were too far away, and the cost of provisions and hassle would be excessive. Hence this countermeasure was adopted. As a neighbor of Suishiling, Charlemagne naturally received the royal decree, and had no choice but to lead troops from the barracks to suppress the rebellion. To hasten the campaign, he took only his 300 cavalry, and galloped towards Suishiling in a cloud of dust. Soon Charlemagne entered Suishiling, and set up camp on a hill west of Swishabeo, gathering intelligence, while awaiting the other lords. Including Charlemagne, a total of 4 lords participated in this suppression. He was the first to arrive in Suishiling, and the most formidable in overall strength. Charlemagne had already sent word of his camp's location to the other 3 lords, expecting their arrival soon. In truth, he could have quelled the rebellion alone. His 300 cavalry were all martial artists, and against a mob of commoners, without battle chi, it would be like using a cannon to shoot sparrows. By afternoon, the 3 lords arrived with their own troops, entering the camp in succession. Apart from the female lord named Ymir, who brought 1,000 soldiers, the other 2 brought only 500 each. Charlemagne observed that aside from a few dozen personal guards, who were martial artists, the rest were mere militia armed with sickles, hoes, and wooden clubs, clearly a hastily assembled force. All 3 lords held only the rank of baron, 1 level below Charlemagne's viscount, and their territories were relatively small, consisting of just 1 or 2 towns. Upon seeing Charlemagne's cavalry, the 3 lords were astounded. It was well known that owning a cavalry regiment was a privilege of high nobility, yet their neighbor Viscount Charlemagne was merely a viscount. The equipment of the cavalry only made them curse Charlemagne as a nouveau riche. The riders were uniformly clad in silver-white standard plate armor covering every inch of their bodies, and even their warhorses wore standard barding. Recently they had heard that this lord was extremely wealthy, and had developed his territory impressively, but they never imagined he was so rich. Each rider and horse's full set of equipment would easily cost over 1,000 gold coins. Harboring different thoughts, the 3 lords entered Charlemagne's large tent.
I have thoroughly scouted the situation at Crushed Stone Fort, he said. The rebel leader is a man named Hawk, a bronze-ranked warrior. He commands over 2,000 men, most of whom are untrained civilians. If nothing unexpected happens, this rebellion should be quelled swiftly.
From his seat at the head of the table, Charlemagne addressed the other lords.
Viscount Charlemagne, when shall we attack Crushed Stone Fort?
Asked the only female Lord Emma. She wore a suit of silver-white armor, her helmet set aside to reveal a cascade of fiery red hair, presenting a dashing and heroic figure.
It is late today, and your soldiers are weary from the march. Let them rest for the night, eat, and drink their fill. We shall attack tomorrow. In all likelihood they will only defend the city of Crushed Stone,
said Charlemagne.
Very well, we shall follow your orders, Viscount,
Emma replied with a smile.
Indeed, indeed. This entire campaign relies on Viscount Charlemagne's leadership.
chimed in the other two lords. The remaining two lords echoed in agreement. After some discussion, the three lords placed their military commands under Charlemagne's unified control. Truth be told, Charlemagne had considerable authority when it came to commanding armies, having once served as a general. Thereupon the four began chatting about business matters, with none of the tension that normally precedes battle. In their eyes, Charlemagne alone sufficed. They were merely there to fill the ranks. After all, Charlemagne commanded a fully equipped cavalry regiment, a force that in this era was the equivalent of a tank division.
My Lord Viscount, could you allocate a larger share of the wine and soda from your domain to mine? The commoners in my territory keep clamoring for more, and it has become quite a headache for me,
pleaded the middle-aged lord named Sherman. Sherman, a middle-aged male lord, pleaded.
That's no problem, Sherman. You and I are neighbors. I once read in an ancient text that a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Recently, the production of wine in my domain has increased, so I can accommodate your request,
Charlemagne said with a smile.
Oh, my Lord Viscount, you are not only knowledgeable but also generous. With your help, I can expand my army this year,
Sherman said happily.
When this rebellion is over, you may speak with my steward Morgan. I shall instruct him to give you the best price,
Charlemagne added.
After this suppression campaign, you can contact my steward Morgan. I will have him offer you the most favorable price.
Charlemagne continued. After all, even with a discount, it was a sure profit, and it would also earn goodwill from his neighbor.
My Lord Viscount, I too would like the wine and soda produced in your domain,
said Immer, who was standing nearby. Immer, the neighbor, also spoke up. She had been fortunate enough to taste the wine and soda from Charlemagne's domain, and had long wished to purchase them in bulk. However, the merchants she had dispatched were ineffective and unable to secure a large supply. This was only natural. The goods from Charlemagne's lands were in extremely high demand.
No problem,
Charlemagne nodded. The other lord, an elderly baron named Hope, was not interested in Charlemagne's wine or soda. Instead, he was drawn to the clothing from Charlemagne's domain. Judging by his attire, he wore a red suit produced in Charlemagne's territory, and a tall black hat looking rather like a magician. Although not a magician, he was indeed a mage, a high-level mage. Charlemagne also granted his request, establishing a supply and demand relationship. He would provide the clothes, and Hope would sell them on his own. Whatever Hope sold was none of Charlemagne's concern. He would simply handle the supply. The other two lords wanted to join as well, but their financial resources were insufficient, and their territories lacked a wealthy clientele, so they abandoned the idea. As evening approached, it was time for the meal. Charlemagne's food and drink had been prepared in advance and stored in his spatial storage. Now he brought them out, laid them on the table, and called the other three lords to dine. The three lords wolfed down the food and drink, clearly unaccustomed to such delicious fare. Indeed, it had all been prepared by that little Laspina. In terms of provisions, even Charlemagne's soldiers ate well. They were issued standardized ration packs containing dried meat, and a modest amount of wine, enough to last a week. For short-term operations, there was no need for a supply train. The soldiers under the other three lords were far worse off. Most carried their own dry rations from home, black bread and wheat, and not much at that. The next day at noon, Charlemagne organized his troops and led the army to the foot of Crushed Stone City, preparing to assault. Crushed Stone City was the largest city in the Crushed Stone domain, home to tens of thousands of civilians. Its walls stood 20 meters high, unlike Charlemagne's wall-less Wangyang town. A wall 20 meters high would be the equivalent of a 6-story building in a past life. From Charlemagne's ranks stepped a 2-meter-tall giant of a man, his capable commander Toby.
Hear me, you on the wall. Our Lord says that if you surrender, you will receive his protection and be spared the death penalty. If you continue to resist, you will only walk the path to your doom,
Toby shouted up at the city wall. Seeing the neatly arrayed army below, its awe-inspiring presence bolstered by cavalry, the rebels atop the wall began to falter. This neatness was thanks to Charlemagne's morning drill intended to make them look like a proper army. Though most of them carried only hoes and scythes, it was still enough to intimidate.
Don't listen to these nobles' lies. Have you forgotten who drove us to this? It was these accursed nobles. Brothers, our only hope is to hold crushed stone city,
shouted a man with a missing hand, rekindling the fighting spirit of some rebels who had been considering surrender. The speaker was Hawk, once an adventurer. After being injured in a mission, he had withdrawn from his adventuring party and returned to his hometown crushed stone city. Frustrated by the exorbitant taxes imposed by the local lord, he had orchestrated this rebellion. Toby continued his exhortation, but the rebels on the wall not only ignored him, but shot arrows in his direction.
It seems persuasion is hopeless. Let's commence the attack,
Charlemagne said, withdrawing his gaze. He had hoped to avoid conflict if possible. These commoners had rebelled only because of oppression, but now fighting was inevitable.
Boom!
With a deafening explosion, Baron Hope shattered the gate of crushed stone city with an enormous fireball spell. His fireball was like a missile, leaving not even a sizable fragment of the gate. Then at Charlemagne's command, the army began their assault on crushed stone city. Charlemagne's cavalry led the charge, storming into the city and slaughtering every rebel they encountered. Within just half an hour, the rebels were driven back in defeat, retreating into the crushed stone fortress within the city. The fortress was more heavily defended and equipped with a weakening magic array that could diminish incoming magic. Hope's fireball, when it reached the fortress gate, turned into a slightly larger ball of flame, leaving only a black scorch mark. He then cast a more powerful fire serpent spell, but still failed to breach the gate. With magic proving ineffective, the dashing red-haired Lord Immer led the ground assault. The crushed stone fortress had several open watchtowers and dozens of small windows from which the rebels could shoot arrows. The rebels kept firing at the army through these openings. Thanks to her high of a warrior physique, Immer easily climbed up to a window, but being clad in armor, she could not squeeze through the narrow aperture. Reluctantly, she continued climbing. Soon she reached a watchtower on the fortress where 5 rebels were raining arrows down. Immer climbed onto the watchtower before the rebels noticed her. But against a high of a warrior like Immer, they stood no chance and were quickly subdued. Through the entrance leading to the tower's top, Immer fought her way alone into the fortress interior, making her way toward the main gate to open it. On her path, however, she encountered the rebel leader Hawk.
"You cursed nobles! Why can't you just leave us alone?"
Hawk growled, wielding a large blade in his single hand.
"If you have grievances, you can report them to the kingdom. There was no need to kill the Lord. That is a serious crime,"
Immer said calmly, knowing he was a bronze warrior.
The kingdom doesn't care whether we live or die. Don't play the hypocrite. Take this."
With that, Hawk swung his blade at Immer. Immer had no choice but to raise her knight's law sword to parry. Though Hawk was a bronze warrior, he had lost an arm, and it was his dominant right arm. In this fight against Immer, who was only a high of a warrior, he found himself at a disadvantage. Immer had remained calm precisely because she knew this. While they clashed fiercely, the army outside the fortress brought forward a battering ram.
Thud! Thud! Thud!
Under the relentless pounding of the battering ram, the fortress gate burst open. Charlemagne's cavalry dismounted and became infantry, charging into the fortress first. The army entered the city, and within half an hour, they slaughtered a large number of the rebel forces. The remaining rebels, terrified, dropped their weapons and chose to surrender. After counting, a total of 650 rebels were captured, while the rest had been eliminated. The army suffered minimal casualties, but the cavalry led by Charlemagne did not incur any losses. There was no way his cavalry was too well equipped, while most of the rebels wielded farming tools, unable to penetrate the cavalry's armor. The advantage was overwhelming. Once the dust settled, Charlemagne entered Stone Fortress. This time he did not engage in battle alongside the lord named Shiomon, he simply observed. Inside the fortress there were people busy cleaning up the battlefield. The fortress had undergone 2 bloody purges, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood which would likely linger for years. Before long Charlemagne encountered Imel, who had been one of the first to storm the fortress. At that moment, she was injured holding her arm, and speaking to her subordinates. "Viscount Charlemagne, I was unable to capture Hawk. He managed to escape," Imel said to Charlemagne, as he approached her, tone tinged with reluctance. Hawk was a bronze warrior, but he had lost one arm, significantly diminishing his combat power. Imel's failure to capture him surprised Charlemagne, considering Imel was no ordinary high-level warrior. "This is not good. He is the mastermind. Allowing him to escape could cause trouble." Charlemagne frowned. If the court learned they had let the mastermind go, they might blame them. "I have already sent my men to look for him," Imel replied. "We should quickly seal off the entire stone city. He can't have gone far." Baron Schiomon suggested. Charlemagne nodded. "We have no choice but to do so. Hurry and give the orders." Soon the orders were issued. Aside from a few people who continued to clean the battlefield and guard the captives, most soldiers went to search for the culprit Hawk. Charlemagne also used his mental energy to search for Hawk within the city, cursing himself for being careless, thinking it was a sure thing only to let the other party escape. Inside a civilian house in Stone City, Hawk was bandaging his thigh with torn cloth. Although his fight with Imel had not been perilous, it still resulted in a cut on his thigh. "Damn those nobles, they must meet a miserable end," Hawk grumbled. "The immediate priority is to escape from here. Perhaps returning to my former adventurer group would be a good choice, though I wonder if the leader would still accept me." Suddenly Hawk felt a burning sensation in his abdomen, and pulled out a statue made of an unknown metal from his bosom. This statue was obtained during the last mission of his adventurer group from a ruin, and he had never figured out its purpose. The statue was very hard, and he had tried many methods to damage it, thinking it to be a remarkable treasure, but he had not found a way to use it. The statue was palm-sized, lightweight, and depicted a humanoid monster with large bat wings on its back and 2 massive pointed horns on its head. Hawk suddenly felt as if the statue was observing him, startling him, and he threw the statue to the ground. The fallen statue suddenly floated into the air, and its eyes emitted a red glow that struck Hawk's eyes. He let out a cry and fainted. After a moment Hawk woke up, but his gaze had changed and his demeanor had turned cold. He got up, moving his body slowly, clenching his fists, and then spoke. "What a feeble body. However, I'll have to make do for now. After all, it took a long time to gather the strength to seize this flesh." At this moment Hawk's voice was deep and hoarse, losing the charm it once had, resembling the whispers of a demon. Hawk picked up the statue that had fallen to the ground and examined it closely, then with malice tucked it into his bosom. "It's a pity my body was sealed into a statue by that foul bitch, otherwise there would be no need to seize another's body. This grudge must be avenged. Let me see this person's memories to understand the current situation, then regain my strength," Hawk murmured. He then closed his eyes to explore the memories of the original host Hawk. Currently being hunted by the human army. Fortunately, they are just ants. I'll go nearby to consume some blood food. If they dare to come after me, I'll devour them all. Hawk grinned, revealing an evil smile. At that moment Charlemagne was probing with his mental energy over Stone City. Though Stone City was not a large city, it covered an area of 30 square kilometers. Charlemagne's mental energy was restricted by the world's pressure, allowing him to only probe a radius of about 100 meters. Moreover, there were still many people in the city, requiring him to inspect them one by one. He could only blame himself for not keeping a close eye on Hawk at that time, causing him to work overtime again. Charlemagne silently berated himself. Now every household in Stone City had their doors and windows tightly shut, and occasionally soldiers could be seen searching civilian houses. The streets were devoid of any vehicles. Before long Charlemagne spotted Hawk through his mental energy. He saw Hawk using his hands to devour a mother and child from a civilian house, or more accurately absorbing them, as if fusing with them. This discovery shocked Charlemagne, and made him feel uneasy. This operation reminded him of descriptions he had read in books about cultists and abyssal demons, who could enhance and restore their powers by absorbing flesh and blood which matched what he had just seen. If the other party was a cultist it would be one thing, but if it was an abyssal demon, it would be troublesome, as abyssal demons were at least level 8 beings equivalent to Sky Realm powerhouses. Charlemagne released a probing spell, but still could not ascertain the other party's realm. The likelihood of them being an abyssal demon was very high, which made his heart sink as he began to contemplate countermeasures. Should he run directly? But his subordinates were still in the city. Should he engage? However, he was unaware of the other party's strength. In his probe, the other party was shrouded in a layer of mist, appearing like an ordinary person, which was quite terrifying. Should he kneel down? It was obvious he could not do that. In situations like this, according to standard procedure, he would need to report to the church, which would evaluate the information received and then dispatch appropriate forces to handle it. The church had considerable experience in dealing with such matters. Just as Charlemagne was in a dilemma, Hawk stepped out of the civilian house and flew towards him, clearly having noticed Charlemagne. Hawk wore an evil smile, gazing at Charlemagne as if he were admiring a beautiful woman. Charlemagne felt uneasy under the scrutiny of Hawk's gaze. "Little boy, this body of yours has great growth potential, and its physical strength is quite good. It suits my desires perfectly," Hawk said with a smile, though his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. "You are not Hawk, are you?" Charlemagne asked expressionlessly. The voice he heard from Hawk before the siege was not like this, and his personality shouldn't be like this either. Ha, keen observation. I am actually a deity. Remember my name, the dark god Barbatos. A deity. Charlemagne gasped in shock, thinking this person couldn't be deceiving him. He then recalled the materials he had read and realized he had never heard of this deity. Could he be an evil god? An evil god was essentially a deity that was not recognized. Barbatos seemed to see through Charlemagne's thoughts and spoke. "The era I belong to should be about 20,000 years ago, so it's normal for you not to know." 20,000 years. Isn't that the mythological era? The recorded history of the divine continent is only about 10,000 years. This ancient relic is indeed a rare find, Charlemagne thought. What happened 20,000 years ago? Why are you here now? Charlemagne cautiously inquired. Barbatos, perhaps due to not having spoken to anyone for too long, casually replied back. Then a divine war broke out that nearly all deities participated in. The battle was exceptionally fierce, and I was betrayed by that woman only to see the light of day again today. Barbatos gazed into the distance, as if recalling something, then turned to Charlemagne, licking his lips, and said, "Why am I telling you all this? Your body belongs to me now." Charlemagne could only smile bitterly. That's probably very difficult. Although Barbatos claimed to be a deity, his highest strength could only reach the holy domain. Charlemagne had read many precious books, and knew that the divine continent could not bear powers exceeding the holy domain, otherwise it would be expelled by the world will of the divine continent. Now, if one exceeded the holy domain, the world will would immediately descend, gathering countless tribulations to drive them away, and those individuals above the holy domain could only go to other planes. Whether it be a small plane, the divine realm, or the abyss, whichever he liked, as long as it was not in the divine continent. It seemed that Barbatos had not been driven away by tribulations, indicating that he had just seized Hawk, and had not restored much of his strength. Charlemagne felt that he should be able to withstand a single move from someone below the holy domain, even though he had only seen descriptions of holy domain strikes in books, and had never fought. At this moment Charlemagne was on high alert. If anything went wrong, he would use the summoning talisman from his spatial storage. Barbatos let out a strange cry and turned into a cloud of blood mist sweeping towards Charlemagne. Faced with the blood mist, Charlemagne immediately unleashed a vibrant aura of battle energy, his power enhanced by 7 types of fighting spirit, making him nearly equal to the Sky Warrior, whose energy he had just released. Generally speaking, low-level warriors to high-level warriors still belonged to the realm of ordinary humans able only to temper their bodies with battle energy, but unable to unleash battle energy resulting in relatively minor destructive power. However, bronze warriors to gold warriors can already unleash battle energy, their combat power increasing several times, placing them in the extraordinary realm capable of destroying large buildings. Yet earth warriors to sacred domain warriors belong to a different class of beings altogether. Not only is their battle energy stronger, but they also possess special abilities. For instance, Charlemagne at his current earth level can continuously recover power, as long as he stands on the ground, while sky warriors can restore their strength without needing to touch the earth, and can even fly in the air. Upon reaching the sacred domain, they can also condense their own realm. At this moment, Charlemagne's power could easily obliterate a small town in the divine continent. Summoning the Dao Key sword, Charlemagne swung it to unleash a magnificent flame slash directly at the incoming blood mist, yet the blood mist surprisingly swallowed the slash whole, releasing only a wisp of white smoke as it maintained its speed. Charlemagne dared not let the opponent close in, flying towards the city outskirts in an attempt to draw them away, especially since there were so many people in the city. Barbados followed closely behind, knowing the people in the city couldn't escape. Flying ahead, Charlemagne noticed that the opponent's speed seemed to be only slightly faster than his own, indicating that their recovery of strength was not substantial. Before long, they reached the outskirts, chasing across the wilderness. "Kid, you can't escape the blood mist," relentlessly pursued Charlemagne. "Who said I was going to escape?" Charlemagne stopped and unleashed his lightning attribute battle technique, Limitless Electric Glow, towards the rear. A thick bolt of lightning struck like a thunder dragon, hitting the blood mist in an instant. The mist crackled with electricity, bursting apart, and then reconstituted into the form of hawk. Barbados let out a humph and unleashed a massive black palm composed of battle energy, slapping towards Charlemagne. Caught off guard, Charlemagne could only brace himself with a Dao Key sword. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain sent flying by the black palm and crashing into the distant wasteland. Struggling to rise from the ground, he was thankful for his strong physical constitution, having sustained only minor injuries. That didn't hurt at all. Barbados was astonished, knowing that this move would severely injure an ordinary Sky Realm warrior. At the same time, he was pleased with the new body he was about to seize. From the previous attack, Charlemagne deduced that the opponent likely possessed peak Sky Realm strength. While he was still contemplating, Barbados struck again. "Let me show you my realm." Barbados spread his arms, and a dark realm enveloped Charlemagne entirely. "So there's a realm after all?" Charlemagne was astonished. He had only seen descriptions of realms in books. The types of realms could be incredibly varied, with some condensing mountains of corpses and seas of blood, others creating boundless sword domains, and still others conjuring starry oceans. In short, there were all kinds of them. Barbados feared that Charlemagne might escape again. His power had not fully recovered, and he had no time for games. This place was so dark that he couldn't even see his own body, forcing Charlemagne to rely on his spiritual sense to sense the surroundings of the realm. However, he found that his spiritual sense could only perceive a radius of about 2 meters. This made him tense, as he could no longer detect the location of the evil god, while the opponent could likely see him clearly. Charlemagne also discovered that not only could he not see, but his hearing and sense of smell were also rendered useless. "Ha ha, kid, in my realm your 5 senses are useless. Only your spiritual sense can have some effect, but it will also be greatly suppressed. Hand over your body obediently." Barbatos' malicious laughter echoed in his mind. Charlemagne knew that if he could not break free from the realm, he would become nothing more than meat on the opponent's chopping block. "I can't win, I simply can't win," Charlemagne thought to himself. From the exchanges so far, he had already realized that he was no match for the opponent. Now, having fallen into the opponent's realm, his situation was even more dire. After all, the opponent likely still had many tricks up his sleeve, while he had too few means to inflict damage on his enemy. With no way to escape and unwilling to fight desperately considering Barbados might make a move from the shadows, Charlemagne had no choice but to use the precious summoning talisman. Taking the summoning talisman from his space, Charlemagne activated it directly, and in an instant he knew which deity he could summon. He then shouted to the sky, "Quickly go to the west," and summoned the Buddha of Enlightenment. A faint light flickered and vanished from the summoning talisman. In a world filled with Buddhist practitioners, where spiritual energy flowed abundantly, and treasure mountains radiated brilliant Buddhist light, at the very center of this world stood a colossal mountain whose boundaries could not be seen. On the giant mountain various temples and pavilions had been constructed, with a massive stone temple at the peak. Engraved on the temple were the 4 brilliant characters Great Thunder Sound Temple, each as large as a mountain. At this moment within the Great Thunder Sound Temple a gigantic Buddha with lumps all over his head sat on a lotus throne adorned with pearls and treasures. The golden lotus throne coupled with the golden aura behind the Buddha made him appear even more sacred and majestic. The Buddha was currently explaining the teachings of Buddhism to the countless Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and arhats within the stone temple. All conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, and shadows, like dew and lightning. One should view them as such. Every word spoken by the Buddha resonated in the hearts of all Buddhist practitioners in this world. Why was that so? Because he was the ancestor of all Buddhas, the first person to attain Buddhahood. The entire world was contemplating the Buddha's teachings just expressed by the Buddha, while the Buddha himself closed his eyes pondering new Buddhist teachings. He had yet to see the end of this path. However, after just a moment of closing his eyes, the voice "Quickly go to the west," and summoned the Buddha of Enlightenment echoed in his heart. The Buddha opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, trying to calculate the situation, but after a long time, he could not figure it out. It seems to be the intention of that one only that one would act this way, the Buddha thought. Although he was the ancestor of all Buddhas, he had countless titles, Buddha of Enlightenment being one of them. The Buddha closed his eyes again, and an invisible energy shot forth from his body, traversing countless times, dimension, spaces, and universes, at an incomprehensible speed, arriving in the world where Charlemagne was and entering his body. All of this occurred the instant Charlemagne finished his last word. In an instant Charlemagne gained knowledge of all the Buddha's abilities, and his power expanded to an incredible level. He also received a system prompt stating that due to the exchange his power could only maintain this state for 1 second, meaning he could only use one move before this state ended. At this moment Charlemagne's thoughts were only at a microsecond in duration, and he had already devised countless ways to deal with Barbados, yet, in the end, he reluctantly chose the most peaceful option. Any other technique could easily destroy this world. For instance, a move like World in Palm would probably crush this world, as if it were clay, too terrifying. Without further hesitation Charlemagne softly uttered Amitba. An invisible force quickly spread, turning Barbados and his realm into nothingness, leaving no trace behind, revealing a tranquil wasteland. 1 second passed, and Charlemagne also lost the power of summoning. He forgot all of the Buddha's abilities, cleanly remembering only that he had used the summoning talisman, and then performed a divine ability of the Buddha, unable to recall anything else. Looking at the empty surroundings, Charlemagne cautiously used his spiritual sense to probe again, confirming that Barbados was truly gone before finally relaxing his tense heart. Unfortunately, the body is gone. It's hard to explain. I can only report that there was a complete loss of the body. Charlemagne pouted and shook his head. Returning to Stone Fragment Fortress and reuniting with the other lords, Charlemagne fabricated a story about finding Hawk and using magic to blow him up, so that not even pieces of his corpse remained. Is Viscount Charlemagne also a magician? Imel asked curiously. He just promoted to a high-level magician. I was lucky enough to kill Hawk. Upon hearing that Charlemagne was a high-level magician, the three accepted his claim. Subsequently, Lord Schumann presented the spoils of war acquired during this campaign against the rebel army, passing the list to the three of them. The Stone Fragment Lord was quite wealthy. The spoils were nearly worth 1,000,000 gold coins. In the end, after Charlemagne made the decision, The spoils were divided into 5 portions, with each family taking 1 share, and the remaining share left for the future lord inheriting the stone fragment territory, though it was only worth 100,000 gold coins. This couldn't be blamed on them after all they had put in the effort, and taking some things was only fair. Moreover, it was taken from the rebel army classified as spoils of war. Even if it reached the king's ears, the king would not raise any objections. After tidying everything up, and leaving a few soldiers to maintain order, each family returned to their respective territories. This time, aside from taking back the spoils and 650 captives, Charlemagne also returned with quite a number of books from Stone Fragment Fortress. However, these were nothing compared to losing the chance of the summoning talisman, which was a great loss. Upon returning to the estate, in the study Charlemagne had Morgan draft a memorial to the throne, its contents being the battle achievements, unanimously agreed upon by the 4 lords, slightly exaggerated beyond the true record. Defeating over 2,000 rebels was embellished to 3,000, yet not excessively, so for this world favored the embellishment of feats. Charlemagne also instructed Morgan to write in the memorial, hoping that the king would grant clemency for the death sentence of the 650 captives. He could forego his own reward, and he penned a tearful account of the rebels' plight. After Morgan departed, Charlemagne sipped the milk coffee brewed by Beifu.
I hope this moves the king. These are valuable laborers. Beifu, is Zaina awake yet?
Charlemagne asked the rabbit-haired maiden standing nearby. Today Beifu wore a pure white Japanese-style made outfit, her long rabbit ears drooping on either side of her forehead. They perked up only when Charlemagne spoke.
Master Zaina still hasn't awakened. She's been sleeping all along.
It was expected that the dragon maiden Zaina would sleep, so much dragons grew stronger through slumber.
Such a monstrous race growing stronger just by sleeping,
Charlemagne thought with envy.
He nodded. He'll be going out again soon, farther this time, and he'll have to stay for a while. Master, you just returned. Why must you leave again?
Beifu asked curiously.
Let me come with you, master. I can take care of you.
Though Beifu's expression betrayed nothing, her heart was disconsolate. Only by her master's side, seeing him every day, could she feel secure. Charlemagne pondered a moment. Taking Beifu along was acceptable, and with his maternal grandfather's birthday only half a month away, he had to depart today.
Tell the others in the castle to gather in the hall. I'll give my instructions personally,
Charlemagne commanded. Shortly in the spacious hall all were present except the dragon maiden Zaina, and the butler Mashi, who was away. There were the light elf Bayana, the cat girl Cecilia, the rabbit girl Beifu, the little maid Juria, her aunt Peishi, and her little cousin Nike. Charlemagne informed them of his journey to the Dowdun family, and gave them instructions.
Beifu's going too. Master, take me as well,
Cecilia pleaded eagerly.
This time I'll take Beifu. Next time it'll be your turn,
Charlemagne said with a smile.
All right,
Cecilia replied, somewhat disheartened but obedient to his command.
I'll help you look after the territory, Bayana,
said the light elf, clenching her little fist. Charlemagne smiled and nodded at her, then turned his gaze to Jerizi.
Master, he'll keep the castle clean,
Jerizi said, seeing that everyone had spoken and the lord was looking at her. She had to clench her fist as well, for besides housework, she only knew how to cook a little.
Charlemagne, I know you're strong, but be careful at the Dowdun family,
Aunt Peishi said worriedly, for the Dowdun family still had many formidable warriors.
I know, Aunt. Rest assured he'll handle your matters too,
Charlemagne chuckled.
Cousin, travel safely. Come back soon and teach me magic,
Nike said, tugging at Charlemagne's hand.
I'll bring you a gift when I return, Nike,
Charlemagne said, patting his little cousin's head.
You're the best cousin, hee.
After a few more words of advice, Charlemagne left the estate with Beifu. This time he did not bring Aunt Peishi and her daughter, for they did not wish to return to that home, and Charlemagne didn't want them to go either. The military camp. The camp had now expanded considerably, its walls replaced with concrete studded with broken glass, and encircled by barbed wire imbued with electric magic, making it impossible for ordinary people to climb over. The energy for the electric magic came from a thunder-type magic core. Charlemagne was wealthy and had bought a 6-tier thunder core that would last for years. As Charlemagne arrived outside the camp, he heard the shouts of recruits training. These new soldiers had enlisted in spring, and had yet to awaken the seed of battle chi, so they were still considered recruits. He demanded elite soldiers none below the level of a primary martial artist would suffice. For talented recruits, he provided potions to increase the chance of forming a battle chi seed. Upon entering the camp, Toby, alerted by a messenger, came out to welcome him. The 2-meter tall man had not changed except for a slight increase in strength.
"My lord, you've arrived,"
Toby said respectfully.
Give me a report on the camp's current situation,"
Charlemagne said calmly. He had been busy with other matters, and hadn't checked on the camp for a long time. He didn't even know how many soldiers there were, though reports were delivered periodically. He never read them. The main reason was the rapid recruitment. Anyone who had reached the level of a primary martial artist and had a good character could pass directly, needing only a brief training to join his private army. Recruitment ads were everywhere in Greenwater territory, and the newspaper carried them in every issue. The territory's dungeon attracted a flood of adventurers, and seeing the generous rewards of Charlemagne's recruitment, many chose to join his forces.
"My lord, the camp now has 300 regular soldiers and 500 recruits. Among them, the cavalry has increased to 900, and our arms reserves can equip another 500.
Charlemagne nodded, then toured the camp with Toby and Beifu. His soldiers spent most of their time patrolling the territory and clearing wild monsters, with the rest given to training. The recruits and veterans, seeing their lord approach, trained with even greater zeal. Charlemagne was pleased with the morale and spirit of his men. Next, they visited the camp kitchen, where 100 cooks were preparing nutritious meals. Charlemagne's requirement was 10 dishes, 5 meat and 5 vegetable, supplemented periodically with monster meat to strengthen their physiques. Seeing their lord, the head chef stopped working to bow.
"Go on with your work, and just looking,"
Charlemagne said with a wave and a smile. The chefs resumed their tasks, and Charlemagne sampled several finished dishes.
"Not bad,"
he said. The lord's praise heartened the chefs, but they diligently continued cooking. The food in the kitchen was generously portioned and delicious, catering to both mild and strong flavors, though it still fell far short of Bayana's cooking. They then visited the armory, where various suits of armor, saddles, longswords, and crossbows were neatly arranged, all newly forged by the blacksmiths. The old equipment had been melted down and reforged. How wonderful it was to have a mine at home, Charlemagne thought with a light heart. Including the new recruits, the camp now had 4,300 soldiers. Adding the various security forces and the guard protecting merchant caravans, Charlemagne commanded over 8,000 combat-ready personnel. Moreover, apart from the recruits, nearly all his soldiers and guards were martial artists. This was already a considerable force within the kingdom, surpassing many established families. After inspecting the camp, Charlemagne ordered Toby to select 50 cavalrymen at the advanced martial artist level. For this trip to the Dowdun family, he would only need a guard of 50. No need for more, as it wasn't a war. In no time, the 50 cavalrymen assembled, all uniformly advanced martial artists. Charlemagne was satisfied with Toby's obedience, acting promptly on every command. With the ornate kiln-drawn carriage slowly moving, flanked by 50 fully armed cavalrymen, Charlemagne departed from Wangyang town. A journey that normally takes half a month, but Kalaman's Kirin carriage and cavalry were faster, arriving at the main city of the Dowdun family's territory in the northern kingdom, Baishar City, in just 1 week. The name Baishar City comes from the fact that its city walls are entirely built of hard Baishar rock, a stone as hard as the granite of Blue Star. Constructing a city with a permanent population of 3 million from such stone demonstrates the strength of the Dowdun family. Compared to the Chalaman family's mere 3 generations of history, the Dowdun family has been passed down for dozens of generations with ancestors who were founding heroes of the Kabus kingdom. After entering Baishar city, Chalaman was in no hurry to visit the Dowdun family. Instead, he decided to stroll around the city, since he had arrived a bit early. Chalaman housed all the knights in a luxurious inn within the city, then set off to wander with Bei Fu and 2 guard knights. He casually hired a guide who at Chalaman's request led him to the largest slave market in Baishar city. Baishar city is relatively close to the 10,000 mountains where dwarves dwell, so there are many dwarf slaves here, mostly mountain dwarves, gray dwarves, cave dwarves, and northern dwarves. Mountain dwarves are skilled in forging. There are currently 7 in Chalaman's territory. Gray dwarves excel at construction. The dwarven grand city of furnace stone is their masterpiece. Cave dwarves are adept at mining and prospecting, while northern dwarves are more warlike and more proficient in combat skills than other dwarves. Chalaman took out a large handful of gold coins and practically swept all the dwarves in the slave market, acquiring 50 mountain dwarves, over 200 gray dwarves, over 550 cave dwarves, and 200 northern dwarves, totaling more than 1,000 dwarves. Among them were many old and weak, but dwarf elders and children can still work normally, unlike humans, whose bodies weaken as they age. With these dwarves, Chalaman believed he could greatly increase the development efficiency of his territory and have his castle built faster. After obtaining the magical slave contracts for the dwarf slaves, Chalaman paid the deposit and half a month's food expenses, since he would remain here for at least another week and could not take the dwarves away immediately. This time Chalaman only bought dwarf slaves, not a single human slave, since human slaves here were much more expensive than in the southern kingdom, and also farther from his territory. The price of 1 here could buy 2 in Buzz City. After leaving the slave market, at Chalaman's request, the guide took him to the highest class establishment in the city, the Eden Tavern. Eden Tavern was not accessible with mere money, one also needed noble status. Only after revealing his identity was Chalaman allowed to enter with Bei Fu and 2 guard knights, and he also brought the guide inside. Entering the tavern, Chalaman was also astonished by its luxury. The walls were adorned with resplendent carvings. Countless fluorescent white magic lamps illuminated the entire main hall, and at the center of the hall was a huge magic fountain. Many nobles came and went in the main hall, chatting and laughing. This looks even more lavish than the upscale restaurants of my past life, Chalaman thought to himself. The guide, being a commoner, was shocked by the scene, his mouth agape. Bei Fu and the guards were likewise astonished, though they did not show it on their faces. "My lord, may I help you?" A beautiful maid approached and asked respectfully. "Give me a quiet room," Chalaman said. Led by the maid, they arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor. Chalaman then ordered all the restaurant's signature dishes. When the dishes were served, there were exactly 27 courses, though the portions were small, clearly taking an elegant approach. Shortly after, the maid brought eating utensils, all high-grade silverware. But Chalaman noticed that only he had utensils, his subordinates, and the guide had none. At first, he thought the maid had forgotten and would bring them later, but after waiting and waiting, the maid did not return. So Chalaman asked Bei Fu to call the maid. Bei Fu went out and soon returned with the maid. "What's going on? Why do I have utensils but not my subordinates?" Chalaman frowned. "It's like this, my lord. The establishment's rule is that only nobles are allowed to dine here. Your subordinates lacking noble status cannot eat here." The maid replied with perfect courtesy, without any worry about facing a noble. Chalaman's brows smoothed. After all, this world valued nobility above all. It was not unusual for some shops to have such odd rules. After thinking for a moment, Chalaman took out a handful of gold coins and pressed them into the maid's hand, pointing at his subordinates. "Bring each of them a set of utensils. Can you do that?" Looking at the handful of gold coins, estimating more than a dozen, the maid immediately agreed. Although the consequences of being discovered were severe under the temptation of gold, she decided to take the risk. Soon the maid brought 4 silver utensils. "What are you all standing for? Come over and eat. Do you need me to feed you?" Chaliman said, looking at the uneasy group. Bei Fu had been sitting beside Chaliman all along. Only the 2 guards and the guide were standing. It was their first time dining with the Lord, and they were very nervous, but at Chaliman's shout they quickly sat on the soft chairs. Chaliman began eating directly. Only after seeing the Lord eat did the others start, though Bei Fu also started eating every dish she picked up with her knife and fork she placed on her Lord's plate, knowing these were what the Lord liked. Bei Fu, eat up. Outside you don't have to be like in the manner, Chaliman said. Serving the Lord was Bei Fu's daily routine in the manor, but since the Lord had spoken she began to eat as well. The guide was about to silently bury himself in the meal, but Chaliman, while eating, took time to ask the guide for some information about Baishar city. They soon ate and drank their fill. When it came time to settle the bill, the 27 dishes cost him 108 gold coins, enough to buy many slaves. It made Chaliman sigh at how easy it was to make money from nobles, but mainly because there were too many wealthy nobles. Even an ordinary lord like his father could save tens of thousands of gold coins, and in a big city like Baishar wealthy people were everywhere. As Chaliman was paying at the front desk, a young man in a purple long robe nearby stared at Bei Fu with a lecherous gaze, then walked toward Chaliman. When the maids and the manager saw the man in the purple robe approaching, they immediately bowed and greeted young Master Orlando. Chaliman casually glanced at him. The man's eyes were sunken clearly from excessive indulgence, and he kept staring at Bei Fu, obviously having designs on her. "This rabbit-haired maiden is your servant, right? I like her. Name your price." The purple-robed youth smirked. "By the way, I'm Orlando from the Dowdun family." Hearing that the other wanted to buy Bei Fu, and had announced his family, and knowing the Dowdun family was the master of this place, it was clearly a threat. However, Chaliman recalled that the Dowdun family had no young legitimate male members. His uncle and aunt had only daughters. Where did this young man come from? Bei Fu saw the man staring at her, but showed no expression on her face, though inwardly she was very uneasy. She knew her lord would never sell her, but what if? "My servant is not for sale. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave," Chaliman replied indifferently. "Hey, you seem unfamiliar. Where are you from?" Orlando suddenly said, with a smile beginning to exude a dangerous aura. Orlando thought to himself, this man was so ungrateful. He had already declared his family, yet he refused to sell the rabbit-haired girl. If he were just some unknown minor noble, he would surely make him disappear. Though he disliked the man constrained by noble etiquette, Chaliman introduced himself. "My name is Chaliman from the Dandelion family." Chaliman Pugoning. Orlando fell into thought. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. Chaliman paid him no heed. He had no interest in befriending someone like that. While Orlando was still pondering, Chaliman took his people and left. Right, the old man had mentioned the name Chaliman. So it was him. The lucky fellow with that miraculous estate, nominally his cousin, and moreover a lord with real power, not someone he could provoke. Orlando recalled this, and though reluctant, it was the truth. "He won't hold that incident against me, will he?" Orlando regretted. "That guy also has the bloodline of the Dowdun family. If I provoke him, it's hard to say whether the Dowdun family would help me or him." Orlando was born to the new wife of Chaliman's uncle Mikesi, and followed his mother into the Dowdun family. He had since taken the Dowdun surname. He was a year older than Chaliman, now 21, with no real talent for cultivation. Though he had reached the level of a high-level warrior, it was achieved through a pile of resources. No longer thinking about the beautiful rabbit-haired girl, and whom he could or could not afford to offend, Orlando was still astute. He instructed the tavern manager to serve him as usual. The tavern's major shareholder was the Dowdun family, and as a member of the family his consumption here was free. Under the guide's lead, Chaliman once again wandered through Baishar city. However, he truly disliked shopping. Following the guide's recommendation, he decided to visit the Colosseum. The Colosseum was located in the southern part of Baishar city. It took them a full hour to get there. The security in the outskirts of Baishar City was terrible. Unlike the city center, the outskirts were home to paupers and gangs, and various factors resulted in poor security. Kalaman, dressed in aristocratic attire and accompanied by 2 armored guards, managed to avoid any trouble. After all, offending a noble was not a wise thing to do. Entering the Colosseum, there were bloody and violent spectacles such as warrior fight, slave battles, and man versus beast combat. These were major attractions on the Jushan continent, where entertainment was scarce. Chaliman came out of curiosity. Spending 30 gold coins, Chaliman purchased the use of a small private room. The room contained only a few tables and chairs with a generous amount of fresh fruit on the table, nothing else. One wall facing the Colosseum arena was made into an open balcony, allowing Chaliman a clear view of the arena. At that moment, the Colosseum was packed with tens of thousands of spectators, as it was not an everyday event, only once a week. It was now afternoon and the sky had darkened. On the vast arena, comparable to 4 football fields in size, the host amplified his voice, with magic, loudly delivered some opening remarks, and then announced the start of the competition. The first to enter were 2 high-level warriors, both middle-aged. One was tall and sturdy, while the other had a slender build. Participants in the Colosseum all signed up voluntarily, lured by the generous prize money. The rules were relatively fair. Fights were between those of the same rank. However, one rule was that the opponent must be killed. Many nobles would also seek outstanding slaves to register in their names, letting them win the prize money. The amount varied greatly depending on the rank. A high-level warrior would receive 2,000 gold coins for killing an opponent, while at the bronze level the prize rose to 2,000 gold. In the Colosseum, no armor was allowed, only weapons. The 2 high-level warriors wrestled for over 10 minutes, both sustaining many injuries. Their strength was comparable, but in the end the slender warrior seized an opening in his opponent's defense and decapitated him with his weapon. The moment the head hit the ground, the arena erupted in cheers. The slender warrior spread his arms, basking in the acclaim. Then the warrior withdrew to claim the high prize he had fought so desperately to win. A new duel began once again, this time a high-level warrior versus a third-rank magical beast. The prize money for fighting a beast was double that for fighting a human. The beast was generally selected at random, if lucky a weaker one, if unlucky too bad. However, most beasts were strong, and the chance of drawing a weak one was very slim. This time the high-level warrior was unlucky. He faced a third-rank frost leopard. It was not only extremely fast, but also capable of casting ice magic to slow down its opponent. The fight had barely begun when the warrior lost his life to the leopard's speed and magic slow. Once again cheers rang out. The frost leopard released its huge fangs from the warrior's neck and bared its teeth at the audience with a low growl. Soon a bronze-level warrior came out to subdue the frost leopard with ease, and took it away. These beasts were captured from the wild, and retained their ferocity. However, the Colosseum could only host challenges up to third-rank beasts. Fourth-rank beasts corresponding to bronze-level strength were already in the supernatural realm, and ordinary cages could not hold them. Amid fervent cheers, one slaughter after another continued. There were dwarf slaves fighting humans, orc slaves fighting dwarves, elves battling magical beasts, mages against warriors, assassins against archers, various races, professions, and genders. Towards the end, the combat strength rose from high-level warriors to the bronze realm. Although in Kalaman's eyes, these were all low-level brawls, the collision of combat techniques from different races and professions still broadened his horizons. Next, the final match, Miss Wei challenges our arena's frost giant Alan. This is a battle between silver-level powerhouses, and it will surely not disappoint you, the host announced with great fervor on the arena. Soon 2 figures stood in the field, one huge and one small, their height difference about 5 or 6 times. The smaller one was a beautiful woman with long golden hair wearing tight red training clothes. She held a knight's long sword, assuming a combat stance as she stared at her opponent. Opposite her stood a frost giant, with light blue skin seemingly over 10 meters tall. He wielded a steel hammer that looked extremely heavy, yet in his hand it seemed like a toy. The giant Alan had been undefeated in this Colosseum for decades. As a long-lived race, frost giants reached high-level warrior strength upon adulthood. Alan had never lost since arriving at this Colosseum, winning from high level all the way to silver. Unfortunately, he was a slave of the Colosseum, bound by a magical slave contract. Unless something unexpected happened, he would spend his entire life here, a mere tool for making money. The battle began quickly. The golden-haired woman named Sui launched the first attack. Her speed was remarkable, far faster than an ordinary silver warrior, as if she had activated some speed-type combat technique. The frost giant swung his massive hammer down at Sui as she charged, smashing a huge crater into the gravel-covered ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured Sui from the audience's view. But dust does no harm. As the dust quickly dissipated, Sui had already appeared on Aowen's left arm. Her objective was clear Aowen's eyes. Alan knew her intention. His race might have thick skin and immense strength, but like all creatures, the eyes were their weakest point. Alan looked clumsy, but that was not the case. His speed was comparable to an ordinary silver warrior. He quickly dropped his hammer and freed his right hand to grab at the woman. However, the intention was good, but his speed fell short. Sui had already reached his shoulder. She raised her knight's long sword and thrust it toward Aowen's eye. Seeing he could not parry in time, Aowen could only shut his eyes tightly, silently praying that her weapon was merely an ordinary one. Ah! A pained cry. Aowen's left eye had been stabbed blind. Owen's injury ignited the audience in the arena, shouting fervently, "Kill him, kill him!" Clearly they longed to see the undefeated champion of the arena fall. However, many faces were filled with worry, for they had placed heavy bets on Owen to win. Although the odds were 1 to 1.1, countless victories had allowed them to amass a considerable amount of gold coins. Zoe struck true and immediately dodged the grasping giant hand. If Owen with his immense strength were to catch her, neither she nor even a golden warrior would fare well. Owen covered his bleeding eye socket, his remaining eye glaring angrily at Zoe, who stood not far away. In Owen's decades of fighting in the arena, the number of warriors who had made him bleed could be counted on one hand. To his surprise, another had emerged today, and within moments of the battle starting he had lost a crucial eye. While his own healing ability would allow him to grow a new eye, it would still take considerable time. Owen's gaze scrutinized the knight's long sword in Zoe's hand, realizing that this sword could penetrate his most vulnerable skin, indicating it was at least a profound-grade weapon. With his current body strength, profound-grade weapons could not breach his defenses. However, the skin around his eyes was comparatively weak, making it susceptible to such weapons. "Little girl, it has been many years since anyone has made me bleed. Those who have made me shed blood have all been reduced to meat paste by my hands, and today your fate will be no different." Owen released his grip. The bleeding from his eye had stopped, but the blood that had congealed on his face made him look even more terrifying. Owen realized that the woman had just employed a speed-based combat technique, which explained her remarkable swiftness. However, he believed that such explosive speed could not be sustained for long. Grabbing a giant hammer nearby, he swung it fiercely at Zoe. This time Owen did not strike vertically but swung it horizontally with both hands. The speed of the giant hammer's attack was on par with Zoe's movement, and it struck with tremendous force, forcing Zoe to evade. Thus she dodged Owen's attacks dozens of times without ever finding the opportunity to get close. After several consecutive dodges, perhaps Owen was feeling fatigued, as he did not immediately retract the giant hammer he had swung, leaving a wide opening for Zoe. Seizing the opportunity, Zoe, despite her speed relying on combat techniques, had expended much energy. Although her fighting spirit could be sustained for a while longer, she would not let this rare chance slip away. Zoe dashed in front of Owen, leaping forward heavily, with the sword tip aimed at his chest. Wind howl flash. Around Zoe's knight's long sword, wind elements rapidly coalesced. To the onlooker, what she held was no longer a sword, but a swiftly rotating storm. As the storm seemed poised to pierce Owen's chest, Zoe was confident that this strike would easily penetrate his body. However, when she glanced at Owen's face, she saw him slowly forming an evil smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. A thick layer of ice armor rapidly formed over Owen's chest, a unique ability of the frost giant enabling him to crystallize ice armor anywhere on his body, though it did consume energy. In all his years in the arena, he had never used this ability, even the injury to his eye had not been revealed. Yet to kill Zoe exposing this trump card was still worthwhile. Zoe sensed something was amiss, but it was too late. The storm struck against the thick ice armor, acting like a drill, and sending ice shards flying. When the storm's power finally dissipated, it had only created a large hole in the ice armor, still a distance from Owen's skin. Taking advantage of this moment, Owen seized Zoe with his hand. Being gripped by a frost giant of the same level most likely signified the end. "Ha! I simply feigned a weakness, and you little girl fell for it." Owen laughed heartily without reservation. Zoe had not expected that the frost giant, typically seen as simple-minded, could be so cunning. This was also due to Owen's years in the arena, accustomed to various dark tactics. Owen slowly applied pressure with his hand, intending to crush Zoe, before fulfilling his earlier boast with the giant hammer. The pressure from his hand caused Zoe to feel discomfort. Although her physical strength was formidable, she could not withstand the monstrous force of the frost giant. "It seems there is no choice," Zoe murmured. Then a powerful force erupted from within her, causing her golden hair to sway as if in a breeze. Owen could not resist this power. His hand was forcibly opened. Zoe's form materialized, surrounded by an invisible energy that shielded her. Her golden hair fluttered with a dispersing energy, and her eyes glimmered with a faint white light resembling a goddess of war. At this moment, the energy bursting forth from Zoe elevated her combat strength to that of a golden warrior. "What kind of divine ability is this?" The frost giant hastily retreated, overwhelmed by the pressure Zoe exerted. Zoe did not answer. She merely swung her knight's long sword at Owen. At this point, Owen dared not engage in combat, focusing solely on defense, channeling energy to cover his body in ice armor. Nonetheless, Zoe's longsword pierced through his ice armor, as though it were tofu, for she had infused immense fighting spirit into the blade. Swish, swish, swish. Zoe's figure had disappeared, not truly vanished, but rather moving so swiftly that the ordinary eye could no longer perceive her. Countless beams of sword light erupted from Owen's body, lasting only for a moment. When one looked again, Zoe's figure had reappeared not far from Owen. At this point, she had returned to her original form. Her golden hair was no longer flowing, and the faint white light in her eyes had faded, though her complexion was pale, indicating significant exhaustion. She slowly sheathed her knight's long sword at her waist, and gazed at Owen. Owen remained in a half-crouched position, hands shielding his head. But after just a few seconds, his body began to collapse, like a building, revealing numerous deep lacerations, while a large hole had been pierced through his chest, marking his demise. The host excitedly stepped onto the platform, and announced loudly, "With magic, the victor is Miss Zoe. Let us congratulate her." The audience in the stands, having regained their senses from the shock of the host's voice, began to cheer wildly. However, many still found it hard to believe, while a significant number wept bitterly, for they had all bet on Owen, with some having wagered their entire fortunes, convinced that Owen was invincible. After this match, one could expect many new slaves to flood the slave market tomorrow. A divine ability that temporarily boosts strength. Thought Charlemagne in the private box. Charlemagne understood divine abilities. They were even rarer than combat techniques and skills. Each divine ability was challenging to master, and required vast resources for cultivation, and there were no ranks for divine abilities. Some combat techniques also inherently possessed divine abilities. That woman must be Zoe's cousin, Charlemagne mused. Charlemagne's uncle Max's daughter was named Zoe. Although he had only met her a few times in the capital, Charlemagne still remembered her, as the previous owner had often borrowed her name for his own gain. Both Charlemagne and Zoe attended the Royal Capital Academy. Zoe was an undeniable genius at the academy, and it was because of her that the previous owner had done quite well there. "Let's go, it's time to return." Charlemagne stood up and said. As soon as he returned to the tavern, a knight, who remained behind, approached to report.
"My lord, during lunchtime, the Doton family visited and sent word hoping you could reside at the Baisher Manor."
It was not surprising for Charlemagne that the Doton family could locate his residence. After all, it was their territory filled with their watchful eyes. This reminded him that he lacked an intelligence department on his own territory, and he should consider establishing one upon his return.
"Tomorrow, then I'll rest for now,"
Charlemagne said nonchalantly. After a day of wandering, he returned home at midnight, planning to go to Baisher Manor tomorrow. Morning arrived. Driving the Chilan carriage, Charlemagne made his way to the Doton family's Baisher Manor. After inquiring, he learned that the manor was located at the foot of the Thornflower Mountain in the city center. As the carriage rolled along the spacious road, the closer he got to Baisher Manor, the more luxurious carriages he encountered. Charlemagne estimated that many nobles were invited by the Doton family. Various luxurious carriages, not only drawn by horses, but also by many tamed magical beasts, passed by. However, Charlemagne had yet to see a vehicle that boasted a Chilan. This led many nobles to inquire about the identity of the Chilan carriage owner from their acquaintances, hoping to either purchase Charlemagne's Chilan or befriend him.
"Which family does this belong to, do you know?" "I don't know, but I suspect they aren't nobles from our north. Just look at that magical beast, it truly is magnificent and imposing."
A group of nobles discussed on the street. Not everyone could enter Baisher Manor at the moment. Most lesser nobles had to find their own lodgings, waiting for the birthday celebration to gain entry. With the invitation in hand, Charlemagne easily entered Baisher Manor. He couldn't help but admit that this manor was truly vast, far larger than his own, making his own manor seem insignificant. Under the guidance of the steward, Charlemagne traversed several areas before arriving at the study. The spacious and bright study was filled with bookshelves, and at a long table sat 5 individuals, a vigorous and robust elder, Charlemagne's uncle Max, the purple-clad young man he had met at the tavern, a beautiful middle-aged woman, and his cousin Zoe, whom he had seen just yesterday.
"Nice to meet you, grandfather Eureka."
Charlemagne performed a noble's greeting towards the elder seated at the head. Eureka was dressed in a well-fitted black suit, meticulously grooming his hair and beard, projecting an air of authority. This was indeed their first meeting. His previous incarnation had never met Count Eureka, as he was not favored and had been abandoned in the royal capital. Although Charlemagne disliked Eureka's working style, he still referred to him as grandfather instead of count to show familiarity. He then greeted his uncle Max and cousin Zoe. He had seen his uncle in their territory, and had met his cousin a few times in the royal capital. Max merely responded indifferently, while Zoe chose not to respond, as her cousin had caused her considerable trouble at school under her reputation.
"I haven't seen you in years, you've grown so much, Charlemagne,"
Eureka said. Charlemagne internally complained that this was their first meeting.
"Your appearance reminds me of your mother. I never expected she would leave us so soon."
Eureka expressed some sadness. Charlemagne was unsure if this grandfather was genuinely sentimental or feigning it, so he offered some comforting words to Eureka. After a while, Eureka calmed down and Charlemagne spoke up.
"Grandfather, I came not only to celebrate your birthday, but also to ask you to stop pressuring Aunt Percy." "Yes, grandfather, if Auntie disagrees, let's just leave it at that,"
Zoe also advised.
"Zoe, don't meddle in this. Your grandfather can handle it himself, and this matter doesn't require your concern." Max reprimanded Zoe.
"Indeed, the Doton family doesn't need your interference either,"
spoke the stunning woman sitting beside Max.
Charlemagne frowned as he looked at the woman, deducing her identity.
"You must be my Aunt Right."
The woman felt quite pleased upon hearing this, but chose not to respond to Charlemagne, acting aloof. After a moment of silence, Eureka finally spoke.
"I cannot agree to this matter, Charlemagne, for I have already promised the Quinton family that Percy must marry into their family. Why? I have heard that the Quentin family is merely a small family with a viscount title. Grandfather, can't you refuse if you want to?
If you agree to this, I can grant the Doton family a technology from my territory. You should be aware of the value of the technology from my land, Charlemagne asserted. The value of Charlemagne's territorial technology was widely known throughout the kingdom, and Eureka certainly understood it.
Though what you offer may have great value, I still cannot accept it.
The Quentin family has already aligned themselves with the second prince. Offending them equates to offending the second prince. Currently he is the most formidable contender for the throne of the entire Cabuster kingdom, and once he ascends, the Doton family will surely face suppression.
Charlemagne did not expect this matter to be entangled with the royal family, which left him in a difficult position. Should he show strength to compel the royal family to concede?
As Charlemagne contemplated, the steward of the Doton family approached Eureka, whispering something into his ear. Clearly it was not good news, as Eureka's brow furrowed deeply. Once the steward left, Eureka pondered for a moment before saying,
"The second prince has just arrived. You all should accompany me to meet him." Charlemagne shrugged. The meeting was just a meeting.
On the way, Zoe walked alongside Charlemagne. She had a much better impression of her cousin, who dared to speak up for his aunt, and had heard his conversation with his grandfather about some valuable technology. Having trained diligently at the academy, she had little exposure to the outside world, unaware of the wildly popular products from Greenwater territory, and that her cousin Charlemagne had long dropped out and returned home.
"Charlemagne, what is this technology you mentioned to grandfather? I thought you had always been in the royal capital,"
Zoe asked curiously. It's been over a year since I returned to inherit the family business. You didn't know?"
Charlemagne replied, puzzled.
"Oh, I truly didn't know. I thought you were still in the royal capital,"
Zoe explained.
"You inherited the family business. What about Uncle?" "Oh, Dad has already gone to heaven,"
Charlemagne said casually. "I'm sorry, Charlemagne, I didn't know, nor did I get to see him one last time,"
Zoe said somewhat awkwardly.
"It's okay, cousin, I didn't see him either,"
Charlemagne replied.
He said. The topic did not continue, and he casually asked Zoe about the woman beside Max and the young man.
As they followed a few people, Charlemagne used magic to shield their conversation from others. According to his cousin, the new aunt that Uncle married was originally a widow named Julia. Her ex-husband was a viscount. The young man was named Orlando, the child from her previous marriage, but after remarrying, the purple-clad young man had taken on the Doton family name. Since he had just returned, there was only so much she knew.
"So he is somewhat of a cousin to me,"
Charlemagne said, gazing at the back of the purple-clad young man. In the spacious and luminous living room, Charlemagne met the second prince of the Cabus kingdom. The second prince, named Philippa, bore the signature golden curls of the Golden Lion family. He appeared gentle and refined with striking features. In Calaman's past life, he would have been a sun-kissed heartthrob. However, Charlemagne knew that the prince was already in his 40s, appearing youthful only due to his silver-tier martial strength and early sleep habits. Accompanying the prince were two elderly men and a middle-aged man. The two elders seemed to serve as bodyguards.
"Greetings, second prince."
Everyone performed the aristocratic salute to the second prince. Subsequently, Count Ulika, as the head of the family, introduced the attendees to the prince. When introducing Calaman, the prince cast a surprised glance at him, but soon his attention was captivated by the young and beautiful Zoe. To the second prince, a viscount was hardly worthy of his regard. The only reason he spared Charlemagne a second look was the recent proliferation of peculiar products originating from Calaman's territory.
"Miss Zoe, we meet again,"
the prince said, approaching her.
"Have we met, your highness?"
Zoe asked with confusion.
"How I saw you at the Royal Academy's martial arts tournament last time. Your swordsmanship and charm have lingered in my thoughts,"
the prince confessed sincerely.
"Thank you for your praise, your highness, but I still lost,"
Zoe replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice.
"Do not be disheartened. I believe with your potential you will surely claim victory next time."
The prince comforted her. Zui nodded as if reignited with fighting spirit.
Count Yulika, I have come today hoping for your reply regarding the betrothal between Viscount Boat and Miss Peishi. After all, you have delayed this matter long enough.
Prince Philippa spoke calmly, as if discussing trivial matters. Indeed, the prince's visit was about Pix's affairs, causing Yulika some distress. With the old king's health deteriorating, the struggles among the princes grew increasingly fierce. Agreeing to this marriage would brand him as a supporter of the second prince. He had intended to remain neutral, though Philippa appeared to be the most likely candidate to succeed the throne. Nevertheless, he needed to deliberate carefully, as it concerned the rise or fall of his family.
Your Highness Peishi has not been found, so we cannot proceed with the agreed marriage,
Yulika said. The prince frowned. This old fox still did not favor him. Yulika's lack of confidence in Philippa was indeed justified, otherwise, how could Peishi have secretly left the Dodden family? All this was with Count Yulika's tacit approval, as he sought to stall further.
Count Yulika, stop pretending. I have learned that Miss Peishi is at your grandson Calaman's Greenwater territory. Now I want your answer,
Philippa said with rising anger. Yulika understood that the second prince wanted his allegiance. Marrying Peishi to Viscount Boat would be his pledge of loyalty. After a moment of deliberation, Yulika decided to comply with Philippa. Since the prince had approached him seeking support, and the second prince was currently the most influential, refusing now would forfeit any future opportunity.
Since your highness has spoken, Calaman, bring Peishi back,
Yulika ordered. Our nobles indeed prioritize interests above all, Calaman thought to himself.
Did you hear that, Calaman? Call that woman Peishi back immediately. She's always out and about doing nothing for the family,
Zelia said coolly.
Exactly, cousin Calaman, stop daydreaming. Send a message quickly and call Aunt Peishi back. We can't keep the second prince waiting.
Orlando chimed in as well. The mother and son, eager to curry favor with the second prince, did not mind offending the young Viscount Chalaiman.
What do you say, Viscount Chalaiman?
Philippa asked with a smile. Chalaiman glanced around.
I'm sorry, your highness, but I refuse. That is also my aunt's wish.
What? He dared to refuse me. This minor noble dares to defy me. When did my words as prince cease to hold sway? The second prince seethed inwardly.
What are you doing, Chalaiman? Apologize to the prince at once and speak properly.
Zelia and Orlando were both in disbelief. Cousin Zui was also taken aback, urging quickly.
Calaman, apologize to his highness immediately.
Count Yulika remained silent, his thoughts unreadable.
Calaman, apologize to the prince at once. Do you have a death wish?
My Kisi transmitted through a special Batliki secret technique. Chalaiman remained unmoved by the admonition, simply picking up a cup of fruit tea to take a sip. Zui was angry. Was this lad courting death? Thinking this, she strode toward Calaman, intending to force him to apologize to the prince, planning to plead on his behalf afterward, so the prince would not hold a grudge. Seeing his cousin launch a swift move to subdue him, Chalaiman had no choice but to counter with an even faster technique, capturing her instead. Zui felt a blur before her eyes, and found herself pinned by Chalaiman. She could not comprehend what had just happened. Hadn't she been about to seize him? How was she now the one captured?
Calaman, let me go.
Zui turned her head to say.
How dare you use force in the presence of the second prince?
The two elders behind the prince immediately blocked Calaman's path. Both elders possessed gold-tier martial strength, and from Calaman's brief move, they discerned his danger.
You must not wrong me, I was merely acting in self-defense,
Chalaiman said with a smile.
Viscount Calaman, do you truly intend to offend me?
The prince thundered.
Your highness, allow me to seize him.
The elder in black robes, with a long beard, spoke up. The prince said nothing, giving silent assent. The elder prepared to act, unleashing his gold-tier battle chi in a surge that sent various items in the living room flying. A flash, and the elder arrived before Calaman, striking a palm toward him. Chalaiman promptly pushed Zui toward Maikisi to avoid her being caught in the crossfire. Fearing collateral damage, the black-robed elder did not use his full strength, instead concentrating his battle chi in his palm. Charlemagne did not dodge. Against the incoming strike, he merely extended one hand and effortlessly caught the blow, one capable of shattering boulders. Feeling his attack easily deflected, the elder perceived a loss of face and channeled more battle chi into his palm. He struck directly, condensing battle chi into a massive handprint the size of a person aimed at Charlemagne. This man actually sought to kill me, Charlemagne mused. Charlemagne raised his hand and released a bolt of lightning like a serpent of thunder. It shattered the incoming bat-lucky hand, and with undiminished force struck the attacking elder. Though protected by powerful battle chi, the black-robed elder was nearly charred by the lightning bolt, collapsing to the ground with agonized moans. "Ertir, martial artist!" exclaimed the other elder behind the prince. "Ertir." Everyone present was stunned. "Are you certain?" the prince asked urgently. "Yes, your highness." Without unleashing his battle chi, he defeated a Gultir so effortlessly. He must be. After all, reaching the earth realm makes one a different kind of being compared to us. The prince's eyes lit up. Instead of concerning himself with his injured guard, he began to scheme over Charlemagne. After all, having another Earth-tier powerhouse supporting him would greatly increase his chances of ascending the throne. Philip's expression changed faster than flipping a page. Just moments ago, he wore a blank face, but now he smiled brightly. "My lord Charlemagne, it's all a misunderstanding. My guard dared to lay a hand on you, and he deserves to be taught a lesson by you. Also, since you disapprove of this marriage, let's cancel it, shall we, Count Bert?" With that, the second prince glanced at the middle-aged man behind him. Count Bert was not foolish either, immediately interjecting, Yes. Since Lord Charlemagne disagrees with this marriage, it shall not proceed." "Of course." What a joke! Earth warriors are the kingdom's elite forces, treated with utmost respect by the king. Only those of the same level, or the king himself, are obliged to address them as my lord. The speed at which the second prince changed his demeanor surprised Charlemagne. He hadn't expected that exposing the identity of an earth warrior would be so advantageous. This is the benefit of strength. Even a prince must now curry favor with him. The elder in the black robe was in a dire situation. He gained no credit, and ended up charred, looking like he would need quite a while to recuperate. Charlemagne had held back, otherwise he could have taken him out in one strike. Although Charlemagne was displeased with the second prince, he didn't want to make any enemies, especially since the prince had backing. "My lord Charlemagne, let's not discuss the marriage anymore, but could you?" The second prince hesitated to speak. Charlemagne understood. "You want me to support you?" "Yes, I hope Lord Charlemagne will assist me in ascending to the throne, and I will surely offer great rewards in return." "I refuse. I do not wish to be involved in the throne's disputes," Charlemagne stated without a second thought, disliking the person across from him, who was all about self-indulgence. Then Philip, undeterred, made a flurry of promises, including granting him a dukedom and a vast territory provided he ascended to the throne. However, none of this swayed Charlemagne. He simply wished to be a quiet little lord, living leisurely, at least for now. Eventually, Philip, hoping to persuade Charlemagne, offered 3 6-tier magical artifacts, and Charlemagne agreed without much hesitation. He had no intention of getting involved in the disputes, and now there were benefits without any fighting. Why not agree? The second prince wondered whether to use a magical contract, fearing Charlemagne might lack principles, promising one thing here and then joining another prince's faction. But after some thought, he decided against it. Now obtaining Charlemagne's promise through artifacts was quite a bargain. After all, he was the most hopeful prince for the throne. Soon Philip left in a hurry, without any further hesitation. Charlemagne, delighted, stored the 3 6-tier artifacts in front of Eureka and the others. After all, it was no surprise for an earth warrior to possess a spatial ring. These artifacts were worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and this second prince was quite generous. Eureka looked at his grandson, feeling a mix of emotions. "Charlemagne, I didn't expect you to have reached the earth realm, and you're only 20 years old."
Originally, I intended to extend an olive branch to you, considering that Greenwater territory is also a significant force with no backing from any factions. Why not pull you into my camp, especially since Charlemagne is my own grandson?
However, he had not anticipated that his grandson was extraordinary, already an earth warrior, a dominant figure within the kingdom. Even the king had to curry favor. Eureka speculated that Charlemagne might have some powerful backing, otherwise, how could he achieve such a level at such a young age? But he was mistaken.
It's just luck.
Charlemagne chuckled lightly. Luck? What kind of luck would that be? The people present secretly criticized Charlemagne for being quite the pretender. After chatting for a while, the butler from the Doton household brought Eureka some news, prompting Count Eureka to leave. Before departing, he instructed Zoe to treat Charlemagne well, having sensed that agreeing to the second prince's request had displeased Charlemagne, and that repairing their relationship was crucial. Uncle Max had already taken Julia and her child away, as their attempts to curry favor with Charlemagne had only resulted in perfunctory responses. They could only busy themselves with the banquet, leaving the beautiful cousin Zoe to accompany him. At this moment Zoe was feeling overwhelmed. The cousin she had always detested was hiding such depth. She had once felt pride in being a genius, but now, in comparison to Charlemagne, she felt like a joke.
Charlemagne don't hate grandfather, he does this for the family,
Zoe said. Charlemagne nodded. He understood, but he simply didn't like it.
Charlemagne, let's practice swordsmanship. Although you are already an earth warrior, you must be busy with your cultivation and haven't dedicated time to refining your sword skills, which will put you at a disadvantage against opponents of the same level. Are you teaching me what an earth warrior should do?
Charlemagne secretly scoffed. Zoe thought to herself that even though Charlemagne was a genius capable of rapidly advancing in realm, he would surely be weaker in close combat.
Cousin Zoe, I'm quite strong in swordsmanship too.
Charlemagne scratched his nose. Seeing Zoe's obvious disbelief, Charlemagne suggested they spar using only his silver-level strength. Zoe immediately agreed, as her pride lay in swordsmanship. In the training grounds of Whitestone Manor, Zoe stood ready with a practiced knight's sword, while Charlemagne drew a knight's sword from the weapon rack. The training ground in the manor was quite spacious, paved entirely with hard white stone, as the family consisted of warriors.
Watch out!
Charlemagne declared, launching the first attack. Charlemagne moved agilely, and in just a few exchanges he set Zoe's sword flying. In this match they were competing in swordsmanship, and Charlemagne easily disarmed Zoe, using only normal silver-level speed and strength. Having been immersed in martial arts techniques for so long in a martial arts world, he believed that there were few capable of surpassing him in technique. As Zoe watched her sword leave her hand, she stood in a daze. Just moments ago, her speed had far surpassed Charlemagne's, yet she still lost, which made her feel somewhat disheartened.
Charlemagne, you monster! How on earth did you cultivate?
Although she felt uncomfortable, it didn't take long for Zoe to come to terms with it. Seeing his cousin's aggrieved expression, Charlemagne understood her feelings. Having always been the genius, she now found herself outstripped by a cousin she had looked down upon in every aspect, which must be quite unpleasant.
Do you want to learn? I can teach you,
Charlemagne offered. Having personally experienced Charlemagne's terrifying swordsmanship, Zoe was naturally willing. Charlemagne didn't hold back either, directly teaching Zoe the techniques from his self-created limitless heavenly art. In the following days, aside from teaching Zoe swordsmanship, Charlemagne also explored Whitestone City under her guidance. While teaching swordsmanship, Zoe was also quite serious. During their sparring, she was able to last more rounds against Charlemagne. Meanwhile, Charlemagne inquired if Zoe could procure a warhorse, to which she replied it was a small issue. Ultimately, Charlemagne managed to acquire 500 warhorses from the northern regions through the Doton family's connections, and purchased several dwarf slaves, instructing his knight guards to take them back first, leaving only Beifu. Now Charlemagne no longer stayed in an inn, but directly moved into Whitestone Manor, where Zoe arranged for him to have a spacious and quiet room. However, living in Whitestone Manor was not entirely quiet. It was unclear who leaked the news of him being an Earth warrior, as there were always visitors coming to see him. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to it, rejecting all visitors, just as he had done in Ocean Town. Thus a week passed, and finally the day of the birthday banquet arrived. However, the banquet was dull. The nobles engaged in idle chatter and laughter, while the guest of honor, Count Eureka, conversed briefly with each noble, offering birthday wishes. After conveying some words of blessing to Eureka and presenting a gift, Charlemagne took his leave. In the Greenwater territory, during Charlemagne's absence, nothing significant happened. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner, which was normal, since there were no great dangers nearby. Before long, the royal rewards arrived, consisting of a large quantity of military supplies, and a reward of several 100,000 gold coins, ultimately elevating Charlemagne's title to that of a count. His achievement in suppressing the rebellion alone was not sufficient for the elevation to a count. It seems they were aware of his status as a earth martial artist, which must have been a factor in the promotion.
However, the news travels remarkably fast.
Charlemagne sighed. Although his title was raised to count, the size of his fief remained unchanged. It wasn't due to the kingdom's stinginess, but rather because all the surrounding fiefs were occupied, making it impossible to grant him more. Fortunately, Charlemagne didn't mind. In the Golden Palace, the royal palace of the Cobuster Kingdom, it was grand and magnificent. It is said that the Golden Lion family took 100 years to complete its construction, expending vast amounts of human and material resources. Not only was the palace aesthetically pleasing, but its defenses were also extraordinarily strong. The inscribed magical formations could withstand attacks from sky martial artists. Inside the king's chamber.
Cough, cough. Does Charlemagne truly possess the strength of an earth martial artist?
Asked the elderly King Lion 8 to his returning subordinate. As a sovereign, he was now 120 years old, yet well preserved, appearing as a handsome old man. Despite having access to many resources, he had only cultivated to the Golden Realm, which could only extend his lifespan by 50 years. After indulging in wine and pleasures, his health had deteriorated.
Yes, your majesty, through my perception magic, I can vaguely sense that Lord Charlemagne's fighting spirit already possesses the strength of an earth martial artist, said a subordinate cloaked in black. He had mingled among the team that rewarded Charlemagne, tasked by the king to investigate the authenticity of Charlemagne's status as a powerful earth martial artist. I never expected him to reach the level of earth martial artist at such a young age. I wonder what forces back him, but it is ultimately a good thing for the kingdom.
You may leave.
King Lion 8 waved his hand.
After the mage left, King Lion 8 murmured to the air.
The empire of the setting sun has birthed another powerhouse. Given Solomon's nature, war is surely forthcoming. I wonder which kingdom will be unfortunate.
However, King Lion 8 knew it would not be his own kingdom that would suffer. The Cobuster Kingdom did not share a border with the empire of the setting sun, thus the empire would not attack Cobuster. Nonetheless, they were part of the alliance of various kingdoms. If another kingdom was attacked, Cobuster would still have to send troops for support. In the past, a powerful earth martial artist was always appointed as the commander. King Lion 8 contemplated who to appoint for this position if war were to break out.
Your Majesty, the court struggles are becoming increasingly intense. Should we not intervene?
Came a frail male voice from the room.
I will not interfere as long as there are no deaths. Let's see which of my sons is more capable.
King Lion 8 said to the air. In a world of biohazard amidst a desolate forest, a figure suddenly emerged.
Ding, you have crossed over into the world of zombies. A main quest has been randomly issued. The main quest is activated. Use melee weapons to accumulate a total of 10 million zombie kills.
Upon successful completion of the task, a lottery ticket will be awarded. Failure incurs no punishment, but this system will forcibly shut down. World strength detected low level. The user may stay in this world for 10 years. After 10 years, they will be forcibly returned to their original world.
This task seemed to pose little difficulty, just a bit grindy. Let's see what powers can be harnessed in this realm, Charlemagne thought.
As a result, Charlemagne tried, and found that the energy here could not be converted into internal power fighting spirit Tao techniques, or spiritual power, meaning he could only rely on the strength stored in his body.
Alright, this world is indeed the so-called end of the law era, as mentioned online. However, using viruses seems to grant superpowers. Charlemagne speculated,
I probably have already been infected by the virus, but this virus should be harmless to me, someone from a transcendent world. In fact, this was true. The virus permeating the air entered Charlemagne's body, only to be eradicated by his powerful immune system.
Sigh, it seems there's nothing in this world to enhance my strength,
Charlemagne lamented.
Forget it, let's quickly complete the task. After all, a lottery is a good thing.
On a pitch-black night, along a desolate highway, a black compact car was driving. Inside the car were two blonde women. However, judging by the dirt on their clothes, they hadn't been cleaned in a long time, and their faces bore deep frowns of worry. Suddenly the car came to a halt, and the woman driving angrily pounded the steering wheel, cursing,
"Butt fuck."
Clearly she was on the verge of a breakdown. After a moment, she managed to regain her composure, and said to the woman in the passenger seat,
"Jessica, the car is out of gas. It seems we have to spend the night here, and tomorrow we can only walk."
The blonde woman in the passenger seat replied,
"Anna, you've done well enough. We will definitely reach New York."
Just as they were comforting each other and trying to lift their spirits, Anna spotted a vast area of green glowing eyes in the distance.
"Oh no, Jessica, it's a pack of wolves,"
Anna exclaimed. Jessica followed her gaze, and with the car out of gas, all she could see were those glowing green eyes, and the sheer number of them sent chills down their spines.
"What should we do, Anna?"
Jessica asked, panicking.
"I don't know, I just hope the car doors can hold them off,"
Anna replied, somewhat disheartened. Soon the pack of wolves reached the front of their car, and by the light of the moon, they realized that these were not ordinary wolves, but zombie wolves infected by the virus. Most of them had no skin or flesh, with only red muscle fibers exposed, appearing extremely terrifying. Seeing this horrifying scene, the two women screamed in terror. However, this did not deter the zombie wolves. They began to ram against the car doors and windows. The zombie wolves were stronger than their living counterparts, and the force of the impact distorted the car doors. The window beside Anna in the driver's seat shattered, and a grotesque wolf head lunged in to bite her. Anna immediately grabbed the wolf's head and pressed down with all her might. Jessica, frightened, shrank away next to the car door, but the zombie wolf, outside, was also ramming against the door, causing the glass to crack in a spiderweb pattern, frightening her into screams. Anna, also growing weary from the struggle with the wolf, felt the windshield was about to shatter, and the roof was filled with the sounds of the zombie wolves gnawing their fangs, digging in. The two women wore expressions of despair, feeling that they were destined to be devoured by the pack. Just then a strong light shone through, and a motorhome crashed into the back of their car, knocking both women unconscious. The motorhome door opened, and a man wearing a black trench coat, wielding a bright blue short knife, stepped out. Anna awakened from her coma to find herself inside a vehicle. The sky outside was already bright. Lying beside her was her best friend Jessica on a pristine white bed, whose sheets exuded a refreshing, pleasant fragrance. "Awake. If you're hungry, grab something from the fridge," said a cool, detached male voice. Anna turned to the source of the sound, and saw a man clad in a black trench coat driving the RV. Still groggy from just waking up, Anna then recalled how she and Jessica had been fighting off a pack of wolves the night before, and then it seemed they had been hit by a car. Anna then examined her body, and finding no missing limbs, breathed a sigh of relief. Yet she quickly shifted into a state of vigilance. After all, in this apocalyptic world, humans could often be more terrifying than anything else. "You saved us, didn't you?" "Thank you so much," Anna said. "You're welcome. I happened to come across you," the man in black replied. The man was naturally Charlemagne. Originally he had planned to fly directly to a major city to massacre zombies, but upon stepping out, he had stumbled upon an RV and decided to take a road trip instead. On the very first day of driving, he encountered the two women and rescued them by ramming into the wolves with his vehicle. Seeing that Chaliman seemed harmless, the women finally relaxed. "How did you manage to pull us out of that wolf pack? And zombie wolves at that?" Anna walked over to Chaliman, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. It was then that she caught a glimpse of Chaliman's profile. She was utterly stunned. This man was impossibly handsome, far surpassing any celebrity or model she had ever seen on television. Was he an angel? Hey, you'll find out soon enough. Go get something to eat first, Chaliman said with a faint smile, not turning his head. Since he didn't elaborate, Anna refrained from pressing further. "My name is Anna. The one on the bed is my friend Giexica. May I know yours?" "I'm Chaliman." "Chaliman. I see." Both Chaliman and the women spoke English. Chaliman had learned it in the zombie world along with many other languages. With his formidable spirit power, picking up languages was child's play. Anna went to the bedside and shook the drowsy Giexica awake. After her friend came to, she explained their current situation. Giexica then also thanked Chaliman, and together with Anna, they grabbed some food from the fridge and began devouring it hungrily. The fridge was stocked with ready-to-eat items. Apart from supplies collected along the way, Chaliman had also added some military ration cans from his dimensional space. It was evident that the two girls hadn't had a decent meal in a long time. Yet despite their hunger, they still whispered about Chaliman between bites. Given Chaliman's hearing, their whispers were meaningless. They mostly talked about how handsome he was and so on. It left him quite exasperated. Shallow women. Driving along the highway, they frequently encountered lone zombies, and Chaliman would casually dispatch them. From casual conversation, he learned that after the apocalypse broke out, the two girls had followed their families into a military base. But only half a year later, the base was overrun by zombies, and their families perished. They had barely escaped, and were now heading to U City, where they heard there was a large military base. Chaliman agreed to take them there since he needed to go to densely populated zombie areas to grind monsters anyway. The RV rolled into a small town. The road to U City was still long, and Chaliman needed to scavenge supplies. The town was swarming with zombies wandering aimlessly. As the RV entered, many zombies were drawn to it. Zombies moved at the speed of an ordinary person walking, extremely slow. "Chaliman, so many zombies are closing in. We need to get out of here," Giexica said with worry, terrified of dying here. "Yes, Chaliman, the horde will tear us apart," Anna added. Chaliman said nothing, merely parking the RV in the middle of a wide intersection. "It's fine. Stay in the vehicle, and don't move," Chaliman said. He then turned on the RV's horn, and the deafening sound stirred even more distant zombies, all converging toward him. "Chaliman, are you crazy? You'll get us killed," Giexica shouted. Anna, on the other hand, was the first to calm down. "Giexica, trust Chaliman. He must have a reason. Remember, he saved us from that wolf pack," Anna said. She didn't know what Chaliman intended to do, but throughout the journey, he had made her feel completely at ease, so she chose to believe in him. Besides, her life was already his to begin with. This is what they call a love-struck brain, I suppose. "Anna, you've lost your mind too. You two are insane," Giexica raged. While Anna was speaking, Chaliman had already stepped out of the vehicle holding nothing but an azure short blade. He had randomly taken it from his dimensional space. It was forged by dwarves, and bore no rank. Scattered zombies shambled toward Chaliman, hundreds of them at least, with more approaching from afar. With his monstrous stamina, strength, and speed, he dispatched the slow-moving zombies with one slash each. The mission tracker changed from 3581000000 to 359,360, increasing slowly. After half an hour, Chaliman had killed all the zombies that had surrounded him, and his clothes were still spotless. 105910000000 having only killed over 700 in all the time. Charlemagne was somewhat dissatisfied. He returned to the vehicle. "Calaman, you're incredible. You killed all those zombies. Are you Superman?" Anna said admiringly. "Yeah, you're really amazing," Jessica chimed in. "That's not how you were acting earlier, woman," Charlemagne thought. "Just a small show. I'll show you something even more impressive later," he replied casually. The two girls then pressed him on why he was so powerful, so he made up a story about being injected with a high-tech serum. After all, such things existed in this world. Charlemagne drove the RV around the town luring zombies, until a sizable horde gathered, then wiped them out. By the time he cleared the town, he had killed over 5,000, though the town's population was just too small. "Calaman, why are you so determined to kill all the zombies?" Anna asked curiously. Charlemagne smiled, and answered, "For world peace." Clearing the town took half a day, and dusk had already fallen. They found a small amount of gasoline at the town's gas station, and siphoned more from abandoned vehicles, enough to keep the RV running for a considerable time. Charlemagne found a private mansion, and decided to spend the night there. The owners must have left in a hurry. The food hadn't been taken, and much of it was still unexpired. They could load it into the RV tomorrow. The mansion had no electricity or generator, but the water was still running, which delighted Anna and Jessica. They could finally take a bath. Not having bathed in such a long time was unbearable for beauty-loving girls. The RV did have water, but only a small amount for drinking. "Calaman, are you joining us? We can offer back-scrubbing service," Jessica joked. "No, you two go ahead." "I need to keep watch," Charlemagne replied. "No, you two go ahead." "I need to keep watch," Charlemagne replied. He was after all a gentleman, so he thought. Speaking of vigilance, Charlemagne really set up warning devices around the mansion. Although he could rely on his mental energy for alertness, it was best to use it sparingly, since it couldn't be replenished. After finishing the arrangements, Charlemagne casually picked some fresh vegetables from the garden. The owner of the mansion knew how to enjoy life, having cultivated a small vegetable garden outside his villa. Although it hadn't been tended to for a long time, quite a few vegetables had still grown. Perhaps due to the disaster only having erupted for more than half a year, if it had been longer there might have been only wild grass. Returning to the mansion with some vegetables, he found that the two girls still hadn't finished washing. How dirty could it be? Charlemagne didn't bother with them, and walked into the kitchen to prepare something to eat. Most of the spices in the kitchen were already expired, but he found some unopened new ones in the cupboard. Actually, it didn't matter much to Charlemagne whether they were expired or not, but he had to consider the two girls. With his exquisite culinary skills, he quickly cooked up a feast of 4 dishes, and a soup with toasted bread as the staple. Minced eggplant, sweet pepper, stir-fried meat, vegetable salad, mashed potatoes, along with a tomato soup. Charlemagne tasted each dish, and was quite satisfied. Although it was far inferior to what Bayana could make, he felt that being a chef was still quite popular. As Charlemagne set the dishes on the dining table, Anna and Jessica came downstairs from the bathroom on the 2nd floor. At this moment both had changed into new clothes, likely borrowing the owner's daughter's outfits, but they fit quite well. The two girls stood at 175 centimeters tall, wearing short denim shorts and shirts, looking youthful and beautiful in the candlelight. The two girls were subtly revealing their figures to Charlemagne, exuding confidence, especially since their looks could be considered beautiful even in this world. However, having been influenced by the beautiful women of another world, Charlemagne felt little attraction to them, especially after learning that both had boyfriends. "Come eat, this is freshly made," Charlemagne said, as he pulled out a chair and sat down. "Did you make all the Charlemagne? I didn't expect you to know how to cook Chinese food, it's my favorite," Anna exclaimed. "Yeah, I studied it for a while," Charlemagne casually replied. Anna and Jessica sat down ready to taste his culinary skills. "It's so delicious. My goodness, Charlemagne, you're amazing. Whoever becomes your girlfriend will be so lucky," Jessica praised.
Exactly, exactly. Anna, using her knife and fork, also chimed in. The next day, they loaded some supplies into the RV and began their journey. Honestly, they locked the door last night. What's up with this guy? Jessica thought while watching Charlemagne drive. Last night, she wanted to sneak into Charlemagne's room, but it was locked, which frustrated her. Since they needed to clear the zombies on the road, Charlemagne let Anna drive. Although clearing them one by one was slow, little by little it added up. After half a day on the highway, they had killed over 40. The weaknesses of zombies were not very obvious, but decapitating them was the quickest method. The bodies had to be separated, and shooting would require blowing their heads off. Overall, zombies were quite resilient. Before long, the RV passed by a gas station. "Charlemagne, it looks like there are people ahead," Anna shouted. At that moment, Charlemagne was sunbathing on the roof of the RV. He turned to look at the sound and saw a frail figure outside the gas station. A young boy sitting on the steps, licking his cracked lips while staring in their direction. What's a kid doing out in the wilderness? There's not a village in sight. Charlemagne immediately used his mental energy to investigate. Goodness, there are 8 men inside the gas station waiting for the right moment to strike. It seemed like a band of robbers living off of looting passing vehicles. If they drove past, that boy would likely stop the vehicle. Generally, kind-hearted people would stop, and then the men inside the gas station would rush out to rob them. If a smart person noticed this, they would rush past. Although they might lose their conscience, they would save their lives. After observing, Charlemagne saw that the men inside the gas station were armed. He wasn't afraid, but to ensure the safety of the 2 girls, he decided to handle it himself. "You two wait here, I'll go take a look," Charlemagne said. Inside the dim room of the gas station, through the bullet holes, they saw Charlemagne walking over. "What should we do, boss? Should we make a move?" a disheveled man asked. "Wait a moment, it seems there are still people in the car," said a burly man in a brown jacket. Charlemagne walked about 100 meters before reaching the boy. The child looked around 8 or 9 years old with short golden hair. He noticed the boy had several scars, clearly having suffered a lot of abuse. "Little buddy, what are you doing here?" Charlemagne said, pulling out some candies and handing them to the boy. "Stopping cars," the boy hesitantly replied as he accepted the candy. "Do you want a ride?" Charlemagne asked again. The boy looked at the candy in his hand, and then at Charlemagne, whispering, "You should leave, it's very dangerous here." "Dangerous? Where?" "This place is quite safe," Charlemagne replied. "It's really dangerous here, please believe me," the boy said, anxiously raising his voice slightly. Suddenly the sound of a door slamming echoed, and 8 men rushed out of the gas station, each holding weapons, all aiming their guns at Charlemagne. The leader, a man in a brown jacket, shouted at Charlemagne, "Don't move, raise your hands and stand still." Charlemagne retorted in his mind, wondering if he should show them. Charlemagne slowly raised his hands to indicate compliance. "You little brat, have you forgotten who fed you and gave you something to drink? You actually want to let the prey escape?" The man in the jacket scolded the boy. "But my mom said that's wrong and we would be punished," the boy replied weakly. "Punishment? If I hadn't robbed for you two to eat and drink, you would have died long ago." The man in the jacket sneered, then turned to Charlemagne. "Hey, you, quickly call your partner over, you don't want a bullet in your head, do you?" Charlemagne could already tell that this man seemed not to be related to the boy despite the latter's claim. Instead of answering the man, he smiled and said to himself, "I think the boy's mother is absolutely right, so let me punish you all." The man in the jacket watched as Charlemagne seemingly performed magic, producing a knife in his hand. Sensing something was wrong, he prepared to fire, but he felt a rush of wind followed by a sharp pain in his neck. He hurriedly touched it, and then he was gone. From the moment Charlemagne struck until the end took only 2 seconds, he had slit the throats of all 8 men, as they had been too close, a mere 7 steps away. At this distance, his strikes were fast and precise. "Come with me, it's safe now." Charlemagne smiled at the boy. Inside the RV, the young boy wolfed down the food handed to him
by Jessica, while Anna stood by with water serving him, a clear sign he hadn't eaten in a long time. The boy named Yuehan was 8 years old. According to him, when the catastrophe struck, he and his mother had joined the community that included the men Charlemagne killed. Originally, the community had ample supplies and a large population, but unfortunately a zombie horde breached their defenses. Only 20 of them escaped, and they took shelter in an abandoned house nearby. They usually scavenged supplies from nearby towns, with robbery as a side business. Yuehan's mother had been bitten by a zombie half a month ago, and after her death, he was beaten more frequently.
Poor little Yuehan, don't worry, big sister will take care of you,
Anna comforted. The RV drove to the abandoned house Yuehan had mentioned. The camp was located in a forest equipped with numerous anti-zombie traps.
Charlemagne, are you going to kill those people inside? Please don't. They're just trying to survive,
Jessica pleaded. Having witnessed Charlemagne effortlessly kill the armed men at the gas station, Jessica no longer doubted his abilities.
Jessica, those who feed on human flesh have lost their humanity. I'm merely granting them release,
Charlemagne stated.
Exactly, Jessica. If Charlemagne doesn't eliminate them, they'll bring death to even more people,
Anna added. From Yuehan, they learned that the camp still had 3 men, 5 women, and over 20 captives. When food ran out, the camp would even eat the captives. However, neither he nor his mother partook in that, which was why his mother, weakened by hunger, had been bitten by a zombie. A mother who, despite being forced into such a camp with her child, held fast to her moral boundaries. That was truly commendable. Charlemagne entered the forest alone. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he located the 8 people Yuehan had mentioned, as well as 2 small rooms holding 10 captives, each guarded by 2 armed women. Charlemagne easily stepped over the anti-zombie traps. The camp's perimeter was also fortified with sharp barbed wire as a second line of defense. A patrolling man, startled by the dark figure that appeared in the camp, immediately raised a rifle and aimed.
Who are you? How did you get in?
The man shouted.
I am Death, here to escort you to hell,
Charlemagne said with a smile. Dressed in a black trench coat, he almost looked the part. But the man didn't buy it. Since when did Death look so handsome?
Speak now or I'll shoot,
the man yelled.
Why won't you believe me?
Charlemagne sighed.
Die.
Bang. The man fired. 2 minutes later, Charlemagne opened the small room holding the captives. Those rescued felt reborn, showering him with endless gratitude. He distributed some food and water among them, and asked if they were willing to follow him to Yu City. Except for 4 who declined, the other 16 agreed, as they had originally intended to go there anyway. Thus Charlemagne's group expanded to 20 people. Besides his RV, they now had 4 other vehicles from the camp. Charlemagne didn't let them into the RV, as he didn't want them to see Yuehan. Some of these people had been captured because Yuehan had stopped their vehicles, and they likely harbored deep resentment toward the boy. He led the group, distributing food at meal times, and occasionally finding supplies along the way. After 3 uneventful days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Yu City.
Charlemagne, something feels off. It's too quiet around here,
Anna noticed immediately, as every town they had passed through was teeming with zombies, but here there were none.
I'll scout the city first. Wait here and use the flare gun if anything happens,
Charlemagne said, handing the flare gun to Anna. Anna relayed Charlemagne's decision to the group. The once prosperous metropolis now lay in desolation, with weeds sprouting from the walls of many buildings. After wandering through the city for a while, Charlemagne realized the truth. It wasn't that there were no zombies. They were all being drawn in one direction. Following the zombie horde, he discovered they were heading toward Yu City's survivor base. Towering steel walls built with immense manpower and resources stood 20 meters high. Mounted with numerous machine guns, this base was formidable enough to withstand large-scale zombie hordes. The base owed its strength to its backing by the U.S. military. On the city wall,
Captain, we can't hold the base like this. You need to make a decision. Satellites have detected more zombies converging on us.
Rat-a-tat-tat. 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 Watching his comrades relentlessly firing at the zombies below, the undead swarmed like a tide, piling higher and higher. The soldiers cleared the top layer, but the ones behind pushed forward. It took many bullets to kill a single zombie. Fortunately, whenever the zombies nearly climbed the wall, the soldiers detonated explosives to suppress them. A scene repeated all along the fortifications.
All right, tell the survivors to pack essential supplies and evacuate by nightfall,
the captain said with a sigh, closing his eyes. Charlemagne stood atop a 100-meter building, witnessing the breathtaking scene below. Hordes of fearless zombies scaled the base's walls, numbering in the hundreds of thousands at least, and his spiritual sense detected even more surging in from the distance. Soldiers in uniform on the wall unleashed fury with machine guns, while helicopters provided air support. Yet even this couldn't stop the tide. It was only a matter of time before the base fell.
George, get that damn ammo here. I'm almost out,
a soldier shouted into the radio. Seeing the zombies about to climb over, he grabbed a grenade and tossed it down. Boom! The blast wiped out a large swath of the horde, but soon the gaps were filled by more zombies. The soldier picked up his machine gun and sprayed the wall below, but the zombies were resilient. It took many hits to kill one. Luckily, the bullets had penetration, so a single shot from the wall could hit multiple zombies.
Bob, him here. I've brought the ammo.
A young soldier set down a large wooden crate drenched in sweat.
Good man, George. I just ran out. Ha, after this we'll grab a drink,
the soldier named Bob said.
No problem, but I've got to head to other posts now. See you later.
Watching the young soldier jog off, Bob opened the crate to find it filled with 7 62mm rounds. He quickly loaded his gun and resumed his relentless rat-a-tat-tat.
So many zombies, I can't miss this opportunity,
Charlemagne said from atop the skyscraper. Then he leaped off the building. Bang! Like a cannonball, Charlemagne landed, leaving a half-meter deep crater at his point of impact. However, amidst the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, his appearance only drew a small cluster of zombies. He retrieved 2 long blades from his space and commenced his slaughter. Charlemagne charged into the zombie horde at breakneck speed, each swing of his dual blades decapitating dozens of zombies. With his speed, these ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. He simply brandished his twin blades wantonly among the horde. In a mere moment, he had cleared a vacant area. On the city wall, the soldiers, who noticed him, were dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? He looked human, but how could he be so ferocious? And it seemed he was on their side. Perplexed, the soldiers immediately reported the situation to their officer.
That man, sir. Look at him, like a monster, non-stop clearing zombies.
A soldier pointed in Charlemagne's direction as he spoke. The middle-aged officer in high-grade military uniform, whose eyesight was poor, squinted at the blurry direction and immediately picked up a pair of binoculars to observe. He saw a young man with short black hair like a reaping machine, each strut claiming dozens of zombies, terrifying beyond words.
Oh my God, he seems like a survivor, but his strength and speed are too great, too fast. Could he have taken that stuff?
Saying this, the officer fell into contemplation. As a high-ranking military official, he was privy to some information. For instance, the Umbrella Corporation possessed a viral agent that could grant superhuman abilities. He now suspected that the young man below the wall had injected that substance.
Let's not bother with him. For now, he seems harmless. Let's hold the wall first. With that guy here, maybe we can defend the base,
the officer said.
Yes, sir.
The zombies were truly too numerous. In just 20 minutes, Charlemagne had killed at least 10,000, but that was still negligible compared to the total zombie population of his city.
Roar!
The battle here seemed to attract the zombies' attention. The distant horde began to swarm toward him. Something was very wrong. Earlier the zombies had acted purely on instinct, so why were they all converging on him? Could there be a zombie king controlling these creatures? It was not impossible. Jolly Man kept swinging his blades while speculating. Still, even if a zombie king existed, these ordinary zombies posed no real threat to him, so he had no need to fear. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the blade light passed, body parts flew. The number of zombies Jolly Man killed skyrocketed, but it was still far from 10 million. By now his slaughter had lasted 2 hours. Even though he tried to dodge, his trench coat was inevitably stained with foul black blood, and he was drenched in sweat. Such prolonged intense exertion, even with his extraordinary physique, caused him to sweat. And the zombies had now targeted him, encircling him. It seemed someone was truly controlling the zombie horde, perhaps intending to exhaust his stamina. Jolly Man grew cautious and began probing with his spiritual sense. Although he didn't think anything in this world could harm him, he couldn't be arrogant. After all, he still had a long life ahead. He mustn't mess up. In a pitch-black room in U City, hundreds of screens monitored every defensive point of the survivor base. A short-haired man in a black suit wearing a pair of sunglasses sat on a swivel chair staring at a battlefield on the screen, the area where Jolly Man was.
This man is quite troublesome. But after using his abilities for so long, he should be running low on power. Let's wear him down a bit more. Once I catch you, I'll see what variant you are.
The sunglasses-wearing man muttered to himself. Since all the zombies were converging on Jolly Man, the soldiers at the survivor base were greatly relieved. Led by the officer, hundreds of soldiers climbed the wall that could support Jolly Man, blocking the distant zombies. Seeing his kills being stolen, Jolly Man was a bit displeased, but they meant no harm. 3 hours had passed, and Jolly Man's kill count had reached 100,000. He began to feel fatigue, yet the zombie tide still surged endlessly. The bodies had piled up into mountains. He had to move by stepping on corpses, which slowed his slaughter. In the pitch-black monitoring room, the sunglasses-wearing man watched Jolly Man and smirked.
Finally showing signs of fatigue.
Then he typed some commands on the computer in front of him, and the screen displayed an image of a massive humanoid creature. The perspective shifted back to Jolly Man. He was wondering whether to find a place to recover his stamina. After all, grinding monsters non-stop was taking its toll. His endurance was running out.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Countless bullets flew towards Jolly Man. With lightning speed, he sliced every incoming bullet in half. Jolly Man realized the bullets weren't from the soldiers on the wall, but from another direction. To the west emerged 6 towering humanoids, all exactly the same height, about 3.5 meters. They wore black leather suits, had bald heads, and their entire skin appeared gray. Jolly Man recognized them. They seemed to be Umbrella Corporation's tyrant clones. These creatures possessed human intelligence, immense strength, and were impervious to blades and bullets. Was the mastermind trying to kill him with tyrants? Who were they underestimating? Jolly Man grumbled. At that moment, the 6 tyrants were wielding Gatling guns and aimed at Jolly Man, shouting, "I see you."
Clang, clang.
The zombies blocking Jolly Man were riddled with bullets from the Gatling guns, but he chopped the bullets with his blade and remained unharmed.
God, what are those humanoid monsters? That young man can even block bullets.
The officer on the wall exclaimed.
Quick, help him. We can't let that young man die.
The officer then ordered. The base's survival through the zombie tide depended entirely on that young man. No one else could die but him. Under the officer's command, all the machine gun fire on the wall was directed at the tyrants, including 2 armed helicopters.
Rat-a-tat-tat-tat.
A hail of bullets struck the 6 tyrants, shredding their black leather clothing, but caused no real damage.
Quick, use RPG rockets,
a soldier shouted. Several rockets were fired from the wall toward the tyrants.
Boom, boom, boom.
3 tyrants were directly hit, the explosions generating thick black smoke.
Let's see if you survive that,
a soldier said cheerfully. As the smoke cleared, the tyrants were revealed. Except for their clothes and pants blown off, their skin bore a black mark but their bodies were otherwise unharmed. Charlemagne looked over. Good heavens, these things didn't even have manhood. Why were they wearing pants? The tyrant seemed to retain some intelligence, irritated by these insignificant nuisances, and turned all its gun barrels toward the city wall.
Not good, get down.
Before the commander could speak, many soldiers had already thrown themselves flat. 6 Gatling guns rained bullets onto the wall like a downpour, shattering the concrete reinforced stone into rubble. Then the barrels ready to aim at the armed helicopters hovering above. Seizing the moment as the tyrant's attention was diverted, Charlemagne charged forward at lightning speed.
Bang!
The long blade struck the tyrant's body as though hitting solid rock. Caught between Charlemagne's immense strength and the tyrant's unyielding hide, the blade shattered into 2 pieces, leaving Charlemagne stunned for a moment. Though this blade bore no rank, it had been forged by dwarven artisans. He hadn't expected the tyrant's skin to be so hard as to withstand such a blow. The long blade, which had remained unblemished after so much hacking, was now instantly ruined. To breach the tyrant's defense, Charlemagne infused his other long blade with battle chi. The blade's glow swept like a swimming dragon, and in an instant the tyrant that had shattered Charlemagne's weapon was decapitated and had its limbs severed. Yet its tenacious vitality kept it from perishing immediately. Charlemagne cleaved the head in 2, and then destroyed its heart. Surely it couldn't survive that. The remaining 5 tyrants, witnessing Charlemagne's might, discarded their nearly empty Gatling guns and surrounded him to take him down. But for ordinary humans, these tyrants were nightmares in Charlemagne's hands. They were merely zombies, a bit harder to kill. In just 3 minutes, he had slain the other 5 tyrants. Gazing at the encroaching horde of zombies, Charlemagne sighed.
Up first, I'll deal with the one behind this tide, then regain my strength before continuing the slaughter.
So many zombies, it would take a while to wipe them all out. In the pitch-black monitoring room, the sunglasses man fell silent, watching his dispatched tyrants being so effortlessly eliminated. This individual was far too powerful. Even he would have trouble taking on 6 tyrants alone.
This is beyond my ability. I must report to the doctor,
he thought to himself. He then uploaded the surveillance footage and began packing up to retreat. On the rooftop of a skyscraper soaring 200 meters high, several small helicopters were parked, and dozens of armed personnel in matching uniforms and masks stood on high alert.
Ding!
The sunglasses man stepped out of the elevator.
Let's go back to base,
he ordered the armed men. Just as he was about to board, Charlemagne's voice came from not far away.
Sir, weren't you planning to capture me? Why leave so soon?
The sunglasses man froze, turning toward the sound. There, emerging from a corner of the rooftop, was that man.
You? How is that possible? How did you find this place so quickly?
The sunglasses man was stunned. After all, this building was a 10-minute drive from the survivor base. Charlemagne merely smiled and offered no answer. He had noticed numerous surveillance cameras earlier. After disposing of the tyrants, he had flown to an area without surveillance. Following the direction from which the tyrants had come, he searched with his spiritual sense and quickly located this spot. In this world, his spiritual sense could cover a range of nearly 500 meters in diameter.
Kill him!
The sunglasses man spoke, knowing this matter could not be settled peacefully. At his command, the armed personnel on the rooftop opened fire on Charlemagne. Their weapons were clearly top-grade rifles, and the bullets left large craters in the walls. This time Charlemagne did not demonstrate his feat of deflecting bullets with a blade. Instead, he drew a golden Colt pistol, his sidearm from when he had been a Grand Marshal. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot felled an armed man. If one looked closely, they would see that every bullet struck between the eyes. The sunglasses man had hoped his subordinates could delay Charlemagne long enough for him to escape by helicopter, but clearly they fell short. With just one magazine, his men were all dead. Charlemagne's pistol was custom-made, its magazine holding exactly 20 rounds. As the sunglasses man's helicopter lifted half a meter, Charlemagne snatched a rifle from the ground and fired at the rotor support strut.
Give up. You can't get away. Tell me your plan and I might consider granting you a quick death. There must be someone behind you, right?
Charlemagne looked at the crashing helicopter. The sunglasses man punched the door off and stepped out. Without a word, he flashed a smile, then circled behind Charlemagne at lightning speed. Opening his mouth, a mass of tentacle-like flesh shot toward Charlemagne, but it met empty air. Charlemagne reappeared a short distance away.
Tisk, you tentacle freak, that's disgusting.
Watching Charlemagne, the sunglasses man's mouth tentacles lunged forward rapidly, stretching 10 meters from his body. Charlemagne had no desire to be touched by such vile things. He drew his long blade and slashed. Though the tentacles appeared soft, they were extraordinarily tough. His blade could not sever them. But that was no problem. Charlemagne added a little enhancement to his blade. With battle chi infused, the tentacles were cut into segments like weeds.
Let's die together.
The sunglasses man charged at Charlemagne with incredible speed. Sensing something amiss, Charlemagne probed him with his spiritual sense. Holy crap! There was a metallic object inside the man's body. Without a doubt it was a bomb. As the sunglasses man closed in and exploded not far from him. To be safe, Charlemagne immediately shielded himself with battle chi.
Boom!
A powerful shockwave blasted him off the rooftop, and half of the building was destroyed by the explosion. Charlemagne was hurled far into the air, but landed steadily.
Judging by the insignias on those armed men, they seem to be from the Umbrella Corporation. That sunglasses guy might even be a high-ranking Umbrella executive,
he muttered. The Umbrella Corporation was arguably the greatest antagonist in this world, the one that had masterminded the zombie apocalypse.
First find a place to rest, then get in touch with the survivor base and settle Anna and the others,
Charlemagne thought. He found a quiet spot and brought out the demonic beast meat dishes prepared by Anna. The best way to recover stamina was to eat. These demonic beast meats could quickly restore his strength, and since they were crafted by a culinary master, the effect was even better. After a hearty meal and a short rest, Charlemagne had nearly fully recovered. At the survivor base's city wall, he called out,
"I want to see your commander."
The soldiers on the wall recognized the strange man, who had been single-handedly slaughtering zombies, and quickly summoned their commander.
"Hello, and the highest-ranking officer here. You can call me MacArthur,"
the commanding officer said. Charlemagne had seen him earlier. He seemed to be the one directing from the wall.
"Commander MacArthur, I'd like to go inside and have a look,"
Charlemagne said.
"I'm afraid that won't be possible, young man. You're too powerful. We can't determine if you're friend or foe,"
MacArthur replied with concern. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I go in or not. I mainly want to see the environment inside. I have some friends who want to join your base, but I'm not entirely at ease," Charlemagne said. "You can rest assured, young man. We are the military. The environment inside is just like a normal society."
"But are your friends ordinary people?"
Makeys asked.
"Yes, they are just pitiful souls. I'll go bring them over. See you later." Charlemagne turned around. Outside New York City.
Charlemagne has been gone for so long. Could something have happened? Just now there seemed to be an explosion in the distance,
Jessica said. Looking at the silent New York before her, she appeared restless and uneasy because the only man who gave her a sense of security had yet to return, and it was almost dark. No, Charlemagne must have been delayed by something. He is so strong nothing will happen to him,
Anna said. She believed that Charlemagne would definitely come back.
Sister Anna, it looks like zombies from the city are coming this way,
Little John said, pointing toward the city. Anna looked over, and indeed 5 zombies were walking toward them.
What should we do? Should we fire a flare?
Jessica said.
No need, just a few zombies. I can handle them alone,
Anna said. Then among the dozens of guns in the car she chose a rifle, a spoils from wiping out the camp where Little John had stayed.
Bang, bang, bang.
Anna aimed at the sluggish zombies, and fired shot after shot. Soon the 5 zombies fell to the ground.
Yeah, Anna, you're amazing,
Jessica praised. The others behind the RV also complimented Anna. But before long a large wave of zombies appeared on the street. At a glance there were at least 100 and more kept coming continuously.
Bad, the zombies were attracted by the gunfire,
Anna said. She cursed herself for her carelessness, thinking she should have used a blade instead.
What now, Anna?
Jessica said fearfully.
Use the flare,
Anna said helplessly. A red flare shot into the sky, forming a small sun in the air. Calaman, who was already on his way back, saw the flare and immediately picked up his speed.
Who among you knows how to use a weapon? Come and get one quickly,
Anna said.
I can. I can. Me too.
One by one survivors volunteered. Soon 10 weapons were handed out, and all were male survivors. But just as they were taking positions to shoot, a person rushed out from the street and quickly cleared the zombies with a long blade. Survivors. We were all ready, why no chance to show off.
Are you all right?
The person who appeared was none other than Calaman.
Calaman, you're finally back. I was so worried,
Jessica exclaimed, saying that she moved to hug Calaman, but he stopped her with his eyes.
I told you Calaman was fine, but you didn't believe me. Anyway, Calaman, why were you gone so long?
Anna said.
Something delayed me. I've already contacted the survivor base. They are from the military. Let's go, I'll take you there,
Calaman said. With Calaman leading, the vehicles soon arrived at the base of the city wall. After being examined by several medical staff, they were confirmed to be ordinary people, and were taken into the survivor base.
Calaman, aren't you coming in?
Anna asked, looking at Calaman, who hadn't moved. Calaman was helpless. He wanted to go in, but they wouldn't allow it.
Child, he cannot enter. He is too dangerous,
Mickey said. Calaman observed that every soldier in the base was wary of him. It was normal given how dangerous he was, and beyond their control.
You go in first. He'll stay nearby for a few days, and then head elsewhere, but he'll come back to see you,
Calaman said with a wave.
Calaman, maybe he'll come with you,
Anna said.
Yeah, let's go with you,
Jessica added. Calaman sighed helplessly. Why would they want to follow him? They would need him to take care of their meals, and everything. He had no time for that.
It's dangerous to come with me. I can't always take care of you. Stay here and live well. I will come to visit you,
Calaman persuaded. After much cajoling, the 2 girls agreed to stay at the survivor base. In the following days, Calaman cleared zombies in New York, but for the safety of Anna and the others, he also secretly observed the survivor base. There was nothing wrong inside. It was indeed a good place. After several days of clearing, the number of zombies he killed had reached 3 million. With one strike splitting a zombie in 2, Calaman checked his mission tracker. 300457110000000. The zombies in this city were almost gone. Slowly clearing them was time-consuming. He planned to go to another large city. However, as expected of a once prosperous city, it had added a big chunk to his mission progress. After these days of zombie eradication, Makis had relaxed his vigilance toward Calaman. He obtained a pass, and would come to the survivor base to rest whenever he was tired. However, there was one downside. He had caught the attention of a researcher with gold-rimmed glasses, who wanted to study him. This irritated him. He didn't want to be treated as a specimen and have his secrets discovered. So he used an illusion to give the researcher a small punishment. This survivor base was codenamed 3. The environment inside was decent. Although it was only the size of a small city, supplies were relatively complete, and the population was 5,000. Everyone had to work. The leadership assigned different jobs through which they could earn contribution points to exchange for resources. Anna had some talent, and was assigned by Makis to the supply search team. Jessica was placed in the broadcast room responsible for announcements and searching for survivors. Little John had to study, occasionally offering some small help. After saying goodbye to Anna and the others on his way out of the base. Charlemagne ran into Makeys.
Young man, thank you for everything you've done for this base. If you need anything, just ask.
Makey said seriously.
You're welcome, but I actually want to ask you a small favor,
Charlemagne said. On an empty highway, an RV sped along. After leaving New York, Charlemagne drove south. He planned to go to Raccoon City first and protect the hive where the cure was stored with a magic array. Recently he had been thinking about this. What if Alice, the female protagonist of this world, went to the hive first and took the cure? Although it seemed impossible, so soon his appearance might cause changes. He had to be cautious. If anything went wrong, his mission would be ruined. Using the cure would make the zombies in this world dissipate. Then he would have no zombies to kill. He couldn't start another biological disaster himself. There weren't that many people, and harming the innocent was against his principles. For his own happiness, he decided to play it safe and secure the cure first. So this is Raccoon City. Standing atop one of the few tall buildings, Charlemagne gazed at the massive pit not far away. As the epicenter of the virus outbreak, Raccoon City was cordoned off by the American military, who then dropped a nuclear bomb, blasting a crater roughly 700 meters in diameter. The residual radiation from the bomb still lingered, but it had no effect on Charlemagne. Not only was radiation present, but many zombies also remained. Possibly due to the radiation, some zombies here were stronger than those outside, while others were weaker. Charlemagne merely eliminated them when encountered without giving them special attention. He intended to keep these zombies as a line of defense. Leaping down from the high-rise, he arrived at the edge of the massive pit. The crater was filled with discarded steel from buildings, but Charlemagne immediately spotted the entrance to the hive base. The entrance to the hive base was constructed underground in Raccoon City, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. The previous nuclear explosion had conveniently exposed the entrance. Charlemagne approached the entrance when several dark figures dashed out from the hive. Zombie dogs. Why send dogs to bite people? Damn it, Charlemagne complained. The ones releasing the dogs were the hive's mainframe, Red Queen. As an artificial intelligence, it obeyed the orders of the Umbrella Corporation's top brass, and its current task was to prevent anyone from entering the hive. Charlemagne was rather covetous of the artificial intelligence, but computers were not his forte, and now was not the time to acquire it. Casually killing the dogs, with a few pebbles, Charlemagne prepared to set up a magic array. This world lacked magical energy, so he could only use his own stored mana. However, he was currently only capable of setting up a 5th-tier magic array. Charlemagne laid down a 5th-tier offensive magic array, and a 3rd-tier alarm array, finally using a 6th-tier magical artifact to set up a final protective magic array. What a situation! The main body of the big villain boss was also sleeping in the hive, and he was acting as its guard. But all this was to ensure the system mission didn't bug out. Now I can focus on grinding monsters, Charlemagne thought. The RV started, and he headed to the next big city. Traveling with stops along the way, he encountered various mutated zombies. One was extremely powerful. By Charlemagne's estimate, it had the strength of a silver-tier martial artist, like a mountain of flesh, with extraordinary regenerative abilities. It took him some time to kill it completely. He also came across many survivors. Most harbored ill intentions, for those Charlemagne could only send them on their way. A small number were kind-hearted, and he would offer them some material assistance. Thus Charlemagne arrived at Hua City. As the capital of the United States, it was a metropolis as large as U City. There was also a survivor base here, codenamed One, though its area was more extensive, with a population exceeding 100,000, and its armed forces were also stronger. Charlemagne noticed that the number of zombies here was not very large. Presumably most had been cleared by the government. Still, the remaining zombies should add a significant chunk to the progress bar. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A middle-aged man in military uniform pushed the door open. It was a small office. Mr. President, we have discovered that the young man named Charlemagne has come to Hua City, and is clearing zombies in the city. The president's name was Tate Pulong. He had been president before the apocalypse, now 60 years old, but still in high spirits. "So is this man really as strong as the video MacArthur said showed?" asked Tate Pulong. "Yes, Mr. President, based on our observations he indeed is," said the man in uniform. "All right, keep a close watch on his movements. Just build a good relationship with him. If possible, obtain a sample of his DNA. Dr. Manhattan is very interested in him," said Tate Pulong. "Yes, I'll give the orders." To complete this volatile mission as quickly as possible, Charlemagne spent every day doing his best to kill zombies, occasionally collecting useful items in the city. For instance, usable sports cars and tactile electronics, and some weapons and equipment. In fact, he had collected quite a lot in U City as well. After killing zombies, Charlemagne came to a dilapidated private villa. After clearing out the owner, who had turned into a zombie inside, he used it as a temporary resting place. The rich man's villa was really nice. Not only did it have backup electricity, but also solar and wind power generation. Water was still running. The facilities were complete: an entertainment room, a gym, a movie room, a storage room, and an underground garage housing dozens of dust-covered supercars. Charlemagne entered a room with several computers, picked up a game controller, and played games he hadn't played in ages. Without internet, he played single-player games. To his surprise, many of these games were ones he had never played before, and he soon became addicted. "Mr. Charlemagne," came a man's voice from outside. In an instant, Charlemagne knew who had come. "You're from the military, aren't you? What do you want?" Charlemagne paused the game and went to the door. "It's like this, Mr. Charlemagne. The president is aware of your deeds in clearing zombies, and is very grateful. He sent us to bring some gifts of appreciation. Just leave the things outside, he'll take them. Thank the president for me. Is there anything else you need, sir? Should we send a few people to look after you?" "No need, I'm fine alone." "Very well, we'll be going then." Outside, a group of soldiers in black combat uniforms parked a car in front of the villa and left. Charlemagne went back and played the game until the next save point before going out to check. They had sent a truckload of goods, high-end cigarettes and alcohol, plenty of food, and quite a lot of weapons and ammunition. The military is surprisingly generous, Charlemagne thought. After confirming there were no surveillance devices, he stored all the supplies into his space and returned to his room to continue playing games. Before long, Charlemagne had stayed in Hua City for a week, and the number of zombies he had killed reached 5 million. Due to his efforts, zombies in Hua City became scarce. During this time, the military occasionally visited him. Once President Tate Pulong came himself and expressed hope that he would join Base 1, but Charlemagne declined. "Time to move on to the next city," Charlemagne said softly. Taking advantage of the night, he cast an illusion spell, then stored the villa he had been staying in into his space, so he could live in the villa when camping in the future. He cast the illusion spell to avoid being observed by satellites. As for others wondering how the villa disappeared later, he didn't care. After doing this, Charlemagne drove the RV away. Just as the RV was about to leave Hua City, a missile came flying from afar. It was too fast. Charlemagne, caught off guard, couldn't block it in time. Boom! The missile struck the RV, blowing it to pieces. Not far away, Charlemagne's figure appeared. In the instant the missile struck, he had escaped, but he hadn't managed to save the RV that had accompanied him throughout his journey, which left him somewhat frustrated. "Show yourselves," Charlemagne said. From the dark intersection, over 100 dark figures slowly emerged, surrounding him. "We meet again, Charlemagne." A figure spoke slowly. The speaker wore sunglasses and revealed a sinister smile. It was the sunglasses man he had fought in U City. The other figures also revealed their faces. They were all identical to the sunglasses man, all flashing sinister smiles at him. "It seems the last one was a clone. Whether your original is here, I do not know." Charlemagne showed no surprise. He already knew Balhusen possessed cloning technology.
We are clones as well, but stronger than those you faced before,
the sunglasses-clad leader said.
So your mission is to capture me. And to extract my secrets. Exactly. Your data is unusually potent. The original wants to see which strain of the virus you are a variant of. Would you believe me if I said I am not infected? Do you?
The man asked, addressing Chaliman. They clearly did not believe him. Chaliman spread his hands.
Very well. Come then, let me see how far your strength truly reaches.
Combat ignited. At Base 1, an officer hurried into the President's office.
Mr. President, satellites show Mr. Chaliman was attacked on the outskirts of the city.
Tepulang leapt from his chair.
What happened? Was Dr. Manhadon behind this?
He knew all too well how eager Dr. Manhadon was to obtain Chaliman's samples.
No, Mr. President. Analysis indicates those attacking Mr. Chaliman are a group of clones. The original is called Wuxia. Wuxia.
Which force backs them? The American government knew nothing of Balhusen Company's plans, not even the President.
We do not know at present, Mr. President. Very well. Take your men and assist Chaliman. Do not let them take him alive.
Tepulang gave the order. The officer left at once to arrange troops. Chaliman's battle with the sunglasses clone raged fiercely. The street was littered with torn flesh and discarded organs. Dozens of the clones lay by the curb, some malformed into grotesque monsters no longer human in shape. A long blade sliced a clone's throat. The head rolled to Chaliman's feet, and he crushed it with a kick, blood and bones spattering across the pavement. After half an hour of brutal fighting, Chaliman was beginning to show fatigue. These clones were far stronger than the ones in Yu City, matching his unaugmented strength and speed, and possessing savage combat techniques, so Chaliman expended far more energy and stamina.
You seem exhausted. Our brains are implanted with countless combat protocols and reinforced by the T-virus. One of us can hold back an army, yet you have slain half of us. We are desperate to learn your secret,
one sunglasses clone said. Around Chaliman stood 55 more sunglasses-clad figures. Most had revealed mutated forms, their flesh twisted into sharp weapons and maw-like appendages. From the darkness came the sound of many footsteps. Another 100 silhouettes emerged, more sunglasses clones. Chaliman did not flinch at their arrival.
So many clones! There cannot be many of your level among them,
Chaliman said. The clones did not reply. Chaliman's suspicion was correct. Producing clones of such caliber required perfect viral adaptation without mutation and countless trials. Of 10,000 clones used in experiments, the success rate was only 0.01%. To capture Chaliman, the original had dispatched all 220 clones from the cloning base. They gave Chaliman no time to rest. The clones attacked again, intent on overwhelming him quickly. As Chaliman fought, dozens of military vehicles rolled in from the city. Hundreds of well-equipped soldiers in combat suits and thermal goggles poured out, about 400 in all.
Quick, take positions. Your task is to kill those sunglasses-wearing monsters. Do not harm the man with the blade,
a tall officer ordered. At his command, the snipers fired first, followed by a dense hail of bullets. These were Base 1 Special Forces. Since the apocalypse, their principal duty had been clearing the undead. They were veterans of countless battles. The ambush alone felled 10 clones. Chaliman noticed that the soldiers' rounds not only packed tremendous force, but also strongly suppressed the virus' regenerative capabilities. So the military did have some useful tools, Chaliman thought. Seeing their comrades struck, some clones charged the soldiers. Beyond those taken down by the ambush, the soldiers found it difficult to kill the remaining clones. Their speed let them evade most bullets, though the concentrated fire did connect once or twice. Soon a portion of the clones breached the soldiers' lines. Despite heavy fire, many special forces were impaled, devoured alive, or crushed. If he did not act now, these reinforcements would be lost, something Chaliman could not bear to see. Charlemagne erupted with the dookie he had stored under its boost. His strength, speed, and endurance rose dramatically. To end the fight quickly, he employed the Shurhun-Mingchen method, a soul-devouring illusion technique. Any who met his gaze would be ensnared in phantasms and rendered immobile. One clone, stunned by Calamand's absurdly sudden speed, watched his comrades frozen, as if rooted to the spot, easy to be cut down. It planted a thought of retreat in him. He possessed some independent will, but he could not defy the original's orders, and had to force himself forward. With Calamand's burst of power, he quickly slaughtered all the clones that surrounded him, then charged toward the soldier's position. The military had already suffered heavy losses. Only a few clones had cost them roughly 200 men. Calamand's timely arrival averted total annihilation. Charlemagne soon cleared the battlefield of clones.
"Thank you for coming to help me. I am sorry for the deaths among your men,"
he told the officer.
"We were right to help. You have aided the military many times. As for my men, dying in battle is their honored fate. You need not apologize,"
the officer replied. Bitterness colored the officer's thoughts. Sent to rescue, they had instead been saved. His elite subordinates had nearly been wiped out. They spoke a while longer before Charlemagne departed the city.
"Sir, the bodies of our men have mutated,"
a subordinate reported. The officer watched Calamand's retreating figure, then turned back.
"Clean them all up. Send those clones to Dr. Manhadon. I'm sure he will be very interested."
Soon the mutated corpses were purged by the special forces. Though once comrades, the soldiers showed no hesitation in finishing the job. The RV had been destroyed. Charlemagne borrowed a military truck from the officer, but once he was clear of watching, he switched to the supercar stored in his space. A sky-blue Bugatti. The supercar roared as it hurtled toward the next city at 400 km/h. Raccoon City.
"Alice, are you sure the antidote is really inside the hive?"
A woman in a protective suit spoke, gazing at the massive pit before them. Beside her stood another woman, also in a protective suit, observing the pit.
"No doubt about it, Claire. The clone I killed told me herself, and I also found some related information. The antidote to the virus is most likely in there. Everything began here. I believe the antidote is also inside. Let us end this."
Without another word, the woman named Alice found a foothold and descended into the pit first, with Claire following closely.
"Look, the entrance is over there."
Alice pointed to a passage emerging from beneath the earth. Soon they arrived before the passage, only to discover it was covered by a strange shimmering barrier.
"What the hell is this?"
Claire muttered, puzzled by the light barrier. They tested it with a pebble and found no reaction, then cautiously approached. Relying on her formidable physique, Alice touched the barrier, but nothing happened.
"Seems harmless. I don't know what this is, but let's go in quickly."
Alice withdrew her hand.
"Be careful. Look, there are many charred zombies inside."
Claire gazed anxiously through the barrier.
"Let me try first."
Alice slowly stepped into the barrier. Once inside, she smelled the stench of burnt flesh and was about to examine the corpses. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly several basin-sized fireballs materialized around her and hurtled toward her at incredible speed. Though baffled by the sudden fireballs, Alice dared not linger and swiftly dodged. Each fireball that missed blasted craters over 20 meters in diameter, making her heart race. Beep, beep, beep. At a clogged intersection crowded with cars, most of which were rusted bare, one intact car emitted a piercing honk, a blue Bugatti supercar. A man not far from the car pulled a long blade from a zombie's body.
9,600,000. Time to move on to the next city,"
he murmured. The man was Charlemagne. After leaving Huacheng and clearing zombies for over 2 more months, he was only 400,000 away from completing his mission.
My alert magic has been triggered."
Charlemagne looked toward Raccoon City. Without hesitation, Charlemagne cast a concealment spell, stored the supercar in his space, and flew rapidly toward Raccoon City.
"Alice, are you all right? That scared me to death."
Claire said.
I'm fine. Good thing you figured out how to dismantle that thing.
Alice was no longer in her protective suit, but wore a gray vest. Her suit had been destroyed by the fireball, and she was slightly injured. Thanks to her regenerative ability, she had recovered, and the radiation exposure caused her no discomfort.
How did you realize that destroying those flowers would disable it? I just thought those flowers looked out of place, and they matched the description of a magic formation I'd read about in novels. Magic formation. Yes, I believe that was a magic formation. Well, I already have superpowers, so a bit of magic doesn't surprise me.
Alice patted Claire's shoulder. Magic formations could be drawn or formed using mediums. This attack magic was a formation Charlemagne created using flowers as mediums. They advanced further into the passage unaware that they had triggered Charlemagne's alert magic formation.
Bang! Claire, it seems there's an invisible wall here,
Alice said.
Yeah, what the hell is this now?
Claire examined it as Alice did. After more than 10 minutes, they still found no way in. This was Charlemagne's protective magic, which could only be dispelled by an expert's deliberate effort, broken by force, or waited until its energy drained naturally.
What do we do now?
Claire sounded distressed. Alice pulled 2 grenades from her pocket.
Let's try this. Boom!
The magic formation flashed white, and then returned to its original state.
It seems to work, but not strong enough,
Alice observed.
Let's go! I know an underground arsenal in Raccoon City. Hope the supplies are still there.
Just as the 2 prepared to leave, they saw a figure standing at the entrance.
Who's there?
Alice immediately drew her pistol. Claire also aimed her gun at the silhouette.
Easy, I mean no harm.
The figure slowly raised his hands and approached. When he was close, Alice and Claire saw he was a young, handsome man.
Who are you, and what are you doing here?
Claire remained alert.
Hell, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Charlemagne, a free-spirited. Stop, stop, stop. Tell us why you're here.
Claire interrupted bluntly.
All right. I'm here to stop you from entering the hive.
Charlemagne sighed. He had already recognized one of them as the protagonist of Resident Evil.
Are you from Umbrella Corporation?
Alice aimed her gun at Charlemagne's head, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation.
I belong to no organization.
Charlemagne shook his head.
Then why are you stopping us? I can't explain it to you. But you cannot go in. Alice, should we just shoot him?
Claire said.
Leave now or he'll shoot.
Alice threatened as Charlemagne kept advancing. Charlemagne shook his head.
Sorry, I can't let you go in. Bang!
Claire fired the bullet, speeding toward Charlemagne. Just as it was about to touch his skin, Charlemagne's left hand caught the bullet with lightning speed, leaving Alice and Claire wide-eyed at the unbelievable feat.
Shit, he's a monster.
Claire fired continuously. Claire might not have seen clearly, but Alice did. The man called Charlemagne only moved his hand at the last moment before the bullet hit. She also opened fire at him. But every bullet they fired was caught barehanded. He opened his palm and let the bullets drop one by one.
Ladies, care to continue?
Charlemagne said. Alice closed her eyes, and a powerful mental wave burst from her body, targeting Charlemagne. It was psychic power. Charlemagne realized. An invisible force squeezed him, attempting to crush him into a pulp. But Charlemagne's physique was too strong. The force exerted itself in vain. Within moments, Alice's nose began to bleed.
Don't waste your strength. That ability does nothing to me. Keep it up and you'll end up in a psychiatric ward,
Charlemagne said calmly. Alice stopped using her power. Her spirit shattered. As the perfect host of its virus, her superhuman abilities could easily defeat an army, yet they were useless against this man.
Why are you stopping us from saving the world?
Alice appealed to reason, since force failed. She noticed the young man seemed reasonable and hadn't attacked them. Charlemagne sighed.
It's not that I'm stopping you. It's just not the right time.
After some persuasion, the two finally agreed to Charlemagne's request, which was mainly because they couldn't defeat him otherwise, they would never have consented. All right, then I'll give you half a month. I hope that after half a month you will keep your promise, and help us obtain the antidote. Half a month later we will meet here. Let's go, Claire. Alice turned to leave, but after taking a few steps turned back. By the way, I'm Alice, and this is Claire. Alice pointed at Claire beside her. After Alice and Claire left Charlemagne, for safety Sake set up 2 more magic circles. This time he placed a 5th level lightning attribute attack magic circle, and a warning magic circle. I should quickly finish this tedious task, and find some peace of mind. I've been overworking myself. Charlemagne sighed. His mental energy continuously monitored Alice and Claire. Seeing that they had left the pit, he estimated they would find a place to stay, but due to the heavy radiation in the city, they would likely have to go outside. Only after confirming that the two truly intended to leave Raccoon City, did Charlemagne feel at ease to depart from there. In the sky at 10,000 meters high, Charlemagne was flying east at great speed. This time, he decided to go to Hawaii Island where he could clear out zombies, while also looking for a ship. Charlemagne resolved. As a major shipbuilding base for the United States, many American warships were constructed there, including aircraft carriers. The small favor he asked from MacArthur was merely to inquire about shipyards, and the latter informed Charlemagne about the military shipyard at Hawaii Island. He soon arrived at Hawaii Island. Since the task was nearly complete, he decided not to conserve his strength any longer. The city had plenty of zombies, and through his mental probe, he also discovered several survivors. Charlemagne attracted zombies in different parts of the city using noise, and then cleared them out. After half a day's effort, he had already wiped out most of the zombies in the city. 1, 10, 6, 9, 7, 8, 8, 1, 3, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Nubeo Shipyard. Countless transport machines lay scattered here, showing signs of having been in use for a long time. 2 warships were docked on the sea, measuring approximately 300 meters in length, equipped with many weapons, with over 20 large gun barrels. Charlemagne also spotted a huge aircraft carrier that had yet to be launched, clearly still unfinished, which brightened his eyes. He wanted to get an aircraft carrier for his territory. Last time in the zombie world, due to space limitations, he couldn't bring the aircraft carrier he had built back to the Divine Continent. However, his space was still insufficient. He had to quickly complete the task so that his space capacity could be doubled. Without hesitation, Charlemagne turned back to eliminate more zombies. After half a day's work cleaning out the zombies in the city, he then flew to the surrounding towns to clear them, finally completing his task. Congratulations to the user for completing the task. 1 lottery draw added, space capacity doubled, and you can return to the original world at any time. The cold notification sound echoed. Finally completed this tedious task that had taken nearly 3 months of effort, and it still had hidden dangers. Charlemagne complained. Opening the lottery panel, he could hardly wait. The items drawn in each lottery were quite useful, and it was better to draw early and enjoy the benefits. This time he'll draw a skill, preferably a passive skill, he murmured while looking at the options on the panel. Cards, equipment, skills. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the skill Father-Son Game. Father-Son Game active skill effect: pull any living being into an alternate space for a 1v1 battle lasting 3 minutes. During this time, either party that achieves victory will fully restore their state. Special effect: 1 Father-Son. After the 3-minute battle ends, no one dies. The victor will become the father, while the loser will become the son. At this moment, the one who holds the father title must call the one with the son title son, and the one with the son title cannot refuse. Special effect: 2 recovery. Killing the enemy will fully restore the user's state. Come on, solo Father-Son Game. Father-Son Game. You really are a mischievous system, not serious at all. Charlemagne complained. However, it was still a divine skill. Just imagine when his fighting spirit and magic energy were depleted, he could easily find a small karami to restore his state. Isn't this delightful? He immediately learned it. In front of the aircraft carrier, Charlemagne looked at the steel behemoth before him, and couldn't help but click his tongue. This aircraft carrier was even larger than the one he built in the zombie world. From the blueprints he found nearby, the aircraft carrier was mostly complete, only missing the nuclear power device for propulsion before it could enter the sea. However, it seemed the military hadn't installed the nuclear power system in time before the virus outbreak. But that's alright. After returning to his territory, he could have the dwarven craftsman install a steam-powered system. If that didn't work, he could resort to the marvelous magic to install a magical power system, Charlemagne thought. Charlemagne placed his hand on the aircraft carrier, and the colossal vessel was stored in his space. Then he flew over the sea to also store the other two warships into his space. Now that he had the aircraft carrier, Charlemagne thought he should also acquire some fighter jets, but he wasn't quite sure where the U.S. military bases were. It seems I need to ask Teflon or MacArthur. Now that world peace is nearing, I should help them safeguard these weapons to prevent them from being overbearing. Charlemagne clapped his hands. After flying for a while, Charlemagne arrived back at Raccoon City. After wandering around, he came to a farmhouse outside the city. How did you know we were here? Did you follow us? Claire asked. Not at all. I've already arranged everything. I came to find you both to get the antidote, Charlemagne replied. Claire and Alice searched themselves to see if they had been implanted with a tracker, but found nothing. Are you monitoring us with a satellite? Alice said the only thing she could think of. And don't worry about those details. I found you by other means. Let's go hive time. Charlemagne turned and waved his hand. Hive. Charlemagne dismantled the magic circle he had set up and retrieved the 6th-level magical tools. So these things were set up by you. This is a magic circle. You're a mage. Claire, a Harry Potter enthusiast, asked curiously. Indeed, I possess the world's only magical bloodline, and am the sole mage. Charlemagne joked. Can you teach me? Claire asked earnestly. Not possible, you don't have a magical bloodline, and you're a muggle. Claire. Due to the elevator being broken, they had to use the stairs. In the pitch-black corridor, Charlemagne led the way at the front, while the two women followed with flashlights. Inside the hive. Intruder detected, initiating elimination operation. Operation started, releasing experimental subjects. A huge screen displayed a little girl in a red dress coldly mumbling to herself. After walking down the stairs for 10 minutes, they officially entered the hive, revealing how deep this place was. It was completely dark here, but it had no effect on Charlemagne. Be careful, this place is controlled by the high-level intelligence Red Queen. Our presence may have already activated her, and she will eliminate all intruders. Alice